Chapter 451 New Discovery of Sulfur Mine. Chromite. I'm afraid the stone will become more and more expensive in the future. It seems that this is the right time to ship out the large amount of backlog products in hand. In building the fence this time, Linyu chose an ordinary 5-meter high and 35-centimeter thick fence that uses the least amount of stone. It is not the original stronger city wall. The reason is that stones have unknowingly become a new hard currency, which prevents him from exchanging these vegetables for more stones in a short period of time. Almost all survivors are selling excess stones, and almost all survivors are constantly buying stones. Everyone is aware of the importance of this thing in construction, and compared to the fact that it is easy to mine, it is easier to obtain food, water, and other necessities. The vegetables he put on the World Trading Mall just now were obviously more competitive, and he quickly received a large number of quotations, which brought him a considerable supply of stone. However, even so, the stones exchanged were only enough to build the wall, and the rest was only 320 units. The wall was built, but there was not enough material to lay the stone slabs inside. Therefore, Linyu also had some thoughts. He felt that the large number of survival items that had been accumulated and backlogged from the iron treasure chests and copper treasure chests, such as lighters, flashlights, survival knives, various compasses and the like, could be replaced with more solid stones. As for the offer, as long as the other party dares to make it, there is nothing that cannot be accepted. The reason is actually simple. Now, there are nearly 70,000 copper treasure boxes that are almost full in a large warehouse that have not been opened. These are the worst things that can be found inside. Simply, replace all these things that cannot be distinguished from good materials into stones. Returning to the warehouse in the basement again, Linyu packed a large number of all kinds of useless gadgets into the storage space, and then went to several warehouses and quickly swept away the various things that took up space. Of course, he also broke down most of these things into design drawings in case they were needed in case of emergencies. After putting all the miscellaneous things in the trading mall, Linyu glanced at the vast ground between the city wall and the surrounding wall. A large number of stone slabs are still needed here, but there are really not many stones on hand. And, not only that, a buffer zone must also be established. About 10 meters. That's about it. Right. If the outside of the wall extends 10 meters, it can basically cut off the impact of the flames that may burn on the outside on the shelter. Linyu estimated that he would need at least nearly 10,000 units of stone, which was a huge gap. Xiaobai. Luzi. We have to go to the sulfur mine today. We have been leaving it there for too long. If we don't go, the lizard people will probably have to mine them all. The two little guys nodded and looked to the northwest. The end over there is where we want to go. You two fly over there first, and I'll drive there. If nothing else, the road needs to be built. Xiaobai nodded to Luzi, and they both spread their wings and quickly flew high into the sky. Linyu filled up the tactical ATV with gas, drove outside, and looked at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, this time you visit the family first, and we will go back as soon as we go. When we come back to the secret realm, the two of us will go. Go. Xiaoming said that he had no objection, although this time it was to look after the house. The task was heavier than before. Moreover, after the owner came back, he had to go to the secret realm. He hadn't been there for so many days, and he had long wanted to go over there. You can eat these when you are hungry later. We will be back soon. After Linyu put down a large amount of food, he drove his car straight out of the newly opened gate in the wall and headed due north. After taking a brief look at the work of the little ice lizards, Linyu continued to move forward along the path he had created. The fully fueled tactical ATV continued to travel on the straight stone road surrounded by tall grass. After walking for nearly 70 or 80 kilometers, he suddenly stopped. The road went to the west, which was the direction of Feiyua's refuge village. Linyu took out the system tablet and opened the World Trading Channel. He was surprised to see that the rags he didn't really want at all were now quoted at nearly 10,000 yuan. Huh? Good guy. Are these flashlights and so on so valuable? The flashlights in his hand can be used in a specialty store. Even if all the flashlights are sold, he will still have dozens of spare ones. Not to mention, when the 70,000 copper treasure chest is opened, how many will be opened? It's useless to me, but to others, it seems to be a treasure. Linyu confirmed these transactions in turn, and at the same time, the number of stones in the storage space was also increasing rapidly. Nowadays, there are more than 30,000 cubic meters of storage space. enough to hold a lot of things without being full. And Lin Yu is more calm than before. After confirming that there was almost enough stone material to build, Lin Yu immediately used the design drawings that could build a 10-kilometer stone road. In an instant, a road headed straight ahead, and Lin Yu also started the car and drove straight forward. After repeating it several times, Lin Yu finally saw the huge boulder in the distance that was higher than the grasslands. At the same time, he also heard the sound of a fierce fight. However, it was certainly not Xiaobai or Xia Lizzie who screamed, but the unique sounds of humans and lizard men. Fight? Lin Yu stopped the car about 800 or 900 meters away from the natural sulfur or mountain. He stood on the roof of the car. He raised his sniper rifle and looked at the place where the battle took place. A giant white dragon kept swooping down from high altitude, carrying several lizard men into the air, and then throwing them to the ground, causing bursts of screams to sound. The other gray-black figure, like the god of death, kept flashing in the low altitude and disappearing again. At the same time, as it disappeared, blood kept spraying high into the sky. Of course, screams also came one after another. Good guy. This is the final boss that slaughters the novice village. Lin Yu got into the car again and drove forward. When he arrived near the natural sulfur or mountain, he paved a path with stones in that direction. After he got out of the car, the screams suddenly stopped, which seemed just right. The pungent smell of blood came to his nose. But Lin Yu didn't pay attention. To him, this was a common occurrence. Xiaobai dragged the corpses of some beggars together, while Xiao Liuzi picked up the shining white light spots in the storage space one by one, and finally came to Lin Yu's side. You guys are fast enough. Lin Yu looked at the corpses of dozens of beggars and a similar number of lizard man corpses. But he was not surprised. Although he discovered this natural sulfur or mountain early and did mine it for a while, due to various things, he has not been here for more than 10 days. During this period, the lizard men and beggars were indeed given space to exploit wildly and brutally. If he hadn't finally finished the matter at hand, Lin Yu estimated that it would be a while before he could come over again. You gain 3 cubic meters of storage space. You get. The total gain of storage space is 221 cubic meters. Not bad. Better than nothing. However, the mini sulfur mines inside really saved him a lot of trouble. Release 50 robot dogs from the storage space. They currently have sufficient power. He squatted down and set new programs for the robot dogs one by one. Let them carry the bodies of the lizards and beggars to another location he designated far away from the ore mountain. After setting them up one by one, Lin Yu immediately went to the designated location and made a stone platform. Just like in the shelter, make a simple stand for the lizards and beggars, so as not to burn all the weeds. After doing this, Lin Yu walked towards the small lake in the center of the natural sulfur or mountain. The mountain of natural sulfur, or that was originally quite large, has now been brutally mined by these lizardmen and beggars, with fragments of rocks and fragments of natural sulfur or scattered everywhere. There is still a pungent smell of sulfur in the air, and the small lake that used to be small has now become quite large, almost flooding the innermost or mountain. Standing by the lake, Lin Yu also discovered that the dark shadows in the lake continued to gather, and finally surged towards the shore. Oh, this is a food delivery, right? Xiaobai, do you two want to jump in and have a good wash? And grab something while you're at it? Plop! Plop! Lin Yu responded with 2 loud splashing sounds, and as a black shadow suddenly leapt out of the water and hit the ground heavily, Lin Yu knew that the canning raw materials for his canning processing factory had arrived. Speaking of cans, you can sell yesterday's canned donkey-headed lion meat. However, you should try it first. Anyway, I didn't eat anything in the morning, so it's just right. Taking out a can of donkey-headed lion meat from the storage space, he easily opened the lid of the can and then took out a piece of it with chopsticks. A slightly spicy taste passed into the nasal cavity. Lin Yu tried it with the tip of his tongue first. The spiciness was not too strong. It was considered slightly spicy. After simply eating a small piece, Lin Yu found that he had to change his mind. This stamina is not small. It's slightly spicy when you touch it on the tip of your tongue, and it's medium spicy when you put it in your mouth. However, the more you chew it, the more delicious it gets. Lin Yu took out a piece of warm bread and put it into his mouth. He watched the blind hunting fish being thrown to the shore one after another. They seemed to have fainted directly and twitched slightly on the ground. With the bread, Lin Yu finished the delicious medium spicy donkey-headed lion steak, and even left some unfinished food. This small piece of devil chili pepper can produce a medium spicy taste. which is indeed quite strong. But yes, it's really delicious. Lin Yu put all the cans directly on the shelves. After thinking about it, it was not easy to get the donkey-headed lion meat. After all, he had to go to the exploration gate, so he decided to take a look at it from a higher place. 3 pieces of alloy. That's almost it. Since the response to yesterday's canned fish was pretty good, and the market has opened up, let's use this to test the waters. There must be a lot of people who like spicy food. Lin Yu placed them on the market, set them up and stood up. The robot dogs have completed their work and are just there to light the fire. The first step is completed. Next, it's time for an old friend to show up. Lin Yu walked to the flat land on the shore of a lake, and looked at Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi, who had thrown a large number of blind hunting fish to the shore, letting their blood dye the small lake light red. On a relatively flat place, I took out a big guy from the storage space. The mineral resource reserve detector must come out. Lin Yu looked at the screen on the huge machine and looked around at the ore mountain that had been mined more than half. I guess the result won't be too good. After all, it seems that this place has been targeted by the lizard people since before the discovery. And in the following 10 days, the total amount he mined was definitely not as much as the lizard people. However, you can tell how much reserve is left by measuring it. If there are more, then you can set up a sub-base here. If there are few, then finish mining quickly, and then put the main troops and labor elsewhere. Taking out the diesel generator, Lin Yu was able to inject diesel into it and turn it on. As a roar sounded, Lin Yu connected it to the mineral resource reserve detector. The screen of the mineral resource reserve detector lit up, and Lin Yu operated it skillfully. The mineral resource reserve detector has been started. Please place the instrument on level ground before starting the test. Please select the mineral reserves to be tested, the remaining mining life, and the quality of mineral resources according to the purpose of use. Selected to detect mineral reserves. Please keep the power connection of this instrument stable. Detection starts. Checking. 25%, 69%, 100%. Sulfur ore, 17%. Lead zinc ore, 37%. Chromite, 46%. The function of detecting the mineable life of minerals has been selected. Detecting. Please do not move. Detection completed. The sulfur mine is still available for mining for 41 days. Lead and zinc mines are still available for mining for 89 days. Chromite ore is still available for mining for 111 days. Detecting the depth of mineral types in progress. Completed. Burial depth of sulfur mine, 2 meters above ground to 3 meters underground. Lead zinc mine burial depth, 5 meters underground to 15 meters underground. Chromite burial depth, 39 meters underground to 155 meters underground. Lin Yu looked at the flashing numbers on the screen, and then looked at the natural sulfur ore around him. What's the situation? Is sulfur just one of the minerals here? Moreover, it only accounts for 17%. More of the other two? This wave seems to be a bit profitable. Lead zinc ore will produce zinc. There are plenty of iron nuggets. And if the smelting furnace is visited by then, the zinc alloy will seem to be self-sufficient. And, more than that, Chromite, can you actually encounter such a good thing? It seems that I was really right when I went out today. Chromite is no joke. Chromium ferroalloy is used as an additive to steel to produce a variety of special steels with high strength, corrosion resistance, wear resistance, high temperature resistance, and oxidation resistance. Metal chromium is mainly used to smelt special alloys with elements such as cobalt, nickel, and tungsten. These special steels and special alloys are indispensable materials for aviation, aerospace, automobiles, shipbuilding, and industrial production of guns, missiles, rockets, ships, etc., aerospace, and all kinds of weapons and vehicles. They all need a lot of this stuff. Now, not only are there, but there are many more. This wave seems to be something we can look forward to. Chapter 452. The third sub-base is completed. Intensive mining of composite minerals. The towering city wall rises from the ground near the natural sulfur ore mountain. As new city walls continue to rise, the barrier formed completely surrounds the entire natural sulfur ore mountain. And this also gave Lin Yu a rough prototype of his third sub-base. The stone required for the 4-kilometer city wall, which was about 1 kilometer long on one side, caused Lin Yu, who had a little bit of surplus, to use up all the stone in almost an instant. In the end, it wasn't enough, and he even had to take half of the extremely popular medium spicy donkey head lion steak cans that had just been put on the system store off the shelves and exchange them for stones. Fortunately, the remaining ones have become more popular. After all, alloys are hard to find, but stones can be found everywhere. The canning business is pretty good. It seems to have gotten off to a pretty good start. Sales of canned medium spicy donkey head lion steak are extremely hot, especially after he exchanged half of them for stones. It seemed to directly trigger an extremely terrifying panic purchase. Quotes are coming in endlessly, and the prices offered are also higher than the last. This mere 1,000 cans is simply not enough for these hundreds of thousands of people to grab. You know, this is the Refuge Village Leader Limited quotation model. It can be said that nearly 1/5 of the refuge villages in this different world have joined this rush. As expected, everyone still likes spicy food. Moreover, it seems that the donkey-headed lion is far more popular than blind hunting for fish. Linyu felt that if he just laid down like this and only had to catch blind fish or donkey-headed lions every day, he would be able to live an extremely prosperous life. However, he eventually gave up this idea. After all, lying flat was not his thing. After acquiring enough stones and finally building the city wall, Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it has developed to this point, and I have been stuck on this most basic material for a long time, and it has indeed wasted a lot of time. However, this situation will not happen again. After all, in addition to various ores, this natural sulfur or mountain has the most stones, and he also has a lot of stone storage on hand. Next, he only needs to exchange cans for stones, and he will not be fooled by this. Simple materials are difficult. At this moment, the 50 robot dogs have been programmed by Linyu to mine the natural sulfur ores. Of course, there will still be a division of labor. 30 heads are mining, 10 are carrying it, and 10 are guarding the city wall, as the robot dogs kept hitting the natural sulfur ore with iron pickaxes. In addition to the falling natural sulfur ore, Linyu was also satisfied to see that a large amount of stone was also exploded at the same time, and was blasted by the other 10 robot dogs. They were moved to the open space. Although their efficiency is very fast, it is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on them to quickly mine all the sulfur zinc chromium composite ore. Therefore, more robot dogs must be invested, and this requires him to return to the shelter and slowly put together the components. And it's not just that. The power generation equipment is gone. Specifically, photovoltaic array power generation sets, and even small solar power generation sets are no longer in stock. Apart from the diesel generator that was only able to power for more than 10 hours at a time, I only had a medium-sized wind power generation set on hand. I really have no choice but to use this neutral wind power generation set I got from Du Ping for a while. Linyu took out the medium-sized wind power generation set, but was surprised to find that it was actually a large thing consisting of a giant windmill with a height of 30 meters and other large and small power generation equipment. No wonder it takes up so much storage space. A huge windmill stood in the center of the mine. The wind in the wasteland blew the 3 huge fan blades and started to rotate. As for the mini power generation sets next to it, in order to ensure that they would not be affected by the coming sandstorm or anything like that, Linyu opened an underground shelter directly underground and put everything inside. Linyu raised his head and looked at the 3 fan blades that had started to rotate at a constant speed and the battery pack that started to store electricity. He was quite satisfied with this new power generation method. No matter what, it is much stronger than the previous one. After the new solar power generation kit was released, Linyu felt that he could break down the neutral wind power generation kit into design drawings and then produce a bunch of them. Anyway, judging from the current situation, he still has quite a lot of materials to make this big guy. The power generation facilities are ready, and the next step is to form the armed forces. As Linyu spoke, he used the alloys he had just exchanged for cans to create 25 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun units. Connect the wires of the wind turbines one by one, ensuring that one is installed within 200 meters of each wall to prevent blind spots for firepower. Of course, considering issues such as ensuring that the wall was under the surface and the shortest shooting distance, Linyu used the stones just mined by the robot dogs and the stones exchanged for sulfur to create a circle outside the city wall that extended 10 meters outward. Stone platform. Then, also on these stone platforms, 3 sentry machine gun stations were set up on each wall. A sentry machine gun station was also set up at the angles of the 4 walls. Of course, Linyu also considered high-altitude defense. He built a 20-meter high platform, about 10 square meters by the lake. On this platform, he set up 4 slopes and 4 countertops. Machine gun stations came out from all directions. In this way, even if the lizardmen use the storm-flying lizard to attack here, there is no need to worry. After cooking these things, you basically don't have to worry about the defense of enemies coming from outside. The next thing that needs to be done is internal defense. But it seems that the robot dogs can do it themselves. Right. Internally, the robot dogs have to rely on themselves. They have also covered the wildly growing weeds with a layer of slate. At present, there seems to be nothing worthy of attention. When we come back in 2 days, let one of Black Spot or Green Claw come over and take 20 little ice lizards to guard the place. Basically, it's almost done. Xiao Bai. Xia Luzi. If you two are tired, it's almost done. After returning to the lake, Lin Yu shouted to the 2 little guys, who were still throwing blind hunting fish to the shore. Ga Wu! Ga! The 2 little guys spread their wings from the water, flew into the air, and returned to the shore. Lin Yu looked at the hill like blind fish hunters on the shore, and knew that the canning production line seemed to be busy all day this time, taking out the Excellence Iron Spear and Excellence Dagger. Lin Yu quickly dissected the recently dead ones, and put the meat steaks into the storage space, while stabbing the ones that were not hanging to death, and then continued the dissection. Of course, although the copper treasure chest that exploded was useless, it still had to be collected. As he continued to work, the blind hunting fish was gradually decomposed into a large number of fish bones and internal organs, which were then put into storage space by Lin Yu. After that, he threw the bones, internal organs, etc. back into the small lake that was almost all blood red. And these things also attracted the fish that slipped through the net to gobble them up. Is it sustainable development? Xiao Bai, do you still know where the several underground shelters we will build here are? There is still a lot of sulfur to collect in them. Xiao Bai nodded, and quickly led Lin Yu to find the areas that had been completely covered by weeds. Lin Yu also immediately put a large amount of natural sulfur, or accumulated inside, into the storage space. Next, there is no reason to stay here anymore. Xiao Bai, you and Xiao Liuzi can rest here for a while. I have to go back to the shelter first. After putting down a lot of food, Lin Yu settled the 2 little ones and drove straight towards the shelter. It's not in vain this time. The natural sulfur or mountain is much better than I imagined. From now on, I just need to continue to build this place into a new sub-base. That's it. 1 main shelter and 3 sub-shelters. Currently, these shelters can exist for a long time until the resources are exhausted by him. The various resources obtained from these mines will also help him, allowing him to live better in this different world. However, we still have to get the tracks and trains out early. This trip requires a bus, and it takes an hour to get back. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth. It is really a waste of time. Lin Yu murmured to himself while looking at the scenery at the far end. If there's anything that matters most, it's safe to say, it's time. In the main shelter, he can easily do a lot of things there. The fundamental reason is that he cannot waste time on moving. Nowadays, when going to any sub-shelter to build or collect, a lot of time is wasted in movement. Even if Xiaobai flies over, it won't save much time to get out. What's more, flying in the air for a long time will not be able to withstand his body. Even if he wears a helmet or something, it is still far from normal. If possible, Lin Yu felt that unless he was going to some very far away place, he would try to fly as little as possible. At present, it seems that this track construction must be put on the agenda and started as soon as possible. Lin Yu thought for a while. Rich oxidation, drought, insect tides, and sandstorms. It seems that this disaster will really not cause any trouble for the construction of tracks and trains. If there is an earthquake or something, it will be much worse. After a brief judgment, he now felt that this was the best time to build the short and medium distance track. The several disasters this time will not cause any trouble in the construction of tracks and trains. If there are enough materials, it is indeed time to build them. Moreover, it still needs to be in the form of a viaduct, which requires not only steel, but also a large amount of concrete. If possible, he also wants to build a protective cover on the outside of the track. These materials are really hard to find in this other world. It would be unrealistic to just rely on Fei Yu to collect them. Lin Yu raised his head and looked ahead. The shadow of the wall can already be seen. This time, he will take Xiaoming to the gate of the secret realm to collect some information. If possible, he hopes to bring back enough materials needed to build tracks and trains. The tactical ATV quickly brought Lin Yu to the battlefield. Lin Yu once again saw some light spots of storage space on the ground. However, Most of the little ice lizards seemed to have stopped searching, and instead followed the robot dogs to carry the fragments of lizards and beggars. A large number of corpses and other things were thrown into the large pit dug previously. It seemed that it was almost done. Little ice lizards, please go back to the shelter. There is no need to search here. The little ice lizards obeyed Lin Yu's order, put down their things one by one, and headed straight for the shelter. Lin Yu looked at the 40 robot dogs and smelled the rotten smell coming from the pit. He took out a torch and threw it into the pit. In the large pit nearly 10 meters deep, the rotten things began to be ignited by the flames, and eventually crackled and burned. After the robot dogs have picked up the remaining ones, it will be over. Cleaning the battlefield is actually not easy, especially when facing tens of thousands of enemies. The nearly 90,000 pieces here took 2 days to clear, and the 30,000 lizardmen over there at the door were almost there. Lin Yu drove towards the door. He felt that there were as many things to do as a mountain. If I didn't have these 2 abilities, would I be able to have a bunch of people help me like Fei Yue and the others? No. Wait. Even if I don't have these abilities, I don't like getting together with others that much. Lin Yu was deeply worried about his character. Really. Without these 2 abilities, he wouldn't like to be with a lot of people. The main reason for trusting and distrusting is that I am afraid of trouble. And I don't like to be instructed by leaders. And I don't like to lead others as a leader. In general, Lin Yu still prefers to be free than to act with a group of people. Yes, just like it is now. Although sometimes, like now, there is a mountain of work piled up. No one forces him to do it. No one is waiting for his command. And he does not need to worry about the various problems of his subordinates. There is no need to listen to complaints. No need to worry about the betrayal of subordinates. And no need to worry about being taken in by Lily Carahao like Xing Lingfeng. And then eventually being taken in. Free. Lin Yu likes this kind of life where no one disturbs him, and no one needs to disturb him. Raise chickens. Grow vegetables. Collect resources. Build. Fight. Although busy, it is still orderly. Moreover, it has been quite fruitful. 1 main base and 3 sub-bases. There are 2 main generals, Xiaobai and Xiaoming, and 4 generals, Black Dot, Green Claw, Xiao Liuzi and Redline. There are also nearly 500 little ice lizards, with extremely strong combat effectiveness and stronger execution capabilities as assistants. The robot dogs have also reached a certain scale, and these bases are powered by electricity and guarded by sentry machine gun platforms. Basically, his life in another world has entered a healthy track. After that, when better things are developed, life here can reach a new level. It seems pretty good, right? Next, just step by step, follow the current pace and keep moving forward. Next, it's time to go search the secret realm. Xiaoming saw him coming back and immediately ran over to greet him. Lin Yu jumped out of the car and stretched his arms. In the distance, the ancient gate of the secret realm is waiting for him. Even the door has been opened to welcome. Opened? Xiaoming! Get ready to fight! Chapter 453, Tide of Secret Realm Beasts. This time, Lin Yu saw the ancient secret door open for the second time. The first time, the lizard people rushed out with a lot of secret beasts, trying to launch a sudden attack on his refuge. Whether it was giant spiders, strange rats, storm-flying lizards, blood-sucking insects, tentacle monsters, or even giant beetles and poisonous dragons, they all sprang out together. But these were originally a means for the lizardmen to attack him as a surprise attack. But they were directly used by him. Instead, they were used as a means for him to harvest the treasure chests. And he directly swiped them. So, what will the secret ancient gate come up with this time? Lin Yu turned on the system tablet and turned off the power switch of the sentry machine gun station in the shelter. He did not want himself and Xiaoming to be accidentally injured at once. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, erected a half-meter-high low wall in front of him, took out his sniper rifle, and was ready to fight at any time. Beside him, there was Xiaoming, who was eager to try. And a large group of small ice lizards were also waiting for Lin Yu's order by the wall, ready to rush out and tear the enemy into pieces at any time. Whoosh, 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 along with the sound of the air being split, came from the ancient secret door that had been expanded a lot. And several black shadows also sprang out from inside and flew high into the sky. Storm-flying lizard. Lin Yu immediately adjusted his posture to lie down, and the sniper rifle also rushed towards the sky. As he lightly pulled the trigger, a flying storm lizard that had just begun to hover and was about to dive down had a bullet hole in its leg. After it screamed and fell, Lin Yu fired a second and third shot. At the same time, a dull sound suddenly sounded, and the giant beetle's head squeezed out of the door. Xiaoming, get ready to fight. Lin Yu glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw blood-sucking insects, strange rats, etc. coming out soon after. The number was really not small. Little ice lizards. Rush out and kill the little ones. Lin Yu concentrated on dealing with the flying storm lizard in the sky. But Xiaoming remained unmoved, waiting for the moment the master's order was issued. The little ice lizards have already begun to slaughter the small secret beasts that have just emerged. And the speed is beyond imagination, and the efficiency is extremely high. In the end, almost as soon as one or two came out of the door, a group of small ice lizards rushed over and bit them to death. Those who didn't even get enough points had to wait. However, when the giant beetle slowly came out, more flying storm lizards flew out from the door. Gradually, there were more and more flying storm lizards in the sky. Xiaoming, come on! Lin Yu saw that the giant beetle was about to come out. After he gave the order, Xiaoming also rushed over there. Heavy footsteps resounded, and Xiaoming rumbled like a chariot towards the giant beetle that didn't understand what was going on. As Xiaoming came into contact with the unfortunate guy, "It's SH. I was quickly destroyed by Xiaoming." The iron fist smashed out a huge hole. After taking a look at Xiaoming to confirm that there was nothing he needed help with, Lin Yu continued to pull the trigger, shooting down the flying storm lizards in the sky. But why are there so many storm lizards this time? The sentry machine gun stations in the main shelter can shoot into the sky, but as long as they are opened, the ordinary flat sentry machine gun stations will also be activated. And then the side of the door will also become a target for the machine gun stations. And there will be accidental injuries to the little ice lizards and Xiaoming. It seems a bit restricted. TSK. Is this a coincidence or a coincidence? Lin Yu felt that his waves seemed to be restricted. If he opened the machine gun platform, Xiaoming and the others would not be able to attack, and the secret beasts on the other side of the door would rush out in large numbers. But if he doesn't open it, the storm-flying lizard will become a new problem. The bullet casings kept hitting the ground, and Lin Yu lay on the ground and kept shooting. But a monster like the storm-flying lizard is not a target that he can attack at will. The ones hovering in the sky were okay, but if there was one swooping down, he would have to be distracted and kill the swooping one first. After all, no matter how rubbish they are in his eyes, they are still enemies with air power, and there are still quite a lot of them. If the little ice lizards are not careful, they will be easily torn apart by this monster. This was not the result Lin Yu wanted to see. To him, each of the little ice lizards was important. He didn't want to see any of them injured, nor did he want to see any of them die. Therefore, he was now firing his gun almost non-stop, shooting down the flying monsters to the ground. However, the number of storm-flying lizards is still increasing. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaoming. He was waiting on the side of the door, pulling out the big guys who rushed in one after another and killing them. The little ice lizards were next to them, pulling out those who came through the cracks in the door. Kill the small secret beasts that come out. Moreover, the little ice lizards are not in a group now, but are extremely dispersed. They are also paying great attention to the storm-flying lizards in the sky. Even if the opponent dies, they can quickly disperse and are quite alert. However, as the number of storm-flying lizards increases, the situation will become more and more complicated. If this continues, we will indeed have to change our strategy. Let Xiaoming come back, and the little ice lizard retreats to the shelter, then turns on the power of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station, sweeps directly, and he can do another sniper. But, just as Lin Yu was analyzing the battle situation, suddenly two extremely fast black shadows flew from a distance and rushed into the circling group of storm-flying lizards. In the next second, a shrill scream sounded. Storm-flying lizards fell directly from the sky, and then fell to the ground, turning into puddles of meat. Gawu! A roar came, and at the same time Lin Yu also saw that silver-white shadow shining like lightning in the air. And the storm-flying lizards were cut in half in an instant, or their heads were chopped off, without any trace at all. The power to fight back. The other gray-white figure was equally strong and fast, and seemed to only attack the head of the storm-flying lizard. In the flashing figure, the heads of the storm-flying lizard also fell one after another. Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi are back. As the number of flying storm lizards in the air decreased sharply, Lin Yu was able to have some breathing time. He was not distracted in the air, so he could deal with those coming from the door. Xiaoming fought hard for a while, and now there were 6 or 7 giant beetles lying next to him. as well as 2 poisonous dragons. Xiaoming did not leave them alive like last time, but beat them to death without leaving any survivors. It also seems to be much more cautious than at the beginning, and has a better understanding than before. Otherwise, if someone lying next to it suddenly stands up and attacks, it will not be able to bear it. Where did Xiaoming get this experience? Lin Yu put away the hot sniper rifle in his hand, took out another one from the storage space, and continued shooting at the sky. His main job now is basically to support the little guys. It has to be said that with Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi's aerial strikes, the current offensive of the secret beasts has basically been completely suppressed. Xiaoming and the little ice lizards destroyed the spring water. Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi swept away the storm-flying lizards, and he was responsible for killing the fish that slipped through the net. He cooperated very smoothly with the little guys. This was not the first time. There was no unfamiliarity at all. Although the battle is still continuing, it is no longer as fierce as before. Instead, it has entered a fixed routine. The secret beasts are still emerging from the ancient gate of the secret realm, but they are no longer able to pose any threat to our side. After Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi cut the last storm-flying lizard into 4 pieces, the threat in the air no longer existed. After Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi joined in the action of surrounding the spring with Xiaobai, the battle began. The situation has completely transformed into complete suppression. Lin Yu put away his sniper rifle and stood up. After scouting around and making sure that there were no enemies coming from elsewhere, he breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden situation really caught people off guard. If it hadn't happened to be here, there's no telling what it would have turned out to be in the end. Of course, if he wasn't here, it might not be as complicated as it is now. The robot dog and the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform might have eliminated most of these monsters. As the last strange rat was beheaded by Xiaoluzi, no more secret realm monsters emerged from the ancient secret realm gate. The battle seems to be over. Lin Yu waited for a while, and as a result, it seemed that there was still silence on the other side of the ancient gate of the secret realm. He finally walked over and closed the ancient door of the secret realm. At the same time, Xiaobai and Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to you, little guys. Lin Yu stretched his arms. He did almost nothing in this battle. It was almost thanks to Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the others that they were able to end this sudden attack. However, this matter is really strange. Lin Yu looked at the ancient gate of the secret realm, blocked it with an extremely thick iron wall, and then led the little guys toward the shelter. Along the way, the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. This battle can be said to have once again tested the defense capabilities of his shelter. Moreover, unlike before, this time, the combination of these mysterious beasts is also quite interesting. The storm-flying lizards were the most numerous. After they emerged from the ancient gate of the secret realm, they also caused considerable trouble to our side. Almost all of them hovered in midair and dived at ground targets at any time. On the ground, the thickly armored giant beetles and poisonous dragons are the main force, and the strange rat giant spiders are the auxiliaries. Apart from their slightly slower speed, their defense power can be said to be quite strong. Add the ground to the air, and if the giant beetle burrows into the soil, then you have to add the ground. In fact, if this combination was not to attack him, it would be used to attack any other refuge village. Lin Yu felt that not many refuge villages could last 10 minutes. Moreover, even he may end up in a bitter battle if his strategic choices are not good. This time, Lin Yu felt that the attack methods of these secret beasts seemed to be attacking his weakness. Or in other words, they had found a bug in his defense methods. If this time, he did not choose to let Xiaoming and the little ice lizards attack, but instead let the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform and sniper robot dog attack, then this battle may fall into an unfavorable situation. After all, whether it is a giant beetle or a poisonous dragon, the carapace cannot be penetrated by bullets, or even broken. As for the storm lizards in the sky, if there are enough, those sentry machine gun stations pointing toward the sky may not be able to completely kill them in a very short time. If a few of them break out of the fire net and attack from directly above the shelter, they will receive a strong impact inside a place without any defense at all. It is conceivable that those storm-flying lizards landing next to greenhouses, smelting furnaces, warehouses, and other buildings next to the shelter will cause some damage to some extent. Not to mention, giant beetles will burrow into the ground. But Du Tianlong is almost fearless of bullets, and can even ignore those machine gun platforms and enter the shelter with great ease. But if, like just now, the little ice lizards are allowed to attack and block them, and I am responsible for sniping the storm lizards in the air, Then the sentry machine gun platform cannot be opened and it becomes a decoration. And without the sentry machine gun station, if air forces like Xiaobai and Xiaoluzi cannot support, then the situation will be easily upset by these things, and even put oneself into a certain crisis. To be honest, this really accurately found the location of a defensive bug in his shelter. Moreover, it also greatly restricted his troop layout. Think about it. If Xiaobai is not here and Xiaoming is not here, then the remaining little ice lizards probably won't be able to last long at all. Right? I don't know now whether it was an accident or someone did it deliberately. Lin Yu didn't want to take any chances. Even if he didn't, he still wanted to think that this was someone who deliberately used this to test his refuge, the defense force of the place. As for how to deal with it, in fact, there is such a one. Xiaoming, you don't need to move these. I'll do it. Lin Yu walked over and directly put the bodies of the giant beetle and poison Tianlong into the storage space. After clearing the area around the ancient gate of the secret realm, he took out a large number of iron blocks and built a 2-meter thick iron wall, completely sealed the ancient gate of this secret realm. Now, unless there is some extremely powerful bomb attack on the other side of the wall, the iron wall really cannot be blown open. And this iron wall also successfully blocked attacks from mysterious beasts that might appear again. Whether it's a giant beetle or a poisonous dragon, they can't get rid of this just by relying on impact. However, being unable to open this does not mean that they cannot come out from other secret realm ancient doors. For example, you can enter and exit at will from the special secret realm ancient gates, and from the secret realm ancient gates near other refuge villages. Right? It seems like we have to do something again. Lin Yu opened the system tablet and shifted his attention to the world chat channel. In any case, the attack on his sanctuary this time was not accidental. Perhaps the same will happen elsewhere. On the other side of the earth in the secret realm, alien beasts invaded this alien world with earthlings, which really gave him an indescribable feeling. Let us inform you first. Otherwise, the survivors here will be wiped out by those secret realm monsters before they can resist the 6th disaster. Lin Yu also entered the message he wanted to convey on the World Channel. Chapter 454, The Turning Point of Human Destiny. The World Channel, which originally became more and more lively due to the strong discussion caused by the hot sale of cans, suddenly fell silent due to a message. Lin Yu was on it, and just wrote one line. From now on, each refuge village must seal the ancient secret gates and special secret gates in the safest way. The secret beasts will rush into the other world from these places. If you don't want to die, but this one, as if it possessed magical power, instantly made everyone fall into silence. And a few seconds later, everyone finally reacted. As the first reply from Lily Callahao appeared, everyone began to talk about it. Lily Callahao, are there strange beasts in the secret realm? I am the first to agree with this proposal. Humanity cannot be destroyed. Canula. Lin Yu actually spoke? That Lin Yu? Did I read it correctly? It seems that Lin Yu's speech before was what it was about. It feels like every time he speaks, the things he says are very serious. But luckily, Lin Yu just said it because it was serious. Our refuge village has already sent people to block it with stone walls. Sun Jing. Stones? Are you serious? Some of the monsters in the secret realm are bigger than elephants. I guess your stone wall won't be able to hold up for even 1 second. Listen to me, and use iron blocks as the wall. I'm sure. Foolproof. Takeda Nobumesa. Samurai are not afraid of mere secret beasts. If there is any attack, just ask about the sword in my hand. Lin Ming. The neon people upstairs are crazy. If there is anyone who doesn't want to stay there, you can come to our refuge village at any time. Cadlek. We believe in Lin. Nothing he said was wrong. Some of the flying pterosaurs I saw in the secret realm have already come here. We killed 2 of them yesterday. Beifu. Really? You should listen to Lin Yu. Pu Renyong. I don't believe it. Lin Yu must have some intentions. Our refuge village doesn't care about this. Why is the ancient gate in the secret realm so scary? He must have some purpose. Lin Yu watched the World Channel for a while, and after confirming that they had begun discussing his proposal on a large scale, he felt a little more relaxed. There are not as many things he can do as he imagined. After all, he is just one person. It is quite difficult for a person to guard his own refuge well. The current total population is around 2 billion, and there are over 1 million shelters. Even if he were a Superman, he would never be able to take care of so many people. Even if you want to be the so-called savior of mankind, there is absolutely no way. At least, his current power is not that great. It is enough to inform most shelters of this information. Whether they listen or not, I have no way to force them. But Linyu knew that those who could drive these secret realm monsters were not survivors or beggars. There is only one kind of creature, the lizard man, and they are the only ones who can do this. If you want to fundamentally prevent this from happening, there is only one way to do it. Destroy all the lizard men. This is not something too easy. After all, the number of lizard men is terrifying, judging from the fact that they can easily pull out tens of thousands of them. Making them disappear in a short period of time is not something that can be easily accomplished, unless there is some force that can make all the lizard men gather in one place. Then he can directly shoot 2 intercontinental missiles at them. At least hundreds of thousands of them can be wiped out. But this kind of thing is impossible to happen. Linyu felt that the battle with the lizard men would probably last for a long time. After all, no one knows how many there are and where they are, and there is no way to completely eliminate them. Linyu felt that finding a way to eliminate the lizard men needed to be considered in the long term. If anyone can come up with a way to completely and quickly eliminate the lizard people, he will definitely send him 200 cans. Looking at the chat panel again, he found that Fei Yu seemed to have sent him a message in the morning. At that time, because I was busy dividing the base, rushing back, and fighting with the mysterious beasts, I forgot about this important ally. Linyu, I have something to ask for your permission. If you see it, please contact me immediately. Fei Yu's only words were this. What's the situation? Still need to ask for my permission? It's obvious that they're all allies of the same level. So why is there an aura of dominating people? I'm here. Tell me. Linyu immediately responded. Walked to the giant beetle and poisoned sky dragon, and peeled off their carapace. This carapace, can it equip Xiaoming and the little ice lizards? Go back and ask them what they think. As Linyu was thinking this, the system tablet in his left hand beeped. Linyu, just now, I saw you talking about the mysterious beasts. Actually, we have just repelled a wave of attacks. But they were just minor characters. Nothing big. By the way, is it convenient to speak? Convenient. Fei Yu was also attacked? The timing is a little lucky. How could it be so simultaneous? Linyu thought about this and started a voice chat with Fei Yu. Linyu, what you just said on the World Channel is about how to stop the mysterious beasts. Fei Yu, when was your refuge village attacked? Linyu interrupted him. This was very important to him. At the same time, how uniform is the degree? He had not just seen anyone's refuge village being attacked on the World Channel. Even now, there is still discussion on whether the ancient gate of the secret realm should be sealed, and what materials should be used to seal it. There is half a discussion. There is no chance of anyone being attacked by the monsters that rush out from inside. It seemed that he and Fei Yu were the only ones who had been attacked just now. This is obviously too abnormal. This, just not long ago. More than 10 minutes ago? Fei Yu recalled for a moment and said, more than 10 minutes ago. This was also the moment when he saw those mysterious beasts emerging from the ancient gate of the secret realm. It's really. At the same time, Linyu felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. Who didn't attack? But he attacked him and Fei Yu. This is obviously targeted and cannot be explained simply by accidental. What could make the lizardmen drive these mysterious beasts to attack him and Fei Yu at the same time? If there really is such a force, then it is definitely not the lizard people themselves, but the beggars, or the survivors. If you were to find an object of suspicion, Lily Calahout seemed to be the first on the list. Even without Xing Lingfeng's previous instigation, Linyu did not feel that the leader of the giant refuge village, who was already ranked second in the rankings and far away from third place, had no hostility towards him. After all, Fei Yu's refuge village, which this person wanted to incorporate, has now reached the top 10 in the rankings. And as his strong ally, its strength is also steadily improving, and it will not accept any inclusion at all. After the first ranking, Lily Carahao also worked with Xing Lingfeng to guide Jia Yunjian, Casbel and other refugee villages to form a so-called alliance, to form an interest group. But after that, because Lily Callahao herself began to be active and wanted to merge other refuge villages with her refuge village, this so-called proposal that was originally unstable became a flower in the water, and the moon in the mirror. But this is just speculation. You weren't attacked by a mysterious beast from the ancient gate of the secret realm more than 10 minutes ago. Were you? At this moment, Fei Yu seemed to suddenly understand something. Yes, there are a lot of them. And they were more than 10 minutes ago. Just right. Linyu felt that one person's ideas were very limited. But if two people, no, there were other people on Fei Yu's side, could think with him, this would make the thinking more diversified and richer. Really? Fei Yu was silent for a while. Boss, what a coincidence. The time actually came together. This is definitely not a coincidence. I feel like it's specifically targeted at Linyu and us. Agree. Linyu heard that Fei Yu seemed to be quite lively, and the voices of Yusi Yuan, Feng Peng, Hui Yu, and Wang Su all came over. Do you have any ideas? Linyu asked. Fei Yu discussed it with a few people, and seemed to have an answer soon. There should be something that wants to deal with you. And we are the ones who are closest to you and are your allies. Oh. Sure enough, the reaction there was quick. Linyu raised his eyebrows. For example, who? It's hard to say. At present, we think that these mysterious beasts should be driven here by the lizard people. Are they to deal with you and us? Is that so? Linyu felt that Fei Yu had too little information. They didn't know that there was Lu Kai who had the ability to talk to lizard people. The wisdom of the lizard people is not enough for them to drive out so many secret beasts from the ancient secret gates near two shelters so far apart at the same time. And what if there is Lu Kai's assistance behind this? It seems that some things are not impossible. Originally, he didn't want to believe in the so-called extraordinary. But now that something completely incomprehensible has happened to him, Lu Kai can only think it is true. As for Lu Kai, who owns this thing now? Linyu searched for Lu Kai's name and found that he now had a suffix. Belongs to Lily Kalahao Refuge Village. Oh let's put this matter aside for now. Linyu felt that it was better not to tell Fei Yu when there were some things that he had not yet determined. Especially, he didn't want Fei Yu to think too much about this so-called extraordinary person. No matter how trusting you are, it is better to hide this aspect. Why did you come to see me before? Speaking of this, actually, I have something to ask for your permission. This matter is related to many things, and even related to whether we can survive this disaster this time. Fei Yu suddenly said such a sentence, which also surprised Linyu. Is it about whether we can survive this disaster? You tell me, and I'll listen. Linyu agreed to listen first. He didn't know where he could say anything without his permission. He didn't even think about what made Fei Yu act like this. However, he really wanted to hear from Fei Yu how to deal with the lizard people. After this guy finishes his so-called request, he should discuss this matter with Fei Yu in detail. Actually, it's about the sweat and blood of the lizard man from before. Doesn't it have the function of preventing secret creatures and mutant creatures from approaching easily? You told me last time. And it also allowed our refuge village to develop rapidly. But I think other survivors don't seem to know about this matter. If you can allow me to tell others, then the insect tide will also, etc. What Fei Yu had just said. Yes, this is it. Linyu couldn't help blurting out. Good guys. This is a collision. Huh? Right. What's wrong with this? Fei Yu was still confused and didn't know what happened. Linyu, who had never been excited about anything, actually screamed in surprise. I mean, a way to completely eliminate this threat. Linyu couldn't hide his excitement. Who would have thought that he has always had the method to completely eliminate the lizard people and eliminate the secret beast from attacking other worlds? That's the sweat and blood of the lizard men. To completely eliminate this threat? Is it worth it, huh? Linyu, are you talking about the invasion of secret beasts? No. Wait. Could it be that this move can even wipe out the entire lizard race? Fei Yu was not stupid. He understood Lin Yu's thoughts almost instantly. Yes. The sweat and blood of the lizard people. This thing is obtained from the lizard people. And this sweat and blood can drive away strange beasts from the secret realm. And can also make mutant creatures disgusted. It is also a secret weapon that allows survivors to move freely at night without fear of the dark night. They were besieged by the lizard men at night. If they had not relied on the sweat and blood of the lizard men, even with the bonus of the steel crossbow, they would never have been able to wipe out all the lizard men and solve the crisis in such a short period of time. If all the survivors in this completely different world possess divine items such as lizard man's sweat and blood, so it can be said that they can be invincible in the secret realm and can travel freely in the night. And humans can thus become more fearless and control this different world. If people knew that the sweat and blood of the lizard people had such abilities, then those old enemies of humans with green scales would usher in the crazy strangulation of the entire human race. No matter how large their number is, they cannot resist human desires. Just like the various extinct creatures on the earth, they have only one fate, And if the lizard men can be eliminated, then humans can focus on more things. You can even use the vast underground ruins to avoid some disasters that can be withstood underground. Thinking of this, Feiyu couldn't help but get excited. And the faces of several people around him were also very happy. This incident seems to not only allow all mankind to at least survive the locust plague, but even eliminate the lizard people in one fell swoop. It will also make all mankind live a better life. In the end, maybe this incident will become a turning point for the revival of the entire human race in another world. Chapter 455 Pandora's Box. The key to the destruction of everything. Linyu, please let me tell everyone this. No, please tell everyone this. I think this is the turning point in the rise and fall of mankind. It is also the time when we humans conquer this other world and truly step into the world. The first step. Feiyu was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Originally he just wanted to solve the threat of locust plague. But after Linyu reminded him, Feiyu felt that he could actually see this layer. If it is really possible, then this time, mankind will be able to completely get rid of the current unfavorable situation. And even the differences between mankind and the contradiction between the beggars and the survivors can be resolved. Feiyu was extremely excited at this moment. He was waiting for Lin Yu's reply. This time, Lin Yu should stand up and tell everyone the secret of the sweat and blood of the lizard man. In that case, Lin Yu will eventually become the world savior of all mankind. That is, the savior. Lin Yu, you can, he continued, but he was too excited to speak. However, Lin Yu had already recovered from his extreme excitement. After his mind cleared up, he immediately realized that this matter was not that simple. That's true, Feiyu. But Lin Yu took a deep breath. Everything has two sides. There is a good side, and there is a bad side. The same thing may appear to be very beneficial on the surface. Or even say, the beneficial aspects completely outweigh everything else. But equally, deadly places are naturally extremely deadly. Feiyu, listen well. Lin Yu knew the importance of this matter very well. Moreover, he also wanted Feiyu, who was a little too excited, to calm down. This matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Lin Yu, I think you should tell everyone about this. Not me. Really, if it were you, you could take this opportunity to become a human being. No, Feiyu, calm down. Lin Yu stopped Feiyu from continuing to speak. He knew that Feiyu was going to say nonsense like, the savior of mankind. Next. Lin Yu, this matter is really urgent. Let's not talk about anything else. Feiyu. Lin Yu's voice instantly made Feiyu stop. Feiyu was also completely brought back to reality by this sound. Calm down. This matter is not as simple as you and I think. If you think you can bear the harm caused by the lizard man's sweat and blood, there is nothing I can't tell you. Hazard? Feiyu's mind went blank now. He looked at his subordinates, as if he felt that what he heard was not this. What harm could the lizard man's sweat and blood do? Except that it does smell a bit and is a bit sticky. In other respects, it seems to be nothing. Even the smell was within the tolerable range. I don't think there's any harm. Right. Feiyu discussed it with his subordinates. But in the end, he didn't feel anything. Now, they felt that Lin Yu was being too cautious. But Lin Yu didn't want them to remain so confused. Of course, the sweat and blood of the lizard people can stimulate the survivors to hunt and kill the lizard people in large quantities, and even completely exterminate them. From then on, humans will no longer be harassed by these monsters. And there will be no more monsters like the ones we just encountered. This kind of secret beast group attacks the shelter. Lin Yu looked at the ancient gate of the secret realm that had been encased in iron blocks, shook his head, and continued. However, after the sweat and blood of the lizard people were obtained by some humans, the various refugee villages of humans have been able to maintain balance so far. It will fall into chaos from now on. Confusion? Why? Feiyu didn't understand at all how far Lin Yu had thought. Think about it. Feiyu, if every survivor had this kind of sweat and blood, the survivors would not be able to move around in the daytime because of the limited range of activities that was originally restricted by the night and mutated creatures. It's still night. No matter where they are, survivors can explore and move freely. Feiyu's head was like a lightning strike. Explore and move freely. He suddenly remembered that he had led his men from the shelter and walked all night to the vicinity of Lin Yu's shelter. If every survivor did this, what will happen? Return to the way the original Earth was, with everyone moving freely. But the survivors in this world all have weapons. The lack of resources makes people have to struggle to survive. Moreover, because of the darkness and the mutated creatures, the survivors can only move within a small area. If it were possible to move freely, then the entire other world would be completely thrown into chaos because of the activities of survivors who lack resources. Wait, I suddenly understood. That's it. If it really turns out to be like that, then all the survivors can become predators, and the war over resources among the survivors will quietly start. Maybe because of this, the entire human race will fall into an abyss of eternal destruction. After Fei Yu finished speaking, his body couldn't help but tremble. However, this time the trembling was not excitement, but uneasiness. Even fear. That's right. Fei Yu, maybe we have found the best way to exterminate the lizard people. But this method can also exterminate us humans. Lin Yu closed his eyes. He imagined what would happen if that day finally happened. Human beings have freedom that they never had before. After wiping out their biggest enemy, the lizard people, the next one to be wiped out is themselves. This is exactly what has happened over and over again throughout human history. Since the age of eating raw materials and drinking blood, human beings have begun the process of continuous conquest and the era of killing each other. Even before all humans traveled through time, humans were still attacking continuously because of resources, land, and various reasons. War has always been accompanied by human history. But this history ended abruptly after everyone collectively traveled to this different world. The reason is that humans have no time to attack others, no time to expand their own land, and no time to fight for anything, just to survive. Humans have no time to take care of themselves. In the cycle of disasters that originally occurred every 7 days, the number of humans has also dropped sharply from a maximum population of more than 7 billion to the current 2 billion. It can be said that if battles or wars are still provoked for various reasons as in the past, then there is no doubt that it will be the time when human beings will play themselves to death. Now, in his hands, there is indeed a secret that can drag the entire human race into the abyss. In other words, this is not a secret, but the key to Pandora's box. The sweat and blood of the lizardmen has the magic power to prompt all humans and the lizardmen to launch an all-out war and eventually wipe them out. In the same way, humans will no longer have to fear any mutated creatures in this different world, so that they can run rampant and completely embark on the road to conquer this different world. It even has the magic power that allows humans to roam unhindered in the secret realm and fully utilize everything. But, as mentioned before, it is the catalyst that can put mankind on the road to destruction. Fei Yu, I don't think we need to talk about this matter anymore. There should be some people who know about the sweat and blood of the lizard people. However, even those who know this level of secret will not tell it. Talk about it, because this will be a great help for the rapid development of your own shelter. You should be very aware of this matter. And the same is true for Xingling Feng. Fei Yu was there, nodding silently. The originally high emotions, after thinking about the terrible future, now feel like falling into an ice cave. And there is no excitement anymore. Yes, there is only fear and fear. But Xingling Feng? He looked at Yuan, Feng Peng and Hui Yu beside him, and the three of them nodded. Xingling Feng once heard me talk about the sweat and blood of the lizard people. He should have regarded this matter as the biggest secret of the refuge village. He wanted the entire refuge village to be at the forefront of all refuge villages. However, it seems that we took the wrong path in the end. Lin Yu added. Indeed. Boss, the old guy really didn't tell anyone. In fact, in our refuge village, except for the dozens of people who often go out, no one else knows about it. Yuan was in Fei Yu said next to him. Sure enough, Lin Yu also heard what Yuan said. He didn't expect that Xingling Feng was even guarding his own people. However, the fewer people know about it, the better. Moreover, this also shows from the side that the survivors who know about this matter, no matter how many there are, will keep this secret and will not tell others it will. That's enough. At least, from the current point of view, no one among the survivors has ever talked about the sweat and blood of the lizard people, which also proves this point from the side. Fei Yu, I think we have to reach a tacit understanding, because judging from this attack, you, as my ally, have now become the target of the attack by the mastermind behind this. Fei Yu, for the sake of you and your refuge for the safety of the village, you can explain to others on the world channel that you are not my ally. So, I reject. Fei Yu directly interrupted Lin Yu's words, and he was extremely firm. What? I say, we refuse to abandon your alliance for the sake of our own safety. Lin Yu, Don't look down on the integrity of everyone in our refuge village. Fei Yu's words were sonorous and powerful. In our refuge village, if it weren't for you, these people would have died countless times. We will never forget this kindness. Originally, we hoped that you would be our ruler. Now, we hope that we will always be our allies. And we will never abandon our allies. And we will never give up. We will never forget this kindness and abandon our allies just because it threatens our own safety. Lin Yu, please, don't say such things. Fei Yu, will put my words here today. If anyone in the refuge village wants to protect themselves and has such thoughts, I will kick them out as soon as possible. Lin Yu listened to Fei Yu's words and remained silent. In this different world, having such friendship is rare and precious. Having such a loyal ally is extremely touching. Just like when 30,000 lizardmen came to attack. We rushed over as soon as possible. Even if you face 300,000, 3 million, or 30 million enemies, we will be by your side without hesitation. Besides, even if our strength is not that great, even if we can't help, we will fight until the last moment and will never back down. Lin Yu, I hope you won't say what you just said in the future. We will never do it because of this. Instead of being your ally. Do you understand? I understand. Ally. Lin Yu closed his eyes at the moment. He felt the blood boiling deep in his heart like never before. He felt something deep in his heart that seemed to have never appeared before. Since he was a child in the orphanage, he has always been the one who was ostracized by everyone. Ever since that time when his head was covered with blood and he beat the 3 older children to tears. He no longer had anyone at school who would talk to him. In the orphanage, the vice dean passed away early. In high school and college, he was always the most silent person and the most withdrawn person. Lin Yu, who had seen all the ugliness, all the unfairness, all the dark sides of human beings, had never felt such warmth as he did now. Allies? No. I should say. These are friends. A friend who can stand firmly by his side in times of crisis and vow to live and die together. Not one person, but a group of people. In this different world with no moral constraints, no laws and no rules, people's greatest dark sides continue to grow and amplify, making this world a world of the jungle and the strong. Fei Yu, like a ray of light, penetrates the dark cloud shrouding this other world. Knew it! Lin Yu suddenly smiled. He felt that he suddenly found a goal I never imagined. In fact, he had always thought that he was unable to shoulder the burden. But now he felt that it was not impossible to give it a try. Humans are ugly. Humans are also beautiful. After millions of years of development, human beings eventually evolved from weaklings competing for food with wild beasts to becoming the masters of the earth. It's not just about fighting. It's not just about war. It's not just about wisdom and technology. In the long scroll of history, those people with shining names all have great character and powerful abilities. And accompanying him more are the nameless ordinary people behind him. Whether it is the strong ones or the ordinary people, the brilliance of humanity shining in them makes human beings who cannot understand each other. Ugly yet beautiful. Twisted yet upright. Cruel yet kind. Weak yet strong and arrogant. Suspicious yet loyal. Evil yet kind. Extremely complex creatures that have been passed down from generation to generation from ancient times to modern times. In the end, human beings stood out from all things and became the most outstanding creatures on earth, becoming the creatures that finally won. And in this other world, these brilliance of human beings will eventually illuminate all the darkness, and will also bring human beings back to their original home. If it is possible, Lin Yu felt that he could become this light, or become the person fighting for under this light. I don't want to be the savior of the world or anything like that. Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked up at the blue sky. But, if I can do my part, I need an extremely reliable ally. Ha ha. You seem to have found it. Certainly. Chapter 456, Information Exchange. Obtaining shocking secrets. Lin Yu just confirmed something. And, it has never been so determined. Even if he doesn't become that light, or the so-called savior, he will still become the person fighting for under this light. Because he is not fighting alone. He also has Fei Yu, a shining ally beside him. Survival. I should have done a good job. Next, I should really use the power in my hand to try my best to do something. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He turned back and looked at the fortress behind him. The shelter still needs to be built, and the lizard folk must be eliminated. Although it is no longer possible to use lizardman sweat and blood to exterminate the lizardmen, it does not mean that he cannot use other methods. As long as the lizard men are still there, survivors will always be threatened by other threats besides disaster. Feiyu, I have something to ask you to help me with. And naturally I have prepared some rewards for you. Linyu said to the other side, who hadn't hung up the voice yet. If we can do it, just say so. You don't have to be so polite to us. Feiyu was already excited again at this moment. He knew that Linyu was completely different from before. Feiyu, listen carefully. Next, our main goal is to eliminate the lizards and beggars. If they are not eliminated, humanity will never have peace. I know this very well. Linyu, let's be each other's strength. Feiyu nodded. Okay, then, you must listen carefully to what I am going to say next. And you don't need to tell anyone about this. You just need to do what you can do. Linyu felt that there was indeed a limit to what he could do alone. Collecting, exploring, building, maintaining, killing lizardmen, beggars, and even facing internal opposition from the survivors. Even though he was diligent enough now, he still couldn't cover everything. Now, with the addition of Feiyu, he can explain some things and let Feiyu participate in some things. On Feiyu's side, there were at least 300 people working for him, and they were extremely loyal. Linyu felt that this team was worth looking forward to. Feiyu, when you went to the underground ruins, did you pass through any partitions? That's not true. Before, our strength was far inferior to the extremely large number of lizard men, and the underground ruins were also easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the area we went to, we encountered hundreds of lizard men attacking us from both sides. If we had to not that time when we succeeded in breaking through with the 4-stage attack you saw, it was really a disaster. Linyu also thought of the 4-stage crossbow firing strategy used by Feiyu and the others. It was indeed the most cutting-edge strategy in the cold weapon era, and they were able to break through them in the narrow and deep underground ruins of the lizard people's home ground. The siege really proved the magic and power of this tactic. So, have you been to the main room? It's a big open room. I've seen it before. It was also in the S area. Later I saw it in the U2 area. There were many lizards and beggars in that big room. There was also a weird mural inside. By the way, I felt a little concerned about it at that time. I took a photo of it, and I'll send it to you. I have the photo here. Feiyu immediately sent over 2 photos of the murals. Linyu picked up the system tablet and observed it carefully. Feiyu, let me take a look at these 2. In addition, you can also take a look at the 4 in my hand. In this regard, there is nothing to hide. For him, Feiyu is an ally worth relying on. So information that does not involve his ability to explode treasure boxes and his ability to heal himself can be shared. Moreover, what he wanted Feiyu to help was indeed related to this aspect. Looking at these 2 murals, Linyu discovered that the paintings on them were still fragments about how the lizard people lived on this planet. The first picture depicts the detailed process of the reproduction of lizard people. Starting from an egg, it grows into a juvenile body and an adult body. The adult body has different differentiations. The first one was the ordinary lizard people he had seen often, and he directly painted a lot of them on them. The second type is that kind of squad leader. The number is much less than the ordinary ones, but the total number is still a lot. The third type is wearing a hat and black clothes. There is no doubt that it is a priest, and its number is only 2 or 3. The ones further down were taller, and taller than the ones above. There were also 2 or 3 of them. This reminded Linyu of the lizard men led by Li, who had been killed by Xiao Ming. There are several special types among them. It turns out that this kind is a special mutation. I wonder what treasure chest will be found if I kill him. The last one depicts a lizard man with obvious muscle lines and a very tall height. I have never seen this one before. There is only one painted on the mural, which proves that this thing should be the least. This mural systematically introduces the classification of lizard people. Moreover, the number of various lizard men in this painting seems to represent their proportion in the total number of the entire lizard men group. There is another very obvious presence in this mural. A huge monster lying on its back, with a body like a hill and twice the size of those lizards. This monster looks ugly, with a huge body and short limbs. Its eyes are basically invisible. It is like a black spot on the mural, and there is even something like a blanket under it. Linyu clicked on the picture, kept zooming out, and found that in front of the monster were dozens of lizard men carrying various foods and bringing them to its mouth, as if they were feeding it. And behind this ugly monster, there are countless eggs being laid. The scene after these eggs is the hatched lizard people. Good guy. Linyu called him a good guy. Feiyu, have you shown this mural to anyone? Lin Yu was also convinced. Why was he not so lucky to go to Area S of some underground ruins and not see this mural? I only showed it to people in our refuge village. Everyone said it was the lizard people's hierarchy or something. But it was nothing. Fei Yu did not expect Lin Yu to be so interested. He had just seen some mural pictures that Lin Yu had sent to him and passed them on to a few of his confidants. Everyone looked at them. Apart from the big sphere in the sky, there was also a mural on a platform with strange stones underneath. It was a bit interesting, but they didn't see much else. This mural talks about the reproduction and survival system of the lizard people, as well as the hierarchy you mentioned. At present, it seems that the lizard people should have a kind of bee or ant, with a lizard queen responsible for reproduction. There are also different species such as ordinary soldier lizards, captain lizards, priest lizards, giant soldier lizards, and chief lizards that lay eggs. In short, it is a very complete social group of lizard people. Oh? Really? Fei Yu really didn't think too much. He and his subordinates had always killed the lizard men when they saw them before, regardless of the division of labor. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems that I have actually encountered a lizard man dressed differently. There are two most important pieces of information on this picture. One is this lizard man who looks like a leader. I have never encountered him before. His existence should be like a male bee and a male ant, responsible for dealing with the giant lizard man. The number of ugly lizards is quite small. The second point is very important. As long as we find this ugly lizard and kill it, we can easily eliminate the source of lizard people's reproduction. Although Lin Yu didn't understand why the male and female lizard people did not reproduce in the same way as humans, but instead became like bees and ants, their weird reproduction method gave him a sense of wonder, kind of inspiration. As long as we find this lizard queen, we can cut off the key factor in the reproduction of lizard people. Wait, you mean, if we can find this so-called lizard queen, then we can completely eliminate that part of the lizard men? Fei Yu suddenly felt enlightened and completely understood the meaning of this mural. Unexpectedly, this mural that he thought was of no use actually contained so much information, and even contained the key factors to eliminate the lizard people. Yes! If we can find more lizard queens, then we will find more possibilities to eliminate the lizard men without having to eliminate them one by one. The existence of this kind of lizard queen should be extremely important. Lin Yu was quite surprised when he said this. If he could have seen this mural earlier, he would have been able to change his strategy earlier, instead of just using sweeping tactics to defeat the lizard people as before. However, this lizard queen's hiding place. Lin Yu looked at the mural carefully and found that there were no more clues. Really? Fei Yu and several of his subordinates were very excited. They looked at each other and seemed to have found a direction for the future. Lin Yu, then, what you want us to do is to find this lizard queen and eliminate it. No, you can take a look at the mural with 2 moons and an altar. That's what I want you to help me do. Wait, let me take a look at the second mural. Lin Yu opened the second mural and looked at it carefully. What was depicted above was another picture he had never imagined. Fei Yu and the others looked again at the murals of moon and altar that Lin Yu mentioned. Boss, are you talking about the 2 big balls and the table with things on it? I think it might be this one. There are indeed 2 moons in this different world. By the way, is this the altar we're talking about? It's too abstract. Really? Fei Yu listened to the discussion of several subordinates and looked at the mural carefully. If according to what Lin Yu said, it is the moon and the altar. Huh? Wait. These things. Lin Yu, do you mean that the lizard man put something on this altar to summon something on the moon? Fei Yu suddenly figured out. What? He clapped his hands suddenly. That's it. Lin Yu, do you want us to help you find the things on the lizard man altar? Lin Yu had just finished looking at the mural. He heard Fei Yu's answer and responded in the affirmative. Fei Yu, I really want you to find these. He took out all the gems in his hand one by one. Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, fluorspar, and amethyst. These 6 raw stones were placed on the ground in front of him. Under the sunlight, they shone with unimaginable beauty. Even in this other world where gems have no meaning in terms of value, they are still extremely beautiful. Lin Yu took a photo of them and sent it to Fei Yu. Gemstones? These are diamonds. Wait, Lin Yu, where did you find these gems? Good guy. These can make you a more than 10-digit deposit on Earth. Just that piece of rough diamond larger than a fist is already extremely scary. Not to mention the other larger rubies and sapphires. These have nothing to do with money. What you are looking for next is this gem. Take a look at this photo. This is a photo I took underground in another place. As Lin Yu spoke, he also sent Fei Yu the photos of the indescribable stone statue and the altar he was talking about. After seeing the two photos, Fei Yu couldn't help but his eyes widened. Wait a minute. Isn't this stone statue almost identical to the one in the second mural I just sent you? Moreover, this altar seems to be the one in the mural you just sent. Altar! Fei Yu felt that he had been having enlightenment all day long. His brain was basically running at high speed. But it was like he had kicked off his bicycle and could only see Lin Yu's car taillights. The altar in the mouth of the stone statue once had the amethyst on it. After I took the amethyst, those lizardmen chased me for nearly 100 kilometers to the shelter. And they were at that time that's the group you're facing. Fei Yu suddenly realized that this was the case. At that time, he thought that the tens of thousands of lizardmen were the remnants of the previous group who came to take revenge. It turned out that there was something like this. Wait a minute. Since they can send tens of thousands of troops to chase you and want to take back the amethyst, could it be that this crystal really has any magic power? It is worthy of them sending out so many troops. And they even chased nearly 100 kilometers? Yes, it seems so. The time before this, these lizardmen also gathered to seize other gems in my hand. However, there is another person's matter. Fei Yu, I'll just tell you the matter. Don't tell your subordinates yet. Just treat it as something we both know. At this time, Lin Yu put this paragraph directly into the chat dialog box instead of sending it by voice. Okay, you say it. Fei Yu understood that this matter was not trivial, even to the point that he could not share it with others. That day, more than 10,000 lizards and beggars besieged the city, and the leader was Levick. But the second time, that is, the time you got the news, the leaders were one named Du Ping and the other Sun Shuyi. And Du Ping used the piece of fluorite in his hand to lure tens of thousands of lizards and beggars to gather near my refuge and then attack my refuge. Fei Yu was stunned for a moment. Du Ping? Is it the Du Ping who was very strong in the group before? Fei Yu still remembers him? Yes, that's him. This Du Ping came to see me a few days ago. Looking for you? Yes. He said he knew that I had a high fever and recovered later, and asked me if there were any changes in my body. What? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Fei Yu also. Chapter 457. We are different from humans. Fei Yu, did you ever have a fever when the giant creature attacked? Lin Yu knew very well what the fever meant. The fever comes on very quickly and violently, reaching a temperature of 40 degrees Celsius in a short period of time, and then falling into a coma. After having a fever, some people don't survive it at all and eventually die directly. Some people survived. Then, some changes will occur in the body. Some people have noticed this and have even started investigating various survivors, because this change will make these people who are lucky enough to survive become extraordinary. Lin Yu stretched out his hand, spread his fingers, and held it again. These hands once had countless shallow wounds, but now they have completely disappeared. After suffering a high fever, he had the indescribable ability to heal himself. Although this was something he discovered not long ago, it seems that his body has already undergone considerable changes since that time. Looking back, no matter how much I did that day or how many times I fought, I never felt particularly tired. Even if I did feel that way, I would recover the next day. Yes, I once had a fever. It was a very strange kind. It came and went the same day. After the fever finally subsided, I had no strength in my body. The third master was also like this at that time, although we all managed to survive in the end. But the third master finally developed old problems due to his old age, and he passed away a few days later. Fei Yu said, sighing again. Lin Yu thought of third master Ming Yutong. The old man was originally a figure. Even after he came to a different world, he did not lose his original majesty. Moreover, he is indeed cunning and smart enough. If he can survive, he may really be an excellent ally. Of course, Fei Yu is even better than him. He is better than his predecessor. The third master is able to keep Fei Yu as the leader because he is a wise man. The process of Fei Yu's fever was exactly the same as his own. It was also a sudden high fever, followed by fainting and coma. And the duration was also very short. There are hundreds of such people in the world group. So, didn't you discuss this on the world channel later? Then why did Du Ping find you? And what did he ask? The topic shifted from the altar to fever, and Lin Yu felt that it was indeed a bit stiff. However, this is an extremely important thing. Extraordinary. This kind of thing that cannot happen to humans is actually happening now. Liu Kai's conversation with the lizard man, Guan Yi's infinite strength, and his weird self-healing ability. He had previously classified the names of people who had talked about the fever on the World Channel into a notepad. But among the hundreds of names, Fei Yu's name was not there. Fei Yu was actually quite puzzled. Is having a fever important? But since Lin Yu was asking, there was nothing to hide. Du Ping? That person suddenly found me. I still remember that he exchanged things with me and added me as a friend in the early days. But he didn't show up for a long time. At that time, he came up and briefly greeted me and asked directly, do I have a fever? Direct? Lin Yu looked at the log left by Du Ping on the system tablet. Japan wrote about no one else. Is it too late? What's your answer? I just said I had a fever. After all, it is true. There are no other side effects after I get better. By the way, if I really say it, my appetite seems to have improved. Good guy. As expected of Fei Yu, Lin Yu was indeed too lazy to complain. Oh, that's it. Du Ping didn't say anything else? Lin Yu wrote down Fei Yu's name on the system tablet. No. Then when I saw him again, his profile picture was already gray. Fei Yu reported truthfully. Lin Yu wrote down these and had some thoughts. Fei Yu, you and your refuge village should help me break through those underground ruins as much as possible and find more murals. If you can find that kind of gem, it will be better. I sent you a special transaction. These two designs take the picture. And these big SHLs are enough to give some of you a good defense. As Lin Yu spoke, he placed the designs of the Tianlong battle helmet and the Tianlong battle armor, as well as the SHLs of the poison Tianlong that he had killed several times. Fei Yu and his team's combat effectiveness is already very good at present, but their defense is still much worse. Moreover, if they want to face the lizard people, they will obviously face more challenges. Therefore, qualified defense methods must be put on the agenda. Is this the carapace of poison Tianlong? And the design drawings of Tianlong battle helmet and Tianlong battle armor? Lin Yu, we can't accept this. Fei Yu really didn't expect Lin Yu to give him such a valuable thing. Now, they are still wearing iron armor. Although this thing is bulky, it is still strong. Even this iron armor is the design blueprint given to them by Lin Yu last time. This time, Lin Yu wanted to give the poisonous Sky Dragon's carapace and the Sky Dragon battle armor and the Sky Dragon battle helmet. They know what the so-called poisonous Sky Dragon is. Previously, on the World Channel, Jia Yunjan, the third strongest person in the world rankings, had popularized the names of various monsters in the secret realm. And the names of these monsters will be revealed after they are introduced into the different world from the ancient gate of the secret realm and killed. Jia Yunjan's fighting power in their refuge village is quite strong, except for the 8-legged creature that is the largest and looks like a giant creature in the secret realm. He has killed all the strange beasts in the secret realm one by one and successfully defeated them. The names and photos of most of the secret monsters have been popularized. And Du Tianlong was also the strongest monster that Jia Yunjan and the others had killed. Poison Sky Dragon, which is dozens of meters long, requires an entire refuge village to kill it, just because its outer SHL is incredibly hard and almost invulnerable. It was only then that Fei Yu learned that there was such a terrifying creature in the secret realm. And Lin Yu now wanted to give himself the carapace of such a powerful monster? There is also the Tianlong battle armor and the Tianlong battle helmet, which also sound related to poison Tianlong. Lin Yu actually wanted to give them such a valuable thing? Take it. I have a lot more here. Lin Yu looked at the inventory. There was still a pile of Du Tianlong's SHL left, and he couldn't think of what to use it for at the moment. So he took some out and gave them to Fei Yu and the others, just enough to increase their combat effectiveness. This, take it. It's very dangerous to go to the underground ruins. These things can be used just right. Moreover, if any other survivors want to attack you, even if it is a thermal weapon, there will be no problem with this one. Okay, Fei Yu, we will be busy next, so I'll leave it to you, waiting for your good news. Finally, after saying similar words for a while, Lin Yu closed the chat panel. He also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This time, he gained a lot from the long conversation with Fei Yu. Fei Yu had a lot of information that he had always wanted to get, and in exchange, he also gave the other party some of his own information. At the same time, he also left another important matter to Fei Yu and the others. Exploring the underground ruins I really don't have time to do it. Lin Yu now has to find time to even go to the secret realm. And he has no idea at all about the underground ruins. Although the lizard man was a problem, it was not enough to threaten him. Lin Yu returned to the shelter from the outside. Indeed, there is much that must be done now. And, if possible, hastily. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, you all come over. On the platform outside, the corpse of the lizard man was burning with flames reaching into the sky. A burning smell filled the space. Next to the spacious main shelter, in front of Lin Yu were Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, Zai Lizzie and other little ice lizards. Now, everyone put down what they were doing, and after eating a large amount of food placed by Lin Yu, waited for the master's next order. Xiao Bai, where is the ancient gate in the special secret realm? Gaw! Xiao Bai quickly led Lin Yu to the south corner of the greenhouse in the yard, and Lin Yu immediately sealed it with an iron wall. There are 10 little ice lizards in each greenhouse and breeding farm. Who are responsible for it? Since you want to be organized, you must do everything well and make everything more targeted. Gaw! Xiao Bai gave the order, and 20 little ice lizards stood up, and Xiao Bai immediately conveyed the master's order to them. After receiving the order, they each went to the greenhouse and medium-sized breeding farm. Went. Xiao Bai, where are the ancient underground ruins gates and the special underground ruins ancient gates? Gawu. Xiao Bai led Lin Yu and quickly arrived at the small alloy shelter and the pool room where the little ice lizards were. Lin Yu also saw what he wanted to see there. Returning to the ground again, Lin Yu looked at the little ice lizards. Xiao Liuzi, you lead 50 little ice lizards to special underground ruins. If you see lizards and beggars, kill them directly and leave the survivors alone. In addition, if you encounter particularly powerful ones, just kill them. Don't be reluctant to fight. Retreat immediately. Oh! Xiao Liuzi took the order and immediately led the little ice lizards down. Leave 100 of the remaining little ice lizards, and the others will go to another secret ancient gate. They still only need to take action against the lizards and beggars, and don't care about the others. They will leave immediately if they are attacked. Do you understand? The little ice lizards were very obedient, and a large group of them went directly to the ancient gate of the special secret realm. Now even if they kill the beggar, they can still pick up the light spots in the storage space from beside him. So there is no need to worry about the collection problem in this regard. As for the lizard men and the beggars, as many as they could be eliminated. The copper treasure chests and silver treasure chests they carried were something Lin Yu really didn't like right now. There is still Xiao Qiwan's copper treasure chest at home that has not been opened. Lin Yu lamented again that those things took up too much space. Why not wait until today is over and let the little ice lizards have a good time when he comes back until they vomit? Xiao Bai, you choose 20 of the remaining little ice lizards and take them to the natural sulfur or mountain. Then when you come back, you will be responsible for looking after the house for a while. Do you understand? Gaw! Xiao Bai said that he obeyed the master's order. He was indeed a little tired after flying and fighting for a long time. The master did not take Xiaoming with him when he went to the exploration gate last time. This time, he had the opportunity to go to the secret realm. Leave it to Xiaoming. Xiao Bai, who was now quite agile, immediately found 20 little ice lizards, spread his wings, and flew to the north with the food in them in an instant. Lin Yu looked at the remaining little ice lizards. There were also 80 little guys who seemed eager to give Lin Yu's next order a try. However, Lin Yu also had his own considerations. The next thing to go to is the secret realm. Moreover, since there is a special secret realm, then go to the special secret realm first and collect more things to come back. Nowadays, there are quite a lot of deficiencies in all aspects. The most important thing is to go to the secret realm and come back with more things. The reason why I took Xiaoming there was because I wanted to have a strong partner by my side. After all, Xiaoming's strength was quite outstanding. But just a little fierce is definitely not enough. Although the fighting power of the little ice lizards is weak, they are enough to deal with the spiders, bugs, and strange rats and the mysterious beasts. Lin Yu picked out 10 little ones from the remaining little ice lizards. The 10 of you will follow me later. The rest of the little ice lizards. Your task is also very difficult. You can't just stay in this shelter. Every little ice lizard will have a mission later. Wait for me to come back. Before, I want to see 70 of the prey you hunted. Do you understand? The little ice lizards obeyed the order and immediately rushed out of the shelter. Well, now the task has finally been assigned. However, it is not completely finished yet. Climbing the city wall, Lin Yu placed all 60 of the 80 robot dogs on it, and programmed them one by one. 20 heads were specifically focused on the exploration gate, and the remaining 50 were distributed around the city wall, responsible for long-range sniping at enemies that might appear. Lin Yu placed 10 of the remaining 20 robot dogs in the area between the outer wall of the main shelter and the city wall, and placed the other 10 around the main shelter. Their mission is to patrol and guard. If a lizardman or something comes to cause trouble when he goes out, the robot dogs can cooperate with the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform to defend. Of course, when he went to the secret realm this time, he rushed to fill up all the storage space before coming back, so the contents inside had to be emptied before they could be emptied. The sulfur ore is stored in a separate large underground warehouse. The smell of the thing is actually quite pungent, and it is also a flammable and explosive item, so it is just right to put it inside. The remaining area that occupies a larger area is the stake of blind hunting fish. Lin Yu arrived at the door of a large cold fresh food processing factory and pushed in. After entering the canning production line, Lin Yu took a look at the inventory of empty cans inside, added some iron blocks, and simply packed up the unloading box, putting a large amount of fish meat into it. Lin Yu immediately turned on the power again. For this batch, make the salt flavor first, just like the previous batch. After filling the water tank with water, the canning production line immediately started running. But this material box is really too small. Chapter 458, Entering the Secret Realm Again. The giant tower disappears. It won't work without upgrading. Lin Yu looked at the barrel, which was obviously not enough, and sighed. Indeed, too small. There are a lot of raw materials now, and this barrel can only hold less than 1/10 of the total amount of fish fillets for blind hunting. It's too big. This thing. I can't put it in again and again. Lin Yu thought about it, took out 2 pieces of duralumin alloy, placed them next to the barrel, and took out the universal upgrade design drawing to upgrade it. Soon, a material box 3 or 4 times larger than before appeared next to the production line. Lin Yu was so satisfied that he continued to put in the fish steaks. After he found that almost half of the fish steaks could be put in, he nodded with satisfaction. You can't just sell them by the hundreds. The market is open, and marketing is no longer enough. I just have so many materials on hand, so I can occupy the entire market before others have canning production lines. Lin Yu decided that after going to the secret realm, he would use a large amount of alloy to build a small food processing factory. At least 2 canning production lines would be needed in the early stage. Of course, blind hunting fish, donkey-headed lions, and even mutated sheep that provide meat seem to be facing extinction. After all, they have to face 2 billion mouths. Lin Yu is very confident that he can do this new, hard currency well, but it does require him to work twice as hard. Well, after finishing this, let's go to the secret realm first. Don't let Xiaoming and the others wait too long. Lin Yu piled the remaining fish and meat into the fresh-keeping cold storage, and put the remaining excess items into the warehouse. Now, only various weapons and some food were left in his huge storage space. We are going to the secret realm again. Xiaoming. Little ice lizards. Are you ready? Good. Puff. Arriving in front of the ancient gate of the special secret realm, Lin Yu, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards behind him were all ready at this moment. He put on the armor, helmet and leggings, with the 2 Malawan Quatch's exoskeleton on the outside, and the left and right arms were equipped with robotic arms. Of course, the backpack-type flamethrower is also well placed behind him, and the fuel inside is also fully replenished. The Sand Eagle and the sprayer are fixed on the left mechanical arm, ready to be taken out at any time. The AK and sniper rifles are placed in the storage space for easy use. Of course, in order to avoid some special situations, he also brought some TNT. Of course, the gunpowder was also essential. Ballistas, exploding ballista arrows, catapults, grenade launchers, and gasoline barrels. These things don't take up much space, and they are all packed in at once. Lin Yu's current body can be said to be heavily equipped. Okay, I have to go to the secret realm after a long time. This time I have to fill up the storage space more than 10 times. Moreover, this time is a special secret realm, and the resources are definitely indispensable. Lin Yu put away the iron wall blocking the ancient door and opened the door. Xiaoming signaled that there were no enemies on the other side. Lin Yu nodded. He is already very familiar with the ancient gate of the secret realm. But because I have been busy lately, I haven't been able to go there again for many days in a row. After a long time, I must get more. Of course, If he could see the secret beasts in his secret realm, Lin Yu felt that he needed to kill them there. Even with the giant beetle and poisonous sky dragon, the Xiaomei around him can still produce quite violent output. Opponents like them are simply impossible to watch. As for the huge number of various small mutated creatures, the little ice lizards will not give up such training opportunities. Moreover, there is him. Lin Yu did not feel that his combat effectiveness was low. On the contrary, he felt that he might be one of the humans with the highest combat effectiveness in the world. Okay, let's go. Lin Yu took the lead in passing through the ancient gate of the secret realm, and Xiaoming and the little ice lizard soon followed. But after Lin Yu saw the scenery on the other side of the door, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This place feels so familiar. After Lin Yu blocked the ancient secret door behind him with an iron wall, he couldn't help but sigh. Only half of the red and white iron tower remained standing not far in front of him, reminding Lin Yu all the time that this was the place he had been to several times. Did the system do this on purpose? It caught a sheep to pluck its wool and wanted the survivors to demolish Tokyo. Right? Lin Yu didn't have much dissatisfaction with this. Tokyo's daily life has been torn apart, and the only ones who feel uncomfortable are the survivors from Neon. Maybe they don't feel bad either. Lin Yu looked around. This happened to be near the lawn of the park when we came that time, and the street lamp that had fallen to the ground was still there. However, this time, Lin Yu would not just take away the circuits inside. Isn't this telephone pole a good thing? You get a broken telephone pole. Yeah. Great sound. Lin Yu felt a little excited about coming to a familiar place. Speaking of which, is this your fourth time here? He raised his head and looked at the remains of the red and white iron tower not far away. Hundreds of storm-flying lizards also landed on the iron frame of the remains of Tokyo Tower. From time to time, one or two flew up, and some fell from a distance. He looked back at Xiaoming, who was quite curious about this place. Also, this is the first time for Xiaoming to come to this secret realm. The previous 3 times, he brought Xiaobai here. The little ice lizards also made puff, plop, peep sounds while looking at the world carefully. Xiaoming, how do you deal with those things? Lin Yu pointed to the storm lizards on the remains of the iron tower less than 2 kilometers away and asked. Guh. Xiaoming nodded. Although it can't fly, these players from the air can't hurt its hair at all. On the other hand, he really still needs to pay attention to this kind of stuff. How about giving them a few shots now? Lin Yu took out his sniper rifle, squatted on the ground, placed the sniper rifle on the alloy tactical shield, and took aim. A bullet was fired, and in the scope, the lucky spectator's head was exploded, and he fell directly from the tower, before the storm-flying lizards nearby could react. Under the continuous firing of sniper rifles, 13 storm-flying lizards fell downwards one after another. The rest of the storm-flying lizards finally understood what was happening. They let out extremely unpleasant roars, and flew into the sky one after another. Humph! I don't know where the attack came from, so I can only fly around. This kind of monster is really true. The sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer. In this large area of tall grass, even though he was covered by the grass, he would not be discovered by the monsters. Although Xiaoming was a tall guy next to him, no matter how stupid the storm-flying lizards were, they wouldn't guess at him. The storm lizards were constantly circling half of Tokyo Tower. But Lin Yu did not put down his sniper rifle and continued to fire dozens of bullets. After killing more than 20 of them, the group of eyesores finally flew towards them, far away. However, there were 2 people who didn't open their eyes and came to hover above them. Xiaoming growled, looked around, and picked up the lamp post of a street lamp on the roadside. It took aim for a while, and then threw it into the sky. With a snap, one of them wanted to dodge, but was stuck firmly on the lamppost. It let out an extremely unpleasant scream, and fell heavily to the ground like a kite with its string broken. Not bad. Lin Yu walked over, looked at the body of the storm-flying lizard on the ground that could be described as broken, and couldn't help but whistle. Xiaoming's strength is simply off the charts. Feeling powerful, looking at the other storm-flying lizard, he didn't know how scared he was. However, Xiaoming should have left an indelible psychological shadow on that guy. Okay, let's go over there. We came here to collect resources, and the Iron Tower can't always be like this. Right. Lin Yu pointed at the half of the Tokyo Tower that was left. Last time it was left like this because of insufficient storage space and lack of time. Now that it is happening again, It cannot be allowed to remain. If all the people on Earth come back in the future, those neon people will probably be the ones who feel sorry for this. Lin Yu stepped forward and walked ahead. But before taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. There is one more thing in my hand. Can the system tablet be used? He said to himself and looked at the screen. This system tablet is equivalent to a physical thing of the system. It was also the biggest gain I had ever gained from Du Ping. It can project all the various functions of the system on this screen. And it also has many new functions. Even the most amazing thing about it is that it doesn't seem to need to be charged. There is no charging socket and no power display. It seems to have endless power supply. Now, Lin Yu has brought him into this secret realm. The purpose is to conduct an experiment. Let's see if it can continue to be used in the secret realm. In this secret realm, the system has considerable limitations. In addition to spending survival points to identify things, the only other usable function of the system is the controllable storage space. Any other functions cannot be used. Whether it is the world channel, group chat, checking system announcements, or going to the World Trading Mall to exchange items with others. There is no way. But with this system tablet that materializes the system, will it be completely different? Lin Yu took a deep breath and turned the system tablet over. On the familiar, brightly lit screen, none of the original icons are missing. Lin Yu did a little manipulation and saw the constantly refreshing information on the world channel above, as well as a picture that seemed to have been sent to him by Fei Yu just now. As for the World Trading Mall, it is naturally displayed. The picture said by Fei Yu showed that they had arrived at the stone gate in Area G of the underground ruins. Lin Yu replied, "Be careful and evacuate immediately when in danger," and click send. The message was sent immediately, and Fei Yu's reply came instantly. "Receive. Good guy. It looks like there's no problem at all." Lin Yu knew that the power of this system tablet was no joke. What it possesses is a unique and powerful power in this survival game. It can be said that the most uncomfortable thing for survivors in the secret realm is that the power of the system, which is quite convenient in other worlds, cannot be used in this secret realm. So it is full of difficulties. But this system tablet breaks all this, making all the original conveniences still useful in this secret realm. It's an artifact. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. If he wants, he can even stay until the time limit of this special secret realm comes and be kicked back to another world by the system. Speaking of which, I have never had the experience of spending so much time in a secret realm that I was kicked back to another world by the system. What does that feel like? Is it the kind of person who is sent directly out of the ancient gate of the secret realm by an external force with a bang? Or is it the kind where his vision goes black, and when he opens his eyes again, he is transported back to another world? The more Lin thought about these things, he gradually approached the Tokyo Tower, which he had demolished in half last time. At this moment, only half of this originally beautiful man-made building was left made of abrupt steel materials, and there was no urge to take another photo of it. Lin Yu turned his head and saw the toilet where he had come for the first time. At that time, he collected quite a lot of wet wipes and toilet paper inside. Both of these items seemed to be running out soon. Well, speaking of which, it's really time to replenish daily necessities. Let's go back and search in the convenience store where we came the second time. As he spoke, he entered the toilet and put the toilet and toilet mat inside into the storage space. As for the steel shelves and the like, Lin Yu naturally didn't let them go. Coming out of the toilet, he took Xiaoming and the little ice lizards and continued forward. Without Xiaobai, his exploration speed was much slower. However, it's time to search carefully. Ouch! Just when Lin Yu led them to the bottom of the tower, Xiaoming suddenly roared, and 10 little ice lizards rushed out like streaks of silver light. After a while, there were bursts of screams nearby. A small mysterious beast? With Xiaoming by his side, Lin Yu felt quite relieved. Although this little guy can't fly, in terms of strength, it is much stronger than Xiaobai. Originally, it had always been so fierce since it was a little ice lizard. So he named the little guy Xiaoming at that time. But he really hadn't thought about how to name the other nearly 500 little ice lizards. Naming is a laborious task. Lin Yu shook his head and walked to the foot of Tokyo Tower. Last time, his storage space was not that big, and he didn't bring any convenient props. So he left the remains of the red and white iron tower here. But this time, Lin Yu came prepared. Of course, he also brought something good. A high-precision research workbench can be done in one go. Xiaoming! Lin Yu felt that he could make this neon landmark disappear in an instant. Decompose? Recycle! The high-precision research workbench touched the base of the iron tower. And Lin Yu immediately chose to let the iron tower be broken down into raw materials. You obtain steel material X1788. You get concrete X711. In an instant, the neon sign disappeared. And Lin Yu's storage space contained more of what he wanted. Chapter 459, The Master of the Secret Realm. A large amount of steel was put into the bag. And Lin Yu was very satisfied. Tokyo Tower. One of the neon landmarks. Disappeared when it disappeared. Anyway, he doesn't feel bad. Love whomever you feel sorry for. With so much steel in hand, we can use them to make a short to medium distance rail type express train track. Although the amount was quite large. In Lin Yu's opinion, it was still too little. This is simply not enough. Are there any buildings in Tokyo that are made of pure steel? By the way, the railway system in such a big city should be quite developed. Right? Tokyo Tower is a famous attraction. There should be some kind of train station or subway station nearby. Lin Yu felt that if possible, he could look for some kind of tourist map and search nearby based on that. Lin Yu looked at the foundation that had become a big pit, and then turned his attention to a 3-story building next to it. The small building was really small. So small that Lin Yu almost ignored it. It seems an orphanage. Lin Yu walked to the small building that was only more than 20 meters long and 3 stories high, and recalled the place where he once lived. It was also a small building. In my memory, it was not much different from this one. Gray and lifeless. But the orphanage was really depressing. And this small building had been deserted for at least 30 years. From the outside, the glass was broken in several places, and a layer of vines hung on the wall, almost submerging 1/3 of its area. And inside the open glass door, there was silence. Look at what's inside. If it's not there, demolish it completely. The reinforced concrete is still needed. He has decided to support the short and medium distance express train tracks with viaducts. And no matter how extravagant he is, it is impossible to build the viaducts with pure alloys. Reinforced concrete is naturally the first choice. Xiaoming, how is it here? Guh. Xiaoming stood in front of the open glass door of the building. After a low roar, the little ice lizards instantly turned into streaks of silver light and rushed into the door. After a while, there was a crackling sound and a scream from someone who didn't know what it was. After a while, a huge bug and a group of small bugs rushed out from the door. Xiaoming suddenly let out a roar. He stretched out his big paw and grabbed the armored insect with a body of about 7 or 8 meters and a diameter of more than half a meter. He gently held it with his other big paw and twisted its waist. Boom! A dull sound came, and the big insect was pinned to the ground by Xiaobai. Its long and slender limbs were twisting crazily, facing the sky like a tower standing sideways. However, after a few seconds, the crazy shaking gradually stopped, and finally it hit the ground directly and stopped completely. Guh! After Xiaoming killed the biggest enemy with an expressionless expression, he also looked at the owner, who was holding the AK, and killed all the little bugs. Good job, Xiaoming! Lin Yu patted Xiaoming's outstretched palm and put down the AK in his hand. I have to say that the modified AK is quite powerful. After getting familiar with guns, Lin Yu picked up an AK and is now accustomed to using it as a short-range sniper rifle. Although there are also sniper pistols, they don't seem to be as comfortable to hold as the AK. Lin Yu was quite satisfied after easily shooting out the blood-sucking bugs that came out with the big bugs one by one. It's too good to be able to explode any copper treasure chests and iron treasure chests. As for the copper treasure chest of Shaoqi wanted home, we can't afford any more. And the secret realm is good at having this. Even if his treasure chest explosion rate is 100%. If 100 million secret beasts are killed here, not a single treasure chest will be exploded. For Lin Yu, whose head hurts when the treasure chest below the gold treasure chest explodes, the secret realm is paradise. But this is truly a paradise. Compared to another world, no disaster, no lizardmen. There are countless mineral deposits and countless possibilities. Different world? Even if there is no disaster there, it is not the home of mankind after all. If I had to say it, it was like a strange and dangerous secret place. Yes, the Earth is still the Earth, even though it is called a secret realm. But this different world is more like an unknown secret realm. Anyway, there is no such outrageous world on Earth where a treasure chest can pop up after destroying a beast. Don't you think so, Xiaoming? Guh. Xiaoming nodded his huge head. It could not understand as many things as its owner thought. But it can be seen that the owner likes this place very much. A world that didn't exist. Of course, Xiaobai does not exist in this world. And the same goes for the little ice lizards. Although this place is filled with all kinds of monsters, there is no doubt that in the owner's eyes, and in his memory, everything that once existed here seemed to be beautiful. But at this moment, Xiaoming's eyes only saw the boundless haze, and the corpses of the mysterious beasts. Let's go! Xiaoming! All the secret beasts in the 3-story building have been cleared away, and the little ice lizards have also returned. It has to be said that they are very efficient. If this can evolve in a wave, everyone is like Xiao Liuzi and the others. If it reaches the 2nd stage, I am afraid that only 7 or 8 of them will be able to easily kill a considerable part of the secret realm beasts in this secret realm. After all, the combat effectiveness of the little ice lizards alone is quite good. Before Lin Yu entered the building, he closed the glass door and did not lower the glass window. After entering the door, he immediately saw what kind of place this was. Tourist souvenir shop? Nice guy! There were tattered banners, billboards, and various stickers stuck on the walls. Although the neon text on them was hard to read, Lin Yu could still deduce from the counters, shelves, etc. that this was originally a somewhere. However, tourist souvenirs seemed to be of no use at all. Guh. Xiaoming seemed to agree with what Lin Yu said. All it saw were shelves covered with dust. Those shelves can still be taken away. Xiaoming, you can take a walk here, and I'll come as soon as I can. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already put a shelf and various commodities on it into the storage space. He didn't want to argue about what was inside. He would talk about this later. As for the land occupation and so on, he didn't care at all. With such a large cubic meter of storage space, what does this little thing count for? Even if the building is eventually demolished and the storage space is full, he can still go back to the shelter, put the various things in the storage space there, and then return again. The more Lin thought about this, he kept putting the shelves containing various travel souvenirs into the storage space. But when he reached a shelf with printed matter on it, he stopped. Atlas, found what you were looking for. Let me take a look. No, I can't look at it. Lin Yu's hand touched the cover, and it shattered with a snap, like inferior plastic that had been around for a long time. If you insist on picking it up, it will definitely be torn into pieces. After decades of abuse, these printed materials can no longer be used normally. However, it's not completely impossible. At this time, you can see the importance of the system tablet. He gently placed the system tablet on the printed matter. Soon, there was an additional file on the system tablet. Lin Yu took the system tablet away, and the map cover shattered into pieces. Good guy. Lin Yu clicked on the document inside, and was surprised to find that the neon text on the map in the document was directly translated into Tang Chinese, which was easy to understand and extremely convenient. Oh, this function is really good. Detailed travel map of the Tokyo Tower area? This one seems, well, although it has marked a lot of things, it is still a little far from the kind of map I want. Lin Yu put down the system tablet. What he wanted was a detailed map of the neighborhood. Specifically, at least the kind that labels banks, shopping malls, and various functional buildings. Another one was affixed to the system tablet. Comprehensive map of transportation and travel in the port area. Oh. Lin Yu clicked on the system panel and found that this thing was really what he was looking for. Tokyo Tower is on the port side. And this seems to be the convenience store I went to. This seems to be near the restaurant where I stayed one night. This is the viaduct at that time. Through this secret realm, Lin Yu has been near Tokyo Tower several times. From the beginning, I could only get some toilet paper and wet wipes. But now I can fit even half of the Iron Tower. And even this small building. It seems that there has been considerable progress. Lin Yu took back the system tablet. He is indeed growing all the time. Whether in another world or in this secret realm. Continue to search. Sigh or something. And do it again when you go back. Lin Yu touched the shelf, put it into the storage space, and continued searching. He has no idea here. Just loot everything you want to loot. And then see if you can break this small building into raw materials and put them into storage space. Thinking of this, Lin Yu turned into a ruthless sweeping machine and quickly ransacked this floor. In the end, only the useless advertising flyers, banners and pictorials were left. Continuing to the second floor, it was not much different from the first floor, but it looked more like an activity area. In a corner, he also found a small bar and a small cafe. Naturally, He would not let go of the various things inside. As for the third floor, Lin Yu found that it was just a small warehouse plus staff dormitories. Lin Yu was happy to accept the things in the warehouse, including the air conditioner and so on. He even found something called a warming quilt. From the system description, it seemed that a quilt could be placed on a table to keep warm. Then why do you need air conditioning? Lin Yu didn't understand this, but he didn't reject new things. As long as it looks usable, it should be taken. After the third floor was plundered, Lin Yu did not forget to put away the 2 elevators. Finally, he came down and returned outside. He looked at the small building with almost only the main frame left. He was so satisfied that he used the high-precision research tools to the workbench, touched it. Decompose! Recycle! In front of Lin Yu, the reinforced concrete building was decomposed into a large amount of cement and a large amount of steel bars in an instant. These immediately entered his storage space, and a big hole appeared again in its place. Good guy! Neon's gang of survivors are here! Are they going to piss them off here? Lin Yu said this, but it was still really satisfying. The remaining storage space is less than half. Lin Yu thought for a while, took out the system tablet, and looked at the map of the port area. Let me see. The sun is over here. It is noon now. Well, there is no time. However, according to the markings on the map, there is a 10-story building in the south. So this is the south. Lin Yu kept using the map to confirm the direction. How different is the time in the secret realm from that in the other world? Is it at the same time or over time? Lin Yu wasn't so sure. But one thing is certain. That is, the secret realms and the ancient gates of the special secret realms are often different in time from those in other worlds. Therefore, there is no way to determine the current time by looking at the sun. Therefore, there is no way to confirm the direction using this method. But with the map, it's completely different. There are some landmarks on the map, and the directions are also marked. So Lin Yu can easily find out the specific location of this area. This 10-story building looks like a high-end apartment. Nearby, banks, police stations, and convenience stores? Wait, there is also an electronics mall called Leon? Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the electrical appliance mall. There must be countless treasures inside. You can't just leave so many things alone. How to say? You've already arrived. Why don't you move out? Since there is a treasure house there, then it shouldn't be thrown away like this. The electrical appliance city last time was really too small. And judging from the map, this one is just a large comprehensive shopping mall. And since it's called electrical appliances, there will naturally be a lot of stuff in it. Let's go treasure hunting! Lin Yu misses Xiao Bai a little now, although Xiao Meng is more reliable than Xiao Bai in terms of combat effectiveness. In terms of mobility, Xiao Bai is ahead above others. In this world of ruined roads and overgrown weeds, even a tactical ATV is powerless. Even if it is driven, it will probably be stop and go. After all, the unfamiliar terrain and damaged roads would cause him considerable inconvenience. If Xiao Bai is with you, just let Xiao Bai hold the 10 little ice lizards and fly directly to the destination. And he can follow them directly with the backpack-type flamethrower. It seems that this aspect really needs to be considered carefully in the future. Lin Yu felt that exploring the secret realm was more suitable for Xiao Bai, while exploring the underground ruins and the exploration gate was more suitable for Xiao Meng. However, now that I have taken care of the little guy Xiao Meng, I can no longer think about why I didn't take Xiao Bai with me. I'll go ahead first. You guys follow. Lin Yu activated the backpack-type flamethrower, and 2 columns of flame spurted out from the backpack behind him. Lin Yu took off the robotic arm and concentrated on controlling the flight with the controller on the arm. After a while, he flew nearly 15 meters into the air and was able to see more things around him clearly. But, in the distance, I don't know when, in the mist that floated up, Lin Yu saw a huge monster that seemed familiar to him. At this moment, it suddenly turned its ugly head with countless tentacles towards him. Chapter 460, The Long-Lost Excitement. The strongest opponent, on top of a huge, ugly head covered with tentacles. Those black hole-like eyes were looking in Lin Yu's direction at the moment. Lin Yu took out the sniper scope on his sniper rifle and looked at it. He could clearly see that this secret monster that he had never killed before was less than 5 or 6 kilometers away from him. Like the god of death, generally watching him. That's it. Lin Yu took a deep breath. It's that thing. The monster that looked like a giant creature when he first entered this secret realm. He also once watched this unknown beast under the Eiffel Tower in Paris easily put out the fire that filled the sky. What is it? Lin Yu had killed quite a lot of them. ranging from monster rats and blood-sucking insects to poisonous dragons and giant beetles. But he had never killed this giant weird monster. It looks a bit familiar. After Lin Yu raised the height to nearly 30 or 40 meters, he felt that his vision became clearer. He looked at the huge head that was still staring at him in the distance, as well as countless slender tentacles that seemed to be dancing behind its head and under its neck. This thing gave him an extremely strong sense of déjà vu. It seems that I have seen it before somewhere. But it's definitely not the feeling I had when we met the first 2 times. But the feeling I had just seen recently. Weird. What on earth is this thing? Lin Yu flew forward and gradually approached the electrical appliance mall building, looking at his feet. Xiaoming and the others followed his speed and gradually came out of the park and headed in that direction. And go. At this time, Lin Yu looked at the giant tentacled monster and suddenly stood up as if he had woken up. Yes. Stood up. Lin Yu thought it was standing before. But now he found that it didn't seem to be the case. Its 8 powerful and strong legs supported its huge body and stood up. From his feet to his head, Lin Yu conservatively estimated that he was nearly 200 meters tall. This is completely different from the giant creature that was only 50 or 60 meters tall before. Now, the huge monster stood up, and when its ugly head looked towards Lin Yu already felt an unimaginable pressure. This is completely different from just now. 100 meters tall. It already exceeds almost all the high-rise buildings in this huge city. And it is also unimaginably wide. Wrong. Lin Yu was stunned. What's this? That monster I saw when I first entered this secret realm? He also remembered that the monster had 6 legs. And this monster is Hashiju. More than that, the monster last time was gray. And this one seems to be much more ferocious than last time. What's even more weird is that this guy has an indescribable touch of green on his body. Why is it completely different from before? Zoom in proportionally? No. That green. Lin Yu controlled the controller in his hand with one hand and picked up the scope with the other hand. When he saw the green color clearly, he suddenly felt like his brain had been hit. Plant? Is that a plant that grows on the body? Lin Yu put down the scope and rubbed his right eye. He looked again with his left eye. Really? What a plant. Specifically, grass, shrubs, vines. It's not something that's been wiped on. It's alive. It looks like it's actually growing there, rather than just a bunch of dead things. Green. The color of life is also the color that gives people hope. This huge creature, no matter how you look at it, will bring destruction and disaster, not life and hope. Contrast? Lin Yu looked at it, and it seemed to be looking at Lin Yu too. There is no interaction or action between the two. Although Lin Yu has been flying forward, for a monster 100 meters tall, this close distance is like a mosquito 100 meters away, which is nothing at all. This is completely different from the giant creatures in other worlds. Or, the giant creature from another world. In front of it is simply, it's an elephant and a wild dog. No, it's a brontosaurus and a wild dog. Lin Yu felt that his breathing was also quickening. How about comparing yourself? Ants, hack you! Lin Yu didn't know why, but suddenly cursed. He never cursed. Even if you are surprised, it is still, hack. I'll go. And cow. This is not the case now. It belongs to destroying the character. Lin Yu felt his heart beating wildly. It seemed to urge him to fly to the top of the monster's head and truly feel the greatness and insignificance. I think. Lin Yu looked at the monster and spoke. Even if there is no one around to listen. He trembled all over. Not fear. Not fear. Not wanting to escape. There was a kind of madness in his eyes. A desire. Excited? Excited? No. Ecstasy. It is even said that he has suddenly returned to his original self. Nearly 40 days of survival. Being almost invincible. He killed mutant creatures of all sizes. Lizardmen. And secret monsters one by one. And when each one was turned into a treasure chest, the excitement gradually turned from excitement to boring. Powerless. And boring. It felt really tiring for him. Yes. Tired. This feeling became even worse after nearly 90,000 enemies were wiped out in ashes by his easy movements. He has various thermal weapons in his hands, as well as Xiaobai, Xiaoming and other super powerful friends, and even has a wonderful and weird self-healing ability. He is very relaxed so far, even a little too relaxed. Sweep. Yes, the word is called sweep. Sweeping everything? Everything. Boring, tasteless, and lackluster. Creatures from other worlds. Creatures from secret realms. And even those wolf-headed men in the Gate of Exploration are all ants. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Lin Yu didn't know when he felt a sense of loneliness. Like seeing all the mountains and small mountains at a glance. Although, he doesn't want to be proud, and he will never be proud. I don't even want to use the so-called #1 in the world nowadays and really think of myself as the #1 in the world. Strong enemy? He has been waiting for a long time, and has been waiting. Before, he and Fei Yu had imagined the so-called Lizard Queen in the mural they were looking at. Is this the ultimate challenge? In other words, is this the enemy he can finally kill? But now, after seeing this monster that is 300 meters, no, it should be almost 400 meters, he suddenly felt that he was wrong. That's right. It's quite outrageous. Lizard Queen? That kind of garbage. Ah! Lin Yu couldn't help but close his eyes and let out a chuckle. That kind of garbage. Compared with the unknown creature in front of me, which is completely superior in size to all others, and looks like an unknown creature crawling out of a horror movie. It's just garbage. Lin Yu opened his eyes. He took a deep breath. This monster is in the secret realm. On this earth. On this earth, where all human beings are supposed to exist. Nowadays, the earth has become a secret realm, and humans have all fled to other worlds. This place has also become a forbidden zone for life. But in this restricted area of life, this monster exists openly. With its huge size, it showed its difference, and seemed to show Lin Yu the absolute sense of dominance brought by its size and height. Override. Lin Yu was flying forward. He suddenly raised his height, and went straight to the roof of the electrical appliance building, which was more than 50 meters high. Without falling, the monster is still looking at him. Lin Yu also knew very well that this monster was not looking at anything else. Is he a mosquito to this monster? Or a fly? Although Lin Yu didn't know what exactly this creature used to maintain such a terrifying size, he knew one thing very well. This monster must be eliminated. Must be eliminated. Even if Lin Yu now knows that the possibility of human beings returning to this secret realm, but still the original Earth, is not very high. But he still wants to return this place to its original beauty. This other world is not a paradise for humans no matter what. Nor is it a place where humans can grow stronger and become more glorious again. Earth. This is the original home of human beings. But humans do not have the power to return to this world. One is the system. No matter how long you want to stay here, you will always be dragged back by the system when disaster strikes. Second, it is the mysterious beast. From strange rats to giant poisonous dragon beetles, each one of them is a headache for human beings. And it is even difficult to kill them. However, no one can compare with this giant monster. Lin Yu opened his mouth gently. The things he was thinking were crazy. It can be said that it is the craziest thing he has done so far. The last time they survived, Xing Lingfeng and Sun Shuyi returned to their original Earth. Lin Yu still has no clue what method they used. But, you can still come back. This proves that humans can return to the Earth. As long as he knows how to go back, then all mankind will definitely come back from that ghost place in another world. Instead of staying in that ghost place where disasters happen every few days, or multiple disasters for hundreds of thousands of years. But even if humans do find a way to come back, there are countless secret monsters in this world. And, what about this monster? No, this is not possible. If humans return and the monsters in the secret realm are still there. So, what is the difference between this place and another world? Now, Lin Yu's blood surged throughout his body at this moment. He, who possesses the most powerful combat power in the world, is not far from this giant monster. Although I don't want to be a savior, nor do I want to gain any fame for myself. Lin Yu opened his mouth and spoke slowly. Although, there was no audience. But at this moment, this feeling comes from the bottom of my heart and cannot be suppressed. Kill it! Lin Yu exuded an inexplicable aura. And at this moment, his blood was boiling. No matter how big or scary it looks. No, it's just one head. Carbon. Base. Born. Things. As long as it is a carbon-based organism, then you will die. Die by explosion. Die by fire. And this is what Lin Yu is best at. For everything. Lin Yu suddenly roared. I want to challenge you. Ouch. Just like an opponent who accepted the challenge, the giant creature suddenly let out an unimaginably huge roar. Wave after wave of sound came like a tidal wave. Lin Yu seemed to be disdainful of the mosquito, but was extremely concerned about it. And Lin Yu, at this moment, I have already looked at the large amount of gasoline in the storage space, as well as the explosive arrows of the ballista. Certainly, he also prepared TNT explosives and other explosives. After all, no matter how huge this monster is, it is still a carbon-based creature that breathes air, eats, and drinks. If it were silicon-based or something, Lin Yu would probably have to make a very strict plan before taking action, even if he didn't say whether he had seen it or not. But the opponent is carbon-based. So what are you afraid of? In the final analysis, it's just a giant creature that has been enlarged several times. Lin Yu stopped. After he landed on the roof, he started the cooling system of the backpack-type flamethrower. The long-distance flight made it extremely hot. If it continued to fly, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be too far away from a malfunction or explosion. Let it rest for a bit and then, boom, the huge sound vibrated. It was like a small earthquake. When the vibration sounded again, Lin Yu discovered that the tentacled beast had turned this way. The sounds of broken and collapsed buildings continued to sound, and they turned into piles of ruins under the trampling and destruction of the terrifying tentacled beast. In the face of absolute strength and size, they are like clay toys blocking the road, unable to withstand a blow. My little mosquito, did I really disturb your dream? Then no! Wait a minute. Lin Yu suddenly noticed something. Maybe the goal is not yourself. He suddenly remembered the first time he saw this monster. When the monster moved from a short distance away, the target was not him, nor was it other monsters. It ignored almost everything and ran directly towards the Tokyo Tower. And it's not just that. Lin Yu remembered what happened last time in Paris. At that time, he indeed set a lot of fires on the threads and buildings in the streets in order to kill those giant spiders. And this same monster suddenly appeared, ran over and put out the fire. I am also very concerned about that landmark building in Paris. Eiffel Tower. Tower. Why? Lin Yu looked into the distance. The original Tokyo Sky Tree, by coincidence, was not far behind the giant monster. It was guarding there like a giant dragon guarding treasure. Now, the Tokyo Tower was completely turned into steel and stored in storage space. In other words, it was not this little mosquito that the monster had been raising its head to observe. But, because the Tokyo Tower has disappeared, boom, there was another roar. The building was knocked down by the huge body, and a lot of smoke and dust flew up. The monster moves. So, Lin Yu moved his palms closer to his back and found that the backpack-type flamethrower seemed to have finished cooling down. Flying directly downstairs, Lin Yu looked at Xiaoming. Little guys, stay here first and don't move around. I'll deal with that monster. Jigu. Xiaoming shook his head crazily, pointing in the direction of the ancient gate of the secret realm, wanting Lin Yu to escape. However, Lin Yu did not mean this. Escape, run away without trying to kill it. This is not my style. Lin Yu, even if it can't be killed, can it still come out of the ancient gate of the secret realm and go to another world? Chapter 461 Escape? That's not my style. Fighting is. After landing on the ground, Lin Yu looked at Xiaoming, who was obviously anxious, and the little ice lizards jumping around, and shook his head. Running away without trying is not my style. Xiaoming! Lin Yu looked at the giant dragon and tried to calm it down. But after Xiaoming suddenly felt the incredibly strong pressure, he couldn't care about anything else at this moment. It's strong. It can be said that before encountering this pressure, it felt that it could run unimpeded and dominate in this world. What kind of giant beetles? What kind of poisonous dragons? It even thinks that there is no problem in having a few more. Challenge? Non-existent. However, after the owner took them away from that side, suddenly, when it felt the intense pressure, it was unable to move for almost an instant. This is an unprecedented feeling. Even though it can't be seen, the permeating smell in the air tells it that the strong man has revived. And it is simply the kind of insignificant existence that the other party can't even look at. Guh! Xiaoming warned his master again, but he found in despair that his master was not moved at all. Xiaoming, no matter what, let's try it first. If you don't try it, you don't know if it will work. Guh! Xiaoming kept shaking his head, and the little ice lizards were also roaring loudly, trying to get their master to leave quickly and stop fighting. Lin Yu was not stupid. He could tell. Challenging a monster of this level, Lin Yu felt that he might be a little crazy and a little reckless, even saying that it is a bit overestimating one's abilities. However, Lin Yu believed in one sentence. Human beings, if they only choose to do things that they can do from the beginning, there will be no progress. The most important thing is that I am not interested in such things. Right. Lin Yu closed his eyes and listened to the vibrations that came closer and closer. He remembered the first time he came to a different world, trampled to death a reptile, and obtained a wooden treasure chest. The person he was then was completely different from what he was now. But what hasn't changed is this idea. The idea of doing something. Moreover, this idea has become clearer and firmer with the appearance of Feiyue's light. I want to kill that monster. Xiaoming. Because I'm interested. Lin Yu pressed the switch of the flamethrower, and he flew straight into the sky. After passing through the layers of buildings, Lin Yu came to the roof again. He looked at the monster that was much closer and stared at it. In this place, sniper rifles are quite good, but those little bullets don't count. Lin Yu continued to fly forward, constantly shortening the distance between himself and the monster. From 5 or 6 kilometers to 3 or 4 kilometers. Lin Yu continued to control the direction in the air, and also moved himself from a position facing the direction to the side. The other party did not stop and continued to go in that direction. Sure enough, we were going to see the Iron Tower. The tower is gone. Super big guy. Lin Yu felt that he was being looked down upon. In front of this giant monster, he was more like an insignificant ant. Even if he was flying, he was still a flying ant. Then look at the ambition of the ants. The speed of the backpack-type flamethrower is not slow. Lin Yu completely changed direction easily, and quickly arrived diagonally behind the giant monster. Lin Yu observed it. At close range, the monster is moving, and each step is indeed not small. But the 8 legs don't seem so coordinated. Moreover, Lin Yu also discovered something strange. That is, there is a thick layer of soil under the plants growing on the monster's back. That soil will keep falling down as this thing keeps moving forward. What's happening here? But Lin Yu didn't think it was meaningless. If there were plants growing on his body, wouldn't it be an island turtle if it ran into the sea? Lin Yu still remembered that he had read a similar statement in some mythology book or something. Under the land, there was a huge turtle carrying something. This thing, not to mention, apart from the fact that it has no SH, L and 8 legs, it looks quite similar. SH. Less bastard. Let me see how thick your skin is. Lin Yu pressed the accelerator button, and a violent push on his back instantly came. Lin Yu tried to control his balance, and finally got used to it. And it didn't take too long to fly to the upper and lower back of the SH. Less tortoise. However, Lin Yu also felt it. This guy behind may be finished. Carrying it on my back now is like carrying a blazing stove. The back of the hot Tianlong armor is a little hot. At this moment, Lin Yu felt that he was already at a height of about 400 meters. But he was only as high as the huge SH. Less tortoise who was walking. Lin Yu also smelled a very strange smell at the same time. The smell is overflowing from the body of this SH. Less bastard. This grassy smell? Lin Yu felt that this smell was quite strange. It's like the smell of grass pulp when the lawn is mowed. You say it smells good, but some people find it choking. You say it smells bad, and some people find it refreshing. Lin Yu obviously found it refreshing. He even said that he quite liked the smell. But to put it simply, he didn't like the smell, which came from this monster that seemed to represent destruction. Even though there are really a lot of plants growing on it. The giant beast continued to move forward, moving extremely slowly. Lin Yu looked at his feet, feeling as if he was flying in the clouds. No. Why am I feeling dizzy? Lin Yu didn't want to fly directly to the monster, and he didn't want to get too close to it. After observing it closely for a while, he finally found the roof of a taller building and stopped. There was one less than half a kilometer away from the monster. The tortoise without the SH. L still moved forward slowly like the one with the SH. L. But its pace was quite large to be honest. However, if he didn't do something quickly, the monster would definitely continue to move forward and come near the Iron Tower. There were no high-rise buildings there. Just a big hole in the Tokyo Tower that he had pulled out and disintegrated. The battle seems to have to be ready to start all of a sudden. About 500 or 600 meters. Then, Lin Yu looked up. The building under his feet was only more than 200 meters away, and all he could see now was the monster's belly. There is no thick soil on the abdomen, and there is no carapace or anything like that. There is only a layer of skin that I don't know how thick it is. No carbon-based creature is afraid of fire. Although this guy put out a fire in Paris last time. If you don't try it, you'll never know what to do. Lin Yu still remembered it. The last time under the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The fire that he ignited was enough to burn the entire city. But it was easily extinguished by this monster without any effort. Then, can you shoot a few burning shots at it? Linyu made up his mind, picked up the scope, and looked in the direction of Tokyo Tower. He found the best place to attack. The one over there is a little shorter than here. It seems to be just on its route. So, after resting for a while, it seemed that the flamethrower had cooled down a bit. He opened the lid of the fuel tank, and streams of hot air spurted out. It seems that it is really possible to lose the chain. He thought for a while, and looked at the various materials in the storage space. I got a lot of good things from that souvenir shop just now. There's no need to hesitate at all. Right, Linyu said, taking off the backpack-type flamethrower and throwing it directly onto the high-precision research workbench. Broken down into blueprints. After a flash of white light, the hot metal flame-throwing aircraft turned into a light blue design. Linyu picked up the design drawing, and the sound of the system appeared again. Obtain the design drawings of the backpack-type flamethrower. So, take the next step immediately. Linyu looked at the various required materials in the design drawing. Turns out, it surprisingly doesn't require that much. It can be easily made with just alloy, nylon, and plastic, as well as some simple circuit boards or something. I can't believe that such a high-tech gadget only requires a few materials. What kind of technology is this? Although he had a strong thirst for knowledge, Linyu still didn't think too much. He took out a large number of electrical appliances from the storage space and broke them down into raw materials one by one. Soon, all the materials needed for the backpack-type flamethrower were gathered. He raised his head and glanced at the goods over there. But he hadn't gone far yet. Linyu thought for a while, took out a few more pieces of alloy, and pasted the intermediate universal upgrade design diagram on them. Upgrading the backpack-type flame aircraft to a super alloy large suspended flame aircraft requires alloy X4. Intermediate universal upgrade design drawing. Confirm upgrade? Linyu didn't hesitate and upgraded directly. If you are dawdling here, everyone on the other side will run away. Okay? You have obtained the super alloy large suspended flame aircraft X1. That's it. In front of Linyu, a flame-throwing aircraft appeared that was more advanced and more technological than before. The flame-throwing nozzles were densely packed, reaching 6 more than before. Moreover, the 4 in the middle are gathered in pairs and arranged up, down, left and right, which are the main flamethrower ports, and the 4 upper, lower, left and right nozzles separated by alloy pipes around them are the auxiliary flamethrower ports. The main flamethrower is for forward movement, and the 4 auxiliary flamethrowers are for controlling the front, rear, left, and right directions. They can even be twisted in all directions, making it easier to control various directions with the control of the controller in your hand. It is simpler than before. Linyu quickly hung it on his exoskeleton, put on a helmet and goggles, and immediately started it. Then, with the rapid speed and smoother flight, Linyu instantly felt the obvious difference. Evolution. The word came to him immediately. However, at the same time as the violent push on his back hit him, he was getting closer and closer to the monster, leaving him unable to think about anything else. Good guy. We're so close now. It's really scarier after the transformation. Linyu approached the top floor of the building that he had planned to approach faster than expected, and even arrived in front of the SH. Less bastard. The distance is 70 or 80 meters. Linyu looked at the huge and ugly head, looked at the tentacles that were twisting like silk threads around the head, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's time to take action. Moreover, with this superalloy large-scale suspended flame aircraft, my idea just now seems to be easier to realize. What to start with? At this moment, the closest he was to the monster's huge body was the height of its abdomen. Generally speaking, the abdomen is the weakest point of an animal, even if it is a hedgehog, a porcupine, a tiger or a lion. Don't be like a bastard. There are defensive measures underneath. At least Linyu didn't see anything from now, and he really felt that this should be a breakthrough. He didn't want to get too close to this thing now. Although it was true that he could fly over and pour a barrel of gasoline on it, that would be obviously more dangerous. Linyu always felt that those tentacles would do something when he got close enough. It is not that easy to get rid of it in the air. Moreover, there is still a thick layer of soil on the back, and pouring gasoline on it will only burn the grass and trees. It's better to attack its abdomen directly and get the information from there. Look at how this guy puts out fires. Then, let's try the first wave of attacks and see if it works. Linyu placed the 5 catapults in order and aimed them directly ahead, and tried to keep them aimed at the same position. He glanced at the SH. Less tortoise. It was now just where its head had just passed Lin Yu. There is still time to prepare. Then, he took out the gasoline can and found some large plastic bags from the storage space. Indeed, they are quite worn. But, you get the plastic bag design. Continuing to break down other plastic bags into raw materials, Lin Yu produced more plastic bags as quickly as possible. Then, he poured a lot of gasoline into the plastic bag, then tied it carefully. And after wrapping it in several layers, a gasoline grenade was ready. After doing 5 in a row, Lin Yu put them on the catapult and raised his head again. After the huge vibrations continued to sound, the SH-less bastard had already moved his front leg past the top floor of the building where he was. The opportunity has come. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This giant monster didn't take him seriously from the beginning. Even when it passed by, its eyes didn't even glance at him. That is, the small 100-meter-long tentacles on the chin are floating this way, as if they are alive and have their own consciousness. It just walked over, heading straight towards the original direction of Tokyo Tower, without stopping at all. Lin Yu once again wondered what this guy was using to maintain such a large body, and the consumption this body brought. However, he immediately took action. They stepped on the pedals of the catapult one after another, and as the sound of braking through the air came, bang! 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 The catapult's bomb basket hit the crossbar in front, making a roar. And at the same time, 5 plastic bag gasoline bombs directly drew 5 wonderful parabolas. However, one of the rounds suddenly broke in the air and fell down. But the other 4 rounds hit almost the same place as Lin Yu expected. That's right. Then, Lin Yu took out the burning and explosive ballista arrows. Isn't this thing suitable for a try? Lin Yu looked at the giant creature that still ignored him, and stepped on the pedal. The ignited explosive ballista arrow instantly rushed towards the place hit by the plastic bag petrol bomb. And in the next second, boom! Chapter 462, Experimental Weapons. One-man battle against behemoths. The flaming explosive ballista arrows, after the alloy ballista was launched with a bang, penetrated the air at extremely fast speeds, and drew an extremely beautiful arc. Boom! As an explosion suddenly sounded, Lin Yu also saw the flame spreading as he imagined. The previous plastic bag gasoline bomb only splashed a small area on the abdomen of the SH-less bastard, but the explosive ballista arrow hit that area and exploded violently, quickly igniting this small area. Moreover, the ignited flames also tended to spread to all directions. Is it possible? Lin Yu had put everything away at this moment, hiding himself at the giant compressor of the central air conditioner on the roof of the building, holding an alloy explosion-proof shield in his hand to block his appearance. However, Lin Yu didn't even hear the monster's roar and roar, nor did he hear it stop. He only saw the monster turning a blind eye to the flames burning on its body, and continuing to move forward. You can't even see the fire on your body? Lin Yu saw that the flames had even begun to spread upward and around, and the spread area was almost as big as this guy's eyes. Since it doesn't matter, let's get a few more. Lin Yu continued to fire a wave of plastic bag petrol bombs, and this time all 5 rounds hit him, also hitting the lower part of his back. I have to say that he is getting better and better at using gasoline bombs. If Xiaobai was here, he could skip this step and just let Xiaobai carry 2 barrels of gasoline and sprinkle it on the monster. That's it. And he only needed to fire an explosive ballista arrow. However, now that Xiaobai is away, Xiaoming's height cannot be counted on at all. It can't help at all in this regard. It would be better to evacuate as soon as possible. But speaking of it, where can Xiaoming and the others hide? Lin Yu regretted that he had sealed the ancient gate of the secret realm. Open it directly. Even if Xiaoming and the others don't escape, they can still call Xiaobai. The foreign aid. Over. With Xiaobai. No. That's not right. What I have been saying just now is because I want to face this guy. Lin Yu fired another explosive ballista arrow, igniting the small area where the plastic bag of gasoline bomb had just hit. And the flames ignited again with the explosion. Lin Yu actually wanted the 2 pieces to be as close as possible. However, although the SH-less tortoise moved very slowly, the distance at this step was almost 100 meters. However, Lin Yu didn't have time to mutter to the bastard to walk slower. He could only fire the plastic bag of gasoline bombs again, and then ignite the flames on the guy's body. After coming 5 times in a row, Lin Yu could clearly see that the flames had almost ignited the thing. It takes up less than 1/10 of the area of a leg, although there seems to be a lot of black smoke. It is true that the fire is so intense and less. Oh! Suddenly, Lin Yu heard a strange sound. and after the sound, a burst of white mist suddenly emitted from the body of the SH. Less tortoise. The mist instantly enveloped the whole body of the SH. Less bastard. And then dissipated immediately. At the same time, what disappeared were the 5 groups of flames that had just begun to spread. Linyu, who was a little unsteady on his feet by the violent airflow, suddenly remembered that it seemed that this guy had put out the fire under the Eiffel Tower in this way. Linyu thought for a while, and did not retreat immediately. There is still a bunch of stuff in the storage space. How can I just return it? Now that we've reached this point, why don't we try harder? Especially, I seem to have seen some weaknesses. At this moment, Linyu did not put down the scope in his hand. What the SH. Less bastard just sprayed out was not some strange thing, but very, very pure water. The water mist doesn't even have any strange smell. It's just water mist. This water mist was squeezed out from the hundreds of spray holes hidden under the soil with the help of powerful muscles. These blowholes are not large, but the muscles around them are powerful enough. Linyu also understood the reason for this guy's seemingly tall back. It's been a long time, and it's full of water? It seems that using fire to attack is really not possible. We have to think of other ways. Linyu restarted the super alloy large suspended flame aircraft and began to move again. In the air, his existence is still like a mosquito. No, even worse than a mosquito. After all, the buzzing of mosquitoes can attract people's attention and make them irritated. And what about him? Even if he fired 5 bursting ballista arrows at this monster and ignited 5 large fires, he still wouldn't be able to make him look back and pay attention to him. It seems better this way, Linyu thought as he came to the roof of a building near the back of the monster's head. The height here was a little higher than the previous one, but it was a little farther away from the SH. Less bastard. 10 meters. From here, it really feels like looking up at the terrifying monster in the sky. Linyu wanted to find a higher one, but he really had no idea where to start. This was the most suitable one. Otherwise, just rush over and fly to this guy. Punch a hole or something. He already had some ideas, but he still had to test them out. After all, he didn't know what would come out of this guy, so he couldn't just rush to do something with it. So, how about trying this? Linyu took out the TNT and detonator, and after connecting them, the system's prompt tone came soon. You have obtained the blueprint for a high-performance explosive. Is it that simple? Linyu originally wanted to study how to make explosives, but the system immediately responded, etc. Speaking of which, nothing like this has ever happened before. When I just made the design drawing of the superalloy large-scale suspended flame aircraft, I just made it directly and didn't pay much attention to it. Now think about it. When will you enter the secret realm and design drawings and other things will appear? Linyu looked at the system tablet and felt that there must be something about it. However, there is no time to think about this now, so we should continue to do something. Just like, you have obtained high-performance explosives X20. Although I didn't originally intend to produce something so important to the entire history of mankind, it seems that it is just right at this moment. Then, let's try again this time. Linyu quickly obtained something new by tying a ballista arrow and one of the high-performance explosives with a rope. You have obtained the design drawings of the explosive ballista arrow. Okay. Then, the explosive ballistic arrows with black powder and steel balls are not effective. So what will be the effect of this sky-shattering ballistic arrow composed of detonators and TNT? Linyu immediately placed it on the crossbow. This time, he aimed at one of the pieces of the SH. Less bastard that had just been burned. The explosive sky-blowing ballista arrow is an impact explosion, which is just right. It doesn't need to be ignited like the explosive ballista arrow. It should be more powerful. Right? Linyu felt that he should first try the effect once, and then deal with this SH. Less bastard based on actual conditions. Whoosh! The sky-shattering crossbow arrow suddenly flew out, and Linyu immediately used an alloy explosion-proof shield to block it in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge and violent explosion, followed immediately by the roar of the SH. Less bastard. After Linyu felt a huge shock wave coming, he raised his head to look again, only to find that a deep pit had exploded directly where it was bombarded. Moreover, there are actually a lot of cracks in the deep wound. Although the size is not big, it is scary enough. The monster roared again at this moment, and its heavy and huge body suddenly stopped at this moment, and purple-black blood began to flow out of the wound. It worked. Linyu did not freeze at this moment, but once again prepared a sky-shattering ballista arrow, aimed it and fired it. However, this time he chose to fly after the launch and not stay on this building. Seeing the roar of the explosion, Linyu retreated nearly 100 meters this time, and saw the power of the ballista arrow hitting the monster's skin that had just been blasted away. The monster seemed to be in pain and roared again. Linyu pressed the accelerator button and twisted his body. This time, he chose to go around the right side of the monster's body. After flying for a while, he landed there and took advantage of the monster's head to look over there. Prepared 10 rounds of sky-shattering ballista arrows here, and launched them again. Boom! A series of roaring sounds were deafening. The monster kept roaring, and there were 10 more wounds on its body. But the wounds are nothing compared to the huge body. For example, it's like the feeling of a small crack on a person's finger. Although it hurts, it is definitely not fatal. No, it's like this. Linyu felt like he was like a mosquito, and could only give this guy a few big bags. But if you want to kill it, I'm afraid the sky-blasting ballista arrows won't work at all. He didn't tie another layer of high-performance explosives to the sky-blowing ballista arrow. Even if he tied it, blowing it up would only make the small hole bigger. Right? Even dynamite can't blast this thing, huh? Wait, what is that? Linyu suddenly saw a layer of dark clouds floating over the horizon. This layer of dark clouds kept approaching in this direction, and it also made a strange sound like the flapping of wings. Linyu walked around to the left side of the monster again, landed on the roof of a nearby building, took out the scope, and looked at the dark clouds. Storm-flying lizard? Where did these things come from? Linyu looked at the monster's extremely terrifying wounds and suddenly understood something. The smell of blood? No. Why do these big guys dare to take a bite? This time, Linyu chose to retreat a few hundred meters and landed on the roof of a distant building, choosing to let the flamethrower rest for a while. He was so close to the less bastard just now, and he might be seen by those storm-flying lizards. We were able to deal with dozens of them in a short period of time. The dark cloud just now was at least 1,000 times smaller. Linyu shut down the flamethrower and decided to let it dissipate heat. The 2 attempts just now failed to achieve any good results, and he felt that he had to rethink what to do. Moreover, by the way, you can also see what kind of shocking actions the storm-flying lizards that have formed thick dark clouds can do. Linyu hoped that both monsters would be harmed. The storm-flying lizard asked the less bastard to rub salt into the wound. Such a large number could just enlarge the more than 10 wounds and expand the injured area. After simply eating something, Linyu replenished his strength. Finally, he took out a Snickers bar and tore open the package. He discovered that the storm-flying lizards in the sky had arrived in the air in front, back, left, and right of the giant monster, surrounding it. Live. Linyu was watching the show from a distance, but he did not relax his guard. However, when he finally swallowed the Snickers bar completely in his stomach, in the scope, hundreds of them could no longer hold back the storm-flying lizards that were constantly surrounding them. Stop and rush towards those wounds first. However, something happened that Linyu couldn't understand. Where the giant monster's jet hole had squeezed out a large amount of water mist, a large number of white threads suddenly came out, sweeping straight towards the storm-flying lizards rushing towards the wound. Tentacles? Why did they grow out from there? Linyu was indeed a little surprised. At the moment when the storm-flying lizards were very close to the wounds, the strange tentacles suddenly rushed out like lightning, and these storm-flying lizards were blown away by the lightning. Flying lizard penetrates and rolls up. Immediately afterwards, the tentacles wrapped these firefighting moths like cocoons, and scarlet blood dripped out from between the tentacles. Immediately afterwards, those tentacles lifted the cocoons high and placed them above the weeds and shrubs, and began to squeeze the storm lizards inside violently, and a huge amount of blood began to pour out. Water with this! Good guy! Linyu was now glad that he did not get too close to the monster easily. Otherwise, his speed would definitely not be able to dodge that thing. Maybe as soon as it landed on this guy's back, he would be caught. Wring out the blood and use it as a kettle. The body of the storm-flying lizard, whose blood had been wrung out, was thrown around. Unlike Linyu's imagination, it was not eaten directly. And Linyu stood on the roof of the building and discovered something just now. There aren't many trees nearby. In retrospect, there were so many trees in Tokyo Tower Park before, but I didn't see them this time. Don't eat meat. By the way, when I first met this guy, he was eating a big tree? Looking at the plants growing on its back, Linyu felt more and more that something was not right here, etc. Linyu raised the scope and looked at the plant on the back. He felt like he had seen something wrong just now. Those grasses and shrubs just now. It seems to be more lush and taller than before. Lin Yu saw that the storm-flying lizard, which had numerous dark clouds and extremely noisy flapping wings, did not stop its attack because of the tragic death of its accomplice. Their large army seemed to have launched a general charge at the giant monster's wounds at this time. The overwhelming storm-flying lizards kept rushing towards those wounds, and the tentacles extending from the blowholes couldn't even keep up with their speed. Even if they caught some, more of them had already penetrated into those wounds, crazy biting up the skin and mincemeat. The giant monster roared and sprayed out a burst of water mist again. But this kind of resistance had no effect on the crazy gnars. More tentacles also emerged from the water spouts as the water mist erupted. But they still had no way to deal with the large and flexible storm-flying lizards, and could only reduce their numbers little by little. Lin Yu, who was standing in the distance, looked at the scene happening in front of him, and suddenly heard a roar from under his feet. Xiaoming! Why did you come here? Lin Yu saw a bunch of black spots downstairs, and the largest one was facing his position. Calling hard. Chapter 463 Explosion. A partially damaged beast, the flamethrower took Lin Yu downstairs, looking at the almost completely destroyed buildings around him. Lin Yu finally turned his attention to Xiaoming and the others in front of him. Why are you running here? Go and hide in another direction. If the monster is annoyed by the storm-flying lizard and runs around, it might come this way. Lin Yu originally thought that these smart little guys would hide directly in the opposite direction of Tokyo Tower Park. But in the end, they actually ran near this battlefield? Ouch! Xiaoming pointed at the giant monster still entangled with the storm-flying lizard not far above, then pointed at Lin Yu, and shook his head. The little ice lizards also yelled and shook their heads. Lin Yu knew what they meant. Ignore this thing and run away. If he doesn't go, they won't go either. Ha ha. We share weal and woe. Right. But you better leave quickly. Be obedient. Lin Yu didn't want any of his friends here to be harmed by this incomprehensible giant monster. After all, no matter how flexible they are, one kick from the less bastard can leave them with no place to escape. What's more, now that the storm-flying lizard is coming to cause trouble, the less bastard may change direction at any time and turn this place into a battlefield. Oh! Xiaoming still shook his head. He pointed at the monster again, raised his arm covered with bone armor, and roared. Fighting? No. The size difference is too big. This is equivalent to an elephant stepping on an ant. Even if Xiaoming is relatively fast. That still. Xiaoming still asked for a fight. But Lin Yu didn't want them to join the fight. Not being able to fly is a big problem. Xiaoming couldn't carry the flame-breathing aircraft behind him to high altitudes even if he installed it. Even if he could, Xiaoming wouldn't be able to control it. Moreover, even if Xiaoming can really fly into the air, how can its close attack cause much damage to the monster? Snapped. Snapped. The mummified corpses of storm-flying lizards fell like raindrops. Some of them were even thrown less than a few dozen meters away from them. The tentacles are also inexplicably weird, although the length may be a bit different. But, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Not long enough? Xiaoming! Don't leave. I'll go up and take another look. Lin Yu flew high into the sky again, and took out the scope to observe carefully. Now, there are only about half of the number of storm-flying lizards that are as numerous as dark clouds. But the wound on the side of the less tortoise was now more than 10 times larger than the size he had exploded before. If the previous one was like a crack on a person's finger, this one now can be regarded as a big gash. A large amount of blood continued to flow from these large openings, like rivers. And the crazy storm-flying lizards, even if their number was reduced by half, they still besieged this monster. While Lin Yu was watching the battle, he was also observing those wildly dancing tentacles. Their length. Lin Yu discovered it quickly. The white tentacles growing out of the water spout could not touch the less bastard's own abdomen, but could only touch the middle of the side at most. The same goes for the white tentacles at the back, which can't even be touched. Its tail and nearby. It seems that the initial attack position was wrong? Lin Yu thought for a while, then looked at Xiaoming and the others who were still waiting for him and wanted to join the battle. Lin Yu looked inside the storage space again, and saw a powerful thing that seemed to have been lying there forever, with only its name showing its presence. It seems that it can appear? Rocket missile. Rocket missile. This thing was originally something he wanted to put on the storm rocket launcher. But unexpectedly, it didn't happen. As a result, he put it in the storage space and ignored it. He didn't dare to put flammable and explosive things directly in the warehouse outside. If one day we get caught up, The bombardment will hit all of a sudden, and any shelter will be completely destroyed. After all, there are really quite a lot of flammable and explosive materials in the shelter. Lin Yu looked at the inventory of various materials in the storage space and immediately started a new round of configuration. After he made 4 rockets in a row, he tied them with the previous one with thick wire. After confirming that they were very stable, he tied a circle of high-performance bombs on them. The power should be there. Right? Lin Yu took a deep breath. I'm afraid he won't be able to do what he wants to do next. Even if those tentacles couldn't reach the spot he wanted to explode. He didn't have the skills to get close to that area. Although the large-scale superalloy suspended flame-throwing aircraft was flexible enough, he did not have the hands to hold the heavy bombs and rockets and launch a charge. And this job required Xiaoming. Landing underground again, Lin Yu looked at the big friend in front of him, and then at the giant monster that seemed to be at the end of the battle with the storm lizards. Xiaoming, maybe I'm really wrong. It's still a bit reluctant to fight alone, especially against such a big monster. Lin Yu felt that he might have been carried away by the blood just now, against an opponent that was unreasonably huge and had never been defeated before. There was not much he could do as a small human being. This can be seen from the tentative battle just now. If he wants to kill this huge monster, it will take a long time and a lot of energy. Of course, he must always pay attention to not being attacked, already injured by the enraged giant monster. If he comes close, he will be turned into a human being, or trampled to a pulp, or beaten to a pulp. But now, Xiaoming, who is not weak in strength, is here, determined to fight side by side with him, even if it is extremely dangerous. Gah! Xiaoming was eager to give it a try. It is very strong, but against this giant monster, it has no chance of winning. But seeing its owner so determined, it felt that it couldn't stay out of it. Fighting is the only thing it wants to do. I've given you a difficult task. I wonder if you can do it. Lin Yu turned back and looked at the giant legs of the monster that no longer twisted. It's only a few hundred meters away from here. If you want to do something, there is no time to hesitate anymore. Xiaoming nodded again and raised his arms to indicate that there was no problem. Okay, my tactics are very simple, and you just need to tell me if you can climb on it. Lin Yu had seen it before. Although Xiaoming is huge and heavy, he can still do things like climbing. That time when I went to a resort-like place in the mountains, Xiaoming climbed up a 3-story cement building. Although the house was demolished, Xiaoming did climb up. Without Xiaobai, Xiaoming's climbing seems to have become the most important part of his plan. Of course, if Xiaoming couldn't do it, Lin Yu also felt that he could really try and do it well on his own. It may be more difficult to put on a robotic arm, fly up in an exoskeleton, and control the cluster of bombs with one hand. But other than that, there really is no third way. Gah! Xiaoming nodded again. He stretched out his big paws and came to the building where Lin Yu had just come down. His big paws instantly penetrated the building and relied on its extremely powerful limbs to crawl up and down. After going up more than 10 meters, he came down as lightly as he came up. Okay, it works. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and placed the cluster bomb in front of Xiaoming. This thing must be handled with care, as a violent impact can easily detonate it. Xiaoming, if you carry it, can you still climb it? Lin Yu pointed to the building again, and Xiaoming carried the cluster bomb again, climbing up and down easily. Lin Yu began to feel excited. It works. This really works. Then, the next step is easy. Xiaoming, this thing is an explosive thing. When you hold it, be careful not to get hit. Also, if you crawl nearby and find those white tentacles, avoid them immediately, even if you cannot complete the task. No problem. Okay? Good. Xiaoming nodded as he carried the cluster bomb. Next, you just climb to that position and put this thing there. Do you understand? Jigu? Xiaoming saw Lin Yu's movements, and after hearing his order, he understood that he had to put this thing away and regretted it and wanted to fight. After a fierce psychological struggle, Xiaoming finally sprinted towards the giant monster's hind legs. Following Lin Yu's instructions, the little ice lizards returned to the secret ancient gate of Tokyo Tower Park to wait. Lin Yu himself activated the flamethrower again and flew from the original place behind the giant monster. The tail of this huge sh-less tortoise is actually very short, even just like a tortoise. Not very long. It can even be said that it is almost negligible. Lin Yu flew all the way without encountering any obstacles. Those storm-flying lizards that were like dark clouds before now had only a few left. although they also injured some of the giant beasts. It was obvious that the giant beasts, the tentacles, are even better. Lin Yu finally landed on a building behind and to the left of the monster. At the same time, he saw a small black spot starting to climb upward from the calf of the last leg on the left side of the monster. Xiaoming's speed is quite fast, so I can't be too slow. Lin Yu started the aircraft again and tried to find the nearest building directly behind the giant beast. At the same time, Xiaoming quickly climbed up from the giant beast's legs to a location quite close to the target. Lin Yu looked at the black hole-like place, wondering why he hadn't seen such a big weakness before. Xiaoming, it's a little tasteless. I believe you can do it. Finally, he saw a place less than 600 meters away from the giant beast. Although it did not collapse, it was still crumbling. Lin Yu didn't care about this. Later, after the attack, he will fly to a safe place as soon as possible. And Xiaoming will also retreat to the rear according to his previous arrangement. Seeing Xiaoming dodging several tentacles that were obviously out of reach, digging into the skin of the giant beast with one claw, and approaching the final target, Lin Yu also took up the grenade launcher that he had not used for a long time. Device. About there. Now there are not many storm-flying lizards left to contend with. And the giant beasts have started moving forward again. If it continues, who knows when it will be over. This time, Lin Yu was confident that he could make this guy half disabled even if he was not dead. For this reason, he had really thought about how to do it. Therefore, Xiaoming was asked to climb up and stuff the cluster bomb containing 5 rockets and a large circle of high-performance bombs into the back door of the beast. Back door. As long as it is a living creature, there is almost no one that does not grow a back door at such a large size. Regardless of whether you eat meat or plants. As long as you eat, you must eat. Whether they are mutant creatures, secret monsters, or humans like him. Guys like Xiaobai and Xiaoming all have excretory organs. No matter how strange it looks, it's the same. And this weird-looking and huge monster is naturally inevitable. Now, Xiaoming was close enough to the back door of the thing, and Lin Yu was waiting for the moment Xiaoming placed it and started taking aim. The range of the grenade launcher is quite long. Now that the giant beast has not moved forward, Lin Yu is absolutely sure that it will hit the monster's back door directly. Xiaoming seemed to be quite uncomfortable and approached the place tremblingly. Following Lin Yu's instructions, he placed the cluster bomb at the back door of the huge black hole. As if he was quite disgusted, he immediately walked away like lightning. From there, return along the same path. And Lin Yu also saw Xiaoming fall to the ground again. And the moment the giant beast took the next step, it fired a grenade. Then, the second shot, the third shot, the fourth shot. After firing 4 grenades in a row, Lin Yu immediately left the building and accelerated upwards. At the same time as the powerful pushing feeling came, an unimaginable huge explosion sounded instantly behind him. And the violent shock wave also caught up with Lin Yu, who thought he was safe. Lin Yu was knocked upside down in the air. His sense of balance disappeared instantly, and his eyes were completely spinning wildly. Instead of panicking, he worked hard to control the flame-breathing aircraft. After a burst of roaring sound, he was hit by the shock wave again and turned half a circle. And this half circle also accidentally regained his balance. The terrifying and huge screams of the giant beast continued to ring in his ears. Lin Yu endured the uncomfortable feeling of fainting and turned his body with difficulty in the air. In front of me is a quite tasteful picture. The huge sh. Less bastard lost its balance at this moment, and its head was completely crushed on the ground. Its back door, 2 legs, and the flesh around its buttocks were all blown into pieces. The flames were burning in almost half of its body. But the back, which stored a huge amount of water, was also blasted with countless holes. The water inside leaked out at an extremely fast speed, and the white tentacles in it also leaked. Gradually there is no life left, and without water, there is no way to squeeze out the water, so the fire cannot be put out. The unimaginable amount of feces exuded an indescribable stench, and together with the water, it spread to the streets of this large city. Moreover, it was mixed with a lot of blood of giant beasts, and the color looked disgusting and terrifying. Lin Yu changed the direction of the flame-throwing aircraft that was already getting hot, and finally found a roof of the building that had not been sprayed by the bomb dolly, and landed on it. Good guy. This thing feels so good. But this smell. I wonder if the survivors of the Neon Country will cry that their Tokyo Tower is gone when they come back, or that Tokyo is flooded with shit. Chapter 464, Killing the Mythical Beast. A strange territory. At this moment, Lin Yu had rested on the roof of the building for a while. According to the battle plan at the time, Xiaoming should have run to the side of the giant monster before the explosion. If Xiaoming was not stupid, he should fully understand that his battle this time was to cause a violent situation for this giant monster. In fact, placing it on the head should be the most appropriate and correct method. After all, what kind of creature is afraid of its own head flying off? It's as strong as a cockroach. After taking off its head, it will still die, let alone such a big monster. But obviously, it is simply unrealistic to throw cluster bombs into the mouth of this less bastard. Let's not talk about whether it will be spit out, nor how to throw it in and still hit it. Just getting close to this giant mouth is a problem. After all, the monster is not dead. Even if it opens its mouth wide, it will never be able to throw such a heavy thing in with so many tentacles waiting. Even if Xiaobai comes, it may be difficult to do it. Therefore, the most correct approach is to blast it through the back door and let it fly away with sour taste. And, judging from the results, it seems to be quite successful. The power of 5 rockets, plus a layer of TNT bombs wrapped outside. Sour? Not only was the whole back but blown away, a large piece of the back was also lifted up. And even the tail was missing. All kinds of water from the monster also poured out crazily. The flames caused by the explosion, after being able to squeeze out the water mist, are now spreading upward along the bottom of his body. Even if it is so huge, the flames will not easily let go of any combustible area, while the flames continue to ignite from everywhere. The less bastard who was exploded has no power to move and resist at this moment. With its extremely heavy body, it could only greet the arrival of death with a pouted posture. Sure enough, no matter what, it is still a secret monster. Just like the storm lizard, monster rat, and giant spider, it cannot stop the flames at all. This is what carbon-based organisms are like. When facing the flames, even if the skin is extremely thick, it has no resistance. It can only be burned by the high temperature and gradually turn into ashes. Not to mention, the secret beasts are all of the almost explosive type. Like the lizard people, they are extremely afraid of fire. This less bastard, except for its terrifying size, is actually no different from other secret beasts. If it weren't for the water storage tank on the back that can spray and squeeze out water mist, this guy would be a very big just fuel. Lin Yu changed his helmet into a gas mask. The taste is simply amazing. Almost the entire Tokyo was saturated with the smell of this guy's excrement. And Lin Yu didn't want to stay even for a second. Moreover, there was not only the smell of excrement, but also the burnt smell of flames burning his body, and the smell of gunpowder from exploding rockets and TNT explosives. Lin Yu picked up the scope and looked at the monster's head. It was found that the vibrations in its body caused by the extremely intense pain before were much smaller than before. Oh ha. Lin Yu suddenly felt a sense of relief. This monster seemed unable to withstand the heavy damage of the explosion, and was indeed going to die. Finally, it's done. Lin Yu felt this sense of relief, and the passionate feeling before finally calmed down. As the tight muscles relaxed, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little pain in the upper part of his left arm. He raised his left arm and looked, only to see that near the top of his elbow, a large piece of the original Tianlong battle armor had been broken into pieces, and his clothes were even scratched. Waves of pain started to come from there, and gradually became serious. TSK, when were you injured? Was it hit by some debris after the explosion? It can shatter the Tianlong armor that is invulnerable to bullets. And the power of the explosion is really not small. If hit in the head, no, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. After all, the powerful self-healing ability is there. The self-healing ability has removed all the original scars on his body, and can even make the scratches and cut he just received heal and return to his original appearance in a very short time. The only shortcoming of this extraordinary power is that even if it can repair the wound, it cannot block the pain. If you get hurt, it will hurt. Lin Yu didn't have any other thoughts about this. He even thought it was good. At least, this pain made him feel that he was still a human being. Originally, this self-healing made him feel that he was different from normal humans. If he was injured and didn't even feel pain, then he really didn't look like a human being. No, he really isn't a human anymore. Monster? Monster. Lin Yu put the damaged Tianlong armor into the storage space, twisted his arm, and took out alcohol cotton balls and the like from the storage space. Once the blood is wiped away, the wound will disappear, as it did last time. although it won't leave any wounds or get infected. Lin Yu really couldn't find anything cleaner. However, just after he wiped away the semi-dried blood with an alcohol cotton ball, his eyes suddenly widened. Wait! What is going on? He saw that the shallow wound, which was about 10 centimeters long, was not healing at this moment. In fact, blood is still flowing out. He wiped it again, and the result was still the same. After repeating it several times, the stinging sensation continued. Lin Yu looked at the wound blankly, unable to believe his eyes. Why? At that time, after learning that he had the ability to heal himself, Lin Yu was indeed shocked and even confused for a while. But after accepting this strange ability, Lin Yu finally adapted to it mentally. But now, it seems to be different. The ability to self-heal has actually disappeared. Could it be that my ability can only heal smaller wounds or eliminate scars? Lin Yu muttered to himself, took out the dagger and took a deep breath. He touched the finger where he did the experiment last time very slightly. Severe pain came and blood also gushes out at the same time. He wiped it again with an alcohol swab. But? Why? This time, the wound was even smaller than the one cut by the blade before. But it didn't stop the bleeding at all. And the wound didn't heal either. Lin Yu felt the doubts, confusion and uneasiness in his heart. He didn't understand why his ability disappeared. Could it be that it never happened at all? No. All the wounds on his body were gone. Not even the big and small scars. This is proof. But now, this ability has disappeared, making Lin Yu feel more uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, used an alcohol cotton ball to disinfect it again, applied iodophor, and tied it with clean gauze. The wound on his finger was directly covered with a band-aid. No matter what happens, let's leave from here first. Lin Yu put on the Tianlong armor again, equipped the large-scale superalloy suspended flamethrower, and activated it. In the distance, the monster's roar gradually became smaller and became waves of whimpering, and the huge body began to slowly fall to the other side. In the air, Lin Yu looked into the distance. Boundless dark clouds gradually approached from all directions. These were the hungry and greedy guests who came to the feast, and they seemed to smell the death of this giant beast. Lin Yu also saw various mysterious beasts emerging from nowhere on the ground below. Strange rats, giant beetles, tentacle monsters, poisonous dragons. They all gradually gathered, rushing towards the dying beast from all directions. I believe that in the near future, a feast that has never been seen in this world will begin here. Lin Yu flew in the air, looking for traces of Xiaoming. If everything goes well, Xiaoming should be able to smash the glass of a nearby building after arriving at a safe location. Wow! At this moment, Lin Yu, who was already at low altitude, heard the sound of shattering glass in the direction of the iron tower. And after he flew over, he did see Xiaoming there. Xiaoming! Go to the ancient gate! Go! Xiaoming confirmed that his master was safe and felt relieved. It was also extremely excited to be able to defeat this giant monster, easily killing dozens of passing secret beasts. Xiaoming also began to move towards Tokyo Tower Park. Naturally, he was going through many obstacles along the way. As the only rebel, Xiaoming was completely like a group of secret beasts, an aircraft carrier swimming upstream. Lin Yu looked at the endless tide of mysterious beasts, and suddenly thought of something. Etc. Isn't it possible to do a big cleanup by the way? After all, the secret beasts are the kind that catch fire at the first moment. Although Du Tianlong was almost there, everything else was ineffective when exposed to fire. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also had some ideas in his mind. But if such a wave is really going to happen, if there is any unlucky survivor in Tokyo, that would be really bad luck. Think about it. I was frightened half to death by this giant alien beast. I was frightened half to death by the explosion. I was frightened half to death by the huge amount of flying sprayed out. And then I was frightened by the crazy tide of secret realm alien beasts that rushed towards the giant beast. Half dead. In the end, if he brings a big fire to any unlucky guy here, isn't it too miserable? The more Lin Yu thought about these things, he flew to high altitude again and shuttled among the buildings. In front of his eyes, countless secret realm monsters were surging on the street. Except for Xiaoming, none of the other monsters were running towards the dying beast in the distance. Lin Yu believed that this huge group of monsters would completely eat up the huge monster in just a few hours. All we really need now is a fire. Otherwise, just throw it away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had reached the sky above Tokyo Tower Park. And he also saw the special secret ancient door that he had wrapped with an iron wall. Turning around, I saw that Xiao Ming had already rushed out of the monster group and returned to the park from the avenue. The little ice lizards were also waiting by the iron wall. They were extremely excited to see their master return. Is it over? Lin Yu never had any real feeling. The pain in my arms and fingers is still there. And the wounds are still there. He suddenly returned from an extraordinary person to an ordinary person. Lin Yu didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. At this time, as Lin Yu just landed and moved the iron wall away to let Xiao Ming and the others get through, an unimaginably unpleasant roar came. Then, a strong vibration also boomed from there. Smoke and dust rose up all over the sky. And the life of the giant monster also ended at this moment. And then, something unexpected happened again. Secret Realm, Tokyo area. The mythical beast Cambalak has been eliminated by the survivor Lin Yu. All survivors within the Tokyo area will be forcibly kicked out of the Secret Realm in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Repeat. The Secret Realm, the Tokyo area. The mythical beast Cambalak has been eliminated by the survivor Lin Yu. And all survivors in the Tokyo area will be forcibly kicked out within 1 minute. What? What was destroyed? Mythical beast? Countdown for forced kicking, 59, 58, 57. Forcibly kicked out? Lin Yu looked at the terrifying, endless army of mysterious beasts not far away. And suddenly reacted. He almost immediately pressed the accelerator button and rushed onto the already crowded road next to the park. In urban Tokyo, all the mysterious beasts are squeezed on the road, like countless black lines on a chessboard. If you set a fire, you can eliminate an unimaginable number of secret beasts. Lin Yu stood in the air with an alloy tactical crossbow in his hand, and a burning arrow had been ignited by him. Call out. With the sound of an arrow, a strange rat that was unlucky to be squeezed on top was instantly hit by an arrow, and its body immediately burst into flames. Soon, the flames swallowed it up and ignited the mysterious beasts crowded around it. The flames spread quickly, and within a few seconds, the entire north and south streets were ablaze, and the fire continued to expand in all directions, and countless mysterious beasts turned into balls of fire. Now, how many should we be able to eliminate? Lin Yu took one last look at the corpse of the completely dead beast in the distance, pressed the accelerator button, and rushed towards the ancient gate of the secret realm. Force kicking is not bad. But 5, 4, so fast? As soon as Lin Yu landed, the last few seconds of warning sounded in his ears, and he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the ancient gate. He pressed the accelerator button and wanted to rush over. To his surprise, the ancient secret door suddenly disappeared at this moment. Good guy? Although the park has not yet been engulfed in flames, it is only a matter of time. 2, 1. All survivors will be forcibly kicked out. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Lin Yu, and he soon discovered that he was completely enveloped by this light, and everything around him was completely engulfed by this light. A powerful force pushed him violently, as if he was thrown out. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Towering snowy mountain peaks, azure blue skies, and not far away, a huge waterfall falling like 9 heavens fell into a deep pool, making a deafening roar. Lin Yu stood up from the stone beach and looked around. This is not a wasteland, but gay! At this moment, a roar that seemed to have not been heard for a long time suddenly sounded not far away. Lin Yu immediately had a troll in his hand. After seeing 2 monsters with big heads like lions and bodies like bears, Lin Yu instantly relaxed. Oh, it seems like it's not all bad. Right. Chapter 465 Reward for killing the mythical beast. Secret Realm, Tokyo area. The mythical beast Cambalak has been eliminated by the survivor Lin Yu. All survivors within the Tokyo area will be forcibly kicked out of the secret realm in 1 minute. Please be prepared. The system's voice broadcast is not only broadcast to all survivors in the secret realm, it even plays it simultaneously on the systems of survivors and beggars in other worlds, and the world of exploration gate. Moreover, there was still the sudden sound in my ears that I couldn't refuse. Mythical beast. The survivors and beggars who heard this proper term were now at a loss. What is that? In the world channel, everyone was extremely confused at first. After all they know about is related to giant, which are giant creatures that are tens of meters tall in this world. Mythical beast. What is it? Moreover, is it Tokyo in a secret realm? Even after Lin Yu killed the mythical beast, the survivors in the entire Tokyo area would be forcibly kicked out of the secret realm. Now, everyone has a blank expression on their face. They don't know what earth-shattering things Lin Yu has done, to the extent that they can know about it in this other world, secret realm, and exploration gate. However, soon, as the system released the appearance and size of the so-called mythical beast Cambrak on the World Channel, the entire World Channel also fell into a violent relationship with Lin Yu. In the midst of a heated discussion, Camel, let me tell you, this is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? 383 meters high, 522 meters long? What kind of monster is this? Godzilla? Rondo Bell. I don't know if it's Godzilla. I only know that I've seen it before. It's just that the ones I've seen are much smaller than this one. Only about 100 meters high. This thing is like that. The ultimate expanded version. How could Lin Yu do it? Papadopoulos. Thank you for the invitation. I am in a different world, and have just returned from the ancient gate of the secret realm. We were at the scene and witnessed almost the entire process. But I have to digest the shocking scene that I saw. If it weren't for the camera function of the system in the secret realm, I would definitely be able to make a movie about Lin Yu. Also, let me give you a preview. Lin Yu's method is really interesting. Takeda Nobumesa. Humph. It was just a fluke. Lin Yu must have killed the monster while it was weak. That must be the case. Our samurai way has no luck. Zhao Feichin. You from Neon Kingdom upstairs. I think you are bragging and despising Lin Yu. Why don't you think about whether your Tokyo is doomed? That monster is so tall and big. I guess Tokyo is doomed. Takeda Nobumesa. My hometown is Yamanashi. It's not Tokyo. But, that person just now. What's going on in Tokyo? You can tell me. Linwood. To be able to kill such a huge monster. He deserves to be Lin Yu. And deserves to be the #1 person in the world. Also, I would like to ask a digression. Are there any cans left? I really want to wholesale them. Please reply at Lin Yu. Caroline. Where's the guy who previewed it? What's so exciting? I don't understand. Wait for the explanation. I'm not afraid of exaggeration. I even think that what Lin Yu did may be more exaggerated than imagined. Papadopoulos. I'm back. I don't think any of you can imagine how big the thing actually is. The data of the system. If you don't stand in front of that mythical beast, you can't feel the hugeness and smallness. For example, we are like ants compared with giant whales. Do you understand? But having said that, Lin Yu was simply too strong in that battle. I think if Lin Yu wanted to, he could fight 10 of these monsters. Tokyo is flooded with shit. That's all. Takeda Nobumesa. Yamada Toshiro. I don't believe it. Mr. Yanida. My greater Tokyo is actually, why do I want to see it even more? Dao City Laba. I smell the scent of my companions. That is our paradise. Christopher. What happened to the neon people upstairs? Weren't they just drowned in shit? It's no big deal. Right? I'm more concerned about how Lin Yu killed that monster. The size difference is too big. Unless Lin Yu uses nuclear bombs. Otherwise I definitely don't believe it. Tell me at Papadopoulos. Loveland. Indeed. How did Lin Yu do it? Papadopoulos. In short, the mythical beast was exploded with explosives. I won't go into details. Everyone knows it. Lin Ming. I've told you everything. How about breaking the situation? Is that Lin Yu's personal strength? I was the last one kicked out of the secret realm by the system. I witnessed the whole process. Lin Yu used bombs to destroy the mythical beast everywhere. Passive. I finally saw that Lin Yu put a bomb on the monsters, and it exploded. He even set a fire, and the whole of Tokyo burned down. Kamla. That's too strong. Is he alone? Ramsala. #1 in the world rankings, and the strongest person in the world. Li Mu Fei Do. We can only drive away the giant creature with all the strength of the refuge village. But Lin Yu can actually single-handedly kill a mythical beast that is much bigger than the giant creature. He is really too strong. The world chat has completely turned into a sea of discussions about Lin Yu this time, as the survivors who were present at the time continued to break the news. And there were also the influx of people who were trying to confuse the situation, as well as adding false news. There was no one in the entire other world who was not discussing Lin Yu. If you really want to find one, that is Lin Yu himself. Now! Lin Yu had emptied the spray gun in his hand for the 10th time and put the body of the 17th mutated creature into the storage space. 5 lion-headed bears, 3 sky-eating pythons, and 9 3-headed oxen. 5 gold treasure chests and 12 silver treasure chests. I have to say that this time, he gained a lot. Damn it. Are there only a few lion-headed bears? I also want to try the power of the sand eagle. To Lin Yu. A huge and dangerous mutated creature like a lion-headed bear was just like a chicken or a tile dog, even if it wasn't chained. Wearing armor, a mechanical arm, and holding a heavy weapon, Lin Yu was more like the ruler of this area than one of those ferocious mutant creatures. However, after searching for 5 minutes and still not seeing half of the lion-headed bear, Lin Yu finally put down the Sand Eagle, equipped the large super alloy suspended flame-breathing aircraft, and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that the system could actually throw it into this place? But the name of that epic beast is quite special. Lin Yu glanced at the regional map. This place is far away from his refuge. At least, it is not within the scope of the Wasteland. Instead, it is directly west of the Wasteland, at least 700 to 800 kilometers away. He also didn't understand why the system kicked him directly to a place so far away from the shelter when it kicked him out of the secret realm. There's no way around this rule. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt itchy on his fingertips. He rubbed it, but suddenly discovered something was wrong. Wait, this is the place where I stabbed it with the tip of the knife before? Lin Yu looked carefully at the wound he had pricked on his finger not long ago because he was surprised that the wound failed to heal on its own. After losing the ability to heal itself, he pricked his finger for an experiment. As a result, I suddenly discovered that the small wound was missing. What's going on? No trace at all? His heart suddenly beat very fast. What's going on? Why is the self-healing ability coming back? No. Where's the long cut on the arm? He took off the Tianlong armor again, twisted his arm and took a look, and was surprised to find again that the wounds there were gone, leaving only smooth skin. Why? Why has the ability to heal itself come back? Lin Yu couldn't believe it. The wound that was still stinging before was still there when he was in the secret realm. But now, he has suddenly disappeared in a different world. Impossible. What is going on? Is this ability still intermittent? Why on earth? Lin Yu felt like he was going crazy with this ability. He took out the dagger again and touched his finger. Soon, drops of blood emerged from the wound. And a moment later, the wound healed. Lin Yu felt that something was wrong with his ability. Why couldn't the wound heal in the secret realm just now? But it healed again here? Is it the influence of that mythical beast? Or, the ability cannot be used in the secret realm, but it can be used in another world? If it's the former, that's not a good thing. Secret realm. Tokyo area, the mythical beast Cambalak has been eliminated by the survivor Lin Yu. Tokyo area. Purification has been completed. In the Tokyo area, all secret monsters cannot enter again. Airdrop rewards will be sent to survivor Lin Yu soon. For the survivor Lin Yu, an exclusive secret ancient gate will be opened soon. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a large amount of information, interrupting Lin Yu's thinking. After its sound disappeared, Lin Yu started the flame aircraft and came into the sky. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that the mythical beast he killed on impulse could actually perform a so-called complete purification of the Tokyo area. The system immediately explained the meaning of this so-called purification. Surprisingly, can the secret realm monsters be driven out? It seems that it really shouldn't be set on fire directly. Flying into the air, Lin Yu looked around cautiously. Although there would be no mutant creatures flying in the sky during the day, he couldn't be careless. Who knows when or where a storm-flying lizard will fly over? Lin Yu felt that the last time the ancient secret door opened in front of his home, as well as the ancient secret door opened by Fei Yu and others, was definitely not an exception. And those monsters that originally belonged to this planet may not have any so-called adaptation problems after returning to this other world. They may have soared in the vast sky of this other world and surged deep underground. They will also become new dangers, threatening the remaining humans in this world. While Lin Yu was flying, he also opened the regional map and placed it in the upper right corner of his sight. It is hundreds of kilometers away from the shelter. Although it is true that you can drive a tactical ATV directly back, the terrain here is too complicated. Before finding flat ground, you can only use this large superalloy suspended flamethrower as the main mode of movement. But, having said that, there is actually a reward for killing that monster. Airdrop rewards, as well as the so-called exclusive secret realm ancient gate. In the past, certain rewards would only be given when killing giant creatures or breaking through underground ruins, such as airdropping treasure chests and the like. There is no such prompt when killing monsters in the secret realm, even when killing the poisonous dragon giant beetle. Now, after killing the so-called mythical beast, an airdrop came directly. But I really didn't expect it. Airdrop? That thing looks much more powerful than Du Tianlong. No matter what, It is still a palladium treasure chest. Lin Yu thought about this and pressed the accelerator button. If you want to know what's inside, you'd better see it with your own eyes. Blue-green tail flames continue to spray out from the 8 jet ports. In the sky nearly 70 to 80 meters above the ground, Lin Yu kept flying straight forward. Below the feet, the wide river gradually became narrower, and the surface covered with tall grass and giant trees was gradually covered with rocks and snow. Lin Yu felt the cold and put on the thick clothes in the storage space. He raised his head and looked at the snowy peak standing not far away, as straight as the tip of a knife. This is a plateau area where no one can live. But as long as you cross this plateau, you will come to the vast wilderness area. He had not seen any shelter or village-like buildings nearby just now, and there were even very few mutant creatures here. And halfway up the mountain is a restricted area of life. Fortunately, it wasn't snowing here. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to even fly over. Lin Yu did not dare to stop. He continued to turn on the flamethrower switch, checked the direction of the shelter again, and continued to fly forward. After crossing the snow peak, the terrain dropped all the way. When the flamethrower behind his back became hot, Lin Yu finally flew nearly 100 kilometers in one breath and saw the wasteland not far away. It's still about 200 to 300 kilometers away from the shelter, but it's safe now. Speaking of which, why on earth was it that when the system forcibly kicked him out, it was not teleported directly to the shelter, but to this extremely far away place? With this question in mind, Lin Yu landed on a hill and built an underground shelter here. After a long flight, he also needed some rest. Moreover, he also needs some time to think. Tokyo was purified so that mutant creatures no longer existed there. If killing giant creatures is like this, then as long as you keep killing giant creatures, you can liberate more areas? Although he did get a lot of good things from this trip to the secret realm. Overall, it was not quite what he imagined. Who would have thought that they could fight a monster as big as a mountain there? Mythical giant beast! I still care about the appearance of that thing. Lin Yu recalled the appearance of the monster and compared it with the ones in his memory. And in an instant, he suddenly remembered something. After pulling up the photos from the system, he compared the two and quickly closed his eyes again. He seemed to have found the right answer. I see. Chapter 466. Find a way to restore the original world. I see. I'm just telling you. I've seen this mythical beast somewhere. Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa in the newly built underground shelter in the Wild West, holding the system tablet in his hand and muttering to himself. On the tablet, two photos were placed side by side. One picture is the front face of the so-called mythical beast Camelback. Another picture he had taken somewhere before. Another thing. Who would have thought that the faces of these two things are almost identical? Lin Yu enlarged another photo and looked at it again. The huge head, the tentacles stretching out aimlessly, the weird head, and the huge mouth. It can be said that they are exactly the same. This photo is a full-length photo of the stone statue in the huge underground space where the oil river base is located. At that time, Lin Yu really just felt that the huge stone statue standing underground was a bit strange. So he recorded it with the system's camera. He did indeed fight a large number of lizard men under and on the huge stone statue, and also obtained a gem. It is even known that that is where the altar in the mural is located. But I really didn't expect that the faces of the stone statue and the mythical beast actually look similar. However, the body of the stone statue is not the same as that of the mythical beast. If we say it, it is more like a human body. The mythical beast has 8 legs, looks more like a giant beast, and has a layer of plants or something. At that time, he just thought it looked familiar, and he really didn't think of it in this regard. It was just a sudden thought. But when I compared the two photos, only the head looked like it was carved from the same mold. These two would be the same. If you look at the urine properties of lizard people, it would be understandable. Lin Yu thought of the stone statues of strange rats, storm-flying lizards, and poisonous dragons carved by the lizard people for sacrifice. It seemed that in the eyes of the lizard people, these so-called mythical beasts were actually quite important. I'm afraid they regarded this giant monster as a god. So they set up a separate godhead for it, put a body like a lizard man on it, combined it with the head, and turned it into a huge stone statue. It's the center of the lizard people's worship. So far, Lin Yu only had so many information clues, and he could only draw this conclusion in the end. However, that monster is definitely not one with 2 ends. At least he saw one in Paris, and it was definitely the same guy who put out the fire at that time. However, the Paris end is definitely not that huge, And the Tokyo end is also the same. Could it be that they are creatures that can grow and evolve? After all, the size of the one at the beginning and the one he had just fought with were completely different creatures. It has changed from 6 legs to 8 legs. And the tail seems to have been shortened a lot. As the size increases, the tentacles seem to have become more numerous. Evolution. After coming to this different world, if there is a creature that can evolve, it seems that the only one is the little ice lizard. Even though the evolution method of the little ice lizards is an extremely strange, tethered evolution, they seem to be unique in this world. The flamethrower was still very hot. Linyu picked up a bottle of mineral water and poured it on the SHL. Thick streams of water vapor rose up instantly. It seems that we will no longer be able to use it in the short term. Linyu stood up and came outside again. At this time, it was almost evening. It's only over 200 kilometers away from the shelter, so it's not that far. To drive the tactical ATV back, he would have to open a path through the tall grass that was nearly 3 meters high. And he didn't have many stones needed. There are many people selling stones in the World Trading Mall, but there are not many things in Linyu's storage space that can be exchanged for stones. After putting the tourist souvenirs and other things he obtained from the souvenir shop in the small building at Tokyo Tower, Linyu thought about it and marked them all as auction items. These things are worthless. After all, a plastic or metal souvenir that has passed 30 years ago and has been completely dismantled by Tokyo Tower can only take up space no matter how you think about it. Just exchange them all for stones. The stones are paved directly into a flagstone path leading directly to the shelter. I just don't know how much I can exchange for. After throwing all the souvenirs up, Linyu did not set any refuge village leaders before they could buy them this time. He just added the words, urgent need, at the end. For the rest, he really felt that there was nothing he could exchange for it. Reinforced concrete, and other things. None of them have any purchasing power. As for air conditioners, TVs and the like, they are basically broken. Linyu doesn't think that anyone has the same chance as him of getting an artifact like a high-precision research workbench from the treasure box to decompose them. So this can pass. If it doesn't work, ask Fei to collect some for me first, and then give him something later. Anyway, I can't rest here. Linyu looked at the sun that was gradually setting towards the plateau. Indeed, he missed the shelter a little bit. Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the others must be worried about themselves. After returning to the underground shelter, Linyu closed the door and placed a torch next to the wall. In a space of 40 square meters, Linyu sat on the sofa and looked at the shining torch in the corner. All around, there was only the crackling sound of torches, and the rest was silent. Linyu looked at this simple thing and suddenly remembered that it seemed that when he first came to this different world, it was not much different from now. At that time, wasn't it just a small room of 40 square meters? After sitting on the sofa, Linyu turned on the system tablet. He did not go to the system trading mall first, but looked at the world channel, preparing to learn some information. However, he painfully discovered that it had become his own fan club. Everyone is discussing one thing. It was about him killing the mythical beast in the secret realm of Tokyo. Good guy. It's not like that. Each one of them makes me feel like a god descending to earth. Linyu didn't have much thought about these compliments at the moment. He is sober. Killing the mythical beast this time really made him experience difficulties that he had never experienced before. And it also made him feel the excitement that he had not seen for a long time. But that's all. In the final analysis, the mythical beast is still a body of flesh and blood. As long as there is enough time, and he can afford it, even without Xiaoming's help, he can kill this thing alive. Even, he can fly directly to the ancient gate of the secret realm and come back to get the storm rocket launcher and use it to deal a wave of output. I believe that this 400-meter monster will definitely not be able to resist this extremely powerful monster. Violent serial explosions and burning. The mythical beast is not so powerful that it cannot be defeated. It is stretched to death, which means it is bigger. As long as you don't get too close, the mythical beast will not pose any threat at all, let alone fire, lightning, or poisonous mist. It's just a big guy with the most basic defense measures. A sense of accomplishment? Indeed, it was extremely satisfying to kill the huge monster almost by oneself. Not to mention, he also used a fire to wipe out countless mutated creatures there. But to be honest, unless he kills all the mythical beasts in the entire secret realm, that is, in the entire Earth, he will not have any special thoughts of pride because of this. The screen was almost full of words of praise for him, but there were also some curses and slanders. Linyu looked at it and found that these people were all neon people. And they seemed to be quite dissatisfied with his big move. Indeed, if we kill this monster, we can completely purify an area. That is, we can clean up the countless mysterious beasts. I seem to have found a way to restore the Earth to normal. Linyu felt as if this was a road he had never imagined. Originally, he thought that for a long time in the future, humans would have to face the alien beasts in the secret realm and continue to eliminate them. In fact, it may never be possible to eliminate them. The best outcome is to coexist with them on the Earth. But this time, Linyu felt as if the system had given all mankind hope. As long as the mythical beast is eliminated, then this area can be purified. Thus, get a piece of fertile land that belongs to mankind. Linyu could imagine that human beings could make good use of everything there in this other world, and finally use all the resources in that huge city to survive disaster after disaster. Although we haven't found a way to completely return to Earth without being recalled again, there seems to be one more reason to work hard now. It seems like it's time to set goals for what we should focus on in the future. Linyu felt that what he wanted to do seemed to have become much clearer. He originally just wanted to go to the secret realm to collect various materials. But now he felt that what he wanted to do in the secret realm in the future was to eliminate as many mythical beasts as possible. As for various resources, just grab them along the way. In this different world, the primary goal is to eliminate the lizardmen, and the secondary goal is to build a shelter. As for the exploration door, Linyu decided to let it go first. When the little ice lizards evolve again, they can indeed consider blooming more. Ask Feiyu. This one seems to have been silent all this time. Linyu clicked on Feiyu's chat window and sent him a text. Feiyu, how are you doing there? If you are not busy, I still need you to do me a favor. Of course, I will pay you accordingly. The message was sent, but Linyu did not receive a reply immediately. This guy is probably concentrating on something, or exploring a secret realm. Linyu thought so, and walked to the flamethrower again. This thing can take him flying in the air or even higher. But the shortcomings are actually obvious. The battery life is not enough, and cooling is indeed a big problem. Otherwise, Linyu felt that he could let him take him around the entire other world in such a large circle, doing a global trip to see if this other world really had enchantments and if it was really like him. That's what I thought. But now, unless he overcomes the battery life problem of the flamethrower, he still has to rely on Xiaobai to do anything. While waiting, Linyu didn't rest. There was no more information in the world channel, and there was no need for him to waste time on it. Simply take out the high-precision research workbench and hold a decomposition meeting with various things brought back from the secret realm. After being busy for a while, Linyu took a rest, opened the system tablet again, and looked at the travel souvenirs he had auctioned. Huh? Is this thing so valuable? Why are there so many people quoting it? Linyu was surprised to see that the people quoting were almost overwhelmed. There were only a few thousand copies of various tourist souvenirs. Nearly 1 million people are bidding. The heads of these people, oh, they are all neon people. So it's okay. After looking at the quotes, almost 90% of them have names with 4 to 5 characters. Either a son, a husband, a man, or something like that. It seems that the neon people really like these useless gadgets. What would they think if they knew that Tokyo Tower had been demolished and even Tokyo was submerged by the mythical monster show? I took a look at the world channel. Oh, they know. That's okay. Linyu clicked and exchanged one by one without hesitation. The one with the most even exchanged 10 stones for a Tokyo Tower keychain. He was indeed drunk. Soon, Linyu replaced those worthless gadgets with the stones he needed. And these stones continued to replace those things, gradually filling up his storage space. Oh, let's build a wave of roads first. That should be enough. After looking at the increasing total amount of stones, Linyu put away the flame-throwing aircraft that was still a little hot even though the temperature had dropped a bit, and finally took a look at the underground shelter. Although this place is the same as before, and after having a shelter, a large area nearby is also dyed light blue. But it seems that this place is not a good choice for his suitable branch base in the future. Branch base? By the way, you're already here. Why not test whether there are any minerals or the like here? If there really aren't any, don't come here again. Linyu thought so, and quickly took out the heavy and huge mineral resource reserve detector and put it away. After connecting the diesel generator, Linyu quickly started it, and lines of fluorescent text gradually appeared on the screen. Detection starts. Checking. 22%, 79%, 100%. Copper mine, 19%. Coal, 44%. Chromite, 37%. Detection completed. Copper mine can continue to be mined, 42 days. Coal can continue to be mined, 97 days. Chromite ore can continue to be mined, 81 days. Detecting the depth of mineral types in progress. Completed. Copper mine burial depth, 18 meters above ground to 134 meters underground. Coal burial depth, 65 meters underground to 150 meters underground. Chromite burial depth, 55 meters underground to 255 meters underground. Oh! Is there really a mine? However, the burial depth is indeed relatively deeper than before. But this is not a problem. Copper ore and coal don't matter. Lin Yu definitely doesn't want to let go of this chromite. Chapter 467 The Hero Returns. Daily life in the shelter. A straight road appeared in the wilderness almost instantly, heading straight to the east of the wasteland. On this road, a tactical ATV with its headlights on and its engine roaring was speeding past, causing a fierce airflow that blew the nearly 3-meter-high weeds on both sides. Lin Yu constantly checked the road conditions ahead, and at the same time calculated how far he was from the shelter. The 10-kilometer road was quickly exhausted. Lin Yu slowly stopped the car and created another 10-kilometer road. After repeating it several times, the sun set on the horizon, and he was less than 100 kilometers away from his refuge. Lin Yu, who had reconfirmed the transaction and once again understood the value of tourist souvenirs, exchanged all the remaining items, and then smeared the lizard man's sweat and blood on his body. Nighttime was the time when mutant creatures went crazy, and Lin Yu did not dare to be careless. I didn't expect it to happen so late. After paving the road with all the remaining stones, Lin Yu finally drove the car to a location only more than 10 kilometers away from the shelter. The stones on hand were completely used up, and he had to get off the car and find another way to go back. Once again, Lin Yu equipped the already extremely cold superalloy large-scale suspended flame aircraft and started it. 8 blue-purple flames shone in the night sky. And Su, wearing night vision goggles, he also saw what was coming. The white dragon he flew over. Gawu! Ga! Xiaobai was extremely excited and joyful about Lin Yu's return, and kept flying around him. Not long after, heavy footsteps sounded, and the familiar huge figure in the wasteland also appeared. Ouch! Xiao Ming roared. But Lin Yu could hear the endless joy in this voice. It feels so good to have a companion waiting for him to come home. Lin Yu continued to descend and landed next to Xiao Ming. The little guy couldn't help but put him on his broad back. This time it was different from the previous one. It walked very slowly and gently. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the 2 golden full moons in the sky. Under the moonlight, the giant white dragon roared in the air, casting an extremely long shadow on the silver-white ground. In the distance, the shelter with twinkling lights seemed quite warm. One night passed quickly. In the early morning, there was a dim light in the warm and comfortable shelter bedroom. Lin Yu, who had rested for the night, gently opened the lid of the space sleeping cabin and glanced at Xiaobai, who was still sleeping soundly in the other corner of the bedroom. This little guy's current height is a bit too small to sleep on a sheepskin mat. After realizing this problem last night, Lin Yu directly used 4 sheepskin mats to form a huge carpet and placed it in a corner of the bedroom, specifically for sleeping on it. Xiaobai rests. Unlike Xiao Ming and the other little guys who came from the ice lizard cave in the underground ruins, Xiaobai preferred to stay in this bedroom. Lin Yu still doesn't understand where the egg that hatched Xiaobai came from. The guy who used this egg to exchange him for 100 milliliters of water has died long ago and has no way of knowing. Judging from the appearance of the little ice lizards, they are definitely not creatures capable of laying such large eggs. Not to mention, it's been a while since they moved here, and no one has laid an egg or anything. Now it seems that the origin of this little guy Xiaobai is a mystery. Gaw? Xiaobai suddenly raised his head under Lin Yu's gaze. It opened its ruby-like eyes and lay on the sheepskin mat, looking at its owner quietly. Xiaobai, where did this little guy come from? Lin Yu walked over and stroked its big head. Xiaobai has grown a lot and is no longer the little ice lizard he was at the beginning. It has grown into a giant dragon soaring in the sky, majestic and powerful. Xiaobai seemed to understand Lin Yu's words. It changed its position and sat on the sheepskin mat. Then, it drew an oval in the air with its 2 big paws. Good guy. Do you even know that you were born from an egg? What else don't you know? Lin Yu really didn't expect that Xiaobai could remember things so long ago. But, yes, it's only the 41st day since I came to this different world. It was more than 30 days ago that Xiaobai came here. But for some reason, it always felt like it happened a long time ago. Linyu waved his hand on the wall. And soon, today's temperature, wind speed, and other information were displayed on it. 10 degrees? Moreover, there is wind. Level 3 or 4. Linyu felt that when he looked at the forecast every day, he felt that it was simply outrageous. Who would have thought that in previous disasters, the temperature here was over 60 degrees, and the air conditioner had to be turned on all the way, or saltpeter was used to make ice to survive? The rich oxidation disaster, to what extent can it reach? Linyu sighed, and came to the kitchen with Xiaobai. Xiaobai seemed to have a special liking for mixed eggs. And once again he and Linyu made gestures about wanting to eat that thing. Okay. It's no problem if you like to eat. I still have a lot of them on hand. It's just right. After we finish eating, we will go to the large incubator to have a look. The chicks are about to be born. Linyu quickly prepared the mixed egg rice bowl for Xiaobai. For nutrition, he also put some vegetables in it. Xiaobai seemed to be in a good mood when he saw the food he had been longing for being cooked, and let out a satisfied gaw. At this moment, the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Xiaoming's head stuck in. It greedily sniffed the delicious fragrance in the air, and its saliva quickly dripped down. Good guy. Here comes another glutton. Xiaoming, why did you come up here? Although Linyu said this, he already had a large bowl of rice in his hand, and he quickly started to peel the previously cooked eggs and put them into another large bowl. Inside, start putting various condiments and the like. Xiaobai, who was immersed in eating, couldn't help but froze when Linyu peeled open the complete boiled egg. Gaw! It looked at the rice with mixed eggs that was almost half eaten, then looked at the eggs, turned its head suddenly, looked in the direction of the breeding farm, and suddenly whimpered sadly. Linyu was amused by this little guy. Xiaobai, some eggs can hatch chicks, but some eggs can't. The ones we eat cannot hatch chicks. You don't have to be so regretful and sad. Linyu spoke very slowly, and Xiaobai listened very carefully. In order to make Xiaobai fully understand this matter, Linyu brought the mixed egg rice bowl to Xiaoming to the living room, then asked Xiaobai to come out of the shelter, and went straight to the large warehouse where the incubator was placed at the back. Opening the warm incubator, Linyu soon heard the chirping of the chicks inside, and Xiaobai immediately transformed from a mighty dragon into a full-time nanny with gentle eyes. Although this product is male. Xiaobai, look at those eggs, LS? They just come out of the egg, L. With the right temperature and humidity, the chicks will come out of their SH. LS. Of course, they have to be the kind of people who have experienced it. Eggs. Not just ordinary eggs. Right. Like the ones we eat. Qua. Xiaobai seemed to understand. But at the moment, he was more concerned about the chicks. He brought a big basket and put the chicks in it. Linyu checked inside, and after confirming that there were no unhatched eggs left, he put the huge machine into the storage space. If you keep them here, you have to go back and forth to the breeding farm, which is a lot of trouble. Of course, the fish breeding box does have to be moved somewhere. By the way, after arriving at the medium-sized breeding farm with Xiaobai, Xiaobai put the chickens in the activity room, and Linyu also put the feed in the feed box. Those big chickens all ran over like their predecessors. They didn't grab the food, but looked at these new partners with curiosity. Linyu looked at this situation and was really not surprised. In the past, these big chickens would line up and count, but under Xiaobai's hands, they were like loyal soldiers. It feels like I have a certain amount of wisdom. When he came to the breeding cage, Linyu collected 330 eggs. The eggs confiscated yesterday and today together. That's the amount. He used the survival points to identify them one by one and quickly divided them into two large piles. One pile contains 165 frightened eggs, and one pile contains 155 ordinary eggs. Xiaobai, this pile can hatch chicks. There is nothing we can do about this pile. We can only eat it. Otherwise it will break and be thrown away. After placing the large incubation box in the warehouse, Linyu connected it to the power supply, reopened the door, poured water into the water tank, and placed 165 frightened eggs into the incubation tray. Gawu. Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand something. Linyu actually had some ideas. When the total number of chickens exceeds 1,000, you will consciously reduce the number of roosters to reduce the number of frightened eggs. The remaining excess eggs can be sold as commodities, whether it is made into boiled eggs, poached eggs, or even preserved eggs, braised eggs, tea eggs, etc. They are all very good. At that time, it will become a good batch of hard currency and help bring him the items he wants. Xiao Bai, if you want to stay here for a while, I'll go take a look in the greenhouse. Lin Yu yawned and stretched. This has almost become a daily routine. But every time, Lin Yu really can't just leave these things alone. Yesterday, I had to do something else because I had something to do. But today, since I have time, I will do more. Anyway, for now, I'm still busy. Ga Wu. Xiaobai nodded and decided to stay in this breeding farm for a while Lin Yu came out directly from here and went straight to the greenhouse. Pushing open the glass door, a stream of humid air was welcomed inside. However, the temperature is slightly cooler. The temperature seems to have to be raised. Although there is enough sunshine, the increasingly cold temperatures will make it too cool at night. Not to mention those tropical fruits. Just those plants may be affected by insufficient temperature or other factors in their growth. As soon as Lin Yu walked towards the planting platform, he saw 10 little ice lizards. They were currently harvesting vegetables on the planting platform. Even when they saw Lin Yu arriving, they did not stop their work. Well, that's right. That's how it looks. Lin Yu looked at the various vegetables that were gradually rising in the collection baskets next to the planting platform, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked to the growing boxes of tropical fruits, and unexpectedly found that the pineapples were ripe. What's even more outrageous is that each pineapple tree bears 5 pineapples. And these 10 pineapple trees actually grow 50 pineapples. Good guy. What's going on? Shouldn't it be 1 pineapple and 1 fruit? Moreover, this growth rate is too fast. Right? It has only been a few days, and the pineapples are already fully ripe. Lin Yu sighed as he went up and cut off the pineapple with a dagger. Pineapples can be harvested repeatedly, if the nutrition is sufficient. Lin Yu feels that after a few days of supplementation, new pineapples will grow again. And by then, he will harvest more pineapples. The unique fragrance of pineapple fascinated Lin Yu. This is the 3rd fruit he has seen in this other world besides strawberries and watermelon. Taking out a pineapple, Lin Yu observed it carefully. It has the exact same appearance as the pineapples I have seen on Earth. And the fragrance of the deep orange flesh inside the hard outer skin is quite drool-worthy. Pineapple, it's a pity. I'm allergic to this thing. Although he was still looking forward to it when he planted it, Lin Yu was actually quite clueless about pineapples. He's allergic. And it's quite obvious. As soon as you eat it, you will get pimples on the side of your mouth. Even if it is a pineapple soaked in salt water. In other words, you can still taste the pineapple juice a little bit. But it's not too cold. Forget it. I'll cut some for Xiaobai and them later. And I'll sell the rest directly. But this thing should be quite easy to sell. Right. Pineapple was a very popular summer fruit in the city where he originally lived on Earth. When Lin Yu was in the orphanage, he would always see this thing appear in the fruit basket placed in the orphanage after those who wanted to pick up the orphans left. Later, he used his part-time money to buy one before working. But after only eating a few mouthfuls, he got a bunch of small rashes and had to give up the delicious food. Finally, he squeezed some juice and took a few sips. Throw away the rest. Now, even if he has collected 50 pieces, he still feels that no matter how delicious this thing is, he will not touch it. And originally, this was something that was planted just for experimentation. He looked at the other tropical fruit trees and found that they were all growing well. The bananas have grown to more than 3 meters high. The trunks of the red guava have begun to grow in size. The lotus mist has even bloomed. And the lychees and mangoes are also quite healthy. As for the coconuts, this thing has actually grown to 5 meters in a short period of time. Who dares to believe it? Seeing that these fruit trees can be considered a promising future, Lin Yu really wants to plant more fruits and vegetables. If the entire greenhouse was filled with vegetables, and the entire greenhouse was filled with fruits, it would be able to provide a refuge village for many survivors. But it seems that the main problem to be solved is the problem of night heating. The greenhouse comes with its own quilt and roller shutter machine, which can be used. And the fireplace that helped him survive the low temperature days during the first disaster seemed to have come on stage. By the way, the system said there is an airdrop and a dedicated secret ancient gate coming out of the shed. He looked around, and finally, next to the smelting furnace, he saw what he wanted. Airdrop wooden boxes. Chapter 468 Cowboy. Really busy. Lin Yu looked at the familiar airdrop wooden box not far away and nodded with satisfaction. There is never a single airdrop from the system that is not good. The worst The worst is the golden treasure chest. And this time, he has killed the huge mythical beast. So, the contents of this wooden box may be something that can excite him for a while. Right? Just like Palladium chest. The best treasure chest Lin Yu currently has access to is the Palladium treasure chest. The last time he obtained it, it was airdropped from the system after all the maps of the entire Wasteland area were opened. The Palladium treasure chest has opened short and medium distance rail type express trains, space sleeping cabins, and kitchen design drawings, etc., which are all good things that ordinary treasure chests cannot open at all. Since a platinum treasure chest can be airdropped if you kill a little guy like a giant creature, then the Palladium treasure chest shouldn't be too much. Right? Lin Yu thought of this, picked up the fire axe and walked over, putting the parachute into the storage space. Lin Yu swung the fire axe and broke open the wooden box in a few clicks. At this time, footsteps sounded from behind, and Xiao Bai had already walked over to join in the fun. In addition, Xiao Ming also followed behind, running over. These two little guys really like looking at treasure chests. However, I asked Xiao Bai to open a platinum treasure chest last time. This guy has a big appetite. Will he focus on the Palladium treasure chest? Lin Yu looked inside the wooden box. He saw a treasure box that exuded a rare light, and a small pile of things that looked like blueprints, showing a strong presence in it. It is indeed a Palladium treasure chest. Also, that small pile of light blue ones. Are they design drawings? You have obtained X3 high-grade universal upgrade design drawings and X20 medium-grade universal upgrade design drawings. You have obtained the copy coupon of all things X1. Oh! High-end universal upgrade design drawing? All things copy coupon? With a medium-sized universal upgrade design. You can upgrade some already good things into more powerful things. Just like upgrading a backpack flamethrower to a super alloy large suspended flamethrower or an insect armor upgrade. It's like the Tianlong battle armor. There were only a few of them before, and they were all used by him. This time, it wasn't enough to just give 20 of them. There were even more powerful advanced universal upgrade designs just from the name. The advanced universal upgrade blueprint is also something that can upgrade items to a higher level. Moreover, according to the instructions for use, it seems that various operational suggestions and required materials for upgrading can be provided before upgrading. Of course, the scope of use is limited to various items. Want to upgrade someone? The upgrade of a person. No. Should be said to be extraordinary. He is one. Lin Yu looked at his fingers and the completely missing wound on his arm, and remembered what happened in the secret realm yesterday. That's a mystery. However, after finishing my busy work today, I have to go there again to see what the reason is. It is impossible not to understand that the self-healing ability disappears and then recovers. At this time, Lin Yu looked at the copy coupon of all things and put it directly into the storage space. Copy coupons for all things can be used to copy anything created by survivors, obtained by opening treasure chests, or found in secret realms and underground ruins, in addition to blueprints, shelters, and various creatures. It can be said that Lin Yu now has no problem copying anything in the storage space. Moreover, the various things other than the storage space, except for the shelter and the blueprints, are nothing. Of course, it's still impossible to copy humans. Lin Yu looked at the storage space, and after the item with the name, Copy of All Things Coupon, was displayed, there was an X2. He now has 2 of these good things, which is equivalent to having 2 trump cards. Lin Yu would not use these 2 trump cards easily, when it is not necessary. Just put these 2 copy coupons in the storage space. If necessary, they will not be hidden away. Anyway, as long as you do something similar to killing the mythical beast next time, you may continue to get this kind of thing. After putting all these things into the storage space, Lin Yu looked at the last thing in the wooden box. Palladium chest. As expected, if you kill the mythical beast, you will get a Palladium treasure chest. This is much easier than collecting all the maps of the area, isn't it? Gawu! Xiao Bai has been staring at this huge treasure box and seems to like it quite a lot. But Xiao Ming has not reacted much yet, and is more curious. Alright. I know you all want to open the treasure chest, so I'll let you guys do it later. What Lin Yu thought about was the nearly 70,000 copper treasure boxes in that huge warehouse. Not only Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming, but also the little ice lizards could not escape the ultimate experience of opening the treasure box. How to say, since you want to open the treasure chest, then just open it all the way to the outside in one go. You obtain the Palladium treasure chest. Lin Yu put the treasure box into the storage space and took a deep breath. He walked up to Xiaobai and Xiaoming and patted their friends on their arms. Ask the other little ice lizards to gather together. We have been delayed on some things for a few days. We can't do it without doing it. Jiga? Ga. Xiaobai and Xiaoming had completely two reactions. Xiaobai seemed to sense that something was wrong. But Xiaoming was a bit silly and thought something good was going on. So he acted quite excited. Of course it's a good thing. Xiaobai. I'm serious. Don't act like you don't believe me. Lin Yu patted his friend's big paw to signal not to be nervous. Really? It's a good thing. Gawu. Xiaobai was still confused. But since his master said so, he had no reason to object. Lin Yu smiled as he saw the two friends going straight underground. He also walked directly to the large warehouse, took out everything in the storage space one by one, and put a large number of treasure boxes into the storage space. You can't finish it in one go. But the joy of opening a treasure chest doesn't have to be experienced all at once. After finding a relatively empty place in the shelter, Lin Yu waited quietly for the little ones, who were about to experience the beauty of opening a treasure box. After a while, Xiaobai and Xiaoming killed the victim. No. All the little ice lizards, who experienced the beauty were brought here. Xiaobai had a premonition of something bad on his face, while Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards all looked curious and eager to try. Lin Yu counted them all, and there was no one who had not arrived. Even those on the breeding farms came. Today, our task is actually very simple. Of course you don't need to do anything more. Lin Yu looked at the many friends and made an opening statement first. First stabilize the morale of the army. He glanced at Xiaobai, who seemed to have understood what he was going to do. He kept shaking his head and even put his big paws beside his head, as if refusing. It's useless. Xiaobai. Lin Yu quickly spread the copper treasure boxes one by one on the ground. And soon, the sunlight that had just appeared in the east appeared and shone on these copper treasure boxes, reflecting a wonderful light. Look! More than 40,000 copper treasure chests quickly filled this huge and empty place. Gaw! Xiaobai suddenly howled, while Xiaoming on the side was stunned. Xiaoming looked at Lin Yu, and then at the copper treasure boxes. He was so shocked that he couldn't even make a sound. It is also a victim of treasure chest opening. Last time in the underground chest opening area, I realized how painful it is to open a large number of copper treasure chests. Unlike Xiaobai, it has not even touched the silver treasure chest, let alone the gold treasure chest and platinum treasure chest. Okay, little ice lizards, your mission today is to open 100 copper treasure boxes. How about it? Are you happy or not? Unexpected or not? Exciting or not? Surprised or not? Lin Yu was satisfied to see the little ice lizards cheering and jumping around. But Xiaoming was completely confused and kept looking at him and the copper treasure box. As for Xiaobai, this guy is looking at him with extremely pleading eyes, as if he wants to beg him not to be so heartless. Lin Yu would naturally not be so heartless. There are still a few silver treasure chests left. You two will share them later. It's okay. It's nothing to you. Right. Lin Yu said with a smirk on his face. Gaw. Xiaobai covered his face with his big paws, completely in pain. Xiaoming, as for Xiaoming, seemed to have followed suit, covering his face with his big paws and howling in pain. Lin Yu walked over, patted the arms of the two little guys, and nodded to them. After opening these, there are still about 30,000 left. If you two take the lead, how about I reward you with 5 gold treasure chests for you to open later? Lin Yu made some concessions. The mutated creatures he killed in the valley before allowed him to obtain many silver and gold treasure chests, although he also wanted to open the golden treasure chest himself. In order to comfort these two little guys, it would be okay to open it for them. Anyway, he cares more about the contents of the platinum treasure chest and the palladium treasure chest, especially the palladium treasure chest. Okay, if everyone is ready, let's get started. I'll go over and do something else. Xiaobai and Xiaoming, I'll leave it to you two to maintain discipline and supervision here. Understand? Lin Yu handed them over, took the palladium treasure box, and walked to the basement. Although there is nothing much to do today, there is still a lot to do. After opening the palladium treasure chest, you need to collect the cans and sell them in the World Trading Mall, and then go to the 3 sub-bases of Saltpeter Mine, Oil River, and Natural Sulfur or Mountain to collect them. Recent output. Finally, the road leading to the westernmost part of the shelter, where the minerals were found, with the Mineral Resource Reserve Detector last evening must be paved. By the way, If possible, a sub-base will be established there. If you have time, you can go to the secret realm and test whether the self-healing ability will disappear. As for the exploration gate, it seems to be very quiet at the moment, so there is no need to do anything else today. Day by day, I'm so busy. Linyu felt that he really needed a good rest. But in this different world, resting and lying down would only bring him stagnation and backwardness in all aspects. After finally using the system to successfully become the strongest person in this different world, he had no need or reason to lie down. However, you do need to plan carefully. Counting today, there are still 9 days until the disaster occurs. Each of these 9 days must be used well, and science must be used. Linyu thought so, and took out the system tablet. The little ice lizards had already begun to open the treasure box under Xiaobai's demonstration. Linyu took the system tablet and slowly walked towards the main shelter. Indeed, there are too many things to do, and they are too complex. Since coming to another world, except for the beginning, he still has some goals every day. After arriving, with the increase of various facilities and constant exploration, he has more and more things to do. And the more he has to do, the more he will do, getting more and more complex, even to the point of being unable to do anything else. If it weren't for the little ice lizards he could rely on now, he would probably have to go to the 3 sub-bases every day to make sure everything was okay there. Linyu shook his head. It is definitely not possible to continue like this. In fact, if it continues, all kinds of things will become more and more chaotic. In the end, everything will even become disorganized, and everything you do will be restricted and troubled by various things. Making a scientific schedule is what is really necessary at the moment. What you have to do every day isn't really much. Linyu used his fingers to write and draw on the system tablet. He first went to a large cold food processing factory, walked to the canning production line, put all the cans into the storage space, and immediately hung them up on the World Trading Mall. This time he still wanted various alloys. After all, the demand for this in the main shelter was huge. If he wanted to build a large castle-shaped shelter, the existing alloys were sufficient, but not rich. The main function of the can is to replace the alloy. In this regard, Linyu feels that at least for a certain period of time, it will still play a certain role. Arriving at the fresh-keeping cold storage, Linyu took the remaining fish fillets to the processing plant to start a new round of processing. When he came out again, he walked into the main shelter. He went down to the basement, then continued down to the second underground floor. The unboxing area on the second underground floor is quite quiet. Linyu took out the sofa and placed the palladium treasure box in front of him. The first step is to make scientific itinerary planning. The second step is to open the palladium treasure chest. The itinerary planning was actually not Linyu's whim. He had thought about this problem before going to the special secret realm. Therefore, at that time, he asked Xiao Liuzi and the others to go to the underground ruins to scan the ruins in advance. To him, the underground ruins were the kind of place that wouldn't mean much even if he went there. The most valuable things there are the gold treasure chests obtained when killing the lizardman priest, and the platinum treasure chests obtained when breaking through the underground ruins. For Linyu, he didn't have time to leisurely visit the underground ruins. Therefore, he handed over this task to Fei Yu on the one hand, and to the little ice lizards on the other hand. The combat effectiveness of the little ice lizards deserves recognition, and the strength and collaborative combat capabilities of Fei Yu and the others cannot be underestimated. As for the others, on the first night of each day, prepare the alloy to be smelted in a smelting furnace. Instruct the little ice lizards to collect vegetables and eggs the next day, and arrange for some little ice lizards to go to the underground ruins to kill lizards the next day. People also need to put the cans into the production line to ensure that they can be sold in the market the next morning. Cowboy, you are very busy. Linyu looked at the dense arrangements on the system panel and couldn't help but say. Chapter 469. The second palladium treasure chest was opened, and a large number of top-notch artifacts were revealed. Scientifically formulating an action plan is actually easier said than done. For Linyu, it was really difficult. After all, he has too many things to do now, and they are too complicated. However, he is quite smart. Now he has some ideas about this after calculating in his mind and writing and drawing on the system tablet. The various actions to be taken the night before have been decided. We won't do anything for the time being. What's next? After getting up in the morning? Unless there are special circumstances, you should go directly to a medium-sized farm to collect eggs and put the frightened eggs into a large incubator. The little ice lizards will feed the chickens. and Xiaobai will arrange for the hens to lay eggs. What he has to do is very simple. Then it's time to go to the greenhouse to collect vegetables. To harvest the vegetables, Lin Yu only needs to collect the vegetables that the little ice lizards put into the receiving basket into the storage space. And when the fruits begin to ripen, and then let them be picked again, he will still be the simple harvester. After harvesting, you can go to the canning factory to collect the cans and put them in the trading mall. These are the things that need to be done almost every day, and the rest is a delicate job. Now, there are 3 sub-bases, and one has not yet been built. Among the 3 sub-bases, the saltpeter mine is in the east. It is the closest, less than 60 or 70 kilometers away. The oil mine in the south is a little farther, and it's close to 100 kilometers. And the natural sulfur or mountain branch base in the west is the farthest, almost 130 to 40 kilometers away. Lin Yu recorded his thoughts on the system panel and opened the regional map. His current sphere of influence is quite vast. Even the east, south, and west are completely divided into the light blue color block centered on his refuge. Plus a little further away, the natural sulfur or mountains in the northwest are not completely connected. And Feiyue's refuge village further north, and even a large area there, are now dyed light blue. Especially Feiyue and the others don't seem to want to operate within a very narrow range. They have included all directions in their refuge village within their sphere of influence. In this way, his sphere of influence in the southwest corner of the entire Wasteland map alone reaches 1% of the entire map. There are hundreds of other forces, large and small. But to be honest, there are only a handful of them that can basically match 1/10 of his sphere of influence. The Wasteland is really quite vast. Lin Yu shook his head. This wasteland is so big. What other forests, wetlands, deserts, grasslands and plains are there? In this different world, if there is no extremely convenient way to move around, it would be really difficult to travel around. Of course, there are no shortcuts between the ancient gate of the secret realm and the ancient gate of the secret realm. As long as you go to the right place, you can actually achieve your goal. Just like that time when he had a high fever, after he passed through the ancient secret gate in the beginning. His own ancient secret gate was submerged in the seawater. As a result, he had to look for the ancient secret gate in other places. And finally from another place, a new secret ancient door was found near Lu Kai's refuge village at that time. You know, the 2 places are nearly 100 kilometers apart. It would really be a lot more convenient if there was an ancient secret door that could lead to other regional maps so conveniently for a long time. However, it seems that the ancient secret gate, which is very convenient, can't be thought of for the time being. Now we can only use other methods to shorten the distance with the 3 sub-bases. Lin Yu thought for a while, and soon the words, medium and short distance rail type express trains, appeared on the system tablet. In fact, the main idea of going to the secret place in Tokyo this time is to collect as much steel, concrete, and other things as possible to build viaducts and short and medium distance tracks. What he didn't expect was that he went in the wrong direction this time, directly killing the mythical beast, and plunged the entire Tokyo into the mythical beast's flight. And the sky was filled with fire. Although Tokyo has been purified, Lin Yu feels that he will not be able to go there for the time being. When he came out of the greenhouse just now, he found that the ancient gate of the special secret realm had disappeared. He didn't know whether it was due to the time limit or because the mythical beast was killed. So it disappeared directly. The plan for short and medium distance rail type express trains is currently in a bottleneck again. Unless he tries his luck in a secret realm, it will be really difficult to handle. But once it is built, it will be extremely easy and fast to go to any sub-base. It will even prevent the 3 of them, Black Dot, Red Line, Green Claw, and other little ice lizards from spending time in one place for a long time. Even the transportation of things and related things to the 3 sub-bases does not require him to do it himself. Everything like saltpeter or natural sulfur and petroleum-related things can be transported directly by the robot dogs. It can be said that as long as this is built, he can save a lot of time, and he can use the time saved to do other things he wants to do. With the current materials, let's see how many kilometers of viaducts and tracks can be built. Currently, each of the various schedules before him is actually quite time-consuming and energy-consuming. If it could be shortened, his entire schedule would become easier and freer. You can even explore more places, such as the mysterious door of exploration. Go to the weird huge stone statue again, and have enough time to kill another mythical beast. Lin Yu thought of this and closed the schedule. This thing needs to be written and planned. Not at this moment. It is still necessary to build this medium and short-distance rail-type express train as soon as possible. However, he still has some ideas. I will open this palladium treasure chest for a while, and then go to the so-called exclusive secret realm ancient gate to have a look. And then let Xiao Bai take him around the 3 sub-bases. And then repair the road to the west. It's really a lot of things. Lin Yu thought of this, stood up from the sofa, and walked towards the palladium treasure chest. A pretty good gadget was released last time. What surprises can there be this time? Lin Yu said that he is looking forward to it now. If something powerful can be developed, it will be of great help to survival. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu placed his hand on the palladium treasure chest. Open! You have obtained Automatic Control Device Design Drawing X1. Large Self-Propelled Howitzer X1. Geothermal Resource Detector X1. Geothermal Resource Power Generation Device Design Drawing X1. High Performance Heated Swimming Pool Design Drawing X1. Lin Yu? Good guy. What's going on this time? Can a palladium treasure chest be able to unlock so many things? Moreover, each of these seems to be quite good. Lin Yu was shocked and first took out the design drawing of the automatic control device. Automatic control device. If it is installed on some non-intelligent machinery, it can automatically start operating according to a preset program. And it can be stopped and reprogrammed in the middle as needed. What magical thing. Lin Yu took a look and saw that it only required a small motherboard, simple electronic components, and a palm-sized LCD screen, of which he had plenty, among the used electrical appliances that were collected before. This kind of thing was the most numerous. Whether it was computers, TVs, or other messy things, there were countless small motherboards and electronic components. He quickly made one, and found that it was really similar to a mobile phone. And the program inside it was also very simple. Action frequency, strength, duration. Lin Yu suddenly felt that this thing was a bit unfair. In order to conduct experiments, Lin Yu directly found the most mechanical thing in his hand. Super Alloy Large Suspended Flame Aircraft. This is his most commonly used thing at present. Now whenever he goes out, he will carry this on his back. Before, it was a backpack-type flamethrower in the secret realm. It has considerable potential, and is designed with a medium universal upgrade. After the picture is upgraded, it looks like this. Follow the instructions. Just attach to this thing and then set. The set program was not much different from that of a robot dog, and Lin Yu got started almost immediately. Soon, after setting up the program, Lin Yu watched the large flamethrower in front of him spit out flames. After balancing in the air, he began to fly in all directions, and finally even turned a circle in midair. Finally it landed smoothly on the ground. Oh! Okay. This is okay. Perfect control. Lin Yu quickly started thinking. If we say that we manufacture drones in large quantities, and then put various TNT high-precision bombs on them, even if it is as powerful as a mythical behemoth, can it be bombed by a large number of drones in a short period of time, causing great damage? Lin Yu thought for a while. It seems feasible. Lin Yu remembered the drone that had been used once before when Levick led his army to attack his shelter. Later, as Xiao Bai's flying ability continued to increase, and the various weapons in his hands continued to increase, in the end this thing could only eat dust in the warehouse. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked to the underground level and took out the drone that had been gathering dust for a long time. Then, he touched it to the high-precision research workbench and got the large drone design drawing. The various components required for the design of this large drone are actually not complicated. With the addition of this automatic controller, there is no need to use a remote control made from a mobile phone to control the drone. After gathering the materials, Lin Yu completed it quickly. A brand new drone appeared, and after Lin Yu placed the automatic controller on it, he also began to edit the behavior settings. The settings were quickly completed, and the propellers of the drone kept turning. And then, under the self-control of the pre-edited program, it rushed violently towards the corner of the room. Boom! A small fireball suddenly rose, and the thing shattered to pieces, and even small flames ignited. This is feasible! Lin Yu nodded again. He has plenty of materials for making drones and automatic controllers. If you build a huge drone army and add TNT with a suitable explosive amount, I believe that even the mythical beast may not be able to withstand the impact of this large wave of drone bombing teams. The first item, the palladium treasure chest. Smells so good. It's amazing! Lin Yu was quite excited, and he immediately took out other things. A large self-propelled howitzer. Man, this thing is really huge. Lin Yu looked at this thing that looked like a tank. but not too similar, and couldn't help but admire it. Just looking at the length of the barrel and the size of the ammunition, Lin Yu knew that if he took this thing to find trouble with the wolf-headed men and had a blast with them, then there would be almost no doubt that the distance was it may be just a matter of time before all the wolf-headed men are wiped out. Let me see. This ammunition, well, no problem. It can be made. Lin Yu did a little appraisal and found that he could do more than just a little bit now. The power of this large self-propelled howitzer cannot be underestimated. See 2389-2 Large Track Self-Propelled Howitzer. A self-propelled howitzer is a howitzer whose gun body is integrated with the vehicle chassis and operates on its own power. It has good off-road performance, can enter and leave the position quickly. Most of them have armor protection, and has strong battlefield combat effectiveness. The maximum range when firing bottom volley bombs is 36.5 kilometers. And when firing rocket extended range bombs, it can reach 40 kilometers. The error radius at a distance of 35 kilometers is only 246 meters. In rapid-fire mode, it can fire 3 sh.ls in 9 seconds and 10 sh.ls in 56 seconds. It can also use the shooting mode of multiple simultaneous shots to increase the firepower density. When a self-propelled artillery carries out a preemptive strike, one artillery can have the effect of several artillery, and can provide more accurate or more intense fire coverage to the target area, especially when bombing the opponent's artillery position. It can ensure the destruction of the position, leaving the opponent without the ability to fight back. The total weight is 55.3 tons. The maximum speed is 60 kilometers per hour, and the maximum range is 420 kilometers, which is equivalent to a main battle tank. Hey guys, what kind of monster is this? Lin Yu couldn't help but admire this large self-propelled howitzer, which was about 12 meters long, 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. If this was brought to the side of the wolf-headed man, it would probably only take one shot to make them cry and lie on the ground in an instant, begging him not to kill him. Just that volley of bombs would probably cause the wolf-headed man's fortress to collapse in an instant, and wipe out a large number of wolf-headed men. Weapons of this level feel like they are specially designed to destroy. No one can stand the idea of firing 10 rounds of ammunition in 56 seconds. Moreover, the most critical point, Lin Yu also discovered, this thing is not a one-time use. Unlike the previous intercontinental missile launch vehicles, defense missile launch vehicles, and storm rocket launch vehicles, this thing is not a one-time use. That is to say, can be decomposed. Wait, what if this thing can control itself? Lin Yu took a deep breath and created an automatic control device again. He placed the self-propelled control device on the large self-propelled howitzer, and then looked at the LCD screen of the control device. Can be manipulated? Lin Yu excitedly patted the metal SHL of this big guy, feeling extremely excited. That is to say, if he could build 5 or 6 of these large howitzers, it seems to be okay. Chapter 470 Utilization of Geothermal Resources. A new way of generating electricity. Although the large self-propelled howitzer has not yet been used to see how powerful it is, Lin Yu is already looking forward to it. Looking forward to giving the wolf-headed colony one shot. No, 10 shots. Although this big thing takes up a lot of space, it is nothing to Lin Yu, who has a huge storage space. Then, Lin Yu looked at the remaining 3. Geothermal Resource Detector. Geothermal Resource Power Generation Device. Geothermal Power Generation. What is it? Geothermal power generation is a new power generation technology that uses underground hot water and steam as power source. Its basic principle is similar to that of thermal power generation. It is also based on the principle of energy conversion. First converting geothermal energy into mechanical energy, and then converting mechanical energy into electrical energy. Geothermal power generation is actually an energy conversion process that converts underground thermal energy into mechanical energy, and then converts the mechanical energy into electrical energy. Or it is called geothermal power generation. The system quickly answered the question in quite detail. Geothermal power generation? Water steam, underground hot water. Lin Yu looked at these descriptions and found them too unfamiliar. Within the scope of his knowledge, it is just ordinary thermal power generation, hydropower generation, solar power generation, wind power generation, and nuclear power generation. This was the first time he learned about geothermal power generation. However, it is said that underground hot water and water vapor are needed. He suddenly remembered something from his childhood. At that time, a big customer came to the orphanage. When the man came to the orphanage, Lin Yu was once again thrown onto the street and allowed to wander. When he came back later, The deputy director gave him a ticket to the hot spring. The ticket to the hot spring was a meeting gift given to everyone by the big client who wanted to adopt an orphan. Everyone in the orphanage except him later went to the hot springs. But Lin Yu found another day and went there by himself instead of joining in the fun with the group. It turned out that the person who opened the hot spring was the owner. And the adopted boy also recognized Lin Yu. The boss was surprised that Lin Yu would be treated like this. He was thrown directly onto the street without participating in this election. Otherwise, the boy chosen by the boss would definitely be him. However, Lin Yu still declined the boss, even if he was not deliberately given special treatment by the orphanage director. He did not want to be adopted. A free life is what he wants. Just like now. But speaking of it, the hot springs opened by the boss at that time were really good. Now that I think about it, hot springs should be a type of geothermal heat. Right? Let's not talk about the issue of generating electricity or not. Wouldn't it be nice just to be able to soak in a hot spring? Even the high-performance, heated swimming pool design doesn't seem to be that important anymore? No. No. If there is no geothermal resource in this area, if you want to take a comfortable bath in the shelter, you still have to get such a big thing. Lin Yu looked at the geothermal resource detector. It seems that this thing and the geothermal resource power generation device are complementary and indispensable. After all, he doesn't have the ability to detect geothermal resources. If this works, Lin Yu took out the geothermal resource detector and placed it on the ground. This thing looks like that mineral resource reserve detector. Lin Yu couldn't help complaining as he looked at the dashboard and huge screen above. Indeed, this thing is huge in size, and is also a big heavy iron lump. There is not much difference in size between the two, except that the screen of this one is a bit small. Lin Yu doesn't see any difference in the others. Forget it. It doesn't matter. They are all this kind of thing. They have names anyway, so I won't be mistaken. Lin Yu connected it to the power supply. Soon, as the power supply was connected, after turning on the switch, this huge machine made a deafening roar like a mineral resource reserve detector. The big screen in front of him began to light up, and Lin Yu looked at the text that began to appear on it. Geothermal resource detector has been started. Do you want to detect geothermal resources within a range of 20 kilometers centered on this location? Detection selected. Detection in progress. 39%. 69%. 100%. Detection completed. It has been detected that there is a geothermal resource center 940 meters and 2 kilometers away from the east side of this location, which contains some geothermal resources. It has been detected that there is a geothermal resource center 17.9 kilometers to the north and east of this location and 3 kilometers below, which contains a small amount of geothermal resources. It has been detected that there is a geothermal resource center 11 kilometers below and 19.8 kilometers to the west and south of this location, which contains a lot of geothermal resources. End of detection. Do you want to detect the time limit for power generation? Confirm detection. Detecting. Detection completed. To the east of this site, 940 meters away and 2 kilometers below is the geothermal resource center, which can be used for continuous power generation for 2 years, 9 months and 4 days. It is 17.9 kilometers to the north and east of this location and 3 kilometers away from the geothermal resource center, which can be used for continuous power generation for 1 year, 7 months and 2 days. It is 19.8 kilometers to the west and south of this site, and 11 kilometers away from the geothermal resource center, which can be used to generate electricity continuously for 98 years, 2 months and 11 days. Detection completed. Lin Yu? Good guy. Do you want to be so exaggerated? 3 geothermal resource centers were detected at once, and they were not far apart. In fact, the one closest to me is 940 meters to the east. Good guy. It's okay if it's still within its own wall. Lin Yu looked at the geothermal resource power generation device. It was time for this thing to appear. However, there are 3 places with geothermal resources alone. And this geothermal resource power generation device is actually a combination of a lot of large and small machines. But there is only one. You have obtained the design drawing of the geothermal resource power generation device. Lin Yu took a look and found that almost everything inside was related to materials such as alloy, glass fiber reinforced plastic, and rubber. And he has all of these. Not to mention 330 can be made. However, Lin Yu built one first and brought this extremely long tube from the unpacking area to the ground. Following the direction and distance specified by the detector, he saw an open space. This place is indeed next to the wall, but it is outside the wall. However, that doesn't matter. Lin Yu put a bunch of machines on the ground and took out the system tablet. The above is indeed the same as before, with an additional message. Please select the location where the geothermal resource power generation device is installed. Lin Yu quickly clicked on the screen. And then, there was a line of words at the top of the screen. After the geothermal resource power generation device is deployed, it will cover an area of 100 square meters. Please step back to a safe distance. Oh, it's quite smart. Lin Yu saw a white light light up before his eyes. Soon, after unfolding, the room covered an area of 100 square meters. Good guy? Lin Yu looked at the sight of various machines scattered in an orderly manner on the ground covering an area of about 100 square meters. That pipe seems to have disappeared. Has it penetrated into the ground? Lin Yu still remembered that extremely long pipe, which seemed to be able to be extended to an extremely long distance. It seemed that after being connected to one of the machines, it could something to pump steam and boiling water out of the ground. On the system panel, this geothermal resource power generation device is also fully connected to the switchboard in the main shelter. Lin Yu walked to what seemed to be the main switch of the power generation device and turned it on. Please pour 100 cubic meters of cold water into the storage tank. Lin Yu looked between the machines and found a rather deep sunken dry pond. He went back to get 100 cubic meters of water and put it in the storage tank. Soon the power was turned on and the machine started running. After a while, the red lights on the machine turned green one by one, and the sound of the entire machine slowly changed from a roaring sound at the beginning to a steady buzzing sound. And balls of steam and hot water came out of the water tank, quickly replacing the cold water in the water tank. Lin Yu also discovered that on the system tablet, there is an option of geothermal energy that can switch the power supply source. That's it. Lin Yu nodded. Now, even if it is cloudy, rainy or snowy, there is no wind, or even the coming extreme cold, he no longer needs to worry about generating electricity. Looking at the clouds of steam rising upward, Lin Yu immediately used stones to build 4 walls to surround them, and finally connected them to the outermost wall. Of course, this is also within the attack range of the robot dogs. Lin Yu thought for a while, and finally added 2 medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations as a means of defense. Ga Wu! Xiao Bai's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Yu turned around and saw Xiao Bai, who seemed to have been drained of energy. What? Isn't it a beautiful thing to open a treasure chest? Lin Yu said with a smile. Ga! Xiao Bai shook his head vigorously and pointed inside the shelter, wanting him to go back and take a look. Hey! What's there to see? Lin Yu was carried back to the open space by Xiao Bai. He quickly saw treasure chests that were opened all over the place, as well as the little ice lizards who seemed to be tired and disgusted. Their bodies had developed antibodies, and were almost fainting. Lin Yu shook his head. This won't work. He continued to collect the contents of the open copper treasure chest, and the area suddenly seemed a lot happier. And after gradually counting, he discovered that each little ice lizard had opened less than 50 or 60. That's all. It was still nearly half of the 100 he wanted them to open, although the speed is fast enough. Do you get tired so quickly? Lin Yu was very dissatisfied. Xiao Bai, where did Xiao Ming go? Lin Yu asked after looking around, but not seeing the big man. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai pointed to the processing plant. He was already lying on the ground with nearly 100 boxes around him, but he looked like a big man who had fainted and looked at him with empathetic eyes. Lin Yu was helpless. Isn't it just opening a copper treasure chest? Well, I guess it's not much better. This treasure chest as high as a mountain is really worrying. Lin Yu looked at the nearly 200 that Xiao Bai had just opened inside. Xiao Bai, tell the little ice lizards, whoever opens the most in the future will open the silver treasure chest for whom, and the top 9 will be chosen. Lin Yu felt that he must give these little ice lizards a motivation. He put the pile of silver treasure chests that he had obtained in the valley on the ground, and Xiao Bai also walked up to the completely exhausted little ice lizards and spoke. After seeing the silver treasure chest, the little ice lizards became inspired again. Lin Yu nodded. He put a large amount of food from the copper treasure box into a large cold food processing factory. As a result, not only the fresh-keeping warehouse, but also the freezer was full. Considering the problems with canning in the future, Lin Yu spent a lot of alloys to build a large-scale cold and fresh food processing plant again, namely Factory Number 2. This time, Plant Number 2 was directly connected to a geothermal power generation device with considerable power, and soon it began to operate. Before Lin Yu waited for the cold storage and fresh storage to start operating. He placed the remaining food from the treasure chest in them. Of course, he directly put some things that were easy to save in the storage space first, and then transported them to the large warehouse. Then, he took out all the remaining treasure boxes from the large warehouse and piled them next to the little ice lizards. Lin Yu did not insist on opening as many treasure boxes as the little ice lizards could open. After doing this, Lin Yu once again put everything except weapons, armor and necessary items into the warehouse, and then asked Xiaobai and the others to organize breakfast. Then, he walked directly in the other direction. Exclusive Secret Realm Ancient Gate. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at the other side of the shelter. He walked towards the ancient door with an exaggerated golden frame and bright silver door material, feeling a little excited in his heart. The ancient bricks next to this door are not covered with green moss or entangled with vines like before. This time, they have a structure like an iron fence, with sharp thorns on it that dazzle under the sunlight. Incomparable. Exclusive Secret Ancient Gate. This means that it is exclusive to me. Lin Yu walked to the door. He had already put on all the armor, and was also equipped with a large superalloy suspended flame-breathing aircraft. He had 2 mechanical arms, both of which held weapons. A sprayer and a sandhawk are enough at close range. Although it was said to be an exclusive secret realm for rewards, Lin Yu did not dare to be careless at all. It would be really fun if a place full of all kinds of secret creatures popped up. After looking at Xiaobai and the others who still had the treasure box open, Lin Yu's hand touched the door panel of the ancient door to the secret realm. Soon, it opened inward, and streaks of white light flashed out from inside. Xiaobai and the others will be here first. If he can't handle the things inside, he will call Xiaobai and the others. Lin Yu thought this, took a deep breath, put his gun against the door, and slowly pushed it open. There are more and more white lights, becoming more and more dazzling. Lin Yu cautiously took a step toward the door, and at the same time, the system sound also sounded. Survivor Lin Yu detected as he steps into the ancient gate of the exclusive secret realm. Is there such a program? Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You are about to enter the exclusive secret realm Neon Kansai Airport. What's the situation? Neon Airport? What can be there? Lin Yuchong waved to Xiaobai and motioned for Xiaobai to come over. Speaking of airports, they must be quite empty places. How many resources will there be? What about the secret beasts? Lin Yu, who was full of curiosity and wariness about it, and Xiaobai, who was extremely excited, stepped into the exclusive secret realm together. Then, gusts of sea breeze blew over, and Lin Yu fell into deep thought when he saw the huge artificial island that was almost half sunk in the boundless sea. Is this worthy of being called an exclusive secret realm? Chapter 471, Search Captain. Evacuate the airport. The vast light blue water stirred up waves one after another. Almost a quarter or more of the tilted artificial island has sunk into the sea. The originally smooth airport runway is now cracked, with water puddled in many places, and large tracts of weeds growing there. Lin Yu's location was on this huge artificial island. It seemed to be a small platform at the top of an unknown iron tower at the highest point on the outside of the airport runway. It would be a good thing to climb up and look far, but the feet are almost suspended in the air, and the strong wind keeps blowing. If you are not prepared, you may be blown directly down. Moreover, basically more than half of the bottom area of this broken iron tower has been submerged by seawater and is crumbling. Lin Yu looked into the distance, seeing the rows of buildings, the viaduct in the distance, more than 20 large and small passenger planes that had been parked for an unknown length of time, and an unknown building in the distance. Lin Yu thought about it for a while. Then he looked back at Xiaobai, who had just come out next to him. After Xiaobai gained weight, the tower made another long squeezing sound, as if it was about to be crushed. Xiaobai was so surprised that he spread his wings and wanted to fly. But Lin Yu glanced at it and signaled to be calm. Xiaobai, are there many mutant creatures here? Although it is a so-called exclusive secret realm, the system has not said whether there will be any mutant creatures here. Gawu. Xiaobai spread his wings, instantly jumped from the tower, crossed the runway, and tried to get as close to the ground as possible. Finally, he came to the top of the large building, hovered for a while, and then flew farther away. After a while, Xiaobai slowly flew back and nodded vigorously at Lin Yu. Good guy. Sure enough, there is. And looking at Xiaobai's excited look, it seems that he has quite a lot of meaning. Lin Yu glanced at the ancient secret door behind him and thought for a while. He glanced at this huge place again and waved to Xiaobai, who was flying in the air. Xiaobai, let 200 little ice lizards follow us. We have a lot to do today. Xiaobai nodded and flew into the open ancient gate of the secret realm, while Lin Yu turned on the switch of the large superalloy suspended flame aircraft and gradually flew from the iron tower towards the airport runway. It has to be said that the stability of this large flame aircraft is much better than the previous backpack type. Although I had already experienced it when fighting the mythical beast, I didn't feel it much because of the battle. It was the same later when I was on the road. Now, without harassment or fighting, he fully felt the power of this extremely convenient tool. Soon, Lin Yu came directly to the plane closest to him and stopped. Although there were many people who wanted to complain at the beginning. To be honest, this exclusive secret realm is really quite good. There are only so many planes. There are terminals, control towers, etc. There are probably countless resources. Right? If he moved quickly enough, Lin Yu felt that given him some time, he could evacuate the entire terminal, plus the apron and planes. But, exclusive secret realm ancient gate maintenance period, 23 hours, 51 minutes and 45 seconds. In other words, within 24 hours, Lin Yu must move as many of these as he can. If the speed is slow, nothing can be done. However, fortunately, the countdown to this door starts from the moment Lin Yu enters the door, not from the moment he appears. This also made Lin Yu feel that the system was quite user-friendly in this regard. And in this way, if he can obtain this kind of exclusive secret ancient gate in the future, he can indeed use this to freely arrange everything before setting off to explore and collect it. We need to hurry up. Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench and touched it to the huge aircraft beside him. Soon, the aircraft also turned into a design drawing. Let's get a design drawing first. There is a lot of aviation oil at the Oil River branch base. In the future, if the automatic setting device can be upgraded to a more advanced one, I believe it will not be impossible to travel by plane in the future. Then, Lin Yu quickly turned the shuttle bus next to him into a pile of metal and other parts, and quickly put them into the storage space. Since we say we must seize the time, we can't delay anything. Lin Yu decided to use the fastest speed to dismantle the planes closest to the door first, and then demolish the terminal building. Gaw! At this time, Xiaobai, who went to call for help, flew over. Behind him, on the airport runway, silver-white excited shadows also ran over. Xiaobai, let the little ice lizard start fighting right away. Also, go back and ask Xiaoming to come over first and help me unpack my things. Gaw! Xiaobai immediately turned around and flew to the side of the little ice lizards. After explaining to them, he flew to the ancient gate of the secret realm. Lin Yu used the flamethrower to move quickly around the airport. Now, at least as far as you can see, the most valuable things are those airplanes. Each component of the aircraft can actually be disassembled and studied individually, or directly broken down into raw materials. If you study carefully, you will also get a lot of design drawings. However, Lin Yu did not have time to do this here. His time is precious. And if he can, what he wants is to completely empty this place by himself when the 24 hours comes, instead of leaving something behind and then regretting why he didn't take it. So, when he saw an Airbus again, he rushed over and put it into the storage space. However, this big thing seemed to take up a lot of space. Lin Yu looked at the few storage spaces left, collected a fire truck parked next to it, and then went straight to the ancient gate of the secret realm. When he got out of the ancient door of the secret realm, he happened to see Xiaoming coming out of the door, and then coming down from the tower with Xiaobai's help. Xiaoming, do you see that cement house over there? Demolish it for me. I'll be back in a minute. Lin Yu gave the order, flew into the ancient gate of the secret realm, and placed the big plane directly outside the shelter wall. It's okay to put things that take up too much space outside first. Anyway, even if the lizardmen come, there are still those sentry machine gun stations and little ice lizards. Lin Yu quickly put other things in the warehouse and returned immediately. The little ice lizards in the yard were surprised when they saw their owner coming and going, but they didn't express much. Under the leadership of Xiao Liuzi, who was also resistant and tired of opening the box, they continued to open the treasure box. Lin Yu also knew that this job was a bit difficult, but the little ice lizard is not a human. Returning to the exclusive secret realm again, Lin Yu had already seen that Xiaoming had really started to destroy it, tearing down the incomprehensible building. Lin Yu, on the other hand, continued to pack or disassemble the planes one by one, busy in full swing. Gawa! Xiaobai flew in the sky for a while, seemed to see something, and flew over. And soon after it saw clearly what was over there. It quickly flew to Lin Yu's side. What? What's over there? Lin Yu chose to let the already hot aircraft rest for a while, and was carried by Xiaobai to the other corner of the airport. Is this radar? Looking at the white cauldron, Lin Yu could guess a good deal even if he didn't know what it was. Under the huge white pot, there is a 3-story building. Lin Yu directly put the radar into the storage space, and soon the feedback from the system came. You get the airport weather Doppler radar X1. Is it exclusive to the airport? Identify it. Airport Doppler radar eliminates echoes generated by terrain, detects the intensity of precipitation, and the location and intensity of turbulence in precipitation areas. Lin Yu thought for a while and continued to move. There was no time for him to think now. Instead of thinking, it's better to empty your mind. You get Airport Doppler weather radar X1. Airport Doppler weather radar emits laser light into the atmosphere and receives scattered light that captures the movement of suspended particles, detecting the location of turbulence in non-precipitation areas. You obtain the wind anemometer. Can observe wind direction and wind speed. You obtain the runway sight transilluminator X6. Runway visual range transilluminator. Can observe runway visual range, RVR. You got ceilometer thermometer X4. Cloud height measuring device. Thermometer can observe the height of cloud base. Temperature. Humidity and precipitation observation device X1. Temperature. Humidity and precipitation observation device, capable of precise observation of temperature, humidity, air pressure, precipitation, etc. Lin Yu looked at these dense texts and explanations, and to be honest, he really wanted to conduct a detailed study. After all, this weather radar may be used to conduct effective observations before disaster strikes, allowing him to be well prepared. But now, time is running out. Lin Yu didn't care about anything else and directly packed everything in the radar station, even the steel and cement, into the storage space. Then, he rushed to collect another fire truck next to him. However, Lin Yu soon discovered that behind the fire truck was actually a fire station. Although there are no fire trucks in the fire station, there are all kinds of firefighting equipment. Lin Yu will naturally not let these go and directly give them all income. Treasure house. After discovering 3 more diesel generators one after another, Lin Yu also had some new ideas. He flew straight to the back of the fire department and saw a large warehouse. Warehouse! What is it, good guy? There is a name on it. Domestic cargo warehouse. How many goodies will there be in the warehouse? And how many challenges will there be? Lin Yu has experienced so many secret realms, but he has yet to come directly to any warehouse. Sure enough, this exclusive secret realm is full of surprises. But Lin Yu didn't just go in carelessly, but asked Xiaobai to ambush aside, then put on his equipment, took the spray gun, flew into the air, and reached out to the huge alloy door that was tightly closed. The alloy door disappeared instantly, and Lin Yu and Xiaobai who were beside the door immediately heard a series of rustling sounds. And then, a group of things that appeared like black rivers emerged from the warehouse. Is this a strange rat? Before Lin Yu had time to be surprised, a huge white figure suddenly appeared in the tide of strange rats. As the white figure writhed up and down, darting left and right, the strange rats almost seemed to explode, turning into the meat sauce manufacturing center. Xiaobai, it's not like that, is it? You have to give me a chance to show off. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh after watching the little guy rush the strange rats into pieces at extremely fast speeds. He fell to the ground after Xiaobai stopped fighting and quickly walked into the warehouse. Of course, he also wore a gas mask in order to prevent the bad gases produced by the rotten things inside. However, after seeing a hill-like pile of at least tens of thousands of broken or deformed wooden boxes, he felt like he had arrived at a hidden treasure house again. Regardless of what's inside, the quantity alone is enough to make people excited. In the following time, Lin Yu almost established a connection here with the ancient gate of the secret realm, and it took 3 transportations before the place was emptied. I feel like it might take 4 or 5 days just to sort out the things that were brought back. Fortunately, the disaster was postponed for so many days. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to handle. Finally, he arrived in front of a row of stranded sea rescue ships and medium-sized transport ships not far from the radar station, and successfully turned those things into raw materials and pocketed them. From now on, this area seemed to be completely emptied by him. Then, let's go to the place that looks like the terminal building. No, let's go find Xiaoming first. Lin Yu and Xiaobai flew to Xiaoming's side. quickly put away the reinforced concrete that Xiaoming had removed, and put away all the damaged electrical appliances and machinery inside and outside the building that looked like a hangar. And immediately, he saw what he wanted most. Good guy! Isn't that a photovoltaic power generation device? Moreover, this solar panel is quite large, costing at least 200 to 300 yuan. It seems rich now. Lin Yu saw a large area of photovoltaic power generation equipment here and felt more familiar than anything else he had seen. Now he no longer has any storage of photovoltaic solar panels. Not to mention that the small solar power generation kit cannot be used. Even thinking about making a robot dog has become a luxury. Solar panels are something that will never appear in a trading mall. The attraction of electric energy is no joke. Therefore, the last time Lin Yu wanted to enter a special secret realm, the focus was not on reinforced concrete, but on the solar panels. Now, this photovoltaic power generation array located on the top of the cargo shed building is exactly what he wants. He quickly put it into the storage space, and Lin Yu felt that when he got out, he would be able to make more robot dogs, using robot dogs to replace some of the responsibilities of the little ice lizards. And using more robot dogs in mining can also effectively increase production. After Lin Yu finished collecting these, he looked into the distance and saw that there were even some on the roofs of Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 in the distance. Good guy. This is the biggest reward of coming here. Right? Lin Yu felt that this frantic search for supplies seemed to be off to a pretty good start. At least, in the remaining 22 hours and 27 minutes, he can look forward to what he will get next. Lin Yu, captain of the Plunder Brigade, first demolish the Tokyo Tower and let the mythical monster fly to flood Tokyo. Then, there was another fire. If he demolishes the Osaka airport again this time, will the Neon Man hate me to death? Lin Yu said with a smile. Chapter 472. My storage space holds everything. Lin Yu had never thought that he would be so busy. Although after arriving at this airport, he did think about collecting some good things. But who would have thought that there are all good things here? In particular, there are actually huge metal bridges connecting the artificial island to the other shore a few kilometers away, as well as straight tracks and trains that have stayed there for who knows how long. In response to this, Lin Yu, who had already descended to the track and kept retracting the track, said that he was not afraid of how many people were coming. I have storage space for everything. Although, that's what I said. After Lin Yu put the last train into the storage space, the storage space was full again. Well, there is so much storage space that I have to use it. Sure enough, when I got 3,000 cubic meters, I started thinking about 4,000 cubic meters. When I got 4,000 cubic meters, I started thinking about 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Yu shook his head. Human desires are endless. He looked around. This is the basement level of Terminal 1. There are only some emergency lights on here now. Maybe it's because of the solar panels on the roof. He looked around, and finally broke down a few chairs into raw materials, then returned from the original path, and then went straight to the ancient gate of the secret realm. There is only 20 hours left. Although Lin Yu felt that he had plenty of time at first, looking at it now, he felt that it was too little. He is moving from place to place now. If he is worried about taking everything away, then in the end, if he moves around 24 hours a day, he will probably be able to take away 1/10 of the things, which is not bad. Change strategy? Lin Yu returned to the shelter, piled a lot of things on the few remaining open spaces, and thought, if you take everything, those 20 hours will definitely not be wasted, and you won't get anything good in the end. It's better to focus on things that are necessary to take away and are smaller in size. If it can be broken down, break it down. After breaking it down, there will be a lot that can be obtained. Moreover, try to collect as much steel as possible, but don't take any concrete yet. In other secret realms, there is not too much concrete, and the house would be demolished if the worst happened. What matters are the things that are more useful and harder to find. Lin Yu thought of this, took a bite of food first, and then flew back to the secret realm again. This time, after he had a goal, he went straight to Terminal 1. Without saying anything else, he first removed all the large windows outside one by one. These glasses are quite large in size, and there are quite a lot of them. They have not been damaged at all after so many years, and they seem to be of good quality. He did not identify what kind of glass these were, but after collecting all the glass, he took out a high-precision research workbench and began to touch various facilities in the airport one by one. Tables, chairs, counters, roadblocks, conveyor belts, etc., are all broken down. And then, You can find what you want from them, and ignore what you don't want. Then, he dismantled all the escalators, and put away all the escalators. Soon, the terminal became much emptier. This is not enough. In the terminal building, as well as the shops, facilities, service desks, etc. on each of the 5 underground floors, Lin Yu did not forget to pick up useful things one by one. Finally, he went directly to the machine room, looked at the rest of the storage space, and began to collect the large generators one by one. After going back and forth to the shelter several times, he finally cleared out all the nearby police stations, fire stations, and power plants. And this also cost him a lot of time. After finishing his meal with the little ice lizards, Xiaobai and Xiaoming, he looked at the time again and found that there were only 10 hours left. Despite the exoskeleton, the help of the flamethrower and the high-precision research workbench, the demolition work is actually very easy. But the physical relaxation did not bring any relief to Lin Yu's spirit. Especially, it is about to enter the dark night here, and there are many things that I am afraid I won't be able to do. After letting Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards go back, Lin Yu emptied the storage space again, put away the solar panels on the roofs of Terminals 1 and 2, and finally flew to the aviation tower, clearing all the outer glass. Lin Yu walked inside. Although the various precision instruments were covered with a layer of dust, there was something about them that made him feel a sense of technology. But this sense of technology, Lin Yu took out the workbench and touched it. The tower full of things with various buttons and lights was turned into various parts by him. Isn't that great? Lin Yu looked around and unexpectedly discovered a fluorescent LCD panel. It has a single wire connected to the outside, and at the end of the wire is a small solar panel. And the content displayed on this fluorescent panel is quite astonishing. 2059. November 12th. 18:09. 38 years? Lin Yu took a step back. The shock in his heart was beyond words. He bumped into a chair behind him and sat down. 2059. This is 2059. It's been 37 years? Lin Yu gasped. He felt as if he had discovered a secret that he least wanted to know, but wanted to know most. Before, when he found those cans in the secret realm, he had felt that this world was at least 30 years from the original one. But now, after really confirming this, he felt a little doubtful and uncomfortable. This world is 37 years later. Lin Yu sat on the chair and took a deep breath. This place is indeed no longer the original Earth. This is a strange homeland of humans 37 years later, filled with an unimaginable number of mysterious beasts. If human beings want to return to this place, they must also make preparations. Start from scratch. Really? Starting from scratch. From scratch. Everything was in absolute desolation. Just like this airport. Even if he didn't conduct a sweep here, it is estimated that in a few years this place might be completely destroyed by a typhoon or earthquake. With such emotions, Lin Yu shook his head and stood up. He once again reached out to other machines that looked like they were made of alloy, disassembled them, and put the parts into the storage space. After scanning the place for the last time and confirming that there was nothing more worth taking, Lin Yu flew back to the ancient gate of the secret realm. There were still 9 hours left, but he was already exhausted and didn't want to do anything else. These 15 hours of crazy collecting did bring him a lot of gains, but it also caused him great mental and physical torture. When we returned to the shelter again, it was already late at night. Lin Yu placed all the things he collected for the last time in the open space further away, looking at Xiaobai and Xiaoming who had been waiting for him for a while. He walked towards the treasure chest area in exhaustion. This layer of lizardman sweat and blood was applied to the body before it got dark in the secret realm. So there was no need to worry about being confused by mutant creatures that suddenly flew over. Even if there were, they would be killed by Xiaobai and the others. Lin Yu held on and walked to the treasure boxes placed in the open air, and quickly and emotionlessly put the contents of the treasure boxes into the storage space. Fortunately, the largest item found in the copper treasure chest was just a soilless cultivation set. He didn't have to worry about the other items, which were basically compasses, flashlights, and batteries. The more important things are food and water, which are easy to handle and don't take up much space. After 2 more trips, everything was put into each warehouse. After almost stuffing them until they were full, the harvest of the treasure chest was completed. As for the rewards promised to Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards, who opened the most treasure boxes, Lin Yu decided to put them directly in the box opening area. If they have the energy, they can open them. He felt that his physical strength was really exhausted during this trip, looking at the ancient gate of the exclusive secret realm that remained unchanged. After Lin Yu finished everything, he took a few steps towards the shelter and suddenly stopped. He forgot one thing. Gaw? Xiao Bai watched his master go and come back, feeling a little strange. So he followed Lin Yu back. Xiao Bai, do you want to witness it? Lin Yu took a deep breath. He pushed open the ancient door of the secret realm again, and at the same time came to the outside. He flew for a while and landed on the airport runway. Xiao Bai also came to his side, quietly listening to the crashing of the waves and breathing the salty sea breeze blowing from the sea. Lin Yu placed several torches on the ground to form a bonfire. As for Lin Yu and Xiao Bai, in the firelight, the shadows on their faces flickered. Lin Yu took out the dagger, and Xiao Bai had already guessed that the master's return this time was related to this. Xiao Bai, what's going to happen next will change a lot of things. Gawu. Xiao Bai nodded. He looked at Lin Yu and recalled the confusion he had never seen before when his master faced a wound that could heal on its own that morning. The master said that he was no longer a person in this way. At least, not a normal human being. Xiao Bai looked at his master, knowing that his master was looking for the answer. The moment when my idea is verified, it seems, starts from now. Xiao Bai, fortunately you are by my side. As Lin Yu spoke, the dagger in his hand lightly touched his fingers and his arms. 2 cuts, one long and one short, appeared in 2 places instantly after bursts of heartbreaking pain. Red blood flowed out along the wound. Lin Yu took out an alcohol cotton ball and wiped it gently. The blood is wiped away. However, the wound still exists. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Xiao Bai, who also looked surprised. This is exactly the same as the injury suffered when killing the mythical beast. Xiao Bai, let's go back right now. Urging Xiao Bai, Lin Yu returned to the ancient gate of the secret realm again, opened the door, and went back with Xiao Bai. Then, he took out the torch again. The pain in his arms and fingers still existed, but under the light of the torch, the 2 wounds just now were healing in front of him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu's heart was beating violently. Once again, he learned a secret. The ability to heal yourself is completely ineffective in the secret realm, which is the earth. In other words, when he was in the secret realm, that is, the earth, he would bleed, get injured, and die just like a normal person. But in another world, this ability makes him unable to be injured or die. If I can find a way to return to Earth completely, then I can restore my original ordinary human body? He gradually changed from worry and doubt to excitement and even ecstasy, able to return from extraordinary to normal. If it were others, Lin Yu felt that they would enjoy the powerful boost brought by his extraordinary power. But he himself did not like it. When people are injured, they bleed and leave scars. If a person is seriously injured, he or she will die. These are the biggest manifestations and characteristics of normal human beings. However, in this different world, he possesses a powerful power similar to self-healing. But this power makes him less like a human being. Granted, transcendence is good. The self-healing ability is also very good. So there is no need to worry about injury or bleeding. This will make everything in the other world more competitive and stronger. But Lin Yu always felt that this extraordinary power would make him less like a human being. But something else. He even thought about it. At present, this ability can also allow him to feel the pain when he is injured. And it can also allow him to realize what seems to be the last similarity as a human being. But who knows when this pain will disappear? By then, he really is no longer a human being. If everyone really returns to Earth in the future, and his ability is still there, will he become an immortal, humanoid monster that can never be hurt? The entanglement at that time, the confusion and hesitation at that time all originated from this. But now, there are variables in this matter. The ability to heal yourself will become ineffective in the secret realm. That is, on the Earth. It seems to me that I have one more reason for all mankind to return to their homeland and leave this alien world full of disasters. Lin Yu said and took a deep breath. He didn't have any pursuits before. He even said that after becoming the #1 in the world rankings, he has been occupying this position. And then after so many days, he has never pursued much. If there is, it is just the 3 words, survive. Even before meeting the mythical beast, he had felt that he didn't have much to do. If Fei Yi wanted to do something, he would assist this person to save the world. But now, it's completely different. Be selfish. Even if it's for myself, I have to find a way to go back completely. Lin Yu extinguished the torch and wiped away the blood. He and Xiao Bai looked at each other on this moonlit night. The pain in his arms and fingers slowly disappeared. But at this moment, his heart was stronger than ever. Xiao Bai, how about you find a place with me to live in seclusion when the time comes? The earth is much better than here. Gaw! Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. As long as the owner wants it, it will do whatever it takes. Chapter 473 Survivors. In the dark, damp underground cave, Fei Yu, wearing Tianlong armor, was leading his men to the last room in Area D of the underground ruins. Just now, they once again spent a lot of effort to repel a wave of attacks by hundreds of lizardmen and capture the room filled with all kinds of meat. Then, they came all the way here, ready to end this journey. But just now, it was indeed quite difficult. If it weren't for the Tianlong armor given by Lin Yu, they would definitely have failed. If they really failed, they would have to use precious medicine or first aid kits. That kind of thing. Use one. One less. Boss, I've always had a question. Yu Siyuan looked at Fei Yu, who was walking at the front, holding a shield and carefully guarding his surroundings, and couldn't help but ask. Question. What? Fei Yu did not put down his shield, and pointed the gun in his hand forward. The continuous fighting made the M19 in his hand a little hot. However, even so, he did not put down this powerful weapon easily. Chief, I think what Yu Siyuan wants to ask is why Lin Yu was able to clear the entire cave alone, while the 63 of us brothers, working together, could only barely withstand the lizard man's attack. Hui Yu, I also thought about it for a long time. Indeed, their fighting power is strong enough, but compared to almost single-handedly, when they were still restricted by the lizard men everywhere, they broke through 3 or 4 underground ruins in a row. Hui Yu and the others still remembered that Lin Yu once used a sniper rifle in the underground ruins to easily resolve the crisis of Xingling Feng's men who attacked them at that time, making the entire battle extremely simple. You know, except for Xingling Feng's lack of hot weapons. The rest can basically be said to be that there are not many enemies on the ground with cold weapons. But even so, in this extremely narrow underground ruins, Xingling Feng and them were all locked in a hard battle. Looking back now, Lin Yu used a sniper rifle to cripple the legs of lizard men and beggars. It was really not that he was not good at shooting, but Lin Yu really did that on purpose. They were fighting outside Lin Yu's shelter. When they saw Lin Yu's appearance, they understood that almost everything Lin Yu did had a reason. Although Hui Yu still doesn't understand why Lin Yu did this. What is certain is that Lin Yu's accuracy should be extremely high. Moreover, with this accuracy, the enemy can be completely suppressed. That person, Lin Yu. Fei Yu grinned. To me, that person is already a legend. Although I have seen a real person, I think he looks like a young man from the outside. But when I shook hands with him, I felt that he was always above my head, no matter what. Fei Yu said and shook his head. But the expression on his face didn't show any dissatisfaction or jealousy. He sincerely admired, even worshipped, Lin Yu excelled from the very beginning, remaining first in the group, and then becoming first in the world. From then on, he has always been the one who is ahead of everyone. The existence in another field. Some of us may have seen how powerful Lin Yu is, and some of us have not. But no one will deny that it is not incomprehensible that Lin Yu has this kind of power. Fei Yu continued, and he remembered at that time. The third master once said to him, the third master has always wanted the refuge village to grow relying on Lin Yu. Third master often said, it's good to enjoy the shade under the big tree, standing on the shoulders of giants. You can see further. And so on. Now, Fei Yu understands it deeply. Fei Yu still remembered that before his death, the third master really wanted Lin Yu to be the leader of this refuge village, or to take a step back and become the actual controller, a dominant person. But Lin Yu refused, again and again. Fei Yu also didn't understand why someone could say no to something where they could dominate others as they pleased. But Lin Yu was so special. After rejecting the dominator, Lin Yu just wanted to maintain an alliance relationship with the refuge village. And this kind of alliance is extremely precious in this different world full of intrigue, betrayal and conflict. Lin Yu trusted them, and they also trusted Lin Yu. That's enough. As for dominating people, Fei Yu now feels that he doesn't need or want it. At that time, Lily Karahao used various means to get their refuge village to surrender to her. But Fei Yu did not agree, because he now feels that what the third master said is wrong. It's easy to enjoy the shade under a big tree, but if you want to be as tall as a big tree, You have to go to a place with better sunshine. If you want to be on par with giants, then you have to stand next to giants. Whether Lin Yu is strong or weak, we must fully support him. Although there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Boss, you got it. What kind of savior? When did Lin Yu show that he wanted to show off and become the patron saint of mankind all over the world? I think he regards you as the savior. So that's why he is like this. Just help me. Although Yuan said this in a joking tone, no one laughed. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, although Lin Yu is currently stronger and this side is relatively weak, Lin Yu seems to want to do something big since the last handshake incident. But for such a big thing, if you think about it carefully, if you want to be the savior yourself, you can just do it yourself. Why do you need to exchange so much information? Moreover, each of them felt that any piece of information provided by Lin Yu was extremely shocking. These extremely precious pieces of information all point to one goal. What the hell, savior? I don't deserve it. Who do you love? In fact, it doesn't matter. Right? Fei Yu said, raising the gun in his hand. After a loud noise, a lizard man suddenly appeared at the corner of the passage. He was shot in the head and fell to the ground instantly. Brothers, formation 2. Fei Yu shouted, and soon the 63-member combat team quickly dispersed and instantly formed an extremely solid formation. The one at the front holds a large shield and wears a heavenly dragon armor. With full defense, everyone in the rear is holding an M19 pistol and carrying a steel repeating crossbow behind his back, and can switch weapons at any time. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 lizardmen surged out from behind, under Fei Yu's constant command. It was extremely difficult for those lizardmen to get closer than 20 meters. After the loud gunfire, there was another rain of crossbow arrows. The lizard people who originally wanted to attack by surprise were also under this continuous high-intensity attack. They abandoned their armor and suffered many casualties. When the smoke cleared, apart from the dead bodies of the lizard men, there were also copper treasure chests lying on the ground. Don't underestimate the enemy. The ones in front will slowly move over and expand the formation. We have to make sure there is no boom. At this moment, an explosion sounded from the lizardmen crowd, and everyone felt their ears were numb. They all knew that this was the lizardman's igniting black powder that finally exploded. We have encountered this kind of thing several times before, and we have also talked about lizard people playing this way on the World Channel. So Fei Yu and the others are also very careful. Of course, this time there was nothing wrong except that everyone's ears felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, it never hurts to be careful. Let's clean up the corpses first. Wang Su and you guys specialize in collecting lizard people's sweat and blood. Zheng Jing, you lead people to collect the copper treasure chests. Everyone else continues to be vigilant. Fei Yu wiped the sweat from his face. He was not surprised by the fighting power of these lizard men, let alone how intensive and boring the battle was. He just felt that Lin Yu was too powerful to be able to kill the lizard people in this place over and over again as quickly as possible. A person is more capable than these people, according to what Yuan and the others said at that time. Lin Yu could easily kill a large group of lizards and beggars with a sniper rifle without any delay. There are 63 of them, with reasonable command, scientific formation, and hot weapons. They even use what can be said to be the most advanced tactics. However, he was still very different from Lin Yu. That person is probably a genius in combat, Fei Yu suddenly said. Genius? I think Lin Yu is more than that. His fighting skills. Speaking of which, boss, do you still remember those machine gun turrets on the wall when we went there last time? There are also robot-like things on the wall, Yuan suddenly asked, holding up the M19. Remember? That one is called a robot dog, not a robot, and the machine gun platform is not a turret. Fei Yu had carefully observed those things more than once at that time. That means, it's okay. No matter what. Boss, what I mean is, you mean, Lin Yu doesn't even fight by himself now. He just needs to command. Right. Fei Yu smiled and nodded with his companion, who had safely brought back the copper treasure box, indicating that everyone should continue moving forward. That's right. Lin Yu just built a super large fortress. He doesn't know how to fight on his own now. Right. Yuan shook his head. The 30,000 lizard-man army was instantly overwhelmed by those robot dogs. The machine gun platform and the machine gun platform were smashed into rubbish, and there was no way to fight back. Moreover, there is another point that puzzles everyone. I think the biggest impression I had that time was that Lin Yu didn't want the treasure box. You know, there were more than 30,000 lizardmen. The total number of more than 30,000 people. How could there be 1,000 treasure boxes? But Lin Yu did not hesitate to let those weapons attack the lizard people. Lin Yu is the most shocking in this regard. Right, Fei Yu said and looked at each other. Everyone nodded silently. Lin Yu didn't even take the precious treasure chest that other survivors used as their lifeblood at all. When they went to support Lin Yu, they killed a lot of lizardmen and exploded a lot of treasure chests. In the end, Lin Yu didn't seem to care at all and just let them take it away. Everyone felt that Lin Yu could have directly asked for half of it. After all, they started the attack with Lin Yu's acquiescence, and they would not have any objection if Lin Yu took half of it in the end. But in the end, Lin Yu not only didn't say anything about the treasure box, but just let them take it away, and even gave them an M19 pistol and a blueprint. No one said anything, and they followed Fei Yu and kept moving forward slowly. Lin Yu was too powerful and too mysterious. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what he would do next. They just knew that Lin Yu was not a complete lone wolf. That person was the boss they could most rely on. That's enough. Okay, everyone, get ready. Fei Yu had already seen the half-open giant door in front of him, holding a large shield. He walked to the front and called on his companions to follow. They had seen several similar doors with strange circles and lines before. But this time, seeing it again, it was nothing. Get ready to fight. Lizard folk, don't shoot! Don't shoot! We surrender! However, at this moment, a burst of noise suddenly came from inside, and sounds of surrender in various languages finally emerged from inside. Surrender? Fei Yu turned around and glanced at everyone, beckoning everyone to get ready. Then, he held up his shield and stood in front of him. Those inside, want to surrender? Yes! Yes! We want to surrender! Stop shooting! The people inside shouted, as if they were extremely scared. Beggars. Just from the sound, you can tell that there are many beggars inside. Everyone held pistols in their hands, waiting for Fei Yu's order. Okay, then put down all your weapons. Then walk out of the passage. Lie on the ground and raise your hands in the air. As Fei Yu said, there were also sounds of weapons being lowered. Soon, beggars wearing tattered clothes and dirty faces appeared in front of everyone. They all lay on the ground, not even daring to move. One of the black-haired men raised his hands and continued to say, Uncle Survivor, please spare our lives. We have no choice. We all want to live and become survivors. Survivors? Fei Yu wanted to laugh a little. These people still call themselves survivors. Survivors and beggars are two completely different things. Fei Yu felt that the name, begging for life, that Lin Yu gave to this group of people was actually quite appropriate. Begging for life did not have any initiative on his own and could only be manipulated by the lizard people. Just this kind of person. Yes, we are survivors. We are not actually with those stinky four-legged snakes. They are them. And we are us. Oh. Keep talking. Fei Yu glanced at Zheng Jing beside him, and Zheng Jing nodded to him to let him continue. We and they all belong to that person's subordinates. Our relationship with each other is really just colleagues. Colleagues? The person looked up and saw that the person in front of him was wearing armor, and he couldn't tell anything. The appearance was shocking. That person? Which person? Tell me and let you live. I won't care about the others. Fei Yu smiled. It seemed that this time he finally found some good information that he could give to Lin Yu. Whether it is the so-called survivor or that person. If you can ask. That person is... The black-haired man and others suddenly took out a lit explosive from their arms and raised it above their heads. However, before they had time to throw them out, after bursts of gunfire, these people saw in despair the scene when those black powder explosives fell around them. Amidst the series of explosions, Fei Yu and his party covered their ears and hid behind shields. What he was thinking about at the moment was the so-called that person. Chapter 474, the most ridiculous result. The incomprehensible fact. You step through Area D of the underground ruins. After hearing a mechanical sound in his ears, Fei Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stepped through an underground ruins. He had never experienced anything like this before. The subordinates were also very curious about this kind of thing. They all looked at each other with expressions of surprise. They knew that what Lin Yu said before was true. As long as a heavy object is pressed against the dot, the hidden door will be revealed. Although the 3 underground ruins they visited before all had similar switches, they were all overpowered. They did not even encounter any decent resistance in those 3 underground ruins. Moreover, it was finally proved that they were not the ones who broke through it. Now, this underground ruins Area D is the first time they have really stepped into the underground ruins. Sure enough, after bursts of heart-wrenching sounds that lasted for a while, a strange black downward entrance appeared underground. Everyone came inside and discovered the huge space inside. Chief, are so many bones human? Huiyu walked around the area and finally returned to Feiyu, who was holding a huge opal gem in his hand. He felt a lingering fear at those dense white bones. When they first came down, none of them thought that there would be so many bones waiting for them at the end of the stairs in this underground space. These bones seemed to be placed together according to certain rules. But after they came down, they walked directly to the center without caring about any irregularities or special meanings, because there is a very high platform in the center. And on top of the platform, there is a platform carved with images of arms and hands. On the top of the table, there is a gem the size of a football. Under the light of the flashlight, it reveals a dazzling light. Although they are very similar, they are definitely not the same. Feiyu knelt down and took a closer look at the bones. The overall size of the skull is much smaller than that of humans, which is about 1.3–1.4 meters. Moreover, the fingers are extremely long and pointed, with a weird curve at the top like the claws of a beast. Moreover, the overall posture is not completely upright. It looks more like some kind of beast than a human bone. Boss, these bones are so scary. It feels like they were all thrown here after being killed. By the way, let me see the gem? Yuan looked at the strange and shining stone in Feiyu's hand. The eyes are completely attracted to the opal gemstones with such beautiful colors. Like him, so did everyone else. On Earth, the value of such a large and beautiful opal is probably immeasurable. This thing is in a different world. It's not even as good as a piece of bread. Keep your eyes away. This thing has nothing to do with us, Feiyu said and put it in an exclusive transaction for Linyu, holding it for even a second. No idea. Boss, you sent me out before I finished reading. By the way, you really don't want to stay by yourself. What about that? Yuan was surprised by Feiyu's decisiveness, but he couldn't help but ask. Their leader really didn't say anything to Linyu, his ally. It's useless for us to stay. All the remaining gems are in Linyu's. If he can do something, then he must be able to do it. And we can just do what we can. Feiyu didn't seem to take it seriously. He looked around here and made sure that nothing was left behind. Then he called everyone to go up. Moreover, Linyu will also give us corresponding rewards. Right. For us. Before we can stand beside this giant Linyu, we still have to accumulate a lot of experience. Yuan, you have to remember this sentence. Standing on the shoulders of giants. Can you see further? Yuan was thoughtful. No. It's something that only giants can see if they can't see it at all. Ah. You all must remember that what we want to do is not the opportunistic guy standing on the shoulders of giants, but the guy who can become a giant partner that even giants can rely on. Entering the underground ruins, our fighting power is stronger than before, and we are more united than before. We can rely on our own efforts to break through this underground ruins for the first time. This is something we never dared to think about before. Right? We may indeed have borrowed the weapons and shields given by Linyu, but without everyone's efforts, and no matter how good the equipment, we would not have been able to get here without being injured at all. Everyone, we have just taken the first step. Next, we will continue to grow, and eventually we can stand beside Linyu and become a giant. Yes. Everyone suddenly felt excited. Everyone now felt that everything they did was meaningful. Coming to this underground ruins, trampling through this underground ruins, and finding the huge gem are all meaningful. Originally, they thought they were completing the task assigned by Linyu. But now, they no longer need to think so. Okay, give me this excitement to use until I break through the next underground ruins. Yes. Feiyu was very satisfied with how excited his companions were, and everyone followed him to the top and gathered again. He counted the number of people and found that no one was left behind. So he waved his hand and motioned for everyone to go back. This trip actually yielded a lot. There are 49 copper treasure chests and 21 iron treasure chests, with a total storage space of 139 cubic meters. Along the way, although it was said that it was a bit of a hard fight when encountering a large force of lizard men. In fact, it just took some time. Everyone who usually puts up a little trouble was unscathed this time. They all understand that they have become stronger. This is true whether it is weapons and equipment or mentality. Boss, I have to tell you something. How long has it been since you last contacted Lin Yu? Yuan said suddenly. Fei Yu shook his head. It's been more than 2 days. And I really haven't contacted me. He left me a message yesterday morning. And it's been a whole day now. And he hasn't replied. I guess. Maybe Lin Yu was too tired when he killed that mythical beast. So he was resting and recuperating? Everyone came to the huge room outside together. From time to time, everyone glanced at the huge mural on the wall. And everyone was wondering what happened to Lin Yu. Killing the mythical beast was indeed a reflection of Lin Yu's strength. After they came out of other secret realms, they did read the information about the mythical beast in the group. And they were also deeply shocked. Huge creatures of that level are no longer within the scope of their understanding, let alone fighting or even defeating them. Although Fei Yu's words just made everyone's blood boil for a while. After the emotions calmed down, everyone became a little depressed again when they thought about the mythical beast. They seemed to have been chasing Lin Yu forever, and they had never even seen his back become a giant beside him. Chief, are we saying it too early? Finally, Feng Peng tried to say something. It's true that we are a little too far behind now. But we will never feel that we can't catch up. At least that's how I feel. Fei Yu turned around and looked at everyone, his eyes firm. A person I know once said this to me. If you only choose those things that you can do, you will achieve nothing and make no progress. The important thing is whether you are interested in it or not. I am very interested in our ability to become Lin Yu's most reliable ally. What about you? Everyone looked at the leader. They thought of Fei Yu, who had no opinion and was always thinking about how to make Lin Yu the dominant one, who was like a puppet under the soul of the third master. And now the leader, who leads them, has gradually transformed from an unknown small refuge village to a famous refuge village that is now ranked among the top 10 in the world. They had never imagined that they could pass through this underground ruins with this leader without any injuries. Fei Yu's change, which can even be said to be a transformation, is something that everyone has been watching for a long time. He became the real leader, even better than others. We are also very interested. Yuan suddenly roared. Then, everyone roared. We're interested too. Fei Yu nodded with satisfaction and was about to say something when he suddenly received an invitation for a voice call. In this different world, there was only Lin Yu's voice invitation. And he was open. Everyone. Wait a minute. Lin Yu is calling. Fei Yu motioned for everyone to be quiet and immediately answered. Lin Yu? Fei Yu. I'm sorry. I just got up. How are you? Lin Yu's side seemed quite quiet, but his voice sounded very lethargic. We have just stepped through Area D of the underground ruins. There is a good thing that has been exclusively traded for you. In addition, there are 2 other things that I really need to report to you. Oh, let's see. Opal? Fei Yu. You guys are amazing. Lin Yu quickly traded Opal and put it in his hands. This rough gemstone that exudes dazzling light is undoubtedly what will be used on the lizard man's altar. Unexpectedly, Fei Yu and the others found a gem so quickly. Obviously, it has only been 2 days. Not all underground ruins contain gems. Lin Yu finished everything last night and finally fell asleep. He originally wanted to sleep until he woke up naturally. But it turned out that his body's self-healing ability even included this side effect of returning the body to its optimal state after sleep. He obviously felt like his body was falling apart before going to bed. But after only a few hours of sleep, when he came out of the space sleeping cabin, he felt as if he had done nothing yesterday. After waking up, Lin Yu immediately opened the system tablet and called Fei Yu, because this guy had left more than 10 messages on his chat panel before to record what they were doing there. Seeing that this group of people went to 4 underground ruins in a row and finally succeeded in breaking through one, they obtained this huge gem. To be honest, Lin Yu was very pleased with their efficiency. This gem is another matter. I think there is something more important. You should also think about it carefully, Fei Yu said, repeating what he said today when he met those who pretended to surrender in front of the last large room in the underground ruins. Then, he sent the photo of the huge mural behind them, together with photos of the murals of several other underground ruins. What do you think? Fei Yu said, listening to Lin Yu's silence over there. Lin Yu only felt that the mural in the last D area was shocking, and he even felt that Fei Yu's retelling was too careful and scary. What is depicted on the mural is not something else. It's exactly how the lizard people use a complicated and cumbersome sacrificial process to summon something with that altar. The humanoid creatures with ears on their heads, which Lin Yu now regarded as wolf-headed men, were driven together, then killed, and finally used their blood to soak the gems. After the gems are soaked, they will be placed in various temples, and the corpses of the wolf-headed men will be used to sacrifice next to the gems. Only one piece will be left and placed on the altar. 11 of the 12 gems are in various temples. And when the summoning is about to begin, lizard priests will go to each temple to bring the gems to the huge altar. Then, a group of 12 lizardman priests will kill each other as sacrifices on the altar. And as the ceremony ends, the huge stone statue will emerge from the ground and rise to the ground. Finally, 2 beams of light shining from the 2 huge moons will summon something on both sides of the statue. The one who was summoned was actually this one. When Lin Yu looked at the appearance of something that was completely inconsistent with the mural era, he still felt that it was someone's prank, rather than something that originally existed. You think so too? Fei Yu felt the same way over there. He also felt ridiculous after seeing the thing summoned by the lizard man depicted at the end of the mural. How could something like this appear on a mural? However, when he walked over and took a closer look, he really couldn't find anything wrong with it. This was carved and depicted I don't know how long ago, and it was not something added by later generations. I think I have to take some time to digest this. Fei Yu, let's talk about what the person who pretended to surrender said first. With a sharp pain in his temple, Lin Yu felt that his worldview seemed to be being reshaped. Originally, the rationality of the existence of this world, or all aspects of this world, made him feel wonderful and déjà vu. But now, after seeing the summon thing, Lin Yu felt, I feel that this feeling has completely changed into something else. Ridiculous. He even understood now why those lizardmen didn't attack him when he flew into the sky. I've heard that person say survivor before, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. But now it seems that's not the case. Lin Yu remembered what the prisoner he had captured once said. Survivors are not beggars. Moreover, the relationship with the lizard man is not the superior and subordinate relationship he always thought of, but the colleagues this time. Even, they are companions who obey someone together. Originally, Lin Yu could have treated this as false information. After all, this might be the strategy of the person who pretended to surrender in order to throw explosives later. But if he thought about it carefully, perhaps the lizards and the beggars are really not together. Lin Yu thought about all the previous battles with lizard men and beggars, and thought of many unexplainable things. In the end, he also came to such a conclusion. Chapter 475, Reasonable Division of Labor. Determination shown by the lone wolf. Gaw? Xiaobai got up from the big sheepskin mat, looked at Lin Yu who was sitting next to the space sleeping cabin and was thinking, and couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Lin Yu turned his head, said H, low to Xiaobai, and fell into deep thought again. He felt that he had indeed been too subjective in identifying those beggars as a group begging for life from the lizard people. Although he has always felt that lizards and beggars are superiors and subordinates, and even have a fixed relationship of domination or being dominated. But, now that I think about it carefully, is this really the case? In order to avoid disaster and live an easier life, some survivors chose this path. Since then, they have followed the lizard people and become accomplices of the tiger. From then on, they have lost their qualifications as human beings and their bottom line. Together with the lizard men, they went to harm the survivors. Originally, this was how Lin Yu viewed beggars. But now, he feels that maybe his judgment is not accurate. What if they, or some of them, are really taking orders from someone as Fei Yu said just now, and then have an equal relationship with the lizard people? The so-called partnership of jointly taking orders from someone? Lin Yu thought of the survivor confession that the prisoner he captured at that time said, which was the same as what Fei Yu encountered this time who pretended to surrender in the previous battles between him and the lizards and the beggars. Now that he thinks about it carefully, it seems that it was not as imagined. The lizardmen used the beggars as cannon fodder. On the contrary, it was true that the lizardmen used numbers to pile up get up before the beggar joins the fight mid-battle. It's like he was not in the shelter that time. As a result, when more than 10,000 lizardmen led hundreds of beggars to storm the shelter, the corpses of the lizardmen were all at the front and even all the way to the middle and back sections. And left only a few corpses of the beggars they led were left, and almost all of them were discovered only at the end. At that time, he also thought that these might be accidental, but looking at it now, it seems to confirm all the previous inconsistencies. Fei Yu, I think this matter deserves our continued attention. Let's do this. If you can catch him alive next time, or I can catch him alive, we can exchange information then. Understood. Lin Yu, I think if you can concentrate on dealing with those mythical beasts. How about we come over here? Fei Yu thought of the mythical beast and looked at everyone. Lin Yu's abilities should be used in more suitable places, and they are currently still very weak compared to Lin Yu. But dealing with these lizard men is no problem at all. Fei Yu is now confident that even if tens of thousands of lizard men come to attack the refuge village, he can still defend the refuge village well, although it may be worse than Lin Yu. Lin Yu was surprised at Fei Yu's offer. Indeed, he had thought so. The lizard men were indeed no threat to him at all, even if tens of thousands of them came. Lin Yu didn't think it was a big deal. The big deal is just to let the machine gun stations and robot dogs do a wave of harvesting. Moreover, since these 2 consecutive killings of a large number of lizard people's vitality, the lizard people seemed to be afraid and did not dare to come again at all, and there was no threat to him. Now Fei Yu's proposal. Lin Yu felt that it was indeed possible. He could concentrate on dealing with the mythical beasts, while Fei Yu simply eliminated as many lizard men as possible. Once you confirm the division of labor, you will be able to do what you want to do better and more easily. I have no problem. But there is something I want to confirm. Lin Yu thought for a while, and took out the G3 assault rifle and MP5 submachine gun. After breaking them down into design drawings, he continued to ask Fei Yu, "How is your M19 pistol used? I think I'm average, but I suspect that all of my subordinates are firearms experts and are much more accurate than me. Having said that, this modular pistol is really easy to make. Lin Yu, give me this." Is it really possible? Nothing is impossible. Lin Yu began to upgrade the magazine of the G3 assault rifle again and improved its material. Then, the design drawing of the bullet was analyzed. What we gave you is really too little. I even think, Lin Yu, why did you give us this? Fei Yu suddenly discovered that Lin Yu had sent him an exclusive deal. MP5 submachine gun and bullet design drawings. G3 assault rifle and bullet design drawings. This is submachine gun. Assault rifle. That is a more powerful weapon than the M19 pistol in your hand. Take it, Fei Yu. Lin Yu did not begrudge these weapons. He can also continue to build MP5 submachine guns and G3 assault rifles. However, Fei Yu and the others don't have this kind of thing. Their combat effectiveness has indeed improved so much in a short period of time, and they can even speed through 4 underground ruins in just a few days. Moreover, through the bonus of the number of people and the bonus of the strength of the group, their combat effectiveness is indeed strong enough. But to be honest, let him deal with the mythical beast alone. And this group of people faced the lizard people. Obviously, they are not qualified enough. The number of lizard men was much greater than Fei Yu and the others had imagined. And there were also a huge number of beggars among them, especially when there may be a so-called that person behind the lizard men and beggars. Fei Yu and the others need more powerful weapons and more support. Only in this way, when he goes to kill the mythical beast, can Fei Yu and the others safely guard this wasteland. But how can we? Fei Yu was completely frightened. This is heavy equipment. Why did Lin Yu leave it to them so arrogantly? After you accept it, I can safely go to trouble the mythical beast. And I have one more thing for you to do. Lin Yu also thought of another thing. Expansion of power. Now, in this wasteland, the area that he and Fei Yu are jointly in charge of seems not small. But overall, it is still far behind. In this world, an area as big as a wasteland is still too small. With the establishment of large-scale refuge villages in the future, the demise of small refuge villages may become a mainstream trend. In this mainstream, although he has no desires and desires, if Fei Yu wants to do something, then this lack of desires and desires is really not a good thing. If possible, Lin Yu hopes that Fei Yu can establish a powerful refuge village and lead dozens, even hundreds, or thousands of refuge villages, and then act together. After all, there is really too little that a refuge village of hundreds of people can do. If the lizardmen gather together and come with hundreds of thousands of people to attack the refuge villages of survivors, even he will be in a certain crisis. Not to mention that he has become an alliance with him and has become someone. Fei Yu and the others were a thorn in the side of some people. Therefore, these weapons are very important to Fei Yu and the others. Are you asking me to expand what you are talking about? Fei Yu is not stupid. It can even be said that he is very smart. He had already guessed what Lin Yu wanted to do. That's right. Fei Yu, you are very powerful. But your power is very small. If dozens or hundreds of people want to do something, it will not be easy. But if you have thousands, or even tens of thousands, of people under your command, if we are human beings, then whatever we do will become easier. Right, Lin Yu said, opening the door of the shelter. The air outside is cooler again. He looked at the vast glass greenhouse and had a new idea. Just one person can't do anything. And even hundreds of people can't do anything. But what if the vast majority of humans are gathered together? I'm afraid it won't be that difficult to eliminate the lizardmen and kill the mythical beasts. No matter what secret place you go to explore, go inside the door of exploration. Moreover, it will be easier to face some disasters. However, Fei Yu can still manage a few hundred people. But what about managing thousands or tens of thousands? Lin Yu felt that Fei Yu had a lot to do. And it was even said that it was much more difficult than him. He couldn't do this to unite mankind, face disasters and enemies together. But Fei Yu could. The so-called savior of the world is someone who unites the entire human race and becomes the most outstanding and cutting-edge powerful person, who uses his spirit and strength to guide mankind to finally realize its ideals and return to the earth. Lin Yu realized that he couldn't do it. Reason? This ability is in the way. Moreover, it has something to do with his personality. He doesn't like to appear in public. And he doesn't like to lead them back to the earth in front of a group of people and create an image of a savior. This kind of thing is too difficult. It's not that it can't be done, but it's just too troublesome. Instead of doing that, it's better to quietly do something behind the scenes. But now he felt that the most he could do was to give Fei Yu and the others the design drawings of these weapons. I understand. Fei Yu accepted Lin Yu's kindness. He understood that Lin Yu had entrusted him with the most important matter. Explore underground ruins, kill lizardmen, and fight against the powerful force that may be hiding behind the lizardmen and beggars, and expand the territory and unite as many people as possible. This is an extremely difficult task. After understanding the heavy burden on his shoulders, Fei Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, turned around and looked at the subordinates waiting for him behind him. His eyes firm. You can feel free and bold to destroy the mythical beasts. If you don't want to be a savior, let me do it. I am very interested in this kind of thing. Well, I'll leave it to you. Fei Yu, I'm waiting for your good news. Lin Yu felt the power of the words conveyed from the other end. After giving them MP5 submachine guns and G3 assault rifles, I believe Fei Yu and the others will take their combat effectiveness to a higher level. The underground ruins probably won't be a problem for them at all. I believe they can also make considerable achievements in finding gems. As for expanding the territory, it is not difficult with their combat power. Moreover, absorbing the weak refuge villages is also a trend of future development. Isn't that Lily Karahao doing this kind of thing all the time? Lin Yu hung up the voice chat, came out of the bedroom, and walked to the kitchen with Xiao Bai. Start your new day with a delicious breakfast. The task today and tomorrow is to pack up the things I brought out from the exclusive secret realm yesterday. The workload is quite huge. Moreover, he has to go to 3 sub-bases, build roads, and establish new sub-bases. There are so many things to do. But that's the challenge, isn't it? Lin Yu, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Ming, who ran over after smelling the aroma, ate instant noodles with a lot of vegetables and meat. Ready for another busy day. The days always pass by inadvertently. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Normally, Lin Yu would feel that every day is very busy, and there are countless things to do. He did everything meticulously, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to everything. But these 3 days were completely different. According to the previously set schedule, he lived quite regularly. Let Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and the others catch fish, and then get canned food the night before, collect the canned goods, and a lot of vegetables the next morning, and put them on the world trading panel in exchange for the various materials he wants. Then, collect the eggs and put them in the incubator, collect the vegetables, and collect the pineapples. After finishing these tasks, I went directly to pack up the various things brought back from the exclusive secret realm. The various materials that had been decomposed were also stacked in a standardized manner by Lin Yu, and placed in dozens of huge warehouses that he had built recently. Of course, in order to facilitate access, he also gave these warehouses their own signs, making it easier for him to find them. In the past 3 days, he also discovered that he had a lot more alloys again, and his concrete had also grown greatly. Even after mastering the design drawings of reinforced concrete, he could make simple buildings very conveniently. However, he was not in a hurry. but was preparing for the future. The temperature outside now, even at noon, is only 3 to 4 degrees. And it has been basically cloudy every day recently. I wonder how low it will be when disaster strikes. In 3 days, he decomposed all the things he brought back and placed them in various warehouses. He finally finished such a big job. On the morning of the 45th day of the end of the calendar, Linyu got up earlier. I looked at the time. It was only 5:30 in the morning. The bedroom was dark except for the faint light from the space sleeping capsule. Today, he has a lot of big things to do. In the latter part of the night yesterday, he almost fell asleep imagining what he was going to do today. The US seems to be going well there. Although no gems were found, 2 more underground ruins were opened. And, opening the regional map, Linyu was satisfied to see that Feiyu and the others seem to have expanded their sphere of influence by almost 3 times in these 3 days. Several small refuge villages nearby have been absorbed by Feiyu and the others. According to Feiyu's report last night, there are already more than 1,000 people in their refuge village. Moreover, it seems that those in the refuge village have long had the idea of working with Feiyu. It seems that things are developing for the better. Linyu sighed and lay back in the sleeping cabin again. Today, he has a lot to do. Build a large castle-shaped shelter, and then give it a medium and short-distance rail-type rapid train. There are enough materials. Is there anything else we can't do? Gawu. Xiaobai responded in a daze and snored again. There are still 4 days until the disaster occurs. If you want to do something, it seems just right. Chapter 476. The castle-type high-level shelter is established, and the track is initially completed. Design drawing of castle-type high-level shelter. Total area 14,000 square meters. Good guy. 14,000 square meters? Is this a palace? By the way, this thing is called a castle-type high-level shelter. Oh, that's okay. Linyu looked at the design drawings of the castle-shaped high-level shelter and was already preparing to build it first. At this moment, Linyu had moved all the things out of the original shelter and put them into the storage space. This time, he did not choose to destroy the original shelter directly and build this castle-type high-level shelter. Instead, they came to a little south of the original site, to the southeast of the original forest, where the terrain was slightly higher than the original location. The higher terrain can also protect the entire shelter from being damaged by possible floods. And the location is also more scientific, relatively speaking. Linyu looked carefully at the description of the design drawing. Castle-type high-level shelter, with a ground height of 33 meters and 10 floors. All spaces are perfectly distributed and a high degree of comfort. Practicality and disaster resistance are fully considered. The entire castle-shaped high-level shelter is divided into 2 main parts. 6 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, and is equipped with multiple functions such as ventilation and exhaust, emergency passages, warehouse handles, waste disposal, drainage and sewage discharge. Shelter room allocation can be expanded and reduced arbitrarily in the system panel according to the needs of survivors. Shelter materials can be made of stone, metal, alloy, mixed, etc. Among the 6 floors above the ground of the shelter, the top floor is a tower-type observation deck, and the roof is equipped with lightning rods and other devices to prevent being struck by lightning. Linyu took a closer look. If it is made of pure alloy, weight may be a problem. If it is made of stone, wood, and alloy, it seems to be able to withstand some of this pressure. There are enough things. Even covering 3 of them is no problem. Linyu's storage space was now filled with various materials, and he chose to make them without hesitation. A huge white light suddenly lit up, and then it quickly formed a rather large outline. Xiaobai and Xiaoming beside them all had their mouths opened, and they and the little ice lizards watched a huge building rise from the ground, 33 meters in height. Linyu couldn't help but admire when he saw this huge building about 50 meters long and 50 meters wide appearing in an instant after the white light disappeared. Compared to the previous shelter, this place is obviously more like a huge palace. Moreover, he also discovered that the layout of this building seemed different from what he had imagined before. The first layer is directly constructed with a layer of rock and alloy, forming a solid base, and it seems to be quite thick. Is it 5 or 6 meters high? Moreover, it really seems like the base of a castle. Good guy. Linyu felt that his castle really looked like the castle from the past. The bottom floor looked like it was semi-underground. The entire building is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The highest 6 floors only have a spire-like structure, and the buildings decrease from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor. This looks like a castle. Lin Yu took his friends half a circle around the building, and saw the gate facing the south. The door on the second floor consists of sloping steps that extend upwards from the ground. Lin Yu and his friends quickly followed the not-so-steep steps to the second floor, and opened the 3-meter-wide and 5-meter-high door. The door. Walked into it. Lin Yu opened the system tablet. And soon the layered floor plan of this castle-shaped shelter was displayed. And each floor could be operated. It's better to put the electrical equipment outside. Lin Yu thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Now, geothermal power generation has become the first choice for this refuge. Although photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation and large diesel generators can provide this refuge with power that is far beyond the need, Lin Yu still chose geothermal power generation. This method is far more reliable than the others. Moreover, as long as there are no huge and drastic changes underground, there is no need to worry about it breaking. Lin Yu built a separate underground shelter, placed various corresponding machines in it, and successfully connected it to the main power grid of the castle-shaped shelter through various functions of the shelter interface on the system tablet. Together, the next step is to allocate the houses. But before that, something needs to be done. Lin Yu looked at the newly added thing in the system design panel. Elevator design drawing. That time at the airport, Lin Yu focused on looking for and found quite a few elevators. Elevators are quite convenient for moving quickly between floors. He has long wanted an elevator that would allow him to move quickly in the shelter instead of having to go up and down the stairs every time. What's more, as Xiaobai and Xiaoming continue to grow in size, the originally spacious stairwell has become much narrower. Especially Xiaoming. This big guy can no longer go downstairs very easily. Now that we have this elevator. No. It should be called a large freight elevator. Compared with ordinary elevators, this kind of wider and taller elevator is obviously more suitable for Xiaobai and Xiaoming to ride. Although it will take up some space. This large castle-shaped shelter has the most space. So, this is nothing. His fingers kept beating on the system tablet. And he quickly installed the elevator in the center of the shelter. You can go up to the top observation deck. And you can go down to the 4th underground floor. Perfect. Lin Yu then took Xiaobai and Xiaoming into the gate of this huge shelter. Looking at the empty hall, he gradually had some plans in mind. For convenience, it is better to put the main functional areas on the 2nd floor. Considering Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards, Lin Yu still put the kitchen, living room, dining room and bathroom on the 2nd floor. The place is big enough, and the room could be made bigger. Lin Yu made some settings on the system tablet. And a huge living room with an area of 500 square meters was formed. Inside, Lin Yu immediately placed a thick layer of sheepskin cushions. Of course, his sofa was also placed at the deepest point inside. He has a lot of sofas at the airport. In addition to putting one here, he also has designs for sofas of various sizes. If you want to rest and relax somewhere else, you can make them anytime and anywhere. A sofa and just lie down on it. For the kitchen, this time he chose the integrated kitchen design drawing he got out of the box. Soon, as the white light flashed and fell on one side of the room, a kitchen of about 100 square meters appeared successfully. And the various kitchen utensils inside were also the refrigerators and other items that Lin Yu brought from the shelter over there were also put away one by one. The kitchen has been tidied up a bit and becomes much more spacious. As for the newly added dining room, Lin Yu didn't pay much attention to it. He just made a huge space of 500 square meters. And here, it can also accommodate all the little ice lizards as well as Xiaobai and Xiaoming to eat together. Then you don't have to go outside. As for the bathroom, Lin Yu was selfish this time and made it a little bigger. It was less than 300 square meters. And a heated swimming pool bath was directly placed in it. This heating is done by electric heating. And the temperature can be adjusted at any time. The large bathtub can accommodate about 30 to 50 people in it. And even Xiaobai has no problem if he wants to go in for a swim. The bathhouse is even decorated with stone lions and various carvings, which is quite luxurious. The first floor has a total of 2,500 square meters of huge space. Lin Yu has made the functional area so much larger that the living room, dining room, kitchen and bathroom combined only take up 1,400 square meters. Lin Yu did not allocate the remaining 1,000 square meters deliberately, and just used it as an activity area for Xiaobai and the others. The first floor is finished. What should I do on the 2nd floor? There are many floors, many rooms, and the size of the square meter is also a problem. Indeed, for him, such a large shelter did not need to be built at all. After all, he was alone, counting Xiaobai and Xiaoming. There would be nearly 500 little ice lizards. It would not be so big at all. The original shelter would be enough. But to be honest, the original shelter had too many restrictions, and it couldn't be turned around in all aspects, not to mention its high degree of flaw. Therefore, it became more reasonable to build this castle-shaped shelter. Although the space is indeed too large, it can be transformed slowly. Lin Yu took the elevator with Xiaobai and Xiaoming and arrived at the 5th floor. It was almost 500 to 600 square meters, which was too big for a bedroom. Lin Yu thought for a while, divided it into 4 parts centered on the elevator, and chose the southeast one as his bedroom. After a simple arrangement, Lin Yu put the space sleeping capsule up, and put an external sightseeing elevator on this side to go out. This is so that he can have more choices. After installing the smart AI function in the whole house, Lin Yu finally made 2 huge windows on the east and south walls. The windows were removed from the airport terminal, while maintaining the thickness and size. They are also quite impact resistant. At least, when he was resting in this room. If any mutant creatures came outside at night, the thick windows on both sides would be enough to block the attack. Of course, Lin Yu did not forget defensive measures and countermeasures. Go up from the 5th floor to the 6th floor. There is a quite large platform between the 5th and 6th floors. Lin Yu directly arranged 12 robot dogs here. They can be charged with solar charging panels at ordinary times, and can be charged at any time at night. Look for enemies and snipe at any time. The sound of the sniper rifle is not loud. It is much quieter than the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform, so there is no need to worry too much about this. After finally completing all this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After covering the outer layer of the entire shelter with a layer of stone, it was completed in stages. I didn't expect that it would take such a long time all of a sudden. Moreover, the matter is far from finished, Lin Yu said, as he and the little guys came to the 1st floor again. Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the little ice lizards were all moving freely in those activity areas. And Lin Yu walked out of the door and came outside. Under the gloomy sky, gusts of cold wind blew. Lin Yu looked outside and saw the weeds that had grown to nearly 5 meters. Since yesterday, they have stopped growing upward. Even their color has gradually changed from the original yellow-green to the current bright red. When he went to the 3 sub-bases 2 days ago, the 3 main roads were basically covered by fallen weeds. This made Lin Yu have to give up driving there, and finally change to flying, or Xiaobai took him. Only then can we move forward. Nothing happened in the 3 sub-bases. There were scattered lizardmen who came to attack, but they were all attacked by robot dogs and machine gun stations, and they were wiped out without any chance. When Lin Yu went to check the 3 sub-bases, he also noticed that the bottom part of the weeds close to the ground was already somewhat lignified, and most of the leaves in the middle were dry. He estimated that within a few days, the weeds would all be in a dry state, and by then, as long as there were scattered wildfires, the whole world would, maybe, if you can't survive the disaster, it will become a sea of fire. The World Channel also reached a consensus on this matter. That is to use as many stones and other things as possible to cover the weeds surrounding the refuge villages. There are also quite a few refuge villages where the main task every day is to cut grass, and they don't even go to explore secret places. Drought has made these extremely dense plants extremely dangerous, and fires have even occurred in many places, causing great hidden dangers from time to time. Lin Yu also saw from the World Channel that many people were posting photos of fires, although some losses have been caused, and some refuge villages have even been severely damaged. Overall, the number of fires seems to be a small number. Despite this, it still can't stop me from wanting to build a medium and short-distance rail-type express train. Lin Yu looked at Zhendong. The closest to the main shelter is the saltpeter mine subbase. This is obviously the most suitable if you want to build a viaduct track using existing materials. Lin Yu also did some analysis before. Reinforced concrete viaducts are indeed good, but in fact some alloys or stones can also be placed inside to save some materials. Otherwise, the large amount of reinforced concrete raw materials he demolished from the airport would probably be enough to lay over such a long distance. After making up his mind, Lin Yu collected all the relevant materials into the storage space, and then he went directly to the easternmost city wall. Taking out the system tablet, Lin Yu confirmed the design drawing again, constructing a short and medium distance rail-type rapid train viaduct from here to the destination. All materials in the storage space are sufficient. Is it established? Confirm. As a familiar white light lit up in front of Lin Yu, a silhouette towering high above the earth appeared instantly. Soon, viaducts with a height of 15 meters suddenly rose on the wasteland, and above it, A brand new steel rail extended from the main shelter, like an extremely long flying dragon, rushing straight towards the saltpeter mining sub-base. On the track above Lin Yu's head, there was a station that was not too big. In the station, a brand new alloy train was waiting for its first passenger. Chapter 477 Bloody Wasteland. Boundless World. Lin Yu and Xiaobai took the elevator from below to the small station, which was about 20 meters above the ground. They got off the elevator and looked at the brand new train. Who would have thought that you could ride on such a thing in this other world? Although there were only 2 carriages, it was spacious enough for him. Moreover, he does not need to do any complicated operations in the cab. After installing an automatic device, he can basically leave it to the automatic device to control it. Xiaobai, speaking of which, you haven't been in a car yet, right? Lin Yu sat on a stool to the side, spread a large sheepskin mat directly on the corridor, and asked Xiaobai, who had been looking out the window. Gawu. Xiaobai seemed to not understand why the owner brought him to this big metal box. Ha ha. It seems you don't understand how this works. Then, Lin Yu walked to the cab and clicked a few times on the automatic device. The speed is 80 kilometers per hour. Constant speed. Soon, with a burst of mechanical roar. This to Xiaobai was just a metal box that I don't know what it was used for. Gradually began to operate and slowly began to move forward. Gawa. Xiaobai didn't seem to understand what happened, but saw the scenery outside the window begin to recede. Xiaobai, sit still. The train gradually began to speed up, and as waves of rhythmic clang, 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 clang sounds came, Xiaobai, who was originally standing, began to lose control of his balance. The little guy stood vigorously with his legs spread apart, as if he wanted to use his huge body and unparalleled balance to resist the moving car. But he soon understood that this was completely futile. It finally lay down on the big sheepskin mat in despair, looking sideways at the scenery outside the window and quickly retreating. From time to time, it would glance at the door it came in and want to move over, but it felt that the owner would be angry, so it gave up the idea. After a while, it looked at the owner, who seemed to be quite accustomed to this huge metal box, and felt that all this was completely beyond its own imagination. Xiaobai, compared to you, my place is actually not that comfortable. This is pretty good, and there are sheepskin cushions. It would be nice if I had a high-end soft seat here. Although Lin Yu has never sat on that kind of seat something, but it should feel about the same as lying on an adjustable sofa. This train is basically a fairly ordinary and old train. The model is actually not much different from the subway-like rail trains you would see at the airport. There are seats in both rows. The seats are placed opposite each other. The material is like hard plastic. As the train starts, people will tilt in the opposite direction. To be honest, it was not comfortable, or even too uncomfortable. The main purpose of this train is to transport goods, or to make it easier for the little ice lizards to come and go. So the seating aspect can really be simplified. Actually, I just need a seat that fits me. By the way, can the one that was removed from the plane work? Lin Yu thought about the first-class seats that would be removed on the plane. That thing seemed to be very suitable, although he hadn't had time to sit on it and try it out. Lin Yu felt that it was good. As for other aspects, it seems that this carriage can actually be replaced. Instead of using this kind of alloy as the main body, it is better to replace it with one with a larger proportion of thicker tempered glass to facilitate viewing. As for other places, the train has entered a stage of constant speed, and the scenery outside is constantly receding. In fact, there is no scenery, just endless grass. However, this is watching these from dozens of meters high in the air, so it may feel a little less beautiful. After all, the color of the grass now is basically blood red. And in this cloudy weather, it does have some desolate and lonely beauty. Lin Yu looked out through the small car window for a while, and suddenly thought of something. Mutated creatures? Will they attack the tracks and viaducts? Especially at night? Lin Yu thought about it, and decided that when he went back, he would use the sweat and blood of the lizard people to make a small modification to the entire track, so that it would at least not be harmed by mutant creatures. Also, you really need to pay attention to the lizard men. Do you want to get some medium-sized electric sentry machine gun stations for both sides of the viaduct? Or is it appropriate to release a robot dog? However, no matter which one, a large amount is required. Lin Yu felt that this aspect seemed to require further thinking. As for other aspects, it was as he had just thought. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu decided to give the train another makeover when he went back. The train was speeding, and it took less than half an hour to reach the terminal station. And here, it happens to be where the outer wall of the saltpeter mine is right next to the west side of the fortress. When Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to come over to deliver food 2 days ago, he had already told Black Spot and Green Claw that the traffic was about to open. Don't be frightened by this sudden appearance or come over out of curiosity. Therefore, after the train arrived smoothly, Lin Yu did not see the little guys approaching. After getting off the car, Lin Yu took Xiaobai, who had not yet regained consciousness, from the station to the wall, and then followed the descending steps directly into the mine. At this moment, this huge saltpeter mine has been dug into an extremely shocking mine by the robot dogs. Go! Go! The 2 little guys, Black Spot and Green Claw, immediately led the little ice lizards to accept Lin Yu's arrival. They all stood in 3 rows, like soldiers waiting for review. Lin Yu looked at Black Spot and Green Claw, who seemed to be stronger and stronger than before, and nodded with satisfaction. They are very dedicated to their duties when stationed here, even though the saltpeter mine has been attacked by dozens of lizard men in recent times. They have not taken any advantage from their hands. Instead, the lizard people left behind tens of thousands of corpses, giving the little guys a lot of practical training. This is much more than the natural sulfur or mountain branch base and the little guys in the oil river branch combined. If anyone among the next wave of little ice lizards can evolve again, Lin Yu felt that the little guys here would probably be the first wave. There's even a possibility that Black Spot and Green Claw will undergo a secondary evolution. However, having said that, Lin Yu felt that this saltpeter mine was probably also a very needed and extremely scarce mineral for the lizard people, even more urgent than natural sulfur and oil. Otherwise, they wouldn't have organized a large-scale attack over and over again. Right? Moreover, if you think about it carefully, the number of lizard men and the fortifications built on the natural sulfur or mountain are very different from those on the saltpeter mine. There are only about 100 lizard men in the natural sulfur or mountain, and most of the rest are beggars. And here, when we first came to attack, there were nearly 10,000 lizard men and nearly 1,000 survivors. This is enough to illustrate the problem. Lizard people, I'm afraid they haven't found a source that can replace the saltpeter mine here. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt that it was a very wise and correct choice for him to connect the short and medium distance rail type express train here first this time. After that, he can indeed increase or decrease the number of little ice lizard guards in various locations in a timely manner based on the conditions of several sub-bases. Little guys, thank you for your hard work. How about eating something good first, and then going back to the main shelter to have a good rest? Lin Yu brought out a lot of delicious food. Their steam and aroma deeply attracted the attention of these little guys, who usually only eat cold food. And when they heard that they could go back, they all started jumping up and down again, as if it was something they had been looking forward to for a long time. Soon, with the little guys devouring their food, Lin Yu took Xiaobai to the inside of the mining site. The mining of stones has accumulated quite a lot in the past 3 days, and it seems that the deeper you dig, the more rocks there are, and the mining of gold has gradually gained some scale and output. Lin Yu stored a large amount of saltpeter or in a nearby large underground warehouse, and did not take it away. In fact, these things were not his regular items. There was still a lot of stock in the main shelter, which was enough for him to use for a while. So for the time being, store it here first, so that when other survivors begin to need gunpowder, he will be able to meet it with sufficient production. This time, Lin Yu's main goal was gold and stones. Stones are used to build roads, and gold. Lin Yu actually had an idea now. Trading things for things in another world is actually quite inconvenient. Many things are not equivalent. Although, in many cases, it is really convenient to exchange things for things. But more often, chaos is really chaos. If we were to imitate the Earth and have currency as a unit to implement purchasing standards, could we regulate the market? Now, this system has a very mature barter-for-barter world trading channel. Lin Yu doesn't have much confidence now as to whether it needs currency to transform it. For now, this is just an idea of his. There is no mint. Among various precious metals, only gold currently has decent reserves, and copper also has some. Silver is too little, and there are only a few boxes of platinum. Not enough. The gold is only less than 100 tons, and Lin Yu feels that there is still a long way to go. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but it is indeed time to think more and think more about things. Only after killing a mythical behemoth did humans completely clear a city of secret creatures. Lin Yu didn't know how many mythical beasts there were in the current secret realm. He just knew that if he wanted to do something, he had to build it up. Moreover, the mythical beasts must be eliminated one by one. He had accumulated a lot of experience in the last battle with the mythical beast. And after that, he did create a lot of cluster bombs and stored them in the storage space. If he goes to explore the secret realm and encounters that kind of big guy again, Lin Yu really wants to kill him again. If you clear an area of secret beasts, you can also get a palladium treasure chest. Why not? Lin Yu put a large amount of mined gold and stone into the storage space and stuffed it full, and then refilled the bullets for the robot dogs stationed here. The same was true for the magazine of the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun station. Then, he returned to Black Spot and Green Claw, and these little guys were lying on their backs on the ground with bulging bellies. They were really full. Let's go! Let's go back to the main shelter. We have to let you take turns. Go back and enjoy yourself. As soon as the little ones heard that they were going back, every one of them struggled to stand up and followed Lin Yu onto the train. The train slowly pulled out, and Xiaobai was more accustomed to it this time. This time he laid down on the sheepskin mat on the ground and yawned, while the other little guys were jumping around in the carriage, extremely excited. Just like little children. Xiaobai, look how happy they are. Lin Yu couldn't help but said while looking at the still blood-red grassland outside the window. Gawu. Xiaobai nodded, then lay prone and thought. The world has changed too fast. It looked at the little ice lizards, then at Black Spot and Green Claw. Raising his head, Xiaobai looked out at the blood-red grassland speeding past. It remembered itself when it was a little ice lizard, which seemed to have happened a long time ago. Although in fact, it didn't take long. Every day, he followed his master out of that small shelter to hunt and fight, harvesting treasure chests one after another, and fighting against mutant sheep and tabby shadow deer that were still very powerful to him at that time. After experiencing severe cold and disaster, it evolved and became a little guy with stronger fighting power. Later, the master's shelter became larger and more spacious, and the master became more powerful. Later, the owner suffered from a strange disease, and it evolved again and saved the owner. When it reached the secret realm, it entered the stage of molting and was unable to fight, so its owner also rescued it. After that, the owner met Xiao Ming and the others together, and their combat power became more terrifying again. The shelter also became larger and larger. After countless battles, each sub-base was built. The owner just and made this convenient tool that can quickly move to the saltpeter mine sub-base without flying. Xiaobai even felt that this was faster and more stable than it could fly. The master is getting stronger little by little, and it feels like it is constantly getting stronger. However, the master does not originally belong to this world. It belongs to the world beyond the ancient gate of the secret realm. Moreover, because the self-healing ability will fail in the secret realm, Xiaobai has never seen the owner's excitement. It knows that its master may return to that world one day. But what will happen? Will you continue to live on this land with Xiaoming and the others? Or go with the master to a world that does not belong to you? Xiaobai's extremely complex brain is now exactly the same as a human's. Its ability to learn and accept is almost the same as its owner. The more it thinks, the more complex it becomes. Xiaobai looked at the little ice lizards, then at the black spots and green claws. And finally, his eyes fell on the master. Again, it opened its mouth and yawned. A long yawn. Thinking is mentally and physically draining. Xiaobai closed his eyes, feeling extremely sleepy. And, for some reason, it always felt like it couldn't exert any strength. In a trance, it heard its owner calling his name repeatedly. However, it couldn't open its eyes no matter what, and just fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 478 Mutation. Xiaobai! Xiaobai! Lin Yu called to the little guy who was lying on the sheepskin mat and had fallen into a deep sleep. Extremely anxious. He had just called dozens of times. But no matter what he did, Xiaobai didn't seem to wake up at all. Seeing that the car was almost reaching the main shelter, Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep like a coma at this time, which Lin Yu couldn't understand at all. Are you not tired of it these days? In the first 3 days, he basically kept moving and breaking down the various things he brought back from the airport. Although he asked Xiaobai and Xiaoming to help with sorting, he didn't let them do any heavy work. Even when he went to several sub-bases, he used a flamethrower or drove out, without letting Xiaobai take him. During this time, Xiaobai was eating more and playing more. The only thing that seemed a little tired after being exhausted was to go fishing in the small lake in the natural sulfur or mountain. That time, Xiaobai indeed killed all the blind hunting fish in the small lake, and Lin Yu harvested a catch that almost filled the storage space. But Xiaobai didn't show anything that time. Come. Lin Yu felt even more strange. What happened? He continued to call the little guy. But there was still no response from Xiaobai. It rested its head comfortably between its arms, curling up its huge body, as if it were a newborn baby. Its breathing was long and deep, as if it had been like this from the beginning. Could it be that she's going to shed her skin? Lin Yu suddenly thought of this possibility. Xiao looked at Xiaobai carefully, and actually saw a little sign of molting from the tip of its rolled-up tail. However, it is also strange. Xiaobai's last molt was only a few days ago. Lin Yu felt more and more strange. The train arrived at the station soon. The excited Black Spot and Green Claw quickly returned to the shelter with the little ice lizards, and did not notice anything strange about Xiaobai. They returned to their main shelter after a long absence, mingled with other little ice lizards, and were extremely excited. However, Xiaoming seemed to notice something strange. He walked under the station and looked up. Guh! It growled, smelling the unusual smell on Xiaobai's body. Xiaoming, come up here and help me get Xiaobai down. Lin Yu knew that even if he put on the mechanical arm and exoskeleton, he couldn't easily move Xiaobai. After all, Xiaobai's size is there. And even if it's not that heavy, if he comes to carry it, he may hurt the little guy. Xiaoming immediately took the elevator to the station, came to the car, and saw Xiaobai sleeping inside. Xiaoming, is this guy inside okay? He suddenly fell asleep. Although Lin Yu felt that this incident was related to molting. More importantly, he noticed something was wrong. He looked at Xiaoming, but Xiaoming seemed to be hesitant, neither shaking his head nor nodding. What happened to it? Lin Yu suddenly felt nervous. What happened to Xiaobai? Guh. Xiaoming finally shook his head, got in the car and picked up Xiaobai, then carried him to the freight elevator and let him go down first. Then, it also came down from the city wall, came to the ground, picked up Xiaobai again, and took him directly to the huge living room of the main shelter. The current main shelter has been transformed into a tall castle-shaped one. The original one was now used as an activity room by Lin Yu. In the corner of the living room here, Lin Yu laid 3 thick layers of large sheepskin mats. After Xiaoming gently put Xiaobai on it, he seemed to be quite worried. Guh. Xiaoming waved to Lin Yu, signaling Lin Yu to come out first and let Xiaobai have a good rest there. Although Lin Yu was worried, he saw that Xiaoming didn't seem to be in a hurry, so he knew it wasn't a big problem. Although he was nervous, he still wasn't completely relieved. Lin Yu thought for a while, and finally left a lot of food for Xiaobai, and then came out of the shelter with Xiaoming. It seems that Xiaobai still needs to sleep for a while. There are still many things he has to do. Xiaoming, please let all the little guys come back first. I have to assign tasks. After more than 3 days of repairs, many things were suppressed. Lin Yu knew that he had to do something else when facing the disaster next. For now, what he needs to do most is food storage and buying and selling. He has saved quite a lot of food now, and it will be enough for him and the little ice lizards as well as Xiaobai and Xiaoming for about 3 or 4 years without any problems. But as the saying goes, don't panic when you have food. 3 or 4 years is not the limit. Moreover, Lin Yu also wanted to be able to at least provide enough food for more than 10,000 people in the coming days. Canned food is just a condiment, while vegetables and fruits are the solution. Lin Yu believes that survivors should store more or less food and meat. But for vegetables, the overall output is basically very low at present. Just like here, he could use it to supply several refugee villages at the beginning. And in the end, he could give it to Feiyue and the others. And it was still barely enough. It is absolutely impossible not to expand production. Before, he really could only rely on a glass greenhouse. But now, he now has an unimaginable level of reinforced concrete, alloys, and glass brought from the airport. So, building 5 more shouldn't be too much. Lin Yu thought this and looked at Xiaoming first. Xiaoming, let Xiao Liuzi take 100 little ice lizards to hunt nearby. At the same time, you must be wary of enemies who may attack the shelter. In addition, patrols are also necessary to do. Although Xiaoming may be a lot less intelligent than Xiaobai, he still has no problem understanding Lin Yu's words and conveying them accurately and smoothly. After giving the order, Xiao Liuzi took 100 little ice lizards out. Lin Yu looked at Green Claw and Black Dot who had just returned, and thought of a new mission. Let the 2 of them go to the ancient gate of the secret realm and the ancient gate of the special secret realm respectively, and each leave 50 little ice lizards to kill as many secret realm beasts as possible. Green Claw and Black Dot quickly received the order, and each rushed towards the ancient Secret Realm gate and the special Secret Realm ancient gate that just appeared next to the smelting furnace. The door to the underground ruins should be ignored for the time being. Lin Yu is currently completely wrapping it with iron blocks and blocking it. Anyway, Fei Yu and the others are inside now, so they should rest assured. Xiao Ming, for the remaining 200 little ice lizards, please put them on standby. Lin Yu did not ask the remaining little guys to do something immediately. Instead, he walked to the first city wall and broke it down into raw materials. The entire city wall was soon turned into ruins under Lin Yu's operation, and the medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform and robot dog above were all knocked to the ground under Lin Yu's operation. But Lin Yu did not stop. After placing the gold he had previously obtained from the saltpeter mine directly on the ground, he went straight to the second wall and launched the superalloy large-scale suspended flame-breathing aircraft. After passing this non-high wall, the construction of a new city wall began directly at a location nearly 2 kilometers away from the castle-shaped main shelter. Soon, each city wall about 4 kilometers long rose from the ground. This time, Lin Yu did not make a fuss. Although talking about a 4-kilometer wall does sound a bit ridiculous. For Lin Yu, this is actually an excellent way to solve the problem once and for all. You know, there are more and more buildings around his main refuge now. If the current situation continues, the area around his shelter will become increasingly crowded sooner or later. He could change the perimeter of the entire city wall from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, and from 2 kilometers to 4 kilometers. But that, round after round, is too time-consuming. After all, it must be destroyed every time and rebuilt every time. Too troublesome. Lin Yu didn't want any trouble, so he just took one step. The 4-kilometer city wall consumes an astronomical amount of stone. But Lin Yu, who had such a plan a few days ago, has indeed been collecting a large amount of stone recently. After calculating the stones needed, Lin Yu prepared these stones completely, and finally wrapped everything in this vast area into his shelter. 2 kilometers long on one side covers a vast area of 4 square kilometers. This area, also centered on Lin Yu's newly built castle-shaped high-end shelter, covers the southern corner of the wasteland. Even in this vast space, there is an acid rain lake, the skeletons of 2 giant creatures, and the burial ground of more than 90,000 lizards and beggars who were bombed by him with rockets in the past, and even the remains of the lizardmen who were chased from the Oil River branch base but were also eliminated. But these will all be erased. After building the city wall, Lin Yu returned to the original second wall, completely dismantled it, and stored it in the exit space. Then he also collected all the disintegrated stones of the first wall. Then, these were laid directly on the vast space of 4 square kilometers. Soon, the place was paved over by him, and even the skeletons of those giant creatures were buried underneath. This saves him from having to deal with it later. Indeed, before, I just treated them as scenic spots or landscapes, and never thought about what to do with them. Now, it was dealt with directly, and it was settled once and for all. Lin Yu was very open-minded, and nothing happened anyway. Those big frames are actually not that good looking, so it's better to use the space effectively. Speaking of the big skeleton, Lin Yu wanted to know what happened to the mythical beast in Tokyo. Will it turn into a big skeleton, or will it be burned directly to ashes by that fire? Lin Yu felt that the fire he set at that time might have burned not only the mythical beasts and mysterious beasts, but also maybe the entire city of Tokyo. It seems that there is no use in purifying Tokyo. Thinking of this, Lin Yu did not stay any longer, but immediately flew back. Soon, he came to the east side of the previous greenhouse, next to the breeding farm, and started building a new glass greenhouse. As the materials in the storage space disappeared in an instant, a brand new greenhouse rose from the ground. But Lin Yu didn't stop. 2 glass greenhouses are not enough. There are thousands of people in Fei Yu's refuge village. 1 or 2 greenhouses may be able to satisfy them, but with more people, it may not be okay. Therefore, more glass greenhouse design drawings need to be built. And, if you can, really consider 3-dimensional planting technology. Lin Yu remembered the greenhouses he had visited before. One of the cultivation techniques was to plant leafy vegetables with large leaves, such as lettuce, vertically upward, and then they would grow into a green wall. However, Lin Yu has not yet mastered this technology, and there is no design drawing yet, so he can only give up. Now his planting platform can be planted to the fullest on a flat surface, but a lot of space is wasted in terms of high space utilization. For giant glass greenhouses were quickly completed. forming a giant 4-square contiguous glass greenhouse, which is quite spectacular. It's a pity that the original one cannot be moved. Otherwise, we could have made it more orderly. Lin Yu thought this, then entered the glass greenhouse and began to make a planting platform that was enough to cover it. Soon, the planting platforms of the 4 new greenhouses were completely completed. There is enough material, and there is no need to get into a bottleneck when doing anything. Like before, just for these platforms, he has to consider whether to use the alloy in a more suitable aspect first. After making the platform, the next thing you can do is simple. He looked towards the survival point. Every time he saw this thing, he always had an illusion. Is it that when the system performs normal statistics, it starts to add some data to it? From a few thousand a day to more than 100,000 or more than 300,000 a day. Lin Yu felt that these numbers were outrageous. Especially that day, when I killed a mythical beast. I immediately judged the 100,000 survival points given based on this, making this thing particularly worthless. However, the extremely large amount of survival points accumulated recently can be used again at this time. Who would dislike having so much land? Lin Yu said, using all his survival points to buy a huge amount of humus nutrient soil. Next, he walked up to Xiaoming and the little ice lizards, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiaoming, let the little ice lizards put all the humus nutrient soil on the planting platform like last time. Do as much as they can. Xiaoming received the order and quickly conveyed the order to all the remaining 200 little ice lizards. And they all immediately rushed to the humus nutrient soil that had been piled up into a large mountain and began the task. Finally, it's nothing. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoming, who was standing aside. Let's go back and take a look at Xiao Bai. If something happens, I can't move it. Right, Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu and Xiaoming returned to Xiao Bai in the main shelter again. As a result, Lin Yu discovered that Xiao Bai had begun to shed more skin. Although the little guy is still sleeping, there is no doubt that it may not be possible for him to wake up temporarily. Xiaoming, just stay next to it. If anything happens, be sure to call me. After Lin Yu arranged for Xiaoming to do this, he checked Xiao Bai carefully. There is a film-like mold on the tip of its tail and nearby. However, Lin Yu also noticed that it was not that thin layer. Xiao Bai, what will it become? Chapter 479, he is the same as me. Every upgrade of the shelter and surrounding facilities will take a long time. By noon, Lin Yu put aside other things and started cooking again. It seemed that every once in a while, he would do this again. There's no way around it. Although you can make do with it and just grill the meat to deal with it, that is actually extremely irresponsible behavior. After all, I have so many stocks of vegetables, fruits, and various staple foods in hand. The last time I opened 70,000 copper treasure chests. I also opened quite a lot of various popular ingredients on the earth. These are the main ingredients that Lin Yu can use to make various delicacies. However, Lin Yu's idea is actually simple. It's nutritious and balanced, and it's guaranteed to be delicious. Therefore, while the little ice lizard and the others were busy, he was already busy. Make a stove, light a fire, wash rice and burn firewood for cooking. Lin Yu is quite skilled at this. This time he built 10 large stoves in one go. He first took out some rice that had been there for a while, and steamed the rice first. Then, the vegetables received in the greenhouse were placed in the main shelter, and they were continuously cleaned in the newly upgraded modern kitchen. Because the quantity was too much, Lin Yu also asked 10 of the little ice lizards, who were carrying soil, to come over and help him wash and select vegetables. Soon, under Lin Yu's control, pots of stew, curry, and braised pork all began to take shape. Lin Yu didn't stop. Using the oven that came with the kitchen, he immediately grilled the lion-headed bear's steak. From time to time, he would go to the living room to see if Xiao Bai had woken up. But every time he saw Xiaoming shaking his head, his heart sank. Lin Yu knew that Xiao Bai might be like this for a while. When the upper side of the skin was molting, Xiao Bai also slept for a full night. And it was not until dawn that the layer of skin was finally shed. Will it take so long this time? Or is it longer? The rice was steamed quickly, and the vegetables were cooked little by little. While Lin Yu kept busy, he also opened the system panel and kept in touch with Fei Yu. Fei Yu's recent efficiency can be said to be extremely high. The fighting power of his men is also quite strong. In just a few days, the refuge village has been turned into a large refuge village with thousands of people. If given time, I'm afraid the entire wasteland will surrender to Fei Yu. After all, this guy is not only well balanced in all aspects, but also has a certain skill and leadership. This guy really looks like a savior of mankind. Lin Yu was very satisfied with this. After the last agreement with him, Fei Yu and the others have made rapid progress, breaking through several underground ruins one after another, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Now, 7 or 8 of the 12 gems have been recovered, and Lin Yu felt that the rest should not be too far away. I'm afraid the lizard man really won't be able to jump around for much longer. On his side, there has been no progress in recent days. They say they want to find the mythical beast and destroy it, but there seems to be no clue at all. If it is not a secret realm, there are mythical giant beasts, even in the ancient gates of special secret realms. They cannot be seen. So far, Lin Yu has only seen the shadow of the mythical beast in Tokyo and Paris, but not even a hair elsewhere. If all of them are wiped out, the secret realm, that is, the human earth, can be saved, and all the secret realm beasts will be wiped out. There should be many weird monsters with plants and trees growing on their backs. After all, the world is so big and there are so many cities, so there should be so many mythical beasts. Right? However, that doesn't seem to be the case. They have always been extremely rare. As if those two were everything. Lin Yu, we found new information. Fei Yu seemed to be able to surprise Lin Yu every time. Gem? Or mural? Or Lizard Queen? At this moment, Lin Yu was thinking about the many answers that Fei Yu might have to say, and started to finish the final stew. Although he was busy, he quite enjoyed this moment of leisure. Unfortunately, none of them. Lin Yu, although I think it would be good to find those. But the news this time is not bad. Fei Yu quickly replied. Stop being so pretentious. Fei Yu? Lin Yu put the stew into the storage space and wiped the sweat from his face. The kitchen was still quite hot. He turned on the air conditioner, took out his favorite sofa, laid down directly on the ground, and picked up the system tablet. Just click on the voice call. This is the most convenient and fastest way to communicate. Soon, Fei Yu got through. I didn't expect you have a lot of time. Fei Yu was not surprised that Lin Yu would make a voice call to him. But he was still surprised. Shouldn't Lin Yu be very busy? I'm terribly idle. Lin Yu looked around the kitchen that had been reorganized by the little ice lizards. I haven't been out in the past few days. I know what you are doing. This morning, a beggar came to the World Channel very close to your shelter and said he wanted to expose your secrets. However, the video and photos were uploaded within 5 seconds. Shown. He was killed by your little ice lizard. You already know this, right? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. What the HL? Has a beggar been here? Was he killed by the little ice lizard? I can't come. Lin Yu really didn't know that such a thing had happened. You don't know? That's right. You are so busy every day. Listening to Fei Yu's excuse, Lin Yu was quite speechless. Although Tian was indeed busy here, he seemed to have been busy with construction. Basically, he didn't do anything major. It's true that in the past 3 or 4 days, except for busying with cans every morning and evening, I didn't even think about taking out the system tablet to take a look. In particular, Xiao Bai is still asleep and seems to be about to shed his skin. With so many things on his hands, he has no time to watch the World Channel and watch those people chatting and talking. By the way, your castle is really spectacular. That guy. It seems to be 30 or 40 meters tall. You have once again made those people on the World Channel jealous to death. I said, Lin Yu. Are you here for vacation? Right. Why do I always feel that your painting style is different from ours? Fei Yu joked. I just think you have changed people. I didn't feel so poor before. Lin Yu is also the kind of person who talks more the more familiar he is. And Fei Yu must be this kind of person. But he was not like this before. Even when he shook hands with him outside the shelter, Lin Yu never felt that Fei Yu was as relaxed as he is now. If we were looking for an opportunity for change, it seemed that a few days ago, when he and Fei Yu officially divided the labor, it would be said that Fei Yu was more like a savior. This guy's confidence increased, and Lin Yu was happy for him. You can't always act like you're my follower. It's obviously better now. And Lin Yu also wanted such a friend. Not someone who was groveling and always polite to him. Really? No. By the way, speaking of enjoyment, I think you should let go of the supply of wine and whiskey. Many people in our refuge village have been craving for it for a long time. Let me tell you. Oh, that's right. You don't want the design? Lin Yu expressed surprise that Fei Yu suddenly started to pursue this kind of enjoyment material. What's going on? But it is true that wine and whiskey did serve as hard currency for a period of time at the beginning. But with the increase of various supplies, this hard currency was forgotten and placed in a corner of the warehouse. Now that he thinks about it, Linyu feels that he can let it go a little bit to free up space. Of course, I need the design drawings. But what about the wine? How about I take the circuit boards and precision electric gears you've been looking for recently? A lot of them. And trade them with you. Linyu's eyes lit up. Small circuit boards and precision electric gears are what he is in urgent need of. The so-called urgent need is a new idea about him. Previously, at the airport in the exclusive secret realm, he collected a large number of various items and successfully disassembled a large number of various parts from those items. Originally, he wanted to directly expand the robot dog army that had not been expanded for a long time. However, after seeing Xiaoming milling around and being quite hostile to the robot dog, he had a new idea. What if the robot dog is upgraded? As a result, the mid-level universal upgrade blueprint can indeed upgrade the robot dog, but only if a larger number of other parts are needed. And he has many parts, but some of them are really impossible to find. Therefore, he once asked Fei Yu to find those things, but it seemed that this guy had been recruited. But he wanted to use this precious thing to exchange for those wines. Good guy. We have obviously prepared the design drawings of the car and the design drawings of the large-scale high-end shelter. But this guy wants to drink? Are you sure you want wine and whiskey? Not blueprints? Sure. Okay. Wait a moment. I'll do the exclusive deal. Fei Yu, you can just put in the offer later. Although he didn't understand, he insisted that Lin Yu would not be too tough or have any objections. Soon, a lot of various parts were delivered. And Lin Yu, who came back from the warehouse, was satisfied with a lot of things, put a robot dog into the storage space, and returned to the original place. Land. Lin Yu, you gave too much. Fei Yu looked at the 50 bottles of red wine and whiskey and sighed again at Lin Yu's generosity. It's okay. I can still afford it. Lin Yu still felt that the offer was too little. After all, with these, he could make 100 new enhanced robot dogs. However, it seems that things have gone a little awry. The important thing Fei Yu said has not been said yet. By the way, speaking of that matter, Lin Yu, I think we need to have a good talk. After Fei Yu accepted the wine and whiskey, his tone became much more serious. Wait a moment. Lin Yu went to the living room and looked at Xiaobai again, and found that it was still the same. He took out 2 large plates and placed 2 large pieces of lion-headed bear meat on them. The aroma of the steak made Xiaoming sniffle his nose suddenly, and his eyes couldn't help but look over. But it turned its head and looked at Xiaobai again, and suddenly shook its head, indicating that it would not eat. Be obedient. If you don't have the strength, you can't even move Xiaobai when I ask you to do it. Lin Yu pointed at the steak and ordered Xiaoming to be obedient. Then he walked out, closed the door, and returned to the kitchen. To be honest, the kitchen is not suitable for chatting, and the bedroom on the 5th floor seems more suitable. But here, you can also check on Xiaobai's condition at any time, and Lin Yu can feel more at ease. What's wrong with your partner? I'm sorry. Am I asking something I shouldn't have asked? Although Fei Yu felt that his interrogation was a bit abrupt and impolite, he immediately thought of the 2 giant dragons. Just now, it seemed that what Lin Yu was talking about was that the white dragon was injured or something happened. Xiaobai is the white giant dragon you have seen. It seems to be molting, so it has been sleeping. Xiaoming is the big dragon. I asked him to look at Xiaobai for me. Fei Yu, thank you your concern. Lin Yu felt that there was nothing he couldn't say. He didn't think there was anything impolite about Fei Yu. Instead, he felt that this guy could ask him questions and he could talk to him, which made him feel much better. Shedding. If there's anything I can do, don't be polite. Just tell me. If you don't say anything else, there's no problem in just rushing over. Of course, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 hours. You know, it's hard to walk now with too much grass. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fei Yu. Although Fei Yu said so, Lin Yu would not bother him with anything. But he had already felt the intention. At least that's what they said. Right? You have saved us many times, and occasionally you ask me to return the favor. I hope that little guy can shed his skin soon. Well, thank you for Xiaobai. By the way, Fei Yu, please continue talking. What is that important thing? Lin Yu took a deep breath and was ready to listen. There are actually a few important things. Fei Yu paused, as if he had walked to a particularly quiet place. First of all, about one thing, a special phenomenon that happened to me. Lin Yu, I will say next it may exceed your common sense and may destroy your worldview. If you became super, didn't you? Lin Yu had thought about this possibility. After all, Fei Yu was also one of the people who survived the high fever incident. For example, Guan Yi, who has unlimited strange power, Lu Kai, who can talk to lizard people, and the holder of a self-healing ability, are all the survivors in this world after the high fever incident. And he, and they, all have powerful special abilities in this different world. Now, since Fei Yu has mentioned this, that means that some unnatural phenomena have also appeared on Fei Yu's body. You? How did you? Fei Yu was currently in a closed space in the shelter, and the people around him had already been cleared away by him. Now, after hearing Lin Yu's voice, Fei Yu, who originally thought that this might be unacceptable, was as stiff as if he had been struck by 5 thunders. Fei Yu, is that true? Lin Yu asked, while looking through the list of names he had obtained previously. Nearly half of the top 100 survivor leaders in this different world can be found on this list. Now, there is one more person. Yes, that's it. I just have very strange abilities, Lin Yu. How did you know? Could it be that you have seen others like this? Fei Yu still didn't recover. I'll talk to you about this later. Lin Yu took a deep breath. By the way, what is your ability? My wounds seem to be able to heal on their own. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Fei Yu's words. Is he the same as me? Chapter 480, the most special one. On the system tablet in Lin Yu's hand, Fei Yu's name was clearly on it. But what Fei Yu just said was like a bomb exploding in his ears, making Lin Yu feel extremely shocked. The ability to heal yourself? Isn't this my own ability? Why? Does Fei Yu also have this ability? Lin Yu couldn't believe it, although this was most likely true. Lin Yu, how do you know this kind of extraordinary power? Do you know anyone else who has it? Fei Yu was also shocked. He originally thought that such a wonderful thing happening to him might be extremely serious, an accidental phenomenon. But now, when he heard that Lin Yu had directly guessed this matter, Fei Yu was undoubtedly in disbelief. That's right. Fei Yu, did you tell anyone about your ability? Although I like to share many things with everyone, I feel that if I speak out about this matter, I will definitely be in some danger. Therefore, I have not told anyone except you. Fei Yu, as he said that, he looked outside again to make sure no one heard him. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Fei Yu, a leader who told his subordinates everything, would do this again. But now it seemed that he was overly worried. Fei Yu, please tell me what this ability is all about. I know you fully trust me to tell me this. Right. Moreover, I can also tell you that my ability, and you too. Yes, Lin Yu, I think there is no one more trustworthy than you. I don't think anyone can tell this matter. But now, I feel that only you make me feel completely trustworthy. Fei Yu said. My heart felt a lot more relaxed when he first learned that he had this ability. Although he could remain calm and comfortable in front of everyone, when he was alone, this feeling turned into fear and confusion. Fei Yu, listen carefully. This matter is actually very important to you. You have said before that Du Ping once came to you and asked if there was anything strange about you. Right. Lin over here. He has just calmed down his excitement. Lin Yu had expected that Fei Yu had abilities. After all, Fei Yu had said before that he had a high fever, and Du Ping also came to see him. Now, this matter has finally come to fruition. Fei Yu indeed has the ability, and he can heal himself. Exactly the same as him. That's true. That Du Ping came to me directly after he had a high fever. But later, he was killed by me. If you have to find a reason, it's because he knew I had the ability. Lin Yu said it without hesitation. Indeed, Du Ping is too dangerous. But Lin Yu also told a lie. What Du Pan knew about his ability was not the self-healing, but another one. 100% open treasure chest. This was the reason why Lin Yu had to kill him. What? Fei Yu was even more shocked. You are also an ability user? And, just because Du Ping knew your abilities, you killed him? I am also a person with abilities, possessing a kind of extraordinary power that you may not imagine. Fei Yu, what I want to tell you now is that you have abilities that no one else can tell except me. Anyone. Have you ever thought about what someone with ulterior motives would do if you told them your secret? Fei Yu really thought about this. so he didn't tell anyone except Lin Yu about his ability. Becoming a person with abilities means that you are different from ordinary people. You may envy Superman, but you also know that he is very lonely. Extraordinary power will make us captured by people who do not have such abilities. Then we can maximize our abilities. Du Ping's idea is probably to gather people like this and use them for him. Lin Yu thought about Du Ping, who was almost crazy, and shook his head. His 100% ability to explode treasure chests is coupled with this ability to heal. If he was restrained by that guy, Lin Yu felt that the rest of his life would definitely be extremely miserable. Lin Yu imagined it for a moment. He was dragged to kill every dying mutated creature. And after bursting out of the treasure chest, he received the minimum amount of food and water, and lived a life that was worse than death every day. And this may even be coerced by the entire human race to do this. After all, the 100% treasure chest system, if used continuously, may not be able to save the entire human race at once. He even became the so-called savior of mankind, in an ironic sense. Of course. After all, in that case, he will be successfully exploited continuously, and become a walking zombie who only enjoys pain and just wants to die. I don't understand. Isn't my ability very convenient? Fei Yu couldn't understand. At least, the level he understood now was still at a level that might cause panic in others. After all, when someone possesses some special, superpower-like ability, everyone may be surprised, fearful, or isolated, and his ability can become a very convenient force in this other world, allowing him to fight and charge more fearlessly. So, Fei Yu couldn't understand. Fei Yu, just think about it. If you know that there is such a person who has the same ability as you, and is far superior to others in all aspects, even if you don't envy him, then others will know. And is it possible that this jealousy will become the trigger of a war and eventually lead to a battle? In the end, this person with the ability will become the tool of the winner and lose everything? This, I really didn't expect. Fei Yu did think of convenience and the people around him. But others, he never thought about. For example, Jia Yunjan. For example, if Lily Karahao knows that you have such power, what do you think you will face next? Fei Yu? Fei Yu was extremely shocked as he imagined what might happen. He had never thought of this much before. Now, after being reminded by Lin Yu, he realized that not all of his abilities brought good things. Perhaps this is also the source of disaster. I understand. Lin Yu, I will always keep this secret deep in my heart, and I will try my best to avoid any possible injury. Fei Yu took a deep breath. He felt that this ability seemed to be able to bring considerable convenience to his subsequent life in another world. But now it seems that this is a double-edged sword, especially in this world where communication is extremely advanced. The first second, he is seen to have the ability to heal himself. The next second, it will probably be discussed on channels all over the world. Then, in places he doesn't know, various forces trying to obtain this ability may be ready to move. Just understand, Fei Yu, my ability, like yours, is self-healing. From now on, you can only know this matter yourself, and no one else can tell it. Do you understand? Lin Yu was talking at the moment. While speaking, he quickly flipped through the records of the World Chat channel, and at the same time, corresponded one by one with the list on the system tablet in his hand. What? Are you telling the truth? Fei Yu was even more shocked. Lin Yu actually had the same ability as him. I request that only you know about this. Fei Yu, what you also need to know is that this ability comes from a high fever. People who survive the high fever all have this ability. And in the World Chat panel, I once asked this person who has a high fever. You can get a watch for yourself and take a good look at it. There will be surprises in it. Lin Yu said and hung up the chat voice. The reason why he didn't continue was because he suddenly thought of a possibility regarding this ability. It seems that his initial thinking was wrong. Originally, Lin Yu thought that this ability might be used to allow a small number of humans to adapt to this different world and live better here. But just now, he took a look at the list, and then looked through the list of survivors who were still alive after the high fever, and found that something seemed to be wrong. On the list, Lin Yu finally sorted out more than 1,000 people. And these more than 1,000 people have one thing in common. That is, all the people on the list, without exception, are the leaders of various refugee villages. It would be fine if 1/10 of them were like this. But if everyone was like this, it would make people think more. There is obviously something fundamentally wrong with this situation. Indeed, at first, I thought that this ability was extremely scattered. and some of them might be ordinary survivors. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. All of these names now have a suffix like the leader of such and such a refuge village. Is it because of their abilities that these people became leaders? No. It's because of the leader that they have the ability. Guan Yi, who would be alone. Lu Kai, the leader of another refuge village. And him. Were all like this. When Fei Yu and the others took refuge in the village, the third master and Fei Yu carried them over together. But the third master passed away midway, and the only one left was Fei Yu, who took over as the leader. Therefore, the initial judgment that the so-called fever could be sustained by one's own will was not accurate. It should be that some kind of force infected some of the survivors who were judged as leaders with a high fever. And then those who truly became leaders finally gained abilities. If the judgment is correct, then this incident should be another disaster brought to mankind by the troublemaker who made everyone feverish. The reason why Lin Yu made such a judgment was because such things seem to directly provoke conflicts among everyone within the human race. As long as the first esper is revealed, all the espers will be discovered one after another. In the end, humans will fall into a confrontation between ordinary people and espers. Or, there is another possibility. Various human groups will fall into an era of mutual attacks and conflicts because of these powerful survivor leaders. Each transcendent-led subordinates, who were only loyal to themselves, expanded each other crazily, and quickly made the refuge village even bigger, until the last one is decided. War is an eternal topic that humans cannot avoid. In the face of disasters, it has become extremely difficult for humans to survive. So wars have almost never happened before. That is to say, the commotion in Lerwick was a bit louder that time. After that, the coalition of lizard men and beggars gathered by Du Ping was still relatively large. But other than that, there doesn't seem to be any. The seventh disaster is long overdue. And this has also brought great development opportunities and time to many refuge villages. What I have to say is that many refuge villages have made news for a long time. And on the World Channel, topics of recruitment and cooperation often appear and flood the screen. When life in a small refuge village is not good and food and clothing become a problem, a large refuge village will come and call for participation. Alliances with some delicate balances will be established between medium-sized refuge villages. As a certain refuge village begins to rise, this balance will break the alliance. And finally, these refuge villages will eventually merge into one. Among these, war is probably the best way to merge many refuge villages. The ability users have become leaders, and each of them plays their role in this battle. Then, what's the final result? There are only a little over 2 billion humans left. We certainly cannot afford such an endless war. But these current ability users seem to be constantly catalyzing the occurrence of war. Fei Yue, ability makes us different from ordinary people. But there is a place that can make us return to normal. Do you understand? Lin Yu finally entered this paragraph on the chat panel and sent it. After a long time, Fei Yu also replied to him. You mean the secret realm? Yes, it is the secret realm. The earth we once lived on. If you want to become an ordinary person again there, and if you want to turn other people back to ordinary people, the earth is where we must go back. After Lin Yu finished typing this sentence and sent it, he finally closed the system panel. Lin Yu stood up from the sofa, came out of the kitchen, and gently opened the door to the living room. In the dim space, Xiao Ming turned his head and nodded to him gently. Lin Yu walked over and looked at the thing next to it that was like a white cocoon. Xiao Bai's molting has spread from the tip of his tail to near the abdomen. And as Xiao Bai breathes, the layer of white molted skin will crackle. How is Xiao Bai doing? Lin Yu didn't know much about the ice lizard. He even always felt that this species was actually full of mysteries. It can spit ice mist and evolve. It seems that among so many kinds of creatures in this completely different world, ice lizards seem to be unique. No matter how strange or stitched together the mutated creatures are, they all fall within the most basic criteria. Even if they are as powerful as mythical beasts, they are still physical attacks. And the ice lizard seems to have shown great abnormalities since its incubation. He has a developed mind and is extremely intelligent, has a developed body, is cold resistant and extremely fast, can also spit ice mist, and can even evolve. This creature has everything that humans cannot understand. And Xiao Bai is the most special one among all the ice lizards. Chapter 481, Making Alloy Armor. Xiao Bai transformed again. Time passes like water. The white layer of molted skin on Xiao Bai's body became more and more numerous and thicker over time. From dusk to late night, Lin Yu replaced Xiao Ming and sat on the sofa next to Xiao Bai. waiting for him to wake up. He was thinking about it all the time. Ice lizard? No. It should be said to be the various mysteries surrounding Xiao Bai. Creatures like ice lizards seem to be inherently at odds with this other world, and are unimaginably powerful, intelligent, alert, and capable of evolving into completely different species. Today, Xiao Ming, Black Spot, Green Claw, Xiao Liuzi and Red Line have directly evolved 5 creatures with completely different shapes and appearances. And Xiao Bai, above them, has 2 stages of evolution and can also shed his skin, taking his strength to a higher level. At the same time, after molting, the shape and appearance will also undergo further growth and changes. However, the most incomprehensible thing among them is that as they continue to evolve, the brain capacity of the ice lizards seems to have expanded, and their intelligence has gradually become more astonishing. The little ice lizards will completely understand simple instructions, and ice lizards also have a very mature language that can convey his words into various signals to make the whole things got done successfully. After evolving once, their brain capacity has become larger, and they can understand more complex commands. Xiao Ming, who has evolved for the second time, basically has almost no lag when communicating with him. This made Lin Yu so happy, amazed, excited and incomprehensible. Xiao Bai is obviously the most special one among them. Lin Yu still clearly remembered that when Xiao Bai once called out the word, Lin, it was quite clear and accurate. Later, once again, when Xiao Bai was hungry, he pointed to his own stomach and said the word, hungry. But both times, Lin Yu seemed a little overwhelmed and shocked. So Xiao Bai stopped saying anything. Lin Yu knew very well that Xiao Bai felt something and understood something. So he stopped saying it with Xiao Bai's wisdom. He could also see Lin Yu's current thoughts, understand his complicated thinking, and know how to get along with him. What will you become when you shed your skin this time? Lin Yu said, lying on the double sofa, looking up at the dark space. In this different world, the one he trusts and relies on the most is the little white boy beside him, who is still sleeping soundly. Moreover, he also figured out something recently. Even if Xiao Bai could make a human voice, he wouldn't care. Really. He had tried to complicate this matter too much before. In itself, except that Xiao Bai cannot speak. His behavior and actions are almost the same as those of humans. Even in some places, Lin Yu felt that it sometimes looked quite like him. Looking at the little guy who was still breathing deeply and sleeping soundly, Lin Yu closed his eyes while thinking. Boundless darkness hit. Lin Yu opened his eyes again, and his eyes were also dark. There was nothing else around him except Xiao Bai's breathing. The night is very long. Lin Yu opened the system panel unintentionally. Although, indeed, he still has much more to do. But now, at this moment, he felt that those things didn't matter anymore. The disaster is coming in 3 days. But now, he has no real feeling. Normally, only 7 days of disaster would make everything urgent. But now, the reincarnation of the disaster, which has been extended to 15 days, has slowed everything down again. Lin Yu closed his eyes again. Let's leave tomorrow's affairs to tomorrow. Before Xiao Bai's molting was completed, Lin Yu always felt that he could not feel at ease. What will happen next? What will happen every day after? Seems to be unimportant. Lin Yu took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and fell into sleep. One night passed quickly. Lin Yu opened his eyes again, and his vision gradually became clearer. He immediately turned over and looked at Xiao Bai beside him. And there, the thick white skin on Xiao Bai's body was gradually peeling off piece by piece with a crackling sound. Lin Yu could even see a silvery light shining in this layer. Crack! Another crisp sound burst out from the white cocoon-like SHL, and then more crackling sound began to sound. Becoming denser, Lin Yu stood nearby, and he could clearly feel that Xiao Bai in this cocoon was about to break through the outer skin and emerge again. Although the cocoon, like skin this time, was much thicker and whiter than the last molt he witnessed. It was even more like an egg-like oval overall. But Xiao Bai is indeed about to complete molting. Soon, as Xiao Bai stretched out his arm, the cocoon was finally destroyed with a huge wound, and Xiao Bai gradually drilled his entire body out of it. Under the faint light of the morning sun, Xiao Bai's snow-white scales slightly reflected a layer of golden light, and its body, which had become more slender and taller, gradually stretched. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the nearly 4-meter-tall dragon. The pair of sharp horns on its head that were small before have now become more slender, and the top is sharper. After the huge silver-white wings unfolded, The remaining old skin on them fell off like snowflakes. And the tail, which was like a huge spear, also became longer. Xiao Bai. Lin Yu waited for a long time, and saw the joy and excitement expressed in the ruby-like eyes facing him. Ga Wu. Xiao Bai nodded to Lin Yu. It felt that its sleep was too long. Too long. But after waking up, the body became lighter, and it could even feel the majestic energy contained in the body. You have changed again. Lin Yu didn't know how to describe his current mood. Is it joy? Excitement? Excitement? Or is it the peace of mind that Xiao Bai's successful rebirth brings after this long molt? Lin! At this time, Xiao Bai, who seemed to be quite excited, suddenly made a sound. But as if he noticed something, he immediately covered his mouth with his big paw and looked at Lin Yu carefully. The expression on the face. It's okay. If you make a sound, you can talk. What's the difference? After all, you are still the novice. Right. Xiao Bai was stunned for a few seconds, then lowered his head and nodded. Lin, it said, and its articulation was clearer and more accurate than what Lin Yu had heard before. Ha ha. Can you call me by your name? Somehow, Lin Yu felt that his previous sensitivity and rejection mentality as a human being had suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a wonderful feeling of wanting to get to know Xiao Bai again. Xiao Bai. When Xiao Bai said this in a low voice, Lin Yu couldn't help but clapped his hands excitedly. Hungry. Xiao Bai patted his stomach again, and immediately scratched his head with his big paws, as if he was embarrassed. I know you're hungry. Here, eat the lion-headed bear steak slowly. Lin Yu placed a piece of steaming meat steak in front of Xiao Bai again, and the little guy immediately picked it up unceremoniously and took a big bite. Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the little guy, who was back to his usual self. It has been a long process from yesterday to now. Lin Yu was indeed worried for a long time after discovering that it was sleeping soundly on the train until it just emerged from its cocoon. This was almost a whole day. However, the results are pretty good. Xiao Bai later ate 4 pieces of lion-headed bear steak in a row, and finally patted his belly and said, I'm done. Back outside, Xiao Bai stretched out his wings as much as possible, and he also raised his head and looked at the sky. Xiao Bai, if you want to fly, just fly for a while. After a while, you have to go somewhere with me. Lin Yu stretched his limbs. Sleeping on the sofa is indeed not as comfortable as sleeping in the space capsule, but it can be seen that Xiao Bai becomes stronger than before after shedding his skin again. He now feels that even if he sleeps uncomfortable, it's nothing. Xiao Bai opened his wings wider than before, and with a simple effort, he successfully flew high into the sky. Xiao Ming, who seemed to have just gotten up, also raised his head and watched the sky becoming a small dot. Xiao Bai couldn't help but let out a low roar. It looks like it can fly higher and further than before. Lin Yu took out his tactical sight and looked at the black spot in the sky flying past like a fighter jet, and couldn't help but marvel. The height, distance and speed of flight are all much greater than before. If he acted, Xiao Bai would now be like a fighter jet on a mission. After a while, the black spot in the distance gradually became clear, and Xiao Bai landed smoothly on the ground after a dive. Lin Yu felt that the little guy seemed more powerful than before. If Xiao Bai could go to the secret realm with him to find the mythical beast, Lin Yu felt that the mythical beast would be like those mutated sheep or something like a storm-winged dragon. Not worth mentioning at all. Right? Just when Lin Yu patted Xiao Bai and was about to let Xiao Bai take him to the Oil River base, he suddenly found that he had a message from Fei Yue. Lin Yu, the special secret ancient gate that just appeared in our shelter seems to lead directly to Sydney. And there, we all saw a mythical beast. A special secret ancient gate? Mythical beast. Lin Yu felt that he seemed to be busy at last. After 4 full days of rest, it seemed that I finally had something to kill. However, the equipment on his body now seems to need to be upgraded. But Xiao Bai can't be the only one who becomes stronger. Lin Yu took out the mechanical arms, mechanical legs, Tianlong battle armor, Tianlong battle helmet, and super alloy large suspended flame-spraying aircraft. He had always had a very interesting idea. This idea came from a movie he once watched. Iron Man. Who doesn't want to be Dang? Lin Yu put them together, and at the same time, he had a high-end universal upgrade design drawing in his hand. The mechanical legs and hands were connected to the Tianlong armor, and the Tianlong armor was also close to the Tianlong armor. After Lin Yu made it sit up, he placed the large super alloy suspended flame-spraying aircraft behind and fixed it. Putting the advanced universal upgrade design diagram on it, Lin Yu waited for any system prompts that might appear. Upgrading to a high-performance flying mechanical battle armor requires a high-performance computer X1. Any alloy X10. Any gun X10. Automatic mechanical device X1. Tianlong battle armor X1. Tianlong battle helmet connectors, glass fiber reinforced plastic X1. Rubber X1. Any alloy X1, X1. Oh there really is. High-performance flying mechanical battle armor. This sounds very Iron Man-like. As for the various materials, there is no problem. Lin Yu did have a computer in his hand. And it was a desktop computer with top-notch configurations taken out from a high-end office at the airport. Although the various configurations inside are top-notch among the top. This computer seems to be only used as a tool to store secret information that everyone knows, including several T of learning materials. Such a good configuration is nothing. Lin Yu walked to the warehouse where it was stored and took out the fiberglass, rubber, and 11 units of titanium alloy. Of course, the automatic mechanical device was also directly manufactured as a backup. Xiao Bai was beside Lin Yu, watching him busy. He seemed to understand that the master wanted to make a new gadget out of those things. So he walked over and helped Lin Yu hold the armor. Lin Yu quickly took out all his guns and placed them on the ground. Although it said that we need 10 guns, we didn't say what we need specifically. So, let's take a good look at what is more suitable, Lin Yu said, looking at the various guns on the ground. MP5 submachine gun, G3 assault rifle, AK-47 modified version, grenade launcher, Sand Eagle, Troll, L115A3 sniper rifle, sniper pistol. Get rid of the trolls first. This thing is better to hold at close range. The same goes for sniper rifles. Between G3 and AK, I will definitely choose AK. Then, it seems that the decision is almost made. Although the weight of the weapon and the magazine are definitely not too light. With the function of this mechanical arm, it shouldn't be a big problem. There are 10 guns, so just put 2 of them on the arms and legs for easy access. Lin Yu finally decided to choose the Sand Eagle and sniper pistol as the main equipment for close combat, and the grenade launcher as a means of long-range attack and armor-piercing attack. After that, he used the modified version of AK-47 and MP5 as a means of medium and short-range assault. Exactly. If there are 2 of the same, there will be exactly 10 weapons. After gathering them together and placing them on the pile of gadgets, Lin Yu finally put on the computer and the advanced universal upgrade design drawings. White light instantly lit up the pile of things under Xiao Bai's big paws. Lin Yu was so satisfied that he heard the pleasant sound of the system. You have obtained a high-performance flying mechanical battle armor. The white light gradually disappeared, and Lin Yu walked over. But when he saw what was left after the light dissipated, he stopped. This is the Tianlong battle helmet, Tianlong battle armor, mechanical arms and legs, and the super alloy large-scale hanging flamethrower are covered by a single piece of titanium alloy and completely combined. No matter how you look at it, it looks like they are hardly welded on. Why? It's completely different from Iron Man. So, what will happen if you put it on? Chapter 482 High-Performance Flying Mechanical Battle Armor. High-Performance Flying Mechanical Battle Armor. This multifunctional armor that takes into account both defense and flight is now another powerful weapon in Lin Yu's hands. However, its appearance, at least now, is really completely different from the imaginary alloy armor of Iron Man. That one has both beauty and technology, and is also extremely practical. As for the one in his hand, it currently looks like a suture monster made by splicing all kinds of rags together. But whether it's good or bad, you still have to try it first to know. Are you right, Xiao Bai? Lin Yu walked to the armor, feeling a little nervous in his heart. Although it is said that the things produced by the system are definitely not defective products, and they will not break immediately after they come out. But this terrible appearance still made Lin Yu feel a little guilty. The overall height of the armor is much higher than his height, about 2.2 to 2.3 meters. The extra part seemed to be at the feet, where the mechanical legs were originally. The arms of this armor are also longer and larger than his normal arms. Lin Yu circled around this high-performance flying mechanical armor, and finally saw a silver-white button on its waist. After he pressed the button, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded, and the entire armor, except for the mechanical arms and legs. His body was immediately split in half from the side, and the cracked part seems to be exactly the shape of a person. Lin? Xiao Bai had been standing next to him for a long time, and he suddenly felt a little worried. After all, This rather weird-looking thing looked like it was going to eat Lin Yu. It's okay. Xiao Bai. Let me take a closer look first. Lin Yu stepped forward and looked at the helmet part, and found that it now looked like a high-end monitor. It also came with a chip about the size of an eye. And around it, there were sensors and various indescribable things. The parts are also arranged tightly and orderly. He thought for a while, stretched out his legs, and stepped on the upper part of the mechanical leg, as his body fit together, and his head was put into the helmet. Lin Yu immediately discovered that something seemed wrong with this machine. This fits so well, it feels like it was tailor-made for me. His hand touched the upper side of the mechanical arm. After completely embedding his body into the armor, a burst of light blue light instantly bloomed. As the mechanical sound sounded again, Lin Yu quickly discovered that the other half of the armor at this time, the embedded half, was completely merged together. Lin Yu, who was wrapped in this armor, did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, he felt as if he was not wearing this armor, and was extremely relaxed. Lin Yu tried to move his arms and fingers. He looked down and saw that the mechanical arm was just like before, starting to move in complete synchronization with his arms and fingers. This is okay. Lin Yu didn't touch any buttons or levers like before. It was exactly what his hands were doing, and what the mechanical fingers would do. And they were extremely flexible. This big palm, which was several times larger than his hand, seemed to have technology that surpassed that of the earth. Lin Yu tried to step again, and soon, the mechanical leg under his feet also began to step. Under Lin Yu's precise control, it, together with the mechanical arm, slowly did a few JO stands. Okay. This is okay. Lin Yu was quite excited. At this moment, he had changed his previous prejudice against the appearance of this thing, and felt that he had thought wrong. Moreover, he also noticed that there were several jets on the palms and soles of the feet, which seemed to be used to control the direction and angle of flight. The fingers of Lin Yu's left and right hands touched something similar to a touch button. After he touched it each time, his fingers were completely wrapped by some machinery. Airplane mode is starting. 29%, 56%, 100%. After starting, press the buttons next to your hands, with the thumbs of your left and right hands at the same time to start the rear jet aircraft. As a mechanical voice with a female voice that was completely different from the system sounded, Lin Yu immediately understood that he had found the key to unlocking this armor. Press the thumbs of both hands at the same time. Oh, yes, it really ignited. Then, the flamethrower behind Lin Yu emitted blue-purple flames, and Lin Yu also felt it. The helmet makes a difference. The entire helmet actually became completely transparent in flight mode, so that he could fly without any obstruction to his vision. Oh, that's okay. What did you just say? To confirm flying, just raise your right arm. Then, the arm will become the main control method to control the front, rear, left, right, and up and down. As Lin Yu slowly rose into the air, he quickly began to learn under the instructions of the mechanical voice. And as he continued to control, his proficiency gradually increased. Lin Yu had plenty of time to practice, and his strong learning ability made it easier and more skillful to control this high-performance, flying mechanical armor. Even after just over an hour, Lin Yu had basically mastered this complex flight system. He can even simply let it hover, stand upside down, and turn freely in the air without any sense of obstruction. If Lin Yu had to pick one shortcoming of this high-performance flying mechanical battle armor, then it must be ugly. Lin Yu actually felt speechless. In all aspects of flight, this thing is not much different from the one in the movie. But in terms of appearance, there are indeed many areas that can be improved. After resting for a while waiting for the aircraft to cool down, Lin Yu first went to the glass greenhouse and packed up all the vegetables in greenhouse number 1. Then, he turned his attention to the many tropical fruit trees that were already bearing fruit. The pineapples were as abundant as ever and could be harvested almost every 2 days. He still chose to put all of these pineapples on the World Trading Panel as key sales items in exchange for some of the things he was in urgent need of now. For example, various precision electronic components and alloys. Although the current quantity of alloys is already quite large, Lin Yu does not think it is too much. He even felt that he could charge more. After building this castle-shaped shelter, he built 4 more glass greenhouses one after another. The amount of alloy has been continuously consumed. Judging from his various future plans, the alloy will continue to be used for a long time. Something he must use every time. Banana is too much. This one tree has hundreds of fruits? Red Heart Guava is trying to bend down and salute. Right. Why are there so many fruits? The same goes for lotus mist and lychee. Good guy. What's going on with mangoes? There are more fruits than leaves. But that's okay. The number of coconuts is pretty normal. But what's going on with this size? It feels like it's as big as a basketball. It seems like it's a good harvest day. The more I checked the status of many tropical fruit trees and plants, I couldn't help but click my tongue. Their yields are much greater than what I've seen on Earth. And the condition of their fruits is also quite perfect. Xiao Bai, please ask some of the little ice lizards outside to harvest them. I estimate that they may be the busiest little guys in our refuge. Xiao Bai, who had been following him, obeyed the order and went directly outside. Lin Yu picked a mango that was bigger than Lin Yu's hand, cut the peel open with a dagger, and made horizontal and vertical marks on the flesh on both sides. Knife. Soon, the flesh of the mango, which exuded a rich fruity flavor, was revealed, and Lin Yu unceremoniously cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. Lin Yu likes to eat mangoes. At least every year when mangoes are on the market, he will use the money he saves to buy one or two to try. Later, when he earned a little more money from his part-time job, he would also buy some varieties that he had never eaten before. But recalling it carefully, those mangoes were more than a little bit worse than the ones in my hands in terms of fragrance, purity and thickness of the pulp. Lin! Xiao Bai brought the little ice lizards back to the greenhouse. When he saw Lin Yu tasting the mango with relish, he couldn't help but salivate. When the little ice lizards smelled the fragrance, they were even more excited. Uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Bai, after you ask the little ice lizards to pick these mangoes, share them with each little ice lizard. Of course, don't forget about Xiao Ming and yourself. Lin Yu looked at it with a smile and seemed to be interested. Friends who care about this magical fruit feel a lot happier. While Xiao Bai and the others were busy, Lin Yu went straight to the direction of the 4 newly built glass greenhouses 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yesterday, after establishing them, he immediately exchanged an astonishing number of survival points for a considerable amount of humus nutrient soil, and made a planting platform that was enough to cover 4 greenhouses. Soon, Lin Yu discovered that the humus nutrient soil that had been piled up like a mountain outside the greenhouse had been completely eradicated. After checking the 4 greenhouses in succession, Lin Yu could not help but be surprised by the efficiency of the little ice lizards. It's really amazing that they were able to achieve such great results in just one day. But Lin Yu didn't have much time to be surprised. He quickly turned on the power to the 4 glass greenhouses and configured the drip irrigation devices. Then he called Xiao Bai and asked him to find some small ice lizards. Soon, 50 little ice lizards followed Lin Yu to learn how to plant seeds and potato bulbs. Lin Yu then thought about how to plan. Green leafy vegetables alone are actually not very efficient, considering the storage and processing issues of some foods. Lin Yu chose to purchase a large number of potato bulbs and sweet potato seedlings this time, and planted them in a greenhouse. Of the remaining 2 greenhouses, one is dedicated to growing green leafy vegetables such as lettuce and cabbage, and the other is mainly growing various fruit-type vegetables that can be picked for a long time, such as beans, soybeans, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. Once these mature, they should be able to provide refuge villages for thousands or even 10,000 people. Moreover, Lin Yu also noticed that he was not the only one supplying vegetables now. After the initial exploration, other survivors gradually mastered some planting methods, and also produced some fruits. They were even able to put them on the World Trading Channel to exchange for other necessities. In this other world, crops grow much faster than on Earth. Vegetables that can be harvested in a few days can quickly supply an entire refugee village, or even more people, as long as the method is right. Lin Yu felt that it wouldn't take too long, as long as the next disaster was not too extreme. Then humankind's talent for planting would begin to take root in this other world and eventually thrive. In this process, Lin Yu felt that what he needed to do most now was to eliminate the mythical beasts one by one, and then purify the cities one after another. Fei Yu, don't worry. I have to get used to this armor before setting off. Lin Yu's idea was simple. Get used to the armor first, then go directly over there, and instantly fire a cluster bomb for him to lead. That's the plan. As for adapting to the armor, Lin Yu had an idea early on. Xiao Bai, tell Xiao Ming that they will be guarding the greenhouse for a while. Don't go out without first hand. The 2 of us are going to a place we have been to before. When we get there, the 2 of us can test the weapon power of the armor. Xiao Bai tilted his head and thought for a while, but he didn't quite understand the master's brain circuit. Why couldn't he try it here? However, when it was notifying the other little ice lizards and Xiaoming. It accidentally saw the door sealed by the iron wall and moved instantly. Door! Its voice became clearer than before. Lin Yu also nodded. It's the door. But the door we want to go to is not the ancient door to the secret realm, nor the door to the underground ruins, but the gate of exploration that I haven't visited for a long time. Ah. Xiaobai didn't say anything else. He still remembered what he had experienced the last time he and his two masters were together in that completely unfamiliar world. Wolf-headed men, donkey-headed lions, cannons, cities, rivers, mountains and hills, an endless wilderness. Soon, after being busy for a while, it ate a lot of food to replenish its strength. The other little ice lizards and Xiaoming also had their own things to do under Lin Yu's arrangement. Xiaobai, after we go in there, we must pay attention to avoid the cannons of the wolf-headed men. In addition, if possible, I hope you can kill more enemies there. How about I cover you? Lin Yu was indeed a little afraid of the treasure chest now. Specifically, he has a kind of resistance to relatively low-level treasure chests, such as copper treasure chests and silver treasure chests. He believes that the same is true for Xiaobai and others. Treasure chests are a good thing, but if there are too many of them, they will become uncomfortable to open. In comparison, Lin Yu still feels that there are more gold treasure chests, platinum treasure chests and palladium treasure chests, and he still has no objection. Okay, let's get ready to go. Gawu. Xiaobai has now learned a lot of words, but most of the time, he is still used to using his original voice. However, Lin Yu felt that Xiaobai would eventually be able to communicate with him in Tangguohua very fluently one day. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu, wearing a high-performance flying mechanical armor, gently put away the iron wall blocking the door. And then, he opened the door again, which he had not opened for a long time. Chapter 483 Conqueror. The door, shining with a strange light green light, slowly opened. Lin Yu, who was wearing heavy equipment, and Xiaobai, who had been preparing for a long time beside him, were now fully prepared for the next assault. On the other side of the door, it's likely that the wolf-headed men have their cannons ready to attack the first second they enter. But that doesn't matter. Lin Yu directly took out the 5-headed robot dog and set the war mode. The so-called war mode refers to the setting of these robot dogs carrying 2 MP5 submachine guns on their backs and equipped with infrared sights to attack any creature that approaches them more than 20 meters away from the door. A crazy killing that lasted for almost 10 minutes. Of course, the identification systems of the robot dogs have already recorded Lin Yu, Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and other little ice lizards, and will never shoot at them. The execution capabilities of the robot dogs can be absolutely trusted. They can execute any order given by Lin Yu 24 hours a day without any complaints. Whether it is fighting, mining, patrolling, or transporting, etc., it will be executed extremely accurately. If we were to look for some of their weaknesses, Lin Yu felt that it might be that the individual size of each one was too light. If they can be modified, just a robot dog should have absolutely no problem dealing with all the armed forces in the entire wolf-headed city. Okay, go over there and let me see what results you can bring there. After Lin Yu put the 5 robot dogs in war mode into the door, he certainly wasn't idle. While he was counting the time, he was also setting the programs for the fully charged robot dogs placed in the storage space. This time, he felt that he had to subdue the group of belligerent wolf-headed men. Otherwise, they would never end. But then again, what are they? Lin Yu remembered what Lao Sun said at that time. When they first came to this survival game, they had seen this wonderful humanoid creature. Although they said that all they saw were corpses, they had indeed seen them. After the door to exploration was opened, people from various shelters uploaded the specific appearances and even photos of the humanoid monsters they encountered. Whether it was the wolf-headed man he encountered, the giants, dwarves, or humanoids in various animal forms encountered by others. There were many in number, and completely different types. What are they? Lin Yu remembered again what Lao Sun said. 100 million people came to this different world after their first survival game. Even if communications were not that developed on Earth at that time, there were no reports of so many humans disappearing all at once. But if you combine the number of these humanoid creatures, perhaps, the first so-called survival game was actually the 100 million people, gathered together by countless kinds of intelligent creatures? After the cuckold became the last surviving person among these 100 million people in the survival game, except for those like Xing Lingfeng and Lao Sun who accidentally ran back to Earth. Everyone else died. And that time the survival game ended. This time, the so-called second survival game, in which more than 7 billion people on the planet are participating, is also the official version of this survival game. Is it possible that humans are not the only ones playing it? Will lizard men, wolf-headed men, giants, demons, etc. all be moved to this different world? Then, as disasters pass one after another, that layer of so-called isolation completely disappears. Then, all the tens of billions of creatures in a completely different world will have another life and death war. Lin Yu felt that this might be a guess of his, but it might not be correct. However, this is not impossible. Just like Xiaobai and the others, Lin Yu even felt that Xiaobai and the ice lizards were like creatures from a special world and should not exist in this alien world where there were still normal and no so-called elements world. But Xiaobai and they are indeed there. And there is another point. That is, Xiaobai hatched from an egg. Are the other little ice lizards the same? Ice lizards will evolve. And it is the so-called tethered evolution, which means that they should have a master, originally. But it turns out there is no such thing in this other world. The only ones here are lizardmen. But, without evolution, how could they grow into a size capable of laying such large eggs? Where did Xiaobai's egg come from? Chen Fan really wanted to ask the person who used Xiaobai's egg to exchange water with him at the beginning, where he picked it up, or how he found it. But it was a pity that that man died long before the first disaster struck, and did not give Lin Yu this chance at all. There are two main mysteries in this world. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He thought about the thing worshipped by the lizard people on that mural. That should be something that will never happen. But it did appear. Moreover, it seems that certain mysteries have been revealed. But now Lin Yu doesn't think there is anything to support the conclusion that the mystery finally emerges. Regarding that matter, let's wait for Fei Yu's new discovery. Put it aside for the time being, and explore this door of exploration first, and then talk about the rest. Lin Yu muttered to himself and looked at the time. Coming. The time for thinking passed quickly. He patted the shoulder of his friend next to him, indicating that it was time to set off. No! Xiaobai suddenly said a two-character word. This made Lin Yu raise his eyebrows. Good guy. If you give it a few more days, will it be able to tell me cross-talk? I haven't asked if there are any enemies yet. But Xiaobai answered right away. It seems that this product is really unlimited in the future. Lin Yu nodded and stepped into the door of exploration. Soon, he entered a very tall grass. But near this grass, there were signs of burnt and damage everywhere. There are even large pits that were dug up in some places. And black smoke is still rising up to this day. The smell of blood that permeated the place made him surprised. It seems that the wolf-headed man has really deployed troops here. If he hadn't released 5 robot dogs in advance to carry out the mopping up mission, then he would have been greeted by an extremely brutal battle. Gah! Xiaobai roared and flew into the sky. After that, Lin Yu immediately activated his flying armor and flew high into the sky. Soon, everything under his feet was in full view. And Lin Yu also saw that among the large number of battle marks nearby, the corpses of many wolf-headed men and donkey-headed lions were lying in a mess, which was quite tragic. His 5-headed robot dog heroes gathered together and formed a small circle around the corpses of the wolf-headed men, waiting for his arrival. Lin Yu slowly landed next to them and quickly put them into the storage space. Indeed, now, the robot dogs can be trusted in clearing areas, and the little ice lizards can also come in handy for special attacks and special operations in the future. Lin Yu looked at the body of the wolf-headed man. They lay there crookedly and were basically killed in one hit. No animal can ignore a fatal blow to the head. As a human being, it is the same as a lizard man. Of course, this kind of wolf-headed man is also the same. After Lin Yu took away all the armor and weapons on them, he came to several cannons that were thrown aside. These offensive weapons, which still emit green smoke and smell of gunpowder, have always been a powerful force that the wolf-headed people here are proud of. But now, when facing robot dogs with flexible movements and stronger counterattack capabilities, these weapons have become cumbersome and completely useless decorations. However, there is indeed something to say. Compared to the lizard men who relied on beggars or the so-called that person and could only use simple cold weapons and gunpowder, these wolf-headed men were obviously much more civilized than them. Thinking of the city at that time, Lin Yu felt even more so. The lizard people are like an ancient tribe, and the wolf-headed people have some shadows of the Middle Ages. As for humans, although they are far superior to them in terms of original technology and life, they are trapped in various aspects and do not seem to have much advantage. If it wasn't me who came in here, but Fei Yu and the others, they would probably suffer considerable losses. Right. Lin Yu imagined for a moment. Although Fei Yu and the others have Tianlong armor and various equipment, and even now, he has given design drawings for the MP5 submachine gun and G3 assault rifle. But if they encounter the wolf-headed man's cannon, it probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds. In another world, Fei Yu and the others were already considered to be the first echelon in combat effectiveness. But they were still a little behind. If a conflict breaks out between the wolf-headed man's world and the human world, the wolf-headed man may wipe out the entire human race. Moreover, Lin Yu always felt that after this door of exploration was opened, the system would become a bigger monster. Sooner or later. At that time, various humanoid creatures and humans will begin to conquer each other. Maybe it won't be long before humans face the next disaster, and they will be completely wiped out. No! Although the mythical creatures must be eliminated, they can't harm humans for the time being. After all, as long as you don't go to the secret realm, you can't encounter them. But these wolf-headed giants and so on, if they are not eliminated early or let them surrender, human beings may really be in crisis. Although he didn't want to show up in public, let alone become the so-called savior, Lin Yu now felt that there were more and more missions falling on his shoulders. It is even said that there are some unexpected missions, or missions that he does not want to do at all, but has to do, are waiting for him. After collecting the corpses of donkey-headed lions everywhere, Lin Yu sighed, glanced at Xiao Bai, who was still flying in the sky, waved to him, and immediately reactivated the flying armor, and pushed forward in the air with Xiao Bai, who had lowered his flying height. The purpose is very simple. Open the picture and beat the wolf-headed man into submission. To open the map, he naturally needs to collect fragments of the regional map. And this also requires Lin Yu to try his best to kill the mutated creatures here, as well as the wolf-headed men. The fastest way is to directly push the city closest to the exploration gate. I don't want to be cold-blooded, and I understand that no matter which creature wants to live well in this other world without being disturbed. I also understand that strength comes first. But to be honest, if I really can't eliminate all these wolf-headed men, then surrender them, Lin Yu thought, already seeing the renovated wolf-headed man's city in the distance. This time, he did not wait for the wolf-headed man to rush out of the city, but took the initiative and flew over the city. The weapons of the flying armor now have space to use and are easier to use. Lin Yu instantly controlled with his fingers, and a small mechanical arm appeared from the mechanical arm. And on top of it, there was an additional gun body of the Sand Eagle. Boom! As he instantly approached the wolf-headed guard, who wanted to shoot him down with a bow and arrow. The trigger was pulled. Half of the head of the wolf-headed guard was blown off in an instant. And together with the helmet, it turned into pieces. You got the silver treasure chest. Lin Yu put away the Sand Eagle, and switched to the MP5 submachine gun. After a burst of bullets, the dozen or so wolf-headed guards who came over were beaten into pieces. Lin Yu flew over directly, and put a total of 17 silver treasure chests into the storage space. Then, he rushed as quickly as possible to several wolf-headed men who were shouting, and had already pulled cannons aimed at him. The gun on his arm has been replaced by an AK. And a burst of bullets also took away the lives of 13 wolf-headed men. Harvest. Lin Yu showed no expression. And the weapon switched again, becoming a sniper pistol, hitting the front of a small group of wolf-headed men who ran over in the middle of the forehead. The remaining wolf-headed men were still roaring at him, and Lin Yu didn't tolerate them. The grenade launcher flew out the grenade from behind and flew directly to the center of their team. Boom! After the deafening sound, Lin Yu harvested 17 more silver treasure chests. There were only injured wolf-headed men left. So Lin Yu switched to his MP5 submachine gun and fired a wave of bursts, giving them pleasure. After walking to the center of the corpses, Lin Yu put all the treasure boxes into the storage space. He flew up again and looked at the center of this not-so-small city. 30 robot dogs rushed out of his hands one by one and headed straight for the central stone building. Capture the thief! Capture the king first! Xiao Bai! Lin Yu stretched out his arms and shouted into the sky. The giant white dragon swooped down instantly and flew with him to the tall white building that looked like a castle. And here, a large number of wolf-headed soldiers have actually gathered. More than 30 robot dogs have forced the wolf-headed people here from various avenues. And the bullets they fired are constantly killing the wolf-headed people who dare to resist easily. Lin Yu waved his hand, and Xiao Bai let out a terrifying roar. And the wolf-headed men were so frightened by the roar that they fell to the ground and dropped their weapons one by one. Lin Yu didn't want to talk nonsense. In this world where people don't understand the language, strength is the best proof. And this is precisely the biggest trump card he can bring out. Oh! He's out! Is he the leader here? Lin Yu saw a wolf-headed man with white beard and hair being helped out by several wolf-headed men. And Lin Yu could see the way it looked at him very clearly at this moment. Fear and surrender. Chapter 484: The Strongest Man Who Dominates the World. The old, trembling leader of the wolf-headed men was invited out of the castle gate by several people. He looked up at the powerful man flying in the air, who they could not compete with. It muttered something in a strange tone. And all the wolf-headed men immediately put down their weapons, and finally raised their hands high again. But the expressions on each of their faces were extremely sad and angry. And some of the wolf-headed men actually started crying. Lin Yu watched with satisfaction, as they slowly landed on the stone brick ground from their hovering state. Xiaobai also hovered from high altitude and gradually landed. Lin Yu once again released 20 robot dogs. Following his instructions, they dispersed to various places to monitor the wolf-headed soldiers. As long as they make any rash moves, they can successfully turn these humanoid species into dead corpses in just a few seconds. Ga Wu. Lin Yu suddenly noticed that Xiao Bai slowly moved to the old wolf-headed leader. Xiao Bai! Lin Yu didn't understand what this little guy was going to do. Do you want to kill the opponent's leader directly? Or? The old wolf-headed man stared at Xiao Bai, the giant white dragon. However, when Xiao Bai suddenly came out with the same voice as the old wolf-headed man just now, even Lin Yu couldn't help being surprised. What's the situation? The old wolf-headed man's eyes widened. And after he said something to the person next to him, the wolf-headed man next to him roared twice. All the wolf-headed men actually knelt on the ground at the same time, raised their arms high, and shouted at Lin Yu and Xiao Xiao. Bai knelt down and worshipped. What's the situation? Lin Yu was completely confused this time. Where was your unruly look just now? Aren't you still dissatisfied? Are you still crying and filled with grief and anger? Why did you give in so easily? Moreover, what did this guy Xiaobai just do? How could he still make the same sound as those wolf-headed men? Holy God! Xiaobai's big paw first pointed at himself, then at Lin Yu, and uttered two words that Lin Yu had never said before. Are you a saint? I am a god? What does it say? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, his eyebrows raised so fast that they almost cramped. Lin Yu called out to him. What's going on? Lin. Xiaobai nodded. Lin Yu was a little confused. Why could Xiaobai understand the language of these wolf-headed men in such a short period of time? At present, it seems that Xiaobai clearly understood their words in this way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what is happening now. After all, these wolf-headed men all knelt down and were quite devout to him and Xiaobai. The rebelliousness and crying at the beginning were completely gone. These warlike wolf-headed people have not even gotten up yet. Neither the wolf-headed soldiers nor the old wolf-headed leader. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai. This little guy is getting more and more powerful now. Xiaobai, ask them, how many cities are there in this area? Xiaobai turned his head and asked the leader to get up. He immediately spoke the language of the wolf-headed men, and they communicated with each other. Soon, Xiaobai looked at Lin Yu again. 600. Good guy. 600 people can say that. Right? Lin Yu felt that sooner or later, this little guy would say something like, Master Lin Yu, I learned from them that there are more than 600 cities in this area and countless wolf-headed people. This day seems not too far away from now. Judging from Xiaobai's current state, this guy's learning ability is extremely strong, especially in terms of language, which is even more surprising. If it weren't for the difficulty of learning Tang dialect, I guess even a novice would be proficient in it by now. Lin Yu thought this and looked at the old wolf-headed man again. At this moment, the old guy's eyes were full of awe and fear. His whole body was shaking, and he looked like he might faint at any time. Xiaobai, let them send people out now to deliver messages to the nearest city. Xiaobai nodded and said a few words to the old wolf-headed man. The two wolf-headed men next to him yelled at a few wolf-headed soldiers. And soon, the several wolf-headed soldiers immediately started shaking from where they were. Ran away. Subduing the enemy's troops without fighting is naturally the best. Lin Yu did not want to do the same thing in every wolf-headed city. Although the killing was smooth, it was indeed very troublesome. Wolf-headed men may not only be in this area. Just like what he had guessed before. If the entire wolf-headed people came to this other world from their planet like humans, then it is absolutely impossible for them to build only 600 cities. If we were to conquer them one by one, I don't know how long it would take the years of the monkey and the months of the horse to achieve it. Therefore, if you can defeat others without fighting and use your strength to intimidate these guys, or like now, let the wolf-headed people worship him and Xiaobai as gods and holy, then it would naturally be the best. If that doesn't work, then we really can only have a big one to show the wolf-headed people what the L of fire and rain is like under the rockets. Xiaobai, let this city get 500 soldiers and go directly to the nearest city. Let's try first to see if we can do a wave of speed push. Lin Yu really never thought that things would go so smoothly. After all, he came in through the exploration gate and hasn't even used it for an hour so far. As a result, this series of attacks was overwhelming, completely defeating these wolf-headed men, even to the point of making them worship them. The last time, it took a lot of effort to break up the wolf-headed human wave attack, but in the end it did seriously damage their vitality. Now this time, they surrendered too quickly. However, Lin Yu looked around. He looked at the wolf-headed people who had begun to form a phalanx. They were indeed not as strong as the ones he fought with last time, and their equipment was also quite tattered. Maybe, after he came here twice, he even killed all the elite soldiers here? Lin Yu thought of the big wolf-headed man who burst out of the gold treasure chest last time. Could that guy be the original lord here? When Lin Yu was thinking about this, the phalanx of 500 people had already assembled, but they did not dare to make any sound, or even move. Xiaobai, let them go directly to the nearest city. Let's get ready to leave. After reprogramming the robot dogs, Lin Yu felt that there was no need to stay here anymore. Anyway, no matter what these guys try to do, it's all in vain. Even if he and Xiaobai leave here, if this group of wolf-headed men goes to the exploration gate, there will be dozens of robot dogs on the opposite side with sniper rifles aimed at them. Anyone who dares to go out there will become a dead soul under the gun. Soon, as Xiaobai flew high in the sky, Lin Yu also restarted the flying armor. And those 500 people just now sat on the donkey-headed lion that was brought from nowhere. And now they have left the city gate. Good guy. The speed is really not slow. Lin Yu flew into the air and looked at the wolf-headed men. At this moment, they were still crawling on the ground, and no one dared to get up. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and opened the regional map panel. Now is the perfect time to take the next step. And Lin Yu really didn't want to waste too much time here. Originally, he came here this time to test the weapon power of the Fakian armor and to find an opportunity for actual combat. But just now, he discovered that this flying armor has fully demonstrated its great air superiority, and he can do whatever he wants in battle, allowing him to fight as smoothly as flowing clouds and flowing water. This is enough. After heading to the next wolf-headed man city, it's basically done. And then go back to the special secret ancient gate in Feiyua's refuge village to eliminate the mythical beasts there. Thinking of this, Lin Yu positioned himself parallel to the earth. And the helmet that had turned into a transparent helmet also gave him a wider field of vision. The flame aircraft behind him, and the auxiliary flames on his feet also allowed him to move forward at a faster speed. However, Lin Yu also noticed that the faster he flew, the higher the temperature behind him. It seems that there is still considerable room for modification on this cooler. Lin Yu still felt that this body was not completely perfect. He may need more transformations in more ways, and means to slowly make it perfect. Of course, this requires repeated practical operations and practical experience to discover various defects that need improvement. But this time, Lin Yu could find the problem of too slow heat dissipation after acceleration. And then, he could find other problems. Lin Yu didn't have much dissatisfaction with this matter. He slowed down again. At the same time, he also saw 500 wolf-headed cavalry heading towards the city almost a few kilometers away. By the way, the donkey-headed lion is really fast. What kind of animal gene is it added to? Lin Yu saw the donkey-headed lions leading the wolf-headed man cavalry, moving quickly through a large expanse of grass, even slowly catching up with him. Xiaobai also noticed that Lin Yu had slowed down, and at the same time he flew to Lin Yu's side. As they continued to move, the huge city with gray-white walls in the distance was gradually revealed. True appearance. The flame-throwing aircraft on his body seemed to have reached its critical limit. Lin Yu had been flying for nearly 2 hours in the past half-day, which was almost the limit. He slowly lowered his height, and finally landed on the grass. He immediately used the remaining materials to make a new superalloy large-scale suspended flame-throwing aircraft, and at the same time took off the flying armor on his body. This thing is indeed a bit hot to wear. It seems that I have found a place to upgrade. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his head, and filled the flamethrower with gasoline. By the way, Does the fuel tank also need to be filled up? Should the fuel material be changed to aircraft aviation fuel? Lin Yu thought about this and flew into the sky again. And the wolf-headed people riding donkey-headed lions also caught up. The speed is indeed not too slow. Lin Yu looked at those donkey-headed lions with some envy. He wondered what it would be like to ride on them. But it should be confirmed that it will be more comfortable than Xiaoming. After all, the look of a donkey-headed lion running is not much different from that of a horse. And it seems to have much greater endurance than a horse. And its speed is also acceptable. But Lin Yu was also very sure that the donkey-headed lion would never let him ride on it. As he got closer and closer to the city, Lin Yu also slowed down a bit. Finally, he stopped nearly 1,000 meters away from the city. And Xiao Bai also landed on the ground with him. Lin Yu quickly built a 10 square meter stone platform on the ground and placed the flying armor on it. At the same time, he asked Xiao Bai to stay away and blew a burst of ice mist on him to cool down. 500 wolf-headed cavalry flew by in the blink of an eye. And they quickly ran to the city gates over there. Lin Yu waited for a while, touched the faken armor that was no longer so hot, and put it on again. However, he waited for almost 10 minutes. But there was still no movement on the other side of the city. Standing on a city wall that was nearly 5 meters wide and 5 meters high that he had just built, Lin Yu took out a sniper scope. The city wall is several times wider than the one just now. It can be seen that this is a city-state with a much larger population and even a larger army. Its strength is probably several times that of the previous one. Or even more. So, can they run out and surrender? Or, he looked at the inside of the city wall, which was only less than 3 meters high. Among the various low buildings inside, there was no longer a figure of the wolf-headed man. Looking at the castle-shaped building in the center of the city, which was much larger and taller than before, it was completely dark. There seemed to be quite a few wolf-headed men gathered. Want to go there? Or say, wait a minute. However, Lin Yu did not wait long. He saw 700 to 800 wolf-headed man cavalry holding machetes and riding donkey-headed lions, followed by nearly 1,000 wolf-headed man infantry holding spears, and wolf-headed man artillery pushing dozens of cannons. And, at the end of the queue, supported by hundreds of people wearing heavy armor and holding sharp weapons, riding an unknown wolf-headed general who was several times the size of the others. This doesn't seem to be an attempt to surrender. Xiao Bai, are you ready? Lin Yu asked Xiao Bai, who was standing next to him on the city wall. Xiao Bai nodded slightly and let out a low growl. They looked towards the city gate again. Over there, the wolf-headed cavalry had already rushed out first, and then stopped immediately. The infantry regiment and artillery regiment behind them stopped next. And after the wolf-headed general, who was surrounded by heavy troops, appeared, the entire wolf-headed army also let out a roar that shook the sky. Good guy. Are you still going to have a fight? The wolf-headed general, who carried a jet-black heavy sword on his shoulder and wore extremely gorgeous clothes, slowly rode the unknown monster to the center of the team. The artillery wolf-headed men before, they were also scattered. Lin Yu saw that after simple adjustments, they pointed the muzzle at the direction where he and Xiao Bai were. Oh ha. What's the saying? The earthworm shakes the tree. Although Lin Yu did not want to be arrogant, nor did he want to think that he had absolute certainty. But at this moment, his strength is completely superior to these wolf-headed men. There is something I don't want to say. Lin Yu raised his head and sneered. Xiao Bai turned his head, looked at its owner, and nodded. Is this all your strength? Trash! Xiao Bai opened his extremely broad wings and let out a huge roar. Chapter 485. Swift Wind and Thunder. Like a strong wind, like thunder, Lin Yu, wearing a flying armor, had already rushed in front of the wolf-headed general the second before the sound of the cannon sounded. 2 sand eagles also stretched out from both sides of the arms and fired bullets instantly. Bang! Bang! The wolf-headed general, who was covered in armor, had no time to react at all. The eyes and long mouth exposed from the medium-sized helmet were turned into pulp by 2 gunshots. At the same time, Xiao Bai also transformed into a white demon in the sky. The extremely sharp tail blade, the sickle-like wings, and the extremely sharp claws had set off a terrifying storm among the wolf-headed cavalry. Under the storm, the screams of the wolf-headed men kept erupting. Like H.L. At this moment, Lin Yu, after killing the wolf-headed general, flew to high altitude and fired 3 grenades at a group of wolf-headed men who had gathered heavy armored guards on the ground. Boom! With the explosion that unfolded almost simultaneously, a huge hole was blasted out on the ground. The heavy armored wolf-headed guards, who originally tried to fight back, were all blown into pieces and corpses by the shock wave. Of course, a gold treasure box and 63 silver treasure boxes exploded by the wolf-headed general, and the heavily armored guards were all picked up by Lin Yu in a very short time. The MP5 submachine gun easily repelled the wolf-headed infantry who reacted, and Xiao Bai also provided cover for Lin Yu. The white whirlwind cut dozens of wolf-headed men into pieces. After a short battle, these nearly 1,000 wolf-headed people were completely turned into corpses on the battlefield. Xiao Bai and Lin Yu all flew high into the sky again and looked at the tallest castle in the distance again. Although I don't want to use force all the time, Xiao Bai, this seems to be the most effective thing for us now. Lin Yu raised his head and looked forward. Countless lizardman troops rushed out like ants. It's really endless. Xiao Bai, you can turn on the switch later. I don't want to come out with hundreds or thousands of silver treasure chests later. I'm tired of aesthetics. Lin Yu put the huge guy in the storage space on the ground. Self-propelled howitzer. This giant steel beast, at this moment, is also eager to welcome its first appearance with blood. Lin Yu took out the system tablet, which contained the switches and aiming of the self-propelled howitzer firing device. Just press it lightly, and this terrifying fighting machine will roar in waves, blasting away the wolf-headed people rushing towards the city gate, turning them into mincemeat. Lin! Xiao Bai came to Lin Yu's side, looked at the tank-like self-propelled howitzer, and immediately pressed the switch with his big paw as Lin Yu said, "Boom, boom, boom." Waves of roars sounded wildly, and the self-propelled howitzer beside him also let out waves of roars when it appeared for the first time. 3 rounds. A total of 9 rounds of ammunition roared out, easily tearing apart the charging wolf-headed infantry regiment. Some rounds even blasted several huge gaps in the seemingly solid city wall. And the flames of war also spread to the city. Some buildings in the city. The wolf-headed man army that had attacked just now could no longer care about anything else, and all retreated into the city. Lin Yu also looked at the howitzer next to him with satisfaction. Will this guy also have such a good time dealing with tens of thousands of lizardmen in the future? Easily defeating the wolf-headed troops, who didn't seem to believe in their strength. Lin Yu and Xiao Bai ignored the stunned wolf-headed guards on the city wall and flew straight into this huge city-state. In order to quickly suppress it, Lin Yu directly released the robot dog, set up the destruction mode, and sent reinforcements to the wolf-headed infantry regiment on the street to start an extremely brutal hunting battle. Blood gradually filled the city-state's main avenue, and Lin Yu and Xiao Bai arrived above the huge castle. Xiao Bai was hovering high in the sky, roaring continuously, while the thousands of wolf-headed men pouring out of the castle, as well as those who had come to persuade them to surrender, were now kneeling on the ground. Lin Yu looked at the robot dogs that had completed the annihilation mode on the avenues around the castle. They had already made the wolf-headed people who tried to defeat them unable to resist, abandoning their helmets and armor, leaving only a few corpses. Lin Yu looked at the scene that seemed familiar, as if it was a scene that had just happened. But he was not surprised at all. After all, it will eventually come to this point. After falling from the sky with Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai still roared twice with the wolf-headed man who looked like a leader or lord. Lin Yu also saw the same scene as that of the small city-state this time. Gods and saints! Right. Xiao Bai. Let them directly send all their troops this time to persuade nearby city-states. If not, fight and let them fight on their own. It's time for us to go back. Lin Yu gave the order, and Xiao Bai thought of this almost at the same time. On this side of the exploration gate, the threat of wolf-headed men still exists. But these 2 consecutive attacks on the 2 city-states, one large and one small, should have made them understand the absolute gap in strength. And this is what Lin Yu wants them to know. Wants them to understand and understand. Regardless of gods or saints. Lin Yu felt that what he wanted to convey had been conveyed. Next, it was up to the wolf-headed men to solve the problem themselves. He had to go back to the shelter, and then go to the refuge village of Feiyue through there. Next, he will go to the ancient gate of the special secret realm, pass through it, and then destroy the mythical beast there. And the wolf-headed man here is just a so-called warm-up. After the mythical beast was eliminated, Lin Yu felt that he could completely clean up this area. Of course, if the wolf-headed people here do a good job and let other wolf-headed people know that he and Xiao Bai are absolutely invincible and have overwhelming power, then the rest of the wolf-headed city-states will respectfully call them gods and holy. Then, killing is not necessary. Lin. Xiao Bai pointed in the direction of the exploration gate, indicating that Lin Yu could go back. It told the wolf-headed men, And those wolf-headed men indeed sent out a considerable number of troops, like the previous city-state, and went out to notify them from various gates. After the warm-up here is over, you must go back immediately. There are mountains of things to do. Although, Lin Yu did fully adapt to the flying armor this time, and also discovered some of its shortcomings. Of course, there are also a bunch of silver treasure chests and a gold treasure chest, which are also gains. Let's go. Xiaobai. And the speed must be faster. Flying into the air again. Lin Yu went back and forth twice to change the superalloy large-scale suspended flame-blasting aircraft, and then returned to the exploration gate from here beside. However, Lin Yu did not leave immediately, but opened the treasure box first. This time, Xiaobai, forget it if you don't want to open it. I can bear it. Lin Yu arranged all the treasure boxes he got here neatly, and then he took another deep breath. I'm coming too. Xiaobai unexpectedly said 3 words, which surprised Lin Yu. It was even more surprising than those wolf-headed men calling them holy. My dear, only a few hours have passed. Your progress is too fast. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will 5 or 6 words, or even 1 sentence, be okay? That's good. The efficiency is doubled. But I say, Xiaobai, if you don't want to open it, you don't have to force it. How can you open it with such a painful expression? Lin Yu said, and opened a silver treasure chest. You obtained area map fragments, medium, X1, small radio X1. Good guys. Just like before. They are all useless things. Lin Yu chose not to listen to what the system said, and directly put the contents of the treasure box into the storage space, opening the treasure boxes one after another. Xiaobai, on the other hand, transformed into a ruthless treasure chest opening machine. After opening one, he left without taking away a single cloud. Soon, nearly 200 silver treasure chests were opened, and Lin Yu looked at the last gold treasure chest. You have obtained the design drawing X1 of a small destructive robot, and the design drawing X1 of a high-performance crawler engineering robot. It is indeed a golden treasure chest. Lin Yu didn't expect that this time 2 pretty good design drawings would come out, which quite surprised him. A small destructive robot. Looking at the system identification description, it seems that this kind of robot can effectively destroy the enemy's mechanical troops. It can easily carry out fixed-point blasts on these machines, thereby completely destroying their mobility and greatly weakening their attack power. Wait. As for the parts it requires, it's just 1 unit of alloy, a little bit of TNT, and a circuit board that doesn't need to be too complicated. Lin Yu has quite a lot of these. It's just that my enemies, the most powerful ones at present, are these wolf-headed men. No one has mechanized troops. This is a bit embarrassing. So far, Lin Yu's technological power and weapon power have left all survivors far behind. The lizard men who use cold weapons, and the wolf-headed men who use artillery but are in a similar medieval era, do not need Lin Yu to use this small destructive robot at all. But, if that thing appears, wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to prepare some? Lin Yu thought of the thing that appeared on the mural, and that thing is closely connected to the 2 moons. If we encounter one in the future, is it really possible to give these gadgets a wave of this small destructive robot? Lin Yu thought for a while, and finally decided to make 1,000 spares when he went back, just in case they were needed at some point. Looking at the design drawings of the high-performance crawler engineering robot, we can see that this requires a relatively large amount of alloy, and it is similar to a robot dog and requires some more complex parts. Fortunately, he still had a lot of them. After this thing is manufactured and upgraded, it seems that it can replace part of the functions of the robot dogs, allowing the robot dogs to concentrate on defense and offense. Lin Yu made a plan and put away the contents of the silver treasure chest that Xiaobai opened one by one. Soon, he discovered that the regional map here had also changed. The development rate, which was originally less than 30 or 40, has now reached 78%. Good guy. This place is really huge. Lin Yu carefully checked the map of the area on the system tablet, and he also kept looking at the cities and strongholds of the wolf-headed men here. Finally, it was confirmed that the wolf-headed man leader was not lying when he said 600. The cities and strongholds of more than 600 wolf-headed men. What does this prove? Lin Yu thought. If, as he had guessed before, the mysterious humanoid group of wolf-headed men participated in the survival game of this other world like humans, then things would not be that simple. The base of human beings is quite large, but after almost 50 days, it is still a refuge village of several hundred people. and there seems to be some gaps and friction between them. And there are even so-called survivors, who call themselves the opposite group of beggars. Not only that, the lizard people live together with humans and face disasters together. But they also threaten human safety. There is even a so-called that person here who is doing something secretly. Compared with the chaos of humans, the wolf-headed people are obviously much more united. In this short period of time, they have established more than 600 cities and strongholds in a regional map, and have tamed the mutated creatures here. Donkey-headed lion. Although their cultivation and other civilizational developments have not yet been seen, it can be said that if the doors of exploration are open to both sides, the wolf-headed people will basically be crushed against humans. After all, humans are still at the same level of development as them. But in terms of unity, they are far behind. After killing that mythical beast, we can do it here again. At least let all the wolf-headed people here know the power of Xiaobai and I. If everything goes well, it will also prevent the wolf-headed people from dealing with them. The human race is inherently troubled by internal and external troubles. Lin Yu made up his mind and waved to Xiaobai, who seemed to be thinking about something. Lin. Xiaobai looked back at the direction of the wolf-headed people's city, seeming thoughtful. What's wrong? Xiaobai. We still have a mission. Lin. Bye. Xiaobai pointed to the back. War. You mean? You want to stay here until all the wolf-headed men are defeated? Right. Yes. Xiaobai nodded. Lin Yu didn't expect that Xiaobai would think like this. No need. Can't you just let them do it by themselves? Holy. Surrender. Xiaobai said sentence by sentence. Lin Yu, who was very familiar with it, knew exactly what the little guy wanted. It seems to want all the wolf-headed people in this wolf-headed man's area map to succumb to him and Xiaobai. In this way, the threat here can be completely eliminated. If Xiaobai is allowed to stay. Lin Yu thought about it. It seems that it is not impossible. Now, with the flying armor, he can face the mythical beast by himself. Although it may be better to have Xiaobai by his side, it is not impossible without Xiaobai. Moreover, if this can divide the troops into two groups to complete two things that must be done, it seems feasible. Okay. Xiaobai, you eat something first. Lin Yu placed all the lion-headed bear steaks in front of Xiaobai in one breath. The task here is very difficult. Although with Xiaobai's ability, those wolf-headed men have no way of getting it. It seems that things are getting smoother again. Chapter 486, the only survival option. Lin Yu slowly opened the door to exploration and looked back at Xiaobai. Xiaobai stretched out his big paw towards him and shook it. What else can't you do? But, Xiaobai, I made a promise in advance that if you are slightly injured, you have to come back to my shelter as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Lin, I heard that. Xiaobai quickly absorbed the knowledge and learned from Lin Yu's every word how to express what he wanted to express in his heart. And it is becoming more and more like a human being. In this way, there is nothing wrong with it. Lin Yu felt that although Xiaobai could pronounce words and speak, it was actually no different from before. It just takes what was expressed in body language in the past, and tries to summarize it in 1 or 2 words this time. If there is enough time, Xiaobai can definitely perform a cross-talk with Xiaoming for him one night when he is really bored. Of course, it would be nice for Xiaoming, the admirer, to be able to say, "Go." Okay, then we have agreed. Xiaobai, if the wolf-headed man really gets lucky and injures you, fly back as soon as possible or find a place to recuperate. Don't force it. Moreover, I ask you, we must return to the shelter before tonight. Can you guarantee it? Although Lin Yu is not worried about Xiaobai's strength, he cannot be completely reassured. After all, no matter what, the wolf-headed men still have an absolute numerical advantage. And with the artillery that can blast a certain distance, they really need to be careful. Okay, Lin. Xiaobai nodded and assured Lin Yu. That's all right. See you tonight. If things go well here, I might be able to let you open a palladium treasure chest. Gah! Gah! Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed extremely excited. This little guy. Lin Yu didn't expect that Xiaobai would also be addicted to opening the box. At the beginning, he opened a wooden treasure chest and a copper treasure chest. And now he has opened a platinum treasure chest. Xiaobai's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, it seems that he is somewhat similar to him. He only wants to open those higher-level treasure chests, instead of opening low-level treasure chests honestly. So, we both have to work hard. But you can't force it. Lin Yu got into the door, and the door to exploration was also closed at the same time. Xiaobai stood there, spread his wings, suddenly flew into the sky, and flew further away. Lin Yu, who was on the other side of the door, also returned to the shelter. Leave the exploration gate to Xiao Bai, and what he has to do is kill the mythical beast. However, before going there, you really need to make some preparations. The shortcomings of the flying armor must be improved. Otherwise, if it fails at the critical moment, I'm afraid it will be too late to cry. The cost of making another flying armor was too high, and Lin Yu couldn't find various key parts such as the mechanical arms and legs. He could only upgrade the flying armor once, although he can also make a large superalloy suspended flamethrower to replace it. The convenience of the armor is not comparable to that thing. The little ice lizards were busy in an orderly manner, and Lin Yu did not want to disturb them. He went directly to various warehouses, found some alloys and various parts, and then came to the original warehouse that is now used as a simple warehouse. In that shelter, placing the flying armor on the ground, Lin Yu took out the intermediate universal upgrade design diagram and found the cooling device of the flamethrower. Upgrade the cooling device of the flying armor aircraft, which requires copper X2, refrigerant X2, high performance fan X2, automatic device X1, and high-speed motor X2. Good guy. I really need a lot of things. However, Lin Yu really does have these. What has to be said is that the various materials that we collected at the airport have contributed quite a lot of raw materials to the things he needs to make in many aspects recently. Lin Yu also quickly dismantled an airplane and found some things from it. He also found refrigerant, and so on from the various materials that had been dismantled before. Soon, with a flash of white light, the aircraft cooling device of the flying armor also completed further upgrades. Next, Lin Yu also came up with another idea, making the aircraft's fuel tank larger and changing the required fuel into aviation fuel. Aviation fuel, which often contains different additives to reduce the risk of freezing and explosion due to high temperatures, works well with improved cooling devices. As for aviation fuel, he has a fixed output every day at the Oil River base. Looking at the planes that he had not completely dismantled, Lin Yu had a new idea. If an automatic control device is installed, will it be possible to fly to any destination in the future? However, without satellites or various networks, whether the plane can fly is still a question. Moreover, Lin Yu felt that if he wanted to operate such a huge thing, he would actually need more than a simple automatic control device. He still needs to upgrade this device a little to see what it can evolve into. After slightly modifying the flying armor, Lin Yu looked at the storage space. Only 2 high-end universal upgrade design drawings were left. He actually still wants to modify this flying armor into something like Iron Man. Iron Man's one has a very sci-fi appearance and is very domineering. But this one of mine is like a medieval armor with an aircraft added to it. It looks a bit rustic. Lin Yu didn't know how to describe this flying battle armor. Although its main body, the Tianlong battle helmet, and the Tianlong battle armor, were actually okay when taken alone. It looked quite mighty and had a very powerful momentum. But when combined with a more technological jet aircraft, plus the mechanical arms and legs, it looks a bit strange. Anyway, whoever I go to wearing this thing will be in bad luck. I'm not afraid of what people will say. Lin Yu thought of this and felt relieved. Lin Yu looked at the advanced universal upgrade design drawing in his hand for a while, then looked at the armor. If it is used again, can it be upgraded? The high-end universal upgrade design diagram in his hand was put up again. Upgrading the high-performance flying mechanical battle armor into a large-scale, controllable humanoid combat device requires titanium alloy X550, precision cockpit, alloy X20, large LCD display X3, ultra-precision computer console, precision electric pushrod X2. Lin Yu quickly took down the advanced universal upgrade design drawing. He didn't even want to continue listening to the name of what the system said to prepare next. Good guy. It would be okay to upgrade this flying armor to a large-scale controllable humanoid combat device. Moreover, the titanium alloy alone costs 550 yuan. So you can imagine how huge this thing will be. However, speaking of large-scale manipulable humanoid combat devices, Gundam? Lin Yu remembered the robot in a cartoon that he had watched with Shue Shue before. It is 20 meters tall and can run on land, fly in the sky, and even gallop through the universe if necessary. Gundam! I built that thing! Who am I going to deal with? Lin Yu felt that now he had nothing that could be called an opponent. If he really built a Gundam, then what would happen to him? I guess everything I do during that time is normal, even after having that thing. Will dealing with mythical beasts be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? Although he feels this way now, To deal with that bulky big guy, he only needs to fly behind it and use cluster bombs to partially explode it. Regardless of whether it smells bad or not, Lin Yu feels that this is the easiest and most convenient way to do it. Moreover, as long as he wants to, he can definitely do it. And it can be easily done with this flying armor. Stop it for now. If I can, I will still build this Gundam. Although it won't be used at all now. It will be used sooner or later. Lin Yu muttered to himself and looked at the little ice lizards nearby. They are still busy now. And those sent to the secret realm have not returned yet. It seems that it will take some time for the time being. This time, Lin Yu didn't want to bring some little ice lizards. As for Xiao Ming, Lin Yu also wanted it to rest. After arranging the robot dog a little, Lin Yu contacted Fei Yu again. Are you still in the refuge village now? Soon. Fei Yu called and said, Here, I just came back not long ago. Lin Yu, do you want to come over? Did you find anything new when you went to the underground ruins before? Lin Yu chatted with Fei Yu about these topics as usual. And this was indeed something Fei Yu needed to communicate with Lin Yu every day. After all, there are many things involved in the underground ruins. The thing depicted in the mural makes people shudder, but they can't identify with it. What Fei Yu is looking for is more everything related to this thing. Of course, the lizardmen must continue to be eliminated. Otherwise, they will have to face the constant harassment and attacks of such humanoid creatures for a while. We have discovered something. Fei Yu smiled. Our team of 20 people can now destroy the underground ruins area. We found that the lizard people seem to be extinct soon. Extinction? Lin Yu was a little surprised. You won't go too far and wipe out too many lizard people. No, we have indeed killed a lot of them. But in the past few days, it has only been 1,000 or 2,000. The large army of 30,000 lizardmen we saw in your shelter before has really never been seen before. Encountered them. Fei Yu's voice also sounded helpless. They all hid somewhere. It felt like they disappeared collectively. Disappeared. Speaking of the 30,000 lizardmen, Lin Yu also thought of the huge stone statue in the so-called Lost Temple, and the platform with gems in the big mouth. The number of lizardmen there is as endless as ants. How about letting Fei Yu take people to have a swim there? However, Lin Yu quickly gave up that idea. Even if Fei Yu and the others are indeed much more powerful than before, facing so many lizardmen, they will probably be overwhelmed by the opponents. Human sea tactics. Yeah, it feels like there are too few. As if they have begun to abandon the underground ruins. But on the contrary, we have met a lot of beggars. But this group of people actually has something interesting. Interesting thing? Lin Yu was confused. Something seemed not right in Fei Yu's words. Anyway, come here first, and let's talk face to face. I think you will understand. Fei Yu said, and invited Lin Yu again. Well, indeed, it might be better to talk about some things in person. Then just wait a moment, and I'll leave right away. After talking to this point, Lin Yu put down the system tablet. Indeed, there are many things to do. And the most important thing now is to go to the refuge village of Fei Yu. He was quite interested in what they were talking about in person. But the most important thing about this trip was to kill the mythical beast. After putting away a lot of food, Lin Yu asked Xiao Ming and the other little ice lizards to stay where they were. He decided to take Xiao Liuzi and 10 little ice lizards to the destination this time. Opening the door of the tactical ATV, the little ice lizards and Xia Luzi all crowded in. Lin Yu started the engine and quickly drove the car out of the shelter gate. The grass on both sides of the road seemed to be getting redder. They only relied on each other to prevent them from completely falling over. However, many of them were drooping on the road, and even partially submerged the road. If Lin Yu hadn't been driving an ATV, it would have been really difficult for Lin Yu to pass through here. However, although the road was somewhat difficult, the ATV successfully brought him to his destination after more than an hour. Oh, not bad. Lin Yu had already seen the tall and extremely long gray-white city wall in the distance. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a lot of buildings inside. In recent times, this refuge village has also expanded crazily, with more than 1,000 survivors. Relatively speaking, all aspects of infrastructure really need to keep up. On a huge platform in front of the shelter, Lin Yu also saw Fei Yu, who seemed to have been waiting here for a while. The little ice lizards followed Lin Yu out of the car, and Lin Yu immediately came to Fei Yu and the others. Fei Yu was followed by Zheng Jing, Yu Siyuan and Wang Su. It seemed that no one else came this time. Where are the others? Lin Yu thought that a lot of people would come to welcome this guy, but he didn't expect that these were the only ones who came. However, Lin Yu quite liked this. At least it wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable. In particular, these people were relatively familiar to him. Each one should perform his or her duties. The team is getting bigger. Do we need to take care of all aspects? Fei Yu came over and shook hands with Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't like shaking hands very much, but Fei Yu seemed to like it quite a bit. And when shaking hands, he had a bright smile on his face, which was quite contagious. Really? Lin Yu looked at the three people next to him, who looked at him with admiring eyes, which made him a little uncomfortable. Wei Yu's team is still in the underground ruins. Luo Fei has led his people to the secret realm. We will go to repair the road to the northeast soon and prepare to build a sub-base there. Fei Yu simply said Lin Yu was told about the division of labor among his subordinates, and what they were going to do. It's good to have separate bases. Lin Yu felt that this was also a very good method. Yes. It's not good to have too many people. This broken place is really not good. There are too few resources, not enough food, and everything is lacking. It seems really difficult to lead everyone to rise again. Fei Yu, as he said that, he looked at the ancient gate of the special secret realm. And Lin Yu also looked there. It seems that there is only one way for human beings to regain everything they originally had. Chapter 487 Lily Callahau. So far, there is really only one way to completely free mankind from this so-called doomsday disaster survival game and see a glimmer of hope. And this is to kill the huge mythical beast entrenched in the secret realm. That is, on the earth. After killing the mythical beast, the system will make a special judgment. That is, the entire citywide area will be so-called purified. The meaning of purification is to completely remove the mysterious beasts in that area. In other words, even if there are tens of millions of animals nesting inside, they will be completely wiped out by the so-called rules of this system. After that, no more mysterious beasts will enter this area. Last time, after he killed the huge mythical beast around the Iron Tower in Tokyo, he also let the mythical beast Ollie flood a large area. In order to finally eliminate some more mysterious beasts, a fire was set. According to the feedback from the subsequent system, the fire probably meant that the secret beasts and Tokyo had been burned down. Although he later learned from the system that all the secret beasts there would die even if he didn't set fire. Lin Yu had no regrets. However, this time, he really had to be careful not to go too far. By the way, Fei Yu, what on earth did you say about the lizard people's consciousness? Lin Yu suddenly remembered this matter. Even if killing the lizard people cannot save the entire human race, more of their intelligence and news are not a bad idea either. In particular, Fei Yu said that lizard people were basically not in underground ruins, which also made him a little curious. About that matter, Lin Yu, I feel like you might be shocked if I tell you, Fei Yu said, as if he was very mysterious. Lin Yu didn't like this way of speaking and responded with silence. Well, okay. Actually, we caught 3 beggars. Prisoner? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. The last time Fei Yu brought prisoners back, nothing good happened. Yes, prisoners. But I didn't tie their eyes like last time, and they would break free. So, just in case, I just disabled their eyes this time, Fei Yu said and shook his head. Although, he didn't want to do it. But, if you are indecisive, nothing can be done. At this point, he has already suffered a lot. And this time, he doesn't want to be like before. Therefore, he directly took action himself to avoid any future troubles. Well done. Lin Yu expressed his approval of Fei Yu's approach. He thought that Fei Yu would be as stupid as before. If the lizardmen attack the city again, Fei Yu will probably suffer losses. After all, this is a refuge village for thousands of people, which is completely different from the past. In the past 200 to 300 years, the combat effectiveness and cohesion were stronger than now. After the number of people increased dramatically, Fei Yu had more things to consider. If I were forced to move again, it would really hurt my bones and muscles. Ha. I think if it were you, you would definitely do this. But these 3 people asked me about something different. Lin Yu, guess what happened? Fei Yu looked at Lin Yu again mysteriously. This time, Lin Yu was not as silent as last time, but thought for a moment. Prisoner's dilemma? He remembered an expression he had seen. This refers to a special game between 2 captured prisoners, illustrating the difficulty of maintaining cooperation even when cooperation benefits both parties. For example, when 2 people who conspired to commit a crime are imprisoned, they cannot communicate with each other. If neither man exposes the other, each man goes to jail for a year because the evidence is inconclusive. If one of them makes a revelation and the other remains silent, The whistleblower will be released immediately for meritorious service, and the silent one will be imprisoned for 10 years for non-cooperation. And if both parties expose each other, both parties will be sentenced to 8 years in prison because the evidence is conclusive. Since prisoners cannot trust each other at all, they tend to expose each other rather than remain silent together. In the end, bystanders of the game will gain the greatest benefits. However, this method cannot be used repeatedly. Otherwise, trust will eventually be reestablished among the prisoners, thereby destroying the dilemma. Yes, it's the prisoner's dilemma. This method was told to me by UCUN. I didn't know there was such a method before. And this method did allow us to obtain information that we had never thought of before. Oh. Lin Yu was quite curious about this. What did Fei Yu know? In short, Lin Yu, the so-called begging for survival you judged before is actually not quite right. Or in other words, it is only a little bit right, Fei Yu said, saying to UCU and nodded. Let me tell you, Mr. Lin Yu, for our leader, who has almost nothing to do in this area, it's actually quite simple. This group of so-called beggars who hang out with the lizard people are actually divided into two types. One is a beggar and the other is a survivor. Lin Yu understood immediately. It was not what he had thought before, but a beggar was what a survivor meant. Rather, this is actually a matter of two groups of people. That's right. The so-called real beggars. I guess you have basically never come across Mr. Lin Yu. Those people should be regarded as the abandoned people in this world. To be specific, UCUN said and sighed. Old, young, women and children? Yes, you are worthy of being a boss. You have thought of everything we asked. That's it. Those old, young, women and children who have a very hard time surviving are the main force of beggars. They basically don't appear in front of us, but they exist in various caves and mountain cavities arranged for them by the lizard people. What they do every day is to provide the lizard people with all kinds of spying information on our survivors, and pay a certain amount of labor to strive for a stable and undisturbed life. Lin Yu nodded. Exchange information, various technologies, etc. to the lizard people in exchange for a more stable life. These people are indeed doing whatever they can to survive. But to be honest, the probability of survival of old, young, women and children in this other world is basically too low. If we continue to face disasters outside, this group of extremely weak survivability groups will also fall into a crisis of survival. However, this group of people is not so much abandoned, but actually chooses to be abandoned by themselves. After all, not all refuge villages do not want to protect these old, young, women and children. Just like here in Feiyue, the vast majority of people are old and weak, women and children, etc. Everyone is trying to protect this refuge village, making a contribution. You can obviously live with more dignity, but you choose to find an easier way, even if it becomes an enemy to all human beings. Brother Linda, the second information we got is that these guys, who call themselves survivors, said that they accepted someone's order to join the lizard people and become a new force, helping that person rule the entire human race. At this time, UCUN conveyed this important information to Lin Yu. This seems to be the same group of people you met in the underground ruins last time. Lin Yu thought of the people Feiyue and the others met last time who pretended to surrender and called themselves survivors. The same thing is said. Indeed. So we also feel that this should be certain. And there is indeed someone involved in this. These beggars who originally had no affiliation and were unwilling to become under the lizard people followed that person's order, appear together with the lizard people, and work together to eradicate those survivors who are harmful to that person. Just like you. Just like me. Fei Yu said and sighed. I have a pretty good guess about this person. Fei Yu, I think you should also know about this person. Things have actually become clear. I don't even want to guess the name of that person. Lily Karaho. This person should be that person we have been hearing about. And this Lily Karaho, in order to control these survivors, arranged a person named Executor among them, through release various tasks to maintain the relationship between these people. Fei Yu immediately said the name they all wanted. Lily Calhoun. This is a name that you want to avoid, but it is absolutely impossible to avoid it. As the second strongest person in the world rankings, this person had long ago gained a strong advantage over all other survivors except Lin Yu. Since the first world ranking came out, the refuge village where this person is located has not stopped making small moves. It seems that he has always wanted to bring those small refuge villages into his own power, using various means such as persuasion, internal strife, rebellion, and fighting to achieve his goals. And it even seemed to be quite effective. Although Xing Lingfeng and the others had certain other reasons for their surrender. The surrender of the fourth rank being in the world made it easier for Lily Carahao to absorb the actions of many refuge villages. Now, according to Lin Yu and Fei Yu's reasoning, this person should be the one who controls the so-called executor to force the puppets called survivors and the lizard people to push the survivors into a desperate situation until becoming a member of her refuge village. Lily Caraho's purpose should be to become the only leader of all mankind in this different world. Now, it seems that in less than 50 days, her progress is actually quite smooth. But the obstacle that stands in front of her now is not only Lin Yu's insurmountable high wall, but also Fei Yu's new big stone. A large number of secret beasts emerged from the ancient gate of the secret realm and attacked the refuge villages of Lin Yu and Fei Yu at the same time. This is proof. Lily Carahao, this person is really strange. I still think it is difficult for a refuge village with 1,000 people to operate. She actually wants to control the entire world. Is this person a lunatic? Fei Yu said helplessly. Crazy or not? I don't know. But this person has been here for this from the beginning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much strength and energy pushing this matter. And you and I seem to have become each other. It's a thorn in my side. Fei Yu, I think you must do a good job in defending the refuge village in the near future. Oh? Me? Lin Yu? I don't think they can be so fast. This is going to be a disaster. Will these people calm down? Lin Yu shook his head. At this time, it is a more suitable time. There are already quite a few people in Fei Yu's refuge village. How many undercover agents and spies of Lily Calahout are there? Moreover, one can see that the grass has stopped growing and has become increasingly dry. These tall grasses are also the best barrier to hide large troops and ambush heavy troops. Lin Yu felt that if he were Lily Carahao, now would be the best opportunity to remove Fei Yu. A thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. If Fei Yu is killed, firstly, he can solve this emerging force that has been expanding wildly recently and has a lot of resources and survivors. By the way, he can also obtain a lot of resources. The second is his own allies, who can solve the biggest obstacle for Lily Calahout, so that he can only fight alone in the future. Finally, it can also extend its power to the hinterland closest to him and launch an attack on his refuge at any time. Fei Yu, believe me once, and don't do anything for now until the disaster is over. Lin Yu didn't know why, but he had a premonition. It's possible. Maybe Lily Calahout is ready. After all, the tall grass on the ground and the underground ruins underground are where she deploys her troops. If she had thought about it, shouldn't she have asked the lizard men to send a 1,000,000-strong army to swamp us? Could it be that we actually thought wrong? Zhang Jingji, who was silent, suddenly said at this time, my guess is that Lily Caraho is not completely able to mobilize the lizard people. There seems to be a cooperative relationship between them. Among them, Lu Kai is responsible for the link between Lily Carahao and the lizard people. It seems that he is not completely subordinate to Lily Calahout. Or in other words, this person has more ideas. So the lizard man and Lily Calahout do not fully cooperate. Lin Yu thought of Lu Kai, who had the ability to communicate with lizard people, and looked at Fei Yu. Fei Yu nodded. This person has miraculous language skills and can communicate with lizard people without any barriers. And this is also a kind of extraordinary power. Huh? Lu Kai! What's wrong with Lu Kai? Several people on the side still didn't understand the relationship between extraordinary power and the high fever, let alone the existence of extraordinary power. Little did they know that in front of them, there were extraordinary beings with self-healing power standing. However, if those stones become bait for Lily Calahout, Lin Yu, we will indeed be in great danger. Fei Yu understood Lin Yu's worries. He also knew that he couldn't let his guard down just yet. Indeed, his refuge village was dangerous. Lay as many stones as possible outwards. In addition, produce more weapons and keep an eye on the city walls. Also, emergencies must be handled internally in a timely manner. Fei Yu, next I am going to the ancient gate of that special secret realm. Kill that mythical beast. And what you have to do is, if you are attacked before I come back, you must hold on. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and looked at Fei Yu. And Fei Yu also held the hand of this ally. Chapter 488 Missed. Putting down their hands, Lin Yu and Fei Yu both nodded to each other. In this different world, both Lin Yu and Fei Yu felt that they had found the person who could best give their back to each other. Before I come back, If anything happens, hold on. Lin Yu repeated it again. Ha ha. When did you want to be the mouth of a crow? Fei Yu punched Lin Yu on the shoulder and laughed. Not at all. Fei Yu, you will be even more dangerous than me next. If you can't hold on, you will send someone to my shelter. Remember? Drive that heavy truck. Xiao Ming is very smart and can understand the situation. Fei Yu is an ally in their shelter, and the little guy knows it very well. Therefore, as long as Fei Yu drives over and tells Xiao Ming will lead his team to support Fei Yu without hesitation. And his own shelter is guarded by black spots and green claws, as well as numerous robot dogs and nearly 300 little ice lizards, as well as the firepower network of an extremely powerful medium-sized electric sentry machine gun platform. No matter how many, there is no need to be afraid when humans and lizardmen come. And Lin Yu looked at the ancient secret door. The equipment he is wearing now should not have any problem dealing with the mythical beast inside. He even said that it was not impossible to kill one of them quickly if he wanted to. However, everything is possible. The last time we found the location of the mythical beast, it was right behind the door, about 50 or 60 kilometers away. The distance was too far and we weren't sure. So we grabbed something and came back right away. I didn't stay there much longer, Zhang Jingji said quickly. 50 or 60 kilometers? Lin Yu nodded and had some ideas. For the upgraded flying armor, this distance is not a problem. Moreover, he was able to approach the mythical beast in an instant, and then gave it an explosive blow, flooding the entire New York with Ollie again. Then, complete the mission, evacuate from there, and come back here. Yes, almost. However, what we will see is that the mythical beast is moving laterally in another direction. It seems to be heading towards the seaside. So we are not too sure. Zhang Jingji continued. I understand. Fei Yu, I'll go over there first. And you guys should make more preparations. Lin Yu nodded to everyone and opened the door. Just as he was about to invite Xiao Liuzi and the others to go in, he suddenly remembered something. Would you like some appetizers? He took out 50 cans of canned fish and put them on the ground. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. After saying a simple goodbye to Fei Yu and others, Lin Yu stepped into the ancient gate of the special secret realm and entered the world on that side with many little ice lizards. Although Fei Yu and others here were indeed quite excited after seeing the canned fish and meat, what Lin Yu said just now made everyone return to seriousness. Fei Yu put the can away and looked at the 4 people around him. Next, we are very likely to encounter an attack by Lily Calaheo, or the lizard people sent by her, or even the mysterious beasts. As Lin Yu said, you guys, send your teams immediately. People come to organize and guard the city wall, and I will lead the team to pave the surrounding area with stone slabs. Boss, don't worry. Yes. Yes. Fei Yu gave an order, and Yu Siyuan, Zhang Jingji, and Wang Su all ran out quickly. He turned back and looked at the ancient gate of the special secret realm again. I hope neither of us will encounter any special circumstances. Lin Yu, he said, jogging back to the shelter. Lin Yu looked back at the door that was glowing with white light, and together with Xiao Liuzi and 10 other little ice lizards, they reobserved this strange yet familiar secret world. At this moment, their location was at the very center of the intersection under the skyscraper. All around, there were badly damaged cars that had crashed into each other or hit the roadside. However, many of them seemed to have been taken away, leaving only traces on them. Lin Yu felt that Fei Yu and the others might have done this. After all, they are here, and they can't go back without taking anything with them. However, perhaps because of the mythical beast, they don't seem to have taken all the cars away. Lin Yu looked around. There was a vague white mist floating around, and under this layer of mist, it was impossible to see clearly from a distance. Countless high-rise buildings, shrouded in this layer of fog, seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white silk cocoons, hazy and like a fairyland. However, there were also long, low roars coming from nowhere. Lin Yu remembered that Fei Yu and the others had said that the mythical beast moved sideways in the opposite direction of the door. Moreover, it seems to be moving towards the seaside. Now, where could the mythical beast be? Xiao Liuzi, you go in that direction first, and I will follow you. Xiao Liuzi spread his wings, turned into an arc of light, and flew in that direction at the fastest speed. You guys, just stay together as a group nearby. Now is your training time. Kill more secret beasts. Do you understand? Xia Liuzi's main function is reconnaissance, and its assistance in combat is actually very limited. It can be seen from the previous battles that Xiao Liuzi's attack mode has always been similar to single soldier beheading. It is accustomed to rushing to the enemy's weak defense areas or rear areas at a rapid speed, and uses its extremely sharp wing blades and claw blades to cut off the opponent's head, thereby causing an effective blow and panic to the enemy. It can be said that when Levick led more than 10,000 lizardmen to attack again, and in several subsequent battles, Xiao Liuzi used this fighting method and achieved considerable results. However, Lin Yu didn't bring it here because of its individual combat capabilities, but because of its flying speed. Xiao Liuzi's flying speed is extremely high, and can even compete with Xiao Bai, although he cannot fly long distances for a long time. In the battle with the mythical beast like last time, Xiao Liuzi's characteristics can actually have a better performance. It will play a considerable role in reconnaissance and as a lure for enemies. The little ice lizards quickly mobilized collectively and rushed out, and at this time, Lin Yu put on an improved version of the flying armor. The improved flying armor has a stronger endurance than before, and also has a more efficient cooling device. Although from the appearance point of view, there is not much improvement, but overall it is still quite good. After Lin Yu put it on, an arc of light flashed and Xiao Liuzi stopped steadily beside him. Gah! Xiao Liuzi pointed in a direction with his paw, indicating that side. It's going relatively smoothly. Lin Yuchong nodded to the little guy and turned on the switch of the flying armor. 8 balls of green flame spurted out from each nozzle instantly, and Lin Yu also activated the 4 flame nozzles on the soles of his feet at the same time, quickly climbing from the ground to a height of nearly 100 meters. As the height continues to climb, the surrounding buildings gradually become smaller. However, he also found that as the altitude changed, the mist gradually rose from under his feet. Even after reaching high altitude, there was a layer of hazy mist up and down, left and right. Gah! Xiao Liuzi flew to Lin Yu's side and flew in one direction, and Lin Yu followed it closely, heading in that direction. But that side is not the direction Fei Yu said. How much did the mythical beast move during this period? Lin Yu kept moving forward, and at the same time, he followed Xiao Liuzi to further increase his flying height. Underfoot, it was hazy. The same is true for the front, back, left and right. The fog seemed to have become much thicker without realizing it. Lin Yu had a bad feeling. He felt that this trip might not be as easy as he imagined. Especially, why did this strange fog suddenly become thicker again? Gah! At this moment, Xiao Liuzi suddenly let out a roar, and Lin Yu also understood that this was the little guy giving him a warning that an enemy was coming. Lin Yu immediately changed his hands to the mode of holding an AK, and quickly landed, and finally landed on a tall building with Xiao Liuzi, and he soon heard the low roar of the incoming enemy that Xiao Liuzi had warned him about. Storm Flying Lizard, Xiao Liuzi. How many can you kill? Lin Yu put down the AK and picked up the spray gun with one hand. It is definitely irrational and incorrect to continue flying in the sky when there is fog all around and the enemies are all flying monsters. Lin Yu was upstairs. He quickly used 3 2-meter walls to protect his back and left and right sides. At the same time, he turned his helmet to transparent and looked at the gray sky. With a spray gun and an AK in his hand, Lin Yu panicked but didn't panic at all, facing the possible attack from the sky. He did have a plan in advance, but facing this gray fog, he really had no plan. All around, there were constant low roars of the storm-flying lizards, mixed with some of their screams. Lin Yu knew that Xiao Liuzi was struggling to kill the enemy, and after those storm-flying lizards knew that they could not compete with Xiao Liuzi, they would quickly change their targets and attack him with a human scent. Soon, a black shadow suddenly struck, rushing straight to Lin Yu's left front. The mist that could still be seen clearly within more than 20 meters allowed Lin Yu to see the storm-flying lizard attacking him. Boom! Lin Yu's reaction was faster than that of the storm-flying lizard, and with a roar, the storm-flying lizard was also blasted to pieces by the dense bullets. Lin Yu loaded the gun again, and at the same time replaced the AK on the other robot hand with another spray gun. The manipulator is not afraid of recoil, and the use of a weapon, like a troll, is not much different from a pistol. But the damage caused by the spray at close range is much greater than that of the M19 pistol. There was another gunshot, and a storm-flying lizard in the front right was also blown to pieces. Lin Yu looked towards the direction he was originally going. He felt as if he was trapped by these inexplicable fogs and endless bugs. But it seems that when I first came to the secret realm, the scene I encountered was almost the same as now. Lin Yu suddenly remembered what happened a long time ago. The first time he came to the ancient gate of the secret realm. He remembered that he came to a place that seemed to be in the west. It was a place that was also shrouded in such fog, and was mysterious and abnormal. There was a half-collapsed building, and a weird shopping street, where he got the fireplace that got him through the first disaster. Of course, it was also from there that he first encountered the storm-flying lizard, which was still called the monster pterosaur at that time. Speaking of which, this place really looks like that secret realm. Lin Yu fired another shot, killing a flying storm lizard, and then fired another shot, killing the two storm-flying lizards that rushed towards him at the same time. These things are endless. Lin Yu kept loading and shooting, while the bodies and fragments of the storm-flying lizard kept falling from the sky. Lin Yu kept changing the bullets of the sprayer, and now he felt it was a bit tricky. Although the storm-flying lizard did not pose any threat to him, this number was a bit too much. The corpses of the storm-flying lizard gradually covered the roof of the building, but Lin Yu could not see the end of the battle. Even Xiao Liuzi, who was covered in blood, flew to Lin Yu's side exhausted, as if he had no energy left to fight anymore. Lin Yu was also quite puzzled. This was something he had never encountered before. No matter how many storm-flying lizards there are, they should not attack him continuously. After Lin Yu defeated one sprayer, he took advantage of the opportunity and opened the system tablet to make two more and put them next to him, so he could pick them up and replace them at any time. The gunshots kept roaring, and in front of Lin Yu, the corpses of the storm-flying lizard continued to pile up. The battle seemed to be stuck in a quagmire that would never stop. Lin Yu will not be injured at all by the storm-flying lizards that may appear at any time, but he cannot completely eliminate them. After Xiao Liuzi recovered some of his physical strength after swallowing a large piece of lion-headed bear steak, he rested for a while, and then flew high into the sky again to continue killing the enemy. Lin Yu also gradually walked out of the small bunker he had created, collapsed over the body of the storm-flying lizard, and ignited the nozzle of the flame-throwing aircraft. This time, a bunker was created directly near the edge of the building. If attacked from here, the body of the storm-flying lizard could fall directly downstairs. However, Lin Yu was also ready to fly out and fight here all the time. This was never an option. His purpose this time was to kill the mythical beast, not to play a game of I kill you charge with these flying monsters. Soon, after killing dozens more storm-flying lizards, Lin Yu also jumped out and jumped off the building in an instant. Then, after he landed nearly 40 or 50 meters, the flying armor instantly burst out with great energy and rushed forward. With this operation, Lin Yu instantly got rid of the storm-flying lizard that had been entangled with him in the air. At the same time, he was also closer to the direction Xiao Liuzi said. The fog only occurs when it is close to the ground, but it still exists at a height of almost 70 or 80 meters, which proves that this is definitely not normal. So, how about flying higher? Lin Yu felt that there was something abnormal about this mist, and he continued to raise his height as fast as possible. Soon, his height gradually rose from 100 meters to 200 meters or 300 meters. High in the sky, Lin Yu finally emerged from the annoying fog, and he also successfully got rid of those storm-flying lizards. However, he immediately noticed something unusual in the distance. Why, is there only fog close to here? The city and sea in the distance don't seem to be affected by this wonderful fog at all. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the gray-blue ocean, and there was a strange black boulder near the collapsed goddess of victory. Chapter 489 Things in the Sea. High in the sky, the wind is quite strong. Lin Yu looked at the center of the city on the ground. It was still surrounded by fog and was completely white, and nothing could be seen clearly. At his current height, the fog couldn't cover him at all, but it still gave him the feeling of being able to see all the mountains at a glance. However, this mist is not simple. It only covered the very center of the city, and there, only the area where he was just now, and a radius of nearly 20 or 30 kilometers were shrouded in fog. The plains, cities, and sea in the distance were not affected at all. On the shore of the sea, beside the collapsed Statue of Liberty, there is a strange black rock-like giant shadow, which is quite conspicuous. Lin Yu adjusted his body posture so that he was parallel to the ground, and opened the 4 jet ports on the left and right sides of his feet to maximum power. The speed increased instantly, and at this high altitude without any obstruction, Lin Yu did not have to worry about hitting anything. The convenient flying armor on his body made it extremely easy for him to fly at such high altitudes. Moreover, it is also far more powerful than Lin Yu imagined, and even beyond the reach of humankind's original technology. Lin Yu didn't understand where this power came from, nor did he know where this technology came from. But he knew exactly what he wanted to do. No matter what, we must first kill the mythical beast here. He looked at what looked like a huge black stone, and it was clear that that was what he was looking for. Previously, Fei Yu and the others had said that although the mythical beast was moving sideways at that time, it was heading towards the sea. And this huge black mysterious boulder is unnatural no matter how you look at it. It happens to be soaking in the sea. Although I don't understand why it can still go into the sea. No matter where it is, it must be killed. The flame-throwing aircraft behind Lin Yu had changed its shape due to his horizontal flight, and emitted a blue-green light. Soon, as Lin Yu gradually approached, the true appearance of the huge stone was indeed completely revealed. Sure enough, it's it. Lin Yu saw one end of the huge black stone, an extremely ugly and huge head, hanging next to the collapsed Statue of Liberty. Countless tentacles on the back of the head were also growing in midair, waving. But its appearance seems to be different from the previous one. The closer Lin Yu got to it, the stranger he felt. This mythical beast seems to be quite different in appearance from the previous one. At least, there are no plants on this one's back, and the skin color is not as gray as last time, but completely black. If you don't look carefully, this thing really looks like a huge stone. Lin Yu slowly lowered his altitude and took a circuitous route to the coast. In this way, we can avoid the deadly fog and not be blocked by it. However, as Lin Yu's height gradually decreased, he also discovered that things seemed not as simple as he imagined. What's going on? Why does the mist seem to be rising from the sea? And it happens to be where the mythical beast is? Lin Yu landed on the roof of the tallest building on the coast nearly 2 kilometers away from the mythical beast. This place was just outside the range of the fog, and he could also see the warm sunshine in the sky from here, and could also see clearly everything about that mythical beast. And questions also arose in his mind. Could it be that? He picked up the scope and looked straight over there. Soon, he discovered a problem. Is that a tail? Lin Yu knew the size of the mythical beast quite clearly, and this guy is basically immersed in the water now, with only his ugly head and broad back exposed. But at a corner that extended to the shore, a black thing emerged from the sea. Although it is grouped together, from what looks like pores on it, masses of white mist are constantly emerging from it. Is the source of the fog? The head of the mythical beast plunges into the water from time to time, and the mist at its tail. Lin Yu looked at the huge thing, and then at the ugly head of the mythical beast in the distance, thinking about how to kill it. It seems that the original explosion method cannot be used at all. Most of the mythical beast's body is soaked in seawater, and there is no way to aim at its back door. How about making a hole in the back of this guy like last time, and then blasting it from the back? Lin Yu was also a little confused about the current appearance of this mythical beast. Last time, I clearly encountered something that could spray water mist from its back. It was gray-white all over, moved on land, and had some plants and dirt on its back, which was quite strange. And this time, the appearance of the mythical beast is quite different from what we see now. I wonder what will happen when it comes out. However, speaking of it, there was another point that actually concerned Lin Yu. That is, when Fei Yu and the others saw the mythical beast before, they indeed saw it. And they saw it soon after they came in. They just collected some resources nearby, and then went back immediately. And if you want to see the huge mythical beast in the mist, it is probably impossible. So, in other words, when the mythical beast is on land, it is impossible to create fog at all? Lin Yu seemed to understand something when he watched the mythical beast that trampled countless high-rise buildings into ruins and broken walls when it entered the ocean from the land. Could this mist be caused by this big guy drinking seawater and then decomposing it? No wonder I always felt that the mist was a bit salty. Lin Yu took a deep breath and sat on the roof. He needed some thinking to figure out how to kill this giant monster. It must be killed. This is also the purpose of his coming to this special secret realm this time. Kill the mythical beast, then purify the area. Go back and get the Palladium treasure chest, and then have the right to search for the exclusive ancient gate of the secret realm with a 24-hour limit. The rewards are indeed quite a lot, but the prerequisite is to kill it first. First of all, it seems that we have to find a way to force this big guy out of the sea. It doesn't seem like a good choice to blow this guy's back with a TNT explosive ballista arrow. Who knows if this thing will not hurt at all? After all, seen from this distance, its back really looks like an aquatic creature. Quite smooth. If you want to get closer. Lin Yu looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Statue of Liberty. Although the mythical beast seems to want to be close to it, there is actually a certain distance. Almost, there are 200 to 300 meters. Lin Yu looked at a passage extending inland next to the collapsed Statue of Liberty. If he approached the mythical beast from there, how would it react? Gah! Just when Lin Yu was thinking about how to attack this mythical beast, Xiao Liuzi's cry sounded in his ears. And then, it landed directly next to Lin Yu. Little guy, are you exhausted? Lin Yu stroked Xiao Liuzi, who was covered in the blood of the storm-flying lizard, and took out a piece of lion-headed bear steak. Next, Xiao Liuzi could no longer continue fighting. Lin Yu looked at the panting Xiao Liuzi and knew that if Xiao Liuzi was sent out again, he might lose one of his capable men. When you're full, go back to the ancient gate of the secret realm. You're too tired. The next battle is too dangerous. Do you understand? Lin Yu didn't want to see any attrition, especially since he was supposed to be with Xiao by this time. He came here, but now he only brought Xiao Liuzi with him, which is indeed a step behind in terms of strength. Oh! Xiao Liuzi glanced at the mythical beast in the distance, then at Lin Yu, who was fully armed, and lowered his head, as if he didn't want to stay out of it. But it also had some negative emotions about its own lack of strength. Xiao Liuzi was very unwilling, but he also knew that his own strength was far inferior to his own. It doesn't matter. One day you will catch up with Xiao Ming and Xiao Bai and become stronger than you imagined. Xiao Liuzi. But that will only happen if you are alive. Not in a hurry to get hurt. Go and give your life away. We have an old saying here. It turns out that leave it as a green mountain. You are not afraid of running out of firewood. If you want to become stronger, then this time go back to the ancient gate of the secret realm. Wait until I come back. Understand? Lin Yu patted the flying dragon next to him, which was shorter than himself, and said with a smile, Oh! Xiao Liuzi seemed to understand. It nodded vigorously, while staring closely at the huge head of the mythical beast. The master's words strengthened his heart. If you are not strong enough, as long as you become stronger in the future, it will not be too late to come back and fight. Now, it is exhausted. If it continues to fight forcefully, it may lose its life accidentally. Just understand, I will never accept losing any of you. Xiao Liuzi, go back and go home. By the way, give this piece of meat steak to the little ice lizards, and then wait by the door for me to go back safely. Bar! Lin Yu finally patted Xiao Liuzi on the head, and Xiao Liuzi also grabbed the fragrant meat steak and flew out from the roof of the tall building in an instant. It went straight into the thick gray fog and disappeared. And Lin Yu now has no worries after ensuring that Xiao Liuzi will not join the battle midway. Next, all you need to do is deal with this mythical beast with all your strength. As for how to force it out, Lin Yu has a good method. And this method takes advantage of a characteristic of this mythical beast. They seem to like hanging around those metal towers. Whether it is the Eiffel Tower in Paris, the Sky Tree in Tokyo Tower in Tokyo, or even the collapsed Statue of Liberty in New York. There are mythical beasts. Maybe the mythical beast likes this kind of building that uses a lot of metal? Lin Yu thought about the similarities, and finally came to a conjecture and conclusion. Lin Yu didn't know why they liked this kind of thing. What he wanted to do was not to figure out this mystery, but to kill it. However, we can take advantage of this and try to lure it ashore? Lin Yu glanced at the small display screen inside the flying armor. It showed that there was less than half of the remaining fuel, and the temperature had dropped to normal. He filled the tank with jet fuel and took a deep breath. It's time to start. This preparation has been prepared for a while, and this mythical beast must be killed quickly. Guessing that Xiao Liuzi should have almost arrived at the ancient gate of the secret realm, Lin Yu also took out the system tablet, opening the world chat channel. He saw that Fei Yu had told everyone to stay away from this secret realm. Indeed, if you are not careful, just like last time, if you go back and defeat the mythical beast, there will be a forced ejection, and all the secret monsters in the city will rush out. It will not be good if you are harmed by it. Of course, no world channel information can be received in this secret realm. Fei Yu's appeal is just to tell the survivors who want to come in not to come in. After putting away the system tablet, Lin Yu pressed the activation switch of the flying armor. As blue-purple flames spurted out from each nozzle, Lin Yu also flew out of the building. However, he also noticed that the mythical beast was not indifferent to him like the one last time. This head actually stretched out its extremely long neck from the seawater, turned its head, and looked at him intently, as if staring at a strange little insect. Lin Yu flew directly above it, and had an idea in his mind. This mythical beast is completely different from the last one. From the appearance, The last one looked like a turtle without a SHL. Almost no neck. And overall it was fat and had thick limbs. And this one, from the current point of view, looks like the original ancient creature on the Earth. The Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus is a large dinosaur born on Earth in ancient times. It has an extremely long neck, a huge body, and a snake-like tail. However, the Brontosaurus doesn't have a black tail that can spray mist. Does it? Of course. It cannot grow to a height of 300 to 400 meters, let alone run into the sea and have a soft spot for the fallen Statue of Liberty. A green and rusty mass. The mythical beast raised its head and looked at Lin Yu flying into the air, and twisted its neck with him. Lin Yu circled around it, and it also twisted its neck. In the air, Lin Yu saw that the slender tentacles behind the monster's head seemed to have their own lives, constantly floating upward to where he was. Lin Yu looked at the guy's big mouth that opened towards him, and suddenly had some thoughts. What would happen if we gave it 2 grenades? Thinking of this, Lin Yu directly used the dual grenade launchers. Before a big meal, there are always appetizers. Right. Before a big battle, there must be some contact battles. As he spoke, he aimed at the mythical beast with its big mouth and fired 4 grenades. The 4 grenades rushed towards the mythical beast's big mouth in an instant, and then smoothly penetrated into its unclosed mouth. Before bursts of muffled noises could be heard, Lin Yu flew over the location of the mythical beast and came to the collapsed Statue of Liberty. A large amount of smoke erupted from the mouth of the mythical beast, and it also roared angrily. Chapter 490 Lure the Enemy. Waves of smoke are rising from the mouth of the mythical beast, for consecutive muffled sounds came from the mouth, and part of its tongue was also blown apart. Although this little bit of damage could not cause it too much pain, it also ignited its anger. It roared lowly at Lin Yu, who was gradually lowering in the sky, trying to get rid of this annoying insect. However, when it saw Lin Yu landing next to the Statue of Liberty, the body that originally didn't want to move could not help but take a step forward on the seabed. Lin Yu had just landed, glanced at the Statue of Liberty, then had collapsed due to damage to the base next to him, and took out something from the storage space. High-precision research workbench. Asked, how do you anger this mythical beast so much that it can't stand it anymore and then chase after it? The answer is simple. The high-precision research workbench touched the huge landmark building. At the same time, as a white light flashed, the rusty copper-covered Statue of Liberty beside Lin Yu turned into a pile of copper blocks and more steel. Unexpectedly, this thing is made of these 2 things. Lin Yu originally thought that this thing was a layer of copper on the outside and stone on the inside. As a result, there was only a small amount of reinforced concrete. The rest is all copper and steel, and quite a lot of it. Lin Yu did not stop, but immediately put these copper blocks and steel into the storage space. And in my ears, the even more violent and frequent roars of the mythical beast also rang. As expected, this huge humidifier monster seems to really like this thing. After Lin Yu put the large amount of metal around him into the storage space, the mythical beast seemed to be unable to restrain its anger and roared again. It started to take steps, and every movement made the sea water boil, rolling out countless whirlpools and bubbles. And the sea water also set off huge waves of several meters with this movement. Lin Yu knew that he had succeeded. He lightly activated the flying armor and flew into the sky, avoiding the first wave of waves that submerged the original place, and then flew straight to a higher place. After raising the height as high as possible, Lin Yu was pleased to see that the head of the mythical beast was completely looking at him. Moreover, no matter which way he moved, the monster would also turn its head to look which way. It was completely attracted to him. It's a trap. So, is it true? Mythical beasts like buildings or landmarks that are tall and almost all made of metal. Lin Yu looked around, moving back and approaching the landing. Moreover, he also discovered that, as the tail of the mythical beast entered the water with its movement, the mist no longer continued to receive replenishment and gradually became thinner. However, the speed was still very slow. In a short period of time, Lin Yu felt that the fog would still last for a while. In the blink of an eye, the mythical beast followed Lin Yu, who was gradually approaching the land, and pulled out its huge body from the seawater. And its true appearance also appeared. What? It actually has 2 heads? And its tail doesn't look good. This time, it was Lin Yu's turn to be shocked. Half of the mythical beast had already emerged from the sea, and its height had reached nearly 100 to 200 meters. Lin Yu had to gradually raise his height to avoid a possible sudden attack. As the first front legs of the mythical beast stood up from the beach, Lin Yu also saw the whole thing clearly. It was different from the creatures Lin Yu had seen before. It had two slender necks, each holding a huge and ugly head. However, the appearance of these two heads is not the same. One was the one who had been glaring at him just now. He actually looked quite similar to the less bastard from before, except that he was smaller, had many exposed teeth, and only had two huge eyes with huge pupils. The other head has extremely long hair-like things that even cover its four eyes. Moreover, unlike the head next to it, the tentacles on its back are extremely short, but extend from the head to the back. Its big mouth is more narrow and long, and its teeth are introverted but densely packed. And there are more of them than the ones next to it. What's even weirder is that the two heads share the same body, but they don't seem to act in exactly the same way, regardless of the head that was looking at him. The other one seemed to be obsessed with the seawater and the tail. He kept putting his head deep into the seawater and kept looking in the direction of the tail. But as part of it came ashore, the other head could no longer enter the water, although it was still looking at the tail. It was basically driven by the actions of the other head and could only follow Lin Yu. Two heads. Who controls the body and who controls the tail? Lin Yu was also a little confused by this wonderful creature. Indeed, there is no such creature anywhere on Earth, although he had seen some kind of rare and exotic animals exhibition in a small park before, and there were things like two-headed snakes in it, but they were probably sewn on or something. That is, to cheat people out of tickets and provoke them. Eyeball. Lin Yu remembered that when he was a child, he had a good relationship with the security guard at the gate, so he sneaked in. After seeing all the things inside, he immediately ran out, shouting that he had been deceived, and felt that he would never believe such things again. As a result, he actually saw the two-headed creature today. Moreover, unlike the two-headed snake that was sewn on, the two heads of this mythical beast were indeed grown on the same body, not sewn on. They each had a head that could make different movements. In fact, even the looks of each one are completely different. What the hell is this? Lin Yu also felt that this was scary enough. Indeed, it was very different from the creatures he knew. He continued to retreat gradually with the help of the flying armor, attracting the mythical beast to come ashore. He also continued to see that the overall height of this beast was much lower than the previous one, but its neck could still reach 300 to 400 meters. The second and third legs of the high-altitude monster stepped ashore, and as it moved, buildings collapsed one after another, and huge waves kept invading and beating deeper into the original land. Lin Yu felt that things like mythical beasts were too wonderful. Originally, he thought that this kind of thing should look almost the same. Even if it is not mass-produced, it should be the same species. However, the feeling at this end made his original idea no longer exist, although the evidence is still insufficient. Lin Yu feels that the small monsters he saw in Tokyo and Paris before may be just their juvenile form, and as time goes by, they will also change the size of their bodies, and at the same time possess completely different form. This is very similar to xiaobai and other ice lizards. Lin Yu continued to move backwards, feeling as if he was gradually connecting some deeper clues to the mystery bit by bit. However, he also understands many things now are just speculations until there is more evidence. At this moment, half of the mythical giant beast's body has landed on the shore. Its 6 giant legs are also different from the previous less bastard. One pair is missing. It's really completely different. The tail of this one is too long, and there are nearly 30 or 40 vents on it, all of which are used for spraying. Oh, the fog seems to have dispersed a lot. Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the mist had become thinner. It seemed that without the supplementary spray from the mythical beast before, the mist could not last for such a long time. This thing is so weird, and it doesn't seem to have any weaknesses for me to find. Lin Yu felt that the difficulty this time was completely different from the last time. Last time, the tail was extremely short, so Xiaoming could easily climb up and stuff the cluster bomb into its rear end. But this time, the tail was extremely long, and it almost covered the rear end. It's not easy to do. Lin Yu felt that he really had to worry more this time. Continuing to move backward, he gradually retreated to a place where the fog was thinner, and then he raised the altitude again. As the height increased, the fog could no longer affect him, and he could see the mythical beast below more clearly. However, there is a question. That is, where is this guy's head? And just then, suddenly, a violent airflow came from the left side. Lin Yu almost instinctively turned off the engine, and at the same time, he fell directly to the ground in an instant. Looking up at the original place, The head with long hair cut through the fog, rushed out of the sky, and suddenly appeared there, as if it had been waiting for a long time. So close. Lin Yu, who fell into the mist, activated his flying armor again. After drawing an arc in the air, he instantly rushed upwards and rushed out of the mist. And this time, he rushed directly into the sky, right behind the long-haired head. The distance is less than 100 meters. Lin Yu accelerated and charged forward, and the long-haired monster's tentacles, as if seeing him, kept shaking, as if reminding the long-haired head. However, Lin Yu didn't give it any room to react. Having already grabbed a gasoline can in his hand, he instantly flew above its head and poured gasoline on its head. Then, he opened the grenade launcher and fired 2 rounds of ammunition. Although this monster appears to be quite well defended, it actually still has weaknesses. Fire. As long as it cannot enter the seawater before the flames burn all over its body, it will absolutely not avoid the end of being burned by the flames. Boom boom. After 2 loud noises, the flames from the grenade immediately ignited the gasoline, and the long-haired head of the mythical beast also noticed something was wrong. It suddenly twisted its neck, trying to rush over and bite Lin Yu in the air. But its action only made the flames become more intense. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lin Yu looked at the other head below that didn't know what was going on, and flew towards it. His idea is simple. Let these 2 heads whose actions are inconsistent, unable to take care of each other. By the time the head below realized the seriousness of the problem, the fire had spread rapidly. If you want to go back to the sea again, unless you are dreaming, Lin Yu instantly flew in front of the other head to attract its attention, and even fired 2 more grenades into its mouth. Originally, this head seemed to want to see what happened to the other head, but Lin Yu used this move to attract his attention again. He raised his legs again and wanted to chase Lin Yu. It's really like this. Then, things will be easier to handle. Lin Yu felt deeply lucky as he listened to the scream of the huge head whose long hair was set on fire. These 2 heads don't seem to be the type that can be completely coordinated. Moreover, it seems to be the one with exposed teeth and longer tentacles, and it seems to be the one that mainly controls this huge body. So, the next thing seems to be simple. Try to delay as much time as possible before the flames completely ignite the long-haired head, and then attract this giant monster inland. Of course, there are costs. If the survivors of America see me destroying half of New York, will they become like the Neon Gang? As Lin Yu backed away, he was thinking about the Neon people in the World Channel last time, because he used cluster bombs to explode part of the mythical beast, and then Ali flooded the city of Tokyo, and even countless mysterious beasts came to eat when he found the corpse of the mythical beast. He also set off a unique fire, and even burned the entire Tokyo. But this time, it seems that most of the buildings on the coast of New York were damaged, destroyed, and even turned into ruins, because he wanted to introduce this 2-headed mythical beast into the interior. Although it is a pity, there is nothing we can do about it. Lin Yu currently does not have a weapon that can be said to be destructive, so there is no way to kill this mythical beast with one blow. If anything, he even gave the mythical beast such a pleasure when he saw it for the first time. Of course, if the intercontinental missile launch vehicle also counts. He does have it, but the power of that thing, Lin Yu felt that unless he left far enough, he might be blasted to pieces by the wide attack range. He accelerated towards the distance, and estimated that he was 500 or 600 meters away from the mythical beast. He landed on the roof of a building, and then took the howitzer out of the storage space. Try how powerful this thing is. Lin Yu adjusted the howitzer shooting target, aimed at the huge head that was still stretched out and ran toward him, and pressed the burst button. Boom boom boom. After a triple artillery SH-L rushed out, it accurately hit the exposed big teeth of the mythical beast, and even directly blew off 2 of them. Lin Yu fired 2 more rounds in succession, and before the furious mythical beast could react, he rushed into the sky again. The monster's roar continued to sound behind him, and Lin Yu knew without looking back that he had succeeded in completely irritating the monster. Looking up at the other long-haired head, Lin Yu had already seen that near its head, the flames had stretched from the short and dense tentacles on the extremely long neck to the back. Balls of flames were growing with the wind. Just now, the 2 rounds of 6 rounds of ammunition fired by the howitzer also chipped a few of this guy's teeth again. Although it failed to cause more damage, it was already very good as an irritant and provocation. Next, Lin Yu landed on the top of the building in front of him again, looked at the mythical beast that was far away from the coast, its body fully exposed, and took a deep breath. Is it time for me to launch a general attack?